Chapter 1. The Oracle. Wu Shaocheng, you can collect your salary from the finance department. You need not come to work tomorrow. A middle-aged man, balding and sporting a beer belly, sat in a spacious leather chair, addressing the young man standing before him. On what grounds? Wu Shaocheng retorted, his face aflame with indignation. Deep down, he suspected he knew the reason. It was merely the fallout from last night's discovery of his liaison with the secretary. Was it truly worth such a fuss? Because I'm the boss, the middle-aged man replied, reveling in his authority. This fellow must be worried about my loose tongue, Wu Shaocheng mused silently. Although he considered defending his character, he ultimately deemed it unnecessary. Remaining under such a tyrant could lead to incessant grievances. You may dismiss me, but according to the law, the company must compensate me with 3 months' salary for unilateral termination, Wu Shaocheng asserted, determined to maximize his benefits upon departure. You think that the middle-aged man began to retort with a traditional saying, but then he recalled the potential repercussions if this incident reached the ears of his formidable wife. Therefore, he swallowed his fury and barked, "Do I care about that paltry sum? Hurry to finance, collect your pay, and be gone." Soon enough, Wu Shaocheng completed his salary settlement with the finance department and packed his belongings before exiting the company. As he surveyed the bustling streets filled with throngs of people, he found himself at a loss for direction. Having graduated 2 years prior with naught to show for it, he now faced the loss of his job. In a city like SZ, where financial demands loom large, even indulging in instant noodles felt extravagant without a steady income. I suppose I should continue job hunting, Wu Shaocheng pondered. Just then, a flyer flew towards him, landing squarely on his face. He peeled it off to reveal an advertisement for the globally acclaimed game, The Oracle. Over the past month, advertisements for The Oracle had inundated the airwaves. Rumors suggested that the game's mastermind was not of contemporary civilization, but rather a creation of a transcendent era. Details about its origin remained undisclosed, but the game was developed collaboratively by the 5 most prominent gaming giants, boasting a 100 realism factor, meaning the sensory experience within the game would mirror that of reality. This truly is a revolutionary game, Wu Shaocheng mused, lamenting the fact that playing it required a gaming headset rather than mere computer access. Goodness, a headset costs 10,000. My savings after 2 years of work have yet to reach 5 digits. Then a thought struck him. Wait a moment, I just received 3 months' salary, exactly 10,500 yuan. Perhaps. Wu Shaocheng felt a surge of excitement. This game was unlike any traditional offering, promising limitless possibilities, a fact he, as an avid gamer, could readily recognize. However, while he held confidence in the game itself, he harbored doubts about his own abilities. This game would attract players from around the globe, including seasoned veterans of the gaming realm and affluent individuals with disposable income. Despite his experience with numerous games, his skill level paled in comparison to theirs. This is a gamble of epic proportions, Wu Shaocheng murmured to himself, recognizing the weight of his decision. The sum of 10,000 yuan had nearly drained him of all his resources, leaving him with only a few hundred, insufficient to last in a city like Shenzhen. Excluding today's wages, he was left with merely 200 yuan on his card. This meant that if he failed to earn in the game, he would struggle to pay his rent by the end of the month. Damn it, I'll take the gamble. At worst, I'll sleep under a bridge if it comes to that. I can always find another job. Besides, I've always enjoyed gaming, and now that I have this opportunity, I cannot let it slip away. With determination, Wu Shaocheng extravagantly hailed a taxi to the nearest helmet vendor. Despite his financial woes, he felt the urgency. The game, Oracle, officially launches at noon today, and it's already nearly 10 o'clock. I can't afford to fall behind. Upon arriving at the vendor, he was struck by the long queue and marveled at the game's popularity. The gaming helmets had been on sale for a month, and he had heard that the lines to purchase them were immense. Now, with the launch imminent, the throngs of eager customers were still overwhelming. After standing in line for over an hour, he finally acquired a gaming helmet. Glancing at the clock, which read 11:25, he quickly hailed another taxi to rush home, urging the driver to hasten. After a harried journey, he arrived home at 11:50. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger, recalling that he had skipped breakfast. Knowing he would be engrossed in the game for an extended period, he realized he needed sustenance. There was no time to cook or go out, so he rummaged through his home and eventually discovered a forgotten bag of bread beneath his bed. The packaging was intact, and without a second thought, he tore it open and devoured its contents hastily. Having satisfied his hunger, Wu Shaochen leisurely donned the gaming helmet, the clock reading 11:55. Why does my stomach ache a bit? He pondered briefly before immersing himself in the game. Before him unfolded a grand battlefield, a scene of chaos where countless monstrous beasts assailed the insignificant humans below that on land. Numerous creatures pursued fleeing humans. Those caught met a gruesome fate. Yet among the humans, many formidable warriors stood their ground against the onslaught. Mages adorned in regal robes hovered in midair, unleashing elemental attacks on the beasts below. Archers unleashed a barrage of arrows at the creatures above. Shield bearers stood valiantly at the forefront, unwavering in their defense. Warriors wielding axes charged through the fray, and stealthy assassins struck down the wounded beasts with precision. In the rear, priests clad in white, resembling celestial beings, tirelessly healed their comrades. These were the 6 classes of Oracle: mages, archers, shield-bearers, warriors, assassins, and priests. Though the humans had their share of heroes, they could not withstand the overwhelming tide of the monstrous horde. Ultimately, the battlefield fell silent as all human combatants succumbed, leaving the beasts to roar in triumph, reveling in their victory. Wu Shaochen stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. The immersive sensation sent a shiver down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It was utterly terrifying, entirely unlike a game, as if it were a genuine occurrence. While Wu Shaochen was still in shock, the scene abruptly shifted, and he found himself in a grand hall. At that moment, a system prompt echoed. Brainwave scanning in progress, scanning complete blood sample extraction in progress. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his scalp. What on earth? Does the game helmet have needles? After what seemed like an eternity, another system prompt resonated. Blood sample extraction complete. DNA binding in progress. Binding complete. Identity verification in progress. Name, Wu Shaochen. ID number, 328517. Age, 24. Nationality, Huaxia. A bank card has been linked to your account, enabling cash transactions within the game. Is this really a game? Wu Shaochen stared at the surreal space before him, astonished by the fact that such a simple scan could retrieve his household registration details so thoroughly. How terrifying. Chapter 2. Source of Toxicity. 1 minute and 30 seconds remain until the game commences. Please name your character. Hearing the system prompt once more, Wu Shaochen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it too much. After all, this was a game of a new era, undoubtedly filled with complexities beyond his comprehension. Steadying his mind, he declared, Chun Feng. Name successfully registered. The game will utilize your original appearance, which cannot be altered. However, upon entering the game, you may purchase masks or scars in the shop to obscure your visage. To facilitate your adaptation to the game, pain perception will be set at 5. Every 10 levels, the system will automatically increase pain sensitivity by 5, with all other senses mirroring those of the real world. Upon entering the game, the system will randomly generate a lifelong talent based on your comprehensive characteristics. Each talent possesses unique traits. Please make good use of it and select a profession that aligns with your talent. Very well. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. The game is about to begin. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown concluded, a flash of light enveloped him, and Wu Shaochen found himself standing in the novice village, surrounded by a dazzling white glow. People materialized one after another, and soon the area became overwhelmingly crowded. What the hell? Is this a game? Wow, this is astonishingly realistic. It's just like reality. Damn it, who just touched my butt? My apologies. I was just testing the sensation. I thought I was dreaming. Truly, it's 100 realistic. Damn. Then let me have a go to see if it's real. Please don't. I've already verified it. It's incredibly real. Countless clamorous voices surged around him, leaving Wu Shaochen bewildered, unable to discern whether he was in reality or a game. Welcome to the Oracle. You have been born in Novice Village 8365. The system presents you with a starter pack. Your talent has been generated. Source of Toxicity. Please check your character panel. Source of Toxicity? What on earth? I'm a person of integrity. What does this have to do with poison? Wu Shaochen was utterly perplexed, knowing that each individual's talent was determined by their own characteristics. He could not fathom the connection between himself and poison. As time rewound, in reality, upon Wu Shaoqing's consciousness entering the game, his skin gradually turned pale, toxins incessantly infiltrating his bloodstream. After a while, during the blood sample collection by the gaming helmet, the presence of toxins in his blood was detected. Ultimately, the helmet absorbed most of the toxins from Wu Shaocheng's body through the blood sample collection. Open character interface. Wu Shaocheng silently chanted in his mind, "Name, dust sealed. Level 0. Health, 50. Magic points, 50. Physical attack, 10. Magical attack, 10. Physical defense, 5. Magical defense, 5. Movement speed, 5. Experience, 0-100. Strength, 5 effects physical attack, 1 point of strength, 2 points of physical attack. Intelligence, 5 effects magical attack, 1 point of intelligence, 2 points of magical attack. Constitution, 5 effects health, 1 point of constitution, 10 points of health. Bone root, 5 affect defense, 1 point of bone root, 1 point of physical defense, and 1 point of magical defense. Spirit, 5 effects magic points, 1 point of spirit, 10 points of magic points. Agility, 5 effects movement speed and attack speed, 1 point of agility, 1 point of movement speed, and 0.2 attack speed. All novice players start with attributes set at 5, a remarkably fair system, unless one possesses a talent for attribute enhancement. Skills. Insight can view information on monsters no higher than 10 levels above oneself. Talent. Source of venom. Basic attacks or melee skills inflict a venom effect on the target, cannot be triggered by ranged attacks, dealing 1 point of true damage per second. Stackable. Lasting for 60 seconds during the poisoning period. The target cannot recover. Health. Characteristic. For every kill of a target 5 levels above oneself, toxin damage increases by 1 for every kill of a boss at least equal to one's realm level. The stackable layers of toxins increase by 1. Each boss of a realm can only trigger once. That Wu Shaocheng stared blankly at his talent. Although it initially seemed rather unimpressive, upon examining its characteristics, his heart raced uncontrollably. With his understanding of the game, he sensed that this talent, when stacked later, could become incredibly formidable. It felt as though he was on the verge of soaring houses, cars, wealth, and beautiful women beckoning to him. At that moment, he no longer dwelled on the connection between himself and poison. All he knew was that this talent was truly enticing, that he quickly opened his inventory and unpacked the novice gift, revealing, as expected, a wooden sword and a piece of cloth armor. Wooden sword. Physical attack, 2 novice equipment. Cloth armor. Physical defense, 1 novice equipment. Though meager, he donned them immediately, raising his attack to 12 and defense to 6. Gazing at the surrounding throng, the incessant white light flashing without pause, he conservatively estimated that nearly 10,000 players filled the novice village. According to official announcements, there were 10,000 novice villages in the Huaxia Nation alone. That if every novice village mirrored this, it meant that the game had just commenced and the player count in Huaxia had already surpassed 100 million. Truly terrifying. Finally managing to extricate himself from the crowd in search of an NPC to inquire about quests, he discovered that the village contained only a dozen or so NPCs, all surrounded by layers of players. Well, never mind. Even if there are tasks in the early stages, the rewards are meager. It's better not to waste time and instead venture out to slay monsters. Wu Shaochen mused to himself. As he strolled out of the village, he entered a vast expanse of grassland, where numerous rabbits were hopping about. The entire meadow was already teeming with players, though intermittent flashes of white light signified the unfortunate demise of some. Can such adorable little rabbits actually kill? Wu Shaochen pondered in astonishment, approaching one rabbit and casting an insight spell. Little white rabbit level, 1 health, 100. Physical attack, 12 physical defense, 7 speed, 6 skills, none. After glancing at the attributes of the little white rabbit and then at his own, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched in realization. Now he understood why some players had met their end without forming a party. The average player struggled to defeat even the most basic of rabbits. Before reaching level 10, players shared nearly identical attributes, with a wooden sword inflicting 12 points of damage and a defense of merely 6 from cloth armor. A single strike would reduce the rabbit's health by 5 points, while the rabbit's attack would inflict 6 points of damage on him. The crucial point was that the rabbit possessed 100 health, while players only had 50. At the early stages, attack speed was uniform, leading to a predictable exchange. One strike from him, followed by a scratch from the rabbit, with the outcome being all too apparent. What was most disheartening was that the rabbit was slightly faster than the players. This implied that not only could they not win, but they couldn't even escape. Was this game for real? Damn it, the game designers are truly incompetent. Can you believe I've been killed by rabbits twice already? I'm worse off than you. I was among the first to come out and have already died 3 times. After years of gaming, it's humiliating to find myself unable to defeat a mere rabbit. Despite the numerous deaths, the sheer volume of players ensured that multiple individuals often targeted a single rabbit. In the absence of parties, experience points were awarded to the one who landed the final blow, while the spoils depended on who was quickest. However, many rabbits had already perished, and it was rare to find more than a copper coin or a piece of rabbit, for no equipment had been sighted, and the drop rates were indeed disheartening. MD, killing a rabbit grants only 1 experience point. I barely managed to snag 1 at this rate. How long will it take to kill 100? One player lamented. Wu Shaochen's lips twitched again. Was this game truly so challenging? Observing the fervent players around him, he felt that battling here was futile. The rabbit he had observed earlier was now surrounded by a throng of players attacking it relentlessly. Perhaps it was time to seek a different location, Wu Shaochen concluded. Chapter 3. The rogue strategy. As Wu Shaochen journeyed onward, he found himself utterly incapable of making any progress. The area was teeming with people, a chaotic scene of disarray. Whenever a rabbit respawned, a throng would surge forward, hacking away indiscriminately. Yet, with his keen observation, Wu Shaochen discerned several groups of seemingly trained individuals who, with seamless coordination, lay in wait at the respawn points. Their roles were distinctly defined. Some struck the final blow while others weakened the creatures, ensuring that the spoils were consolidated in the hands of a single individual. This methodical approach was vastly superior to the surrounding chaos. Such was the power of a guild. Wu Shaochen mused. A sense of urgency began to swell within him. He had yet to lay a finger on even a single rabbit fur, and if this continued, he would surely fall far behind. However, he was reluctant to compete with others for kills, regardless of whether he could outmaneuver them. Even with a stroke of luck in securing a kill, efficiency remained elusive. Must he venture into the secondary monster zone? After a brief contemplation, he resolved to press forward. It was better than standing idly by. Monsters of level 5 and below would not initiate an attack unless provoked, as long as he kept his distance. He would be safe. At that moment, a few players waiting for the rabbits to respawn observed Wu Shaochen as he made his way toward the secondary monster zone. One of the shorter youths remarked, "Do you think that lad is heading into the secondary monster zone?" "It seems so. He probably thinks he can't find any prey here and hopes to challenge the ones inside." "Huh. Once he enters, he'll soon realize the futility of it." Another, slightly plump youth chimed in. "I had the same thought at first, only to return with my tail between my legs after seeing the attributes of those level 2 monsters." "Have you been there, fatty? Are the monsters really that formidable?" The shorter youth inquired. "Indeed, they are not something the current players can handle, unless a group attacks simultaneously. But that would be a fruitless endeavor. It's best to stick to hunting rabbits," the plump youth replied, a hint of trepidation in his tone. After advancing for a while, Wu Shaochen finally encountered a different kind of creature, a flock of goats leisurely grazing. Noticing the absence of other players, he pondered why such a multitude of goats remained untouched. He approached and cast an insight spell. Goat, level 2 health, 300 physical attack, 21 physical defense, 8 speed, 7 skill, charge. The goat lowers its head and charges at the target with its 2 horns, inflicting 120 of its physical attack damage. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Upon inspecting the attributes of the goat, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched in disbelief. Now he understood why no one ventured here to hunt. Was this truly the profile of a level 2 monster? To think that, even at level 2, they possessed a skill. What was the Oracle thinking? With such attributes, who could withstand them at this stage? Suddenly, he recalled his own talent, which required him to slay monsters 5 levels above his own to increase his poison damage. Initially, he had thought this would be a simple task, envisioning a swift rise to wealth and success, winning the heart of a fair maiden and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Now, however, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. If the attributes of monsters continued to escalate in this manner, how could he possibly cultivate his talent? Unwilling to concede, Wu Shaocheng continued onward until he arrived at a fork in the path. Ahead lay a bamboo grove, to the left an entry into the forest, and to the right, what appeared to be a sandy beach, presumably leading to the sea. Surprised that the game featured an ocean, he decided to venture right, figuring that even without engaging in combat, a glimpse of the sea would suffice. Before long, he indeed beheld a vast expanse of beach, with the horizon stretching endlessly over the azure waters. The scenery was breathtaking. Could this truly be a game? It felt strikingly real. As he inhaled the salty sea breeze, he spread his arms wide, savoring the fresh air, exclaiming, "Such invigorating air has long since vanished from the real world." This game enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of an enormous crab, the size of a basin, emerging from the sand, brandishing its colossal claws and making its way toward him. Wu Shaocheng hastily cast a detection spell and darted away with the speed of a rabbit. Giant's crab, level 4 health, 800 physical attack, 45 physical defense, 15 speed, 8 skill, double claw strike, swings both claws to inflict 2 consecutive hits of 70 physical damage on the target. Cool down, 10 seconds. After a considerable distance, Wu Shaocheng glanced back at the formidable crab, his heart racing as he muttered, "What a ridiculous design. Are you certain this game is meant for humans? One crab could easily obliterate a player. How is one to survive?" Sighing, he contemplated returning to join others in hunting rabbits. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a gigantic turtle leisurely crawling along the beach. Curiosity piqued. He cast another detection spell. Sea turtle level 5 health, 1800 physical attack, 50 physical defense, 40 speed, 3 skill, thorn shield, absorbs the next attack and returns 50 of the damage to the attacker. Cool down, 10 seconds. Surveying the turtle's attributes, any sensible player would undoubtedly turn and flee. With a staggering 40 points in defense and 1800 health, even leveled players would hesitate to engage such a formidable creature, given the meager rewards. Yet, at that moment, Wu Shaocheng's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable glimmer. Indeed, the turtle's stats were insurmountable for any level 0 player. Its defense was impenetrable. However, Wu Shaocheng's damage output could be overlooked, as he was more intrigued by the turtle's sluggish speed. With only 3 points, he could easily kite it, even if it struck him with its 50-point attack. It could not vanquish him, for his defense stood at 6 points, leaving him with a loss of only 44 health. Its sole skill would have no effect on him. He could afford to lose a bit of health, even if the damage was returned. Moreover, his poison inflicted 60 points of damage per minute, and without any means of healing, it would take 30 minutes to slay the turtle. Meanwhile, he could still venture back to the village to hunt rabbits, though he wondered if he would even manage to catch one. Primarily, I currently find myself at level 0, while the sea turtle stands at a commendable level 5, which allows for the activation of innate traits. With a sense of determination, I promptly approached the sea turtle. The level 5 creature would not initiate an attack against players. Upon reaching its side, I swung my wooden sword and struck its shell. A crimson -1 appeared above the turtle's head, indicating a breach of defense that resulted in a minor loss of health. Shortly thereafter, a white -1, signifying true damage, also manifested above the sea turtle. Despite its sluggish movement, the turtle exhibited a surprisingly swift reaction. After I landed a blow, it extended its neck and bit down on me, inflicting -44 damage. With only 50 health points remaining, I found myself in a perilous state and hastily fled. At that moment, my speed advantage became evident as the tortoise trailed behind at a leisurely pace, powerless to prevent me from distancing myself, while white -1s continued to materialize above its head, denoting a gradual decline in health. After a considerable distance, I turned back to the slowly advancing sea turtle and taunted, "Come and catch me if you can." The unfortunate creature could only persist in its sluggish pursuit, step by deliberate step. 10 seconds later, as I regained health at the rate of 1 point per second, I continued to mock the turtle. In this realm, both characters and monsters adhere to the same rules. After a duration of 10 seconds without attacks or being attacked, one is deemed to have exited combat, allowing for a gradual health restoration of 1% per second. However, with health below 100, the default recovery rate remains at 1 point per second, leaving me with no recourse but to recover in this manner, devoid of potions. Thus, I engaged in this cunning strategy, prolonging my battle with the turtle. I timed my actions meticulously, approaching to strike as the poison duration neared its end, delivering a blow before retreating. The 60-second poisoning effect provided ample opportunity for me to restore my health fully before each subsequent strike. Chapter 4. Enhancement of Talents for a full half hour. Wu Shaochen, with exhilaration gleaming in his eyes, watched as the severely weakened sea turtle slowly approached its demise. With the final drop of blood vanishing, the massive creature reluctantly collapsed to the ground. A system notification chimed in shortly thereafter. Ding! You have slain sea turtle, earning 15 experience points. As you have reached level 5, you gain an additional 50 experience, totaling 7 points. Any fractional point is ignored. Ding! Talent characteristic triggered. Poison damage increased by 1 point, dealing 2 points of true damage per second to the target. What a thrill! Wu Shaochen exclaimed upon hearing the system notification, feeling a surge of excitement as he accrued 22 experience points, far quicker than snatching rabbits at the village entrance. The most significant aspect, however, was the upgrade of his talent, which was of paramount importance. This would reduce the time needed to defeat sea turtles by half. Hastening to the corpse of the great sea turtle, he noticed 2 copper coins and, astonishingly, a piece of equipment lying on the ground. Filled with excitement, he hurriedly picked it up. Obtaining equipment was truly fortuitous. Although the drop rate increased by 50 after reaching level 5, the abysmally low drop rate of Divine Oracle made this initial find of equipment a remarkable stroke of luck. Upon examining the item, he discovered it to be a pair of shoes. Canvas shoes quality, basic movement speed, 3 physical defense, 2 wearing requirement. None excellent. Just what I needed. He quickly donned the shoes, raising his speed to 8 and his defense to 8. In the realm of Divine Oracle, equipment quality ranges from low to high as follows. Basic, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, starry, celestial artifact, sacred artifact, divine artifact, super divine artifact. In the early stages, basic equipment has no wearing requirements, while black iron and above introduces additional attributes. It is from gold equipment onward that added skills emerge. With the shoes on, Wu Shaochen felt a slight acceleration in his stride and, in high spirits, continued his search for the next sea turtle. This creature was undoubtedly tailored for him, although their numbers were limited. After a brief exploration, he finally spotted a sea turtle basking in the sun upon the beach. Wu Shaochen approached without hesitation, striking the turtle's shell with a sword before swiftly retreating. Yet, he was still bitten as in the early game. Evading damage was challenging without a significant advantage in attack speed and movement speed. -2, -2. -2 white indicators continually emerged above the turtle's head as it struggled to pursue Wu Shaochen. This time, the process was markedly quicker, in just 15 minutes. The unfortunate sea turtle succumbed in tears. Wu Shaochen promptly collected the 2 fallen copper coins and resumed his hunt for the next target. Thus, Wu Shaochen persistently sought and defeated sea turtles. Thanks to the enhancement of his talent, the time required to eliminate them diminished progressively. The third took 10 minutes. The fourth merely 7.5, and the fifth was dispatched in just 6 minutes, after which the system notification chimed once more. Ding! You have slain sea turtle, earning 22 experience points. Experience is now full. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 20, Magic 10, and you receive 5 points of free attributes to allocate wisely. At long last, I have leveled up. Surely, my progress can be deemed swift, Wu Shaochen mused, contemplating the 5 free attribute points at his disposal. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely allocated all points to agility. The only reason he was able to vanquish the level 5 turtle was due to its slower speed, to truly harness the advantage of his innate talent. Enhancing his agility to increase his own speed was undoubtedly the correct choice. Upon completing the level up and distributing the attribute points, he noted the changes in his stats. His health surged from 50 to 70, his mana increased from 50 to 60, agility rose from 5 to 10. and movement speed escalated from 8 to 13, while other attributes remained unchanged. Glancing at his experience points, he saw experience points 10,300. It required 300 points to ascend from level 1 to level 2, which seemed manageable, merely the task of defeating a dozen or so turtles. Wu Shaochen pondered whether to continue farming turtles or venture to other locales to confront level 6 monsters. Although farming turtles proved to be a steadier approach, and the leveling speed was satisfactory, the level 5 turtles could no longer trigger his innate abilities. Regrettably, in the novice village, death did not result in a loss of levels. Otherwise, he would have relished the prospect of being killed by a turtle. Resetting to level 0 to farm for talents once more. Oh well, he decided to explore other areas first. With a movement speed of 13, he likely outpaced many creatures, perhaps even encountering monsters suitable for activating his passive talents. If fortune did not favor him, he could always return to farming turtles, as it wouldn't consume much time. With that thought, Wu Shaochen turned back. He had reached the end of this path. Beyond lay the sea, leaving him no choice but to retrace his steps. Upon arriving at the fork in the road, he ventured directly into the leftward forest. The visibility within the bamboo grove ahead was perilously poor, making it easy to be ambushed. Monsters above level 5 would attack on sight, and with his current frail physique, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such an encounter. The forest itself was adequately illuminated, as the trees were spaced apart. Wu Shaochen treaded cautiously, when suddenly, a jet-black wild boar burst forth from behind a tree, its tusks glinting ominously, its eyes fixed intently upon him. It pawed the ground before charging at him with alarming speed. By the heavens, what a lack of martial ethics! Wu Shaochen exclaimed in surprise. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he narrowly sidestepped, allowing the creature to graze past his clothing, crashing directly into a nearby tree, the stars of confusion appearing above its head. Wu Shaochen exhaled in relief, grateful that he had invested all his points into agility. Otherwise, he would certainly have been unable to evade that impact. He quickly cast a spell of insight. Wild boar, level 6 health, 2000 physical attack, 70 physical defense, 30 speed, 11 skill, savage charge, charges forward in a straight line at great speed, dealing 150 physical damage to targets in its path and stunning them for 1 second. Cool down, 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen smirked slightly. Is this truly the might of a level 6 monster? The divine oracle remains as unyielding as ever. Thankfully, he had managed to evade the attack. Otherwise, he would likely have found himself returning to town at no cost. Should he confront it? Or should he retreat to bully the small turtles instead? Wu Shaochen found himself in a predicament. Although it was indeed possible to confront the wild boar, the creature boasted an attack power of 70. While he had only 70 health points and a mere 8 points of defense, he could withstand a standard attack. Yet the wild boar's skill was a grave concern. A single hit could send him back to the respawn point. Wu Shaochen was uncertain if he could evade every attack. Previously, he had managed to escape because the boar was at a distance, granting him precious reaction time. However, if the creature were to strike while he was occupied with last hitting, it could spell disaster. Determined, he decided to take the risk. His talent allowed him to inflict 6 damage per second with poison, and killing a wild boar would take just over 5 minutes. Such a gamble seemed worth taking. With this thought in mind, Wu Shaochen charged towards a wild boar. After the creature used its skill, it would experience a 10-second cooldown, a window during which he needed to be cautious to avoid a collision. He swung his sword, striking the boar's back. -1, no defense broken, forced health deduction. -6, poison damage. However, the wild boar was not an easy foe. It retaliated fiercely with a tusk attack, dealing -62 damage. Wu Shaochen hastily retreated, suddenly realizing a critical issue he had overlooked. His health regeneration was insufficient. It would take 10 seconds to exit combat, during which he could only recover 50 health points. To endure the wild boar's counterattack, his health must exceed 63 points. If he waited for his health to recover to that level before returning to last hit, there would be a 13-second window during which the boar would not be afflicted by poison. Once out of combat, the boar would regenerate 1 of its health per second, meaning it could recover 60 health points in just 3 seconds. Consequently, the time required to slay it would be significantly prolonged. Indeed, it was evident that level 6 monsters were not easily vanquished. However, having initiated the confrontation, he had no choice but to see it through to the end. Chapter 5. Limit operations. Due to the fear of the wild boar's ferocious charge, Wu Shaocheng led the creature in circles beneath towering trees. As anticipated, after a brief chase of over 10 seconds, the wild boar, realizing it could not catch the diminutive human before it, came to a halt. It scraped its front hooves against the ground, and in an instant, lunged towards Wu Shaocheng. With his focus intently fixed on the wild boar, Wu Shaocheng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Phew, that was close, he exhaled, feeling relieved. The task, however, did not seem overly challenging. The wild boar exhibited a distinct wind-up before unleashing its skill, characterized by 2 scraping motions of its front hooves. As long as Wu Shaocheng was not directly in front of it, and if he maintained a reasonable speed, evasion proved relatively simple. After all, a high-damage skill accompanied by displacement and stun effects without any wind-up would have posed a far greater challenge. After the wild boar rushed past him, it quickly came to a halt and paused for nearly a second before turning around to pursue Wu Shaocheng once more. Contemplating thoughtfully, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. He continued to lead the wild boar in circles, effortlessly dodging its skills once again. In the brief moment of the wild boar's pause, he seized the opportunity to strike it with his sword before swiftly retreating. By the time the wild boar turned to face him again, Wu Shaocheng had already distanced himself by 2 body lengths. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. He no longer needed to fear the wild boar regaining health when poisoned, as each application of poison refreshed the duration. He also need not worry about the wild boar launching a sudden attack while he was attempting to deliver the final blow. Thus, after a few minutes, the wild boar was left with but a sliver of health. Just as victory seemed imminent, another wild boar suddenly emerged from a nearby thicket, charging directly at Wu Shaocheng without uttering a word. Seriously? Are you kidding me? Wu Shaocheng narrowly dodged the charge. He understood that there were likely several wild boars lurking in the area, which is why he had been cautious, circling around without venturing too far. Yet, he had not anticipated that another wild boar would seek him out. Creatures that actively pursued him were truly bothersome. Furrowing his brow, he realized it was prudent to retreat at this juncture. One touch from either wild boar would spell his demise, yet the sight of the nearly defeated wild boar, needing but a single strike to finish it off, ignited a sense of defiance within him. Licking his lips, Wu Shaocheng fixed a sharp gaze on the 2 wild boars trailing behind him. Then let us dance on the edge of the blade, he resolved. His innate talent suggested that such thrilling encounters would frequently arise in the future, better to acclimate sooner rather than later. Continuing to lead both wild boars in circles, he recognized that now was not the time to attempt a finishing blow, as that would surely result in being gored by 2 enraged beasts. He could only bide his time, seeking the right opportunity. Suddenly, the critically injured wild boar scraped its hooves against the ground and charged toward him once more. Wu Shaocheng remained unperturbed as he deftly evaded the attack, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, the other wild boar also activated its skill, forcing Wu Shaocheng to abandon his attack and dodge once again. Are they coordinating? What the hell? Wu Shaocheng fumed. As he observed the dwindling poison effect on the critically injured wild boar, he realized that if he did not act soon, it would regain its health. Observing the 2 wild boars approaching side by side, Wu Shaocheng began to analyze the situation earnestly. My agility stands at 13, while that of the wild boars is 11. Our attack speeds are identical. Should I strike one, it would retaliate in kind, the interval never exceeding a mere 0.01 seconds. This brief span renders it impossible to create any distance for an attack. However, what if I refrain from attacking initially and evade their assault, then counterattack? That too seems unfeasible, as my current movement speed would not allow for a complete repositioning within a second. At best, I could only manage a single unit of distance. Suddenly, Wu Shaocheng had a thought. If I could maneuver to the side of the wounded wild boar while both are aiming to strike me, I could evade the attack from the healthy one and endure a blow from the injured one, then retaliate and retreat. In that case, I would only have to withstand a single attack, which I could surely endure. Resolutely, Wu Shaochen inched closer to the two wild boars, his heart racing with anxiety. Though theoretically sound, the execution demanded impeccable timing. A single misstep could result in a free return to the starting point. Soon, he approached the range of the wild boars, and as their sharp tusks charged toward him, the moment had arrived. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he deftly sidestepped to the side of the wounded boar, its tusks narrowly grazing him while the other boar's attack went awry. Swiftly, Wu Shaochen retaliated with a strike before darting away, managing to create a distance just before the second attack could land. Phew, that was close. One could almost feel their heart leap from the intensity of the game. However, the gameplay was undeniably intricate. It seemed he would need to practice more diligently to adapt swiftly to this challenging environment. Now, he merely had to wait for the injured wild boar to succumb to its poison, being careful to avoid simultaneous attacks from both creatures. Before long, the ailing boar lay defeated on the ground, and a system notification chimed in. Ding! You have slain a wild boar, earning 20 experience points. Additionally, an extra 10 experience points for defeating a foe 5 levels below you. Ding! Talent trait triggered, increasing toxin damage by 1 point. Finally, he had vanquished one. It was a formidable challenge. Wu Shaocheng exhaled, glancing at the corpse of the wild boar, where he noticed not only some copper coins, but also a wild boar tusk. He skillfully maneuvered around the remaining boar and swiftly collected 2 copper coins and a tusk. Tusk, a type of material perhaps needed by villagers, or it could be sold to the general store for 1 copper coin. Is that all? He disdainfully regarded it before tossing it into his backpack. A copper coin is still a copper coin, after all. Earning money in this game is quite arduous. He had amassed only 12 copper coins thus far. Defeating monsters 5 levels below him yielded a mere 2 copper coins each, and he observed groups of players battling rabbits for ages without seeing a single copper coin drop. It was evident just how low the drop rates were in this game. After swiftly dealing with the remaining wild boar, Wu Shaochen began his search for other wild boars, leading them back here to eliminate them. He was genuinely apprehensive about encountering multiple wild boars again, due to the enhancement of his innate abilities. His speed in dispatching wild boars had significantly increased. At last, upon slaying the 8th wild boar, he was generously rewarded with a piece of equipment: wild boar leather armor. Quality: common. Health 40. Physical defense 2. Requirements: none. He promptly replaced his cloth armor, raising his health to 110 points and physical defense to 9 points, thus enhancing his survivability. Continuing on, he aimed to kill 2 more to level up. At this moment, Wu Shaochen's talent and toxins had accumulated to 14 points, beginning to reveal the terrifying potential of this ability. With a damage output of 14 points per second, he could inflict 840 points of true damage in 1 minute. Given that a wild boar possessed 2,000 health points, he could now eliminate one in just over 2 minutes, which translated to merely 3 strikes. Before long, he successfully dispatched 2 more wild boars, and the long-awaited glow of leveling up enveloped him, accompanied by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up. Health 20. Mana 10. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. He allocated all 5 points to agility, resulting in a transformation of his attributes. Name: Sealed Dust Level, 2 health, 90-40, including equipment bonuses. Future totals will be noted. Mana: 70 physical attack, 10-2 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 5-4 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 15-3 experience, 10-500 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 5 bone strength, 5 spirit, 5 agility, 15 skills. Insight: allows viewing information on monsters within 10 levels below one zone. Talent: source of venom. Basic attacks or melee skills will inflict the target with venom. Ranged attacks cannot trigger this effect. Dealing 16 points of true damage per second for 60 seconds, stacking up to 1 layer. During the poisoning period, the target cannot recover health. Traits: for every kill of a target 5 levels above oneself, toxin damage increases by 1 point. For every kill of a boss not below one's realm level, the stacking layers of toxin increase by 1. Each realm boss can only be triggered once. Equipment: Wooden sword, novice equipment, physical attack 2, wild boar leather armor, common equipment. Health 40, physical defense 2, canvas shoes, common equipment. Movement speed 3. Physical defense 2, chapter 6. The king of wild boars. Leveling up is indeed a wonderful experience, yet upon reaching a new level, one must contend with the awkward predicament of being unable to enhance their skills. Wu Shaochen now finds himself slightly regretting the rapid pace of his advancement. Should those players, who are still engaged in the futile endeavor of chasing rabbits, discover his progress, he would surely be subjected to a collective beating. Let us venture forth to ascertain whether there exists a means to confront the level 7 monsters. If not, he shall return to hunt boars. With this thought in mind, Wu Shaochen continued deeper into the forest. The wild boar forest was vast, and it took him quite some time to traverse its expanse. Along the way, he encountered numerous wild boars, all of which he deftly eluded, for he now possessed a movement speed of 18, far surpassing the 11 speed of the boars. Upon exiting the forest, he found himself before a sprawling plain, where he beheld a multitude of gray wolves roaming the grasslands. My goodness, so many! Wu Shaoqing's heart sank. It appeared that engaging them would be an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, since he had arrived, he decided to examine their attributes. He targeted the nearest wolf with an insight spell, relieved to find that the spell's range was sufficient to avoid entering the aggro zone. Wild wolf, level 9 health, 4,000 attack, 115 defense, 55 speed, 20, since the monsters in the novice village lack magical attack and defense. I shall refrain from specifically noting physical attack and defense here. Speed refers to movement speed. Skills, bite, opens its maw wide and bites the target, inflicting 150 physical damage, with a 50 chance to cause bleeding, resulting in a loss of 5 health per second for 10 seconds. Oh dear, each time I inspect a new monster, it feels like a trial for my heart. Upon completing the examination, my only thought is to curse the game designers. Although this game has little to do with the designers, as everything is under the control of the mastermind, I have heard that the mastermind is omnipotent within the game, and thus I dare not speak ill of it. Instead, I shall vent my frustration on the designers. What on earth is this the attribute of a mere ordinary monster? That is undoubtedly the attribute of a boss. Wait, this is a level 9 monster? Then the level 7 and 8 monsters must be along the path in between. It is best to avoid confrontation with this formidable foe. Wu Shaochen turned on his heel and made his retreat, feeling rather cowardly. Once again within the wild boar forest, he continued his journey outward. At that moment, a glimmer of gold caught his eye. Curiosity piqued. He moved towards the source of the golden light. After a short distance, he pushed aside some underbrush, revealing an enormous wild boar, at least twice the size of those he had previously encountered. Surrounding the giant boar was a ring of golden light, a hallmark of boss monsters as per the divine decree. Wow, boss encounter! Wu Shaochen was filled with excitement and quickly cast an insight spell. King of wild boars, black iron level boss, level 6 health, 50,000 attack, 250 defense, 120 speed, 30 skill 1, savage charge. Charges forward at high speed in a straight line, inflicting 150 physical damage to all targets in its path and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Skill 2, Frenzy. When the king of wild boars stands upright, it increases its attack power and speed by 50, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Skill 3. Activation occurs when the wild boar king's health falls below 10, doubling its defense and restoring its health to 30 over a span of 10 seconds. During this period, it is immobile and cannot attack, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Just moments ago, it was stated that the attributes of that wolf were at the boss level. Yet here we are. What an immediate contradiction. This is the true boss. Is it truly the case that a level 6 black iron boss possesses such terrifying attributes? Attribute explosion is one thing, but the skills are even more insidious. Without sufficient output, defeating it is utterly impossible. The final skill has a cooldown of 5 minutes, meaning if one cannot reduce its health by 30 within that time frame, it would be futile to continue battling this boss. Enough of the complaints. I should be accustomed to this. While this boss may seem insurmountable to others, It is not necessarily the same for me. One must remember that my poison can prevent the target from regenerating health. It appears that this boss is destined to be mine, Wu Shaochen mused. He affixed his own label to the Wild Boar King, recognizing that one must not overlook the fact that his innate ability allows him to accumulate toxin levels by defeating bosses of equal or higher rank. Each additional layer of toxin effectively doubles the damage dealt. However, it is evident that I cannot contend with it just yet. I must level up a few more times, at the very least to ensure I can outpace it and withstand its attacks. Wu Shaochen marked the boss's location and exited, heading outdoors. No one would likely come this way for the time being. He intended to check for level 7 monsters. After all, enhancing his talents must take precedence to increase his damage output. Upon returning to the fork in the road, Wu Shaochen chose the middle path leading to the bamboo grove. Entering the grove, he was immediately enveloped in darkness and dampness, the light dim and unwelcoming. Wu Shaochen advanced cautiously, only to suddenly spot a series of green snakes slithering along the bamboo, flicking their tongues in his direction, sending chills down his spine. He cast an insight spell. Green snake, level 3 health, 550 attack, 32 defense, 12 speed, 7 skill, snake venom. Targets struck by the green snake have a 50 chance of being poisoned, losing 2 health per second for 30 seconds. So, level 3 monsters dwell here. No wonder I hadn't encountered them before. However, these green snakes are likely to vex many a player. One would likely prefer to battle crabs rather than face them, given how repulsive their venom is. Yet, he suddenly recalled his own talent. Poison is a marvelous asset. How could it be considered distasteful? Continuing onward, he emerged from the bamboo grove into a dense jungle where the trees were slender yet tightly packed, in stark contrast to the previous forest. The light remained dim, and after a brief walk, he finally spotted a monster. Before him crawled several enormous spiders, both on the trees and the ground. Wu Shaochen suppressed his nausea and cast another insight spell. Giant spider, level 7 health, 2500 attack, 90 defense, 40 speed, 13 skill, web casting, unleashes a massive web within a 2-meter radius ahead, ensnaring the target, rendering them unable to attack or move for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Alas, it appears that battling this creature is impossible. Wu Shaochen expressed his frustration, lamenting that he should not have ventured down this path, feeling as though the creatures within were all adversaries. He resigned himself to the fact that he could not enhance his talents for the time being and decided to return to hunting pigs, aiming to level up sufficiently to confront the Wild Boar King. Thus, Wu Shaochen made his way back to the Wild Boar Forest, embarking on his swine-slaying journey. With his current poison damage of 16 points per second, he could dispatch a wild boar in merely 2 minutes. The process was indeed swift. Each wild boar yielded a base experience of 20 points, with an additional 40 or 8 points after reaching level 2, totaling 28 points of experience per boar. He realized that by defeating just 18 more wild boars, he would ascend to level 3. While Wu Shaochen was diligently hunting in the wild boar forest, a multitude of players crowded the vast grasslands in front of the novice village, frantically competing for the rabbits. To be frank, despite the expansive area teeming with a few thousand rabbits upon each respawn, the sheer number of players rendered the situation quite dire, resulting in a scarcity of available prey. Among the throng, a group of over 10 individuals encircled several rabbit spawn points, skillfully weakening the rabbits for a proud young man in the center to deliver the final blows. After slaying yet another rabbit, a flash of golden light signified the young man's level up beneath his feet. "Congratulations, Huang Xiao, on your advancement," the surrounding players exclaimed in unison. Huang Xiao was undoubtedly the first player in their novice village to achieve this milestone. He had been observing the vicinity closely and noted that no one else had experienced a similar golden glow of promotion. Satisfied, Huang Xiao nodded and allocated all his free attribute points to strength, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he beheld his impressive attack power of 22 points. With 22 attack, these rabbits will be a breeze. Should we venture into the level 2 area? No, Huang Xiao. One of our members has ventured into the level 2 region, and the mountain goats there are ferocious. We are not prepared to withstand them just yet. Unless all of us reach level 1, and a few with full constitution builds can take the lead. We stand no chance, came the cautious reply. Damn it. Why is this game so frustratingly difficult? And they don't even allow us to spend money. It's truly exasperating, Huang Xiao complained. After contemplating, he continued. Has anyone found any equipment? Let them all gather their loot. I want to assemble my gear and try to enter the level 2 area sooner. I'm growing weary of these rabbits. Currently, none of us have obtained any equipment. The drop rate in this game is abysmally low, despite our numbers. We have yet to see a single piece of gear. The auction house is void of any listings as well, one player responded. Damn it, Huang Xiao cursed. Keep a close watch on the auction house. If anyone lists equipment, we need to snatch it up immediately. Chapter 7. The first pot of gold. Wu Shaochen was harvesting wild boars at a pace of 2 minutes per creature, with each boar yielding at least 2 copper coins and a tusk, which was rather satisfactory. The 13th one. After dispatching another boar with poison, Wu Shaochen leisurely approached the carcass to collect his spoils. Ah, yet another piece of equipment. Wu Shaochen joyfully picked up the item lying beside the corpse to inspect it. Butcher's knife, quality, common physical attack, 12 equipment requirement. None. Well, is this it? It seems of little use to me. A few points here and they make no difference, considering it 1T break my defenses. Glancing at the unsightly butcher's knife in his hands, which appeared far less appealing than a novice wooden sword, Wu Shaochen felt disinclined to equip it. Should I list it in the auction house and see if anyone is interested? The Oracle auction system was remarkably user-friendly, allowing players to summon the auction interface and view items available, with options to search by category. If something caught their eye, they could purchase it directly without returning to town. Unwanted items could also be listed for auction, with the choice of cash or in-game currency for transactions. Upon successful cash transactions, the amount would automatically transfer to the linked bank card. Players could not directly recharge. They could only use real money to buy gold and equipment from others, significantly curbing the rise of many affluent players. Wu Shaochen opened the auction interface, momentarily taken aback by its emptiness. Why is there no one selling anything? How much should I list this butcher's knife for? There's no reference price at all. Perhaps I should try listing it for 500 coins? After all, it is the only piece of equipment in the auction house. And with such low drop rates in this game, it should sell. Wu Shaochen murmured to himself. He was in urgent need of money and decided to disregard in-game currency. He listed the butcher's knife, selecting cash for the auction currency and choosing the auction method. Ah, I can choose between fixed pricing or bidding. Since I am unaware of the market price, opting for the bidding method seems wise. This is quite good, Wu Shaochen thought, momentarily praising the system. Wait, the fixed pricing mode has a 10 handling fee, while the bidding mode has a 15 fee. Or ripoff. Just as he had praised it, Wu Shaochen began to complain again. Well, it is what it is. After all, they are the developers. He listed the item anonymously, selected the bidding mode, set the bidding duration for 10 minutes, confirmed, and resumed his pig hunting. At the entrance of the novice village on the Rabbit Prairie, young Master Huang, a weapon has been listed in the auction house, granting 12 physical attack. A young boy exclaimed as he hurried over to Huang Xiao. What are we waiting for? Let us buy it immediately. Is it for in-game currency? Huang pressed. Not all. It's a cash transaction, but the seller has set it to bidding mode. The boy replied. In that case, it doesn't matter. Make sure to secure it for me. Huang remained composed. As long as it's a problem money can solve, it's no issue. Meanwhile, 5 young men were methodically hunting rabbits when one of them suddenly frowned and remarked, Jean Lin, equipment has been listed in the auction house. Oh, based on our observations and analyses during this period, it appears that the rabbits in the novice village do not drop equipment. Could it be that someone has slain the level 2 goats? The handsome man known as Junlin questioned, perplexed. That seems improbable. With our current strength, we have yet to contend with those goats. We might only attempt it once we all reach level 1. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck that someone managed to obtain equipment from the rabbits, another young man remarked. Can we reach out to the seller? Let us spend a bit more money to acquire some information, Junlin suggested. Unfortunately, the seller has listed the items anonymously, replied the young man. Very well. Then we shall have to forego that option. If necessary, we must secure that equipment. Although it is a basic item, an additional 12 points of attack is still significant in the early stages of the game, Junlin stated earnestly. Indeed. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man approached a tall, elegantly poised woman adorned with a white veil, saying, "Miss, there are items available at the auction house." At last, someone is selling equipment? The woman's eyes sparkled with interest as she opened the auction interface, spotting the only item available for bid. She nodded, observing, a piece of basic equipment that grants 12 points of attack. It seems the enhancement of equipment in this game is quite substantial. Let us see if we can acquire it. Simultaneously, in every corner of the 8365 novice village, players were abuzz with discussions about the first piece of equipment in the auction house. The mere presence of one basic item had stirred a sensation throughout the entire village. Items in the auction house are displayed only to players within the same region, and currently, they are all in the same novice village, which will eventually lead to the same main city. Goodness, someone has finally listed equipment in the auction house. After more than an hour, I have yet to see a single piece drop. I began to think this game had no drops at all. The lowest tier of basic equipment can actually add 12 points of attack. That would effectively double 1's damage output. Wake up! The price has already skyrocketed past 10,000. It's merely a basic item. Wealthy players truly do not regard money as significant. Indeed, it's true. I must hurry and continue hunting. Perhaps the next rabbit will drop equipment for me. Over 10,000 is enough for me to spend for several months. Miss, the current bid has reached 12,000. Shall we continue to raise our offer? The middle-aged man leaned in to speak softly to the exquisitely graceful woman. Let us bid 15,000. Beyond that, it's not worth it. It's just a basic item, and soon enough, everyone will be able to obtain one, she replied. Understood. Junlin observed that many eyes were fixated on this equipment, as the price had already soared to 15,000, far exceeding its intrinsic value. A young man remarked, "Yes, that's expected. After all, it is the first piece of equipment, and a weapon at that. However, it remains crucial in the early stages, particularly given the game's exceedingly low drop rates. Otherwise, a basic item would not command such exorbitant prices." Junlin added, "Let us increase our bid by 2,000. Beyond that, it's not worth it. Before long, we will be able to farm plenty of such equipment ourselves. Once Xiaobei and Linzi reach level 1, we shall set out to hunt the goats. On the other side, Huang Xiao. Shall we raise our bid further?" A young man beside Huang Xiao inquired. "Indeed, I possess an abundance of wealth, and yet these individuals dare to vie for it," Huang Xiao disdainfully remarked. For him, the value of matters was inconsequential. Anything resolvable with money was trivial. What he craved was the exhilarating sensation of superiority over others. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, the unknowing architect of this turmoil, continued to brazenly hunt wild boars. If only the poison damage could be slightly enhanced, then I would only require 2 strikes to vanquish one, instead of the current 3. How bothersome. It's all that wretched spider's fault. What bizarre skill is that? It has thwarted my talent cultivation, Wu Shaochen lamented. That makes 18. Once I defeat this one, I shall level up. As he maneuvered the wild boar, he observed its health gradually deplete. With an impressive speed of 18, he felt no strain in dispatching the creature. Soon, the wild boar succumbed to its fate. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 20, mana 10, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. He ascended to level 3, allocating all 5 points to agility, which now reached 20, elevating his speed to 23. Health 150, mana 80, with other stats remaining unchanged. Experience 14 1000. To attain level 4, I require 1000 experience points. At level 3, each wild boar grants 26 points. I must slay 38 to level up, Wu Shaochen grumbled. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by a player for 20,000 yuan. After deducting a transaction fee of 3,000 yuan, the remaining 17,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. What? 20,000. Wu Shaochen was astounded, hastily checking the transaction record to confirm the amount. Upon verifying his bank balance, which displayed 17,700 yuan, he swallowed hard, pinching himself to ensure he was not dreaming. A foolish grin spread across his face. For this single item, he had nearly earned half a year's salary. Who would believe it? Goodness, there are truly many wealthy players in this game. Wu Shaochen's spirits soared, and as he gazed at the wild boars ahead, they appeared almost endearing. With this single piece of equipment, he had recouped the cost of his gaming headset and even profited 7,000 yuan. Finally, he need not worry about sleeping in a bridge hole. Thus, he resumed hunting wild boars. Every one of them represented wealth. Chapter 8. Wild boar equipment. After spending over an hour vanquishing 38 wild boars, my level ascended to 4, granting me 20 additional health points and 10 mana points, which I allocated entirely to agility. During this endeavor, I finally acquired a piece of equipment, a helmet. Wild boar hide helmet, quality. Common health 30 defense, 3 wearing requirement. None in the Oracle. Garments such as clothing, trousers, belts, and helmets are categorized as defensive equipment, primarily enhancing health and defense. Conversely, weapons, rings, bracelets, and necklaces are deemed offensive equipment, which primarily augment attack and critical strike capabilities, while footwear predominantly increases speed. Of course, this classification is relative, not absolute. I equipped the helmet immediately, although selling such gear would yield a substantial fortune. The looming threat of the Wild Boar King compelled me to strengthen my defenses first, hoping to eliminate it swiftly. That would indeed be a considerable bounty. Upon equipping the helmet, my health surged to 200, defense reached 12, and with 25 points in agility, my movement speed escalated to 28. Upon leveling up, I anticipated that my speed would soar to 33, surpassing that of the Wild Boar King, at which point I could contemplate confronting it. I mused. Given my current attributes, should I not hunt wolves instead? It would allow me to accumulate talent points, which I must not forsake, as they are pivotal to my ascent to greatness. However, after some deliberation, I shook my head. The wolves possess a skill that inflicts 150 attack damage, yielding a staggering 172 points of damage. Even after accounting for my defense, I would still incur 160 points of damage. Their bleeding effect inflicts an additional 50 points of damage, which could easily spell my demise. Thus, it would be prudent to gather more equipment first. Glancing at my experience, for 2,000, defeating level 6 wild boars, being 2 levels higher, grants a 20 experience bonus. This means that each wild boar yields 24 experience points. I will need to slay 84 wild boars to level up. If I could procure 2 more pieces of defensive equipment before leveling up, I might then be ready to hunt wolves. Hence, I resolved to continue my pursuit of wild boars. At that moment, several groups of players were engaged in battling level 2 goats in the adjacent area. Nanfeng retreated to regain health, allowing Hao Ran to take the lead while the others continued their assault. Jun Lin orchestrated the battle with precision, and soon, the goat fell to their combined efforts. Jun Lin, an item has dropped, exclaimed Hao Ran, a bright and handsome young man, as he excitedly brandished a helmet. At last, Wei Vi secured a piece of equipment. Jun Lin sighed in relief. This marked their 30th kill of the goats, and despite their extensive experience across various online games, they found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. The difficulty of this game had left even seasoned veterans questioning their capabilities. Why are the stats so poor? Hao Ran lamented as he examined the helmet. What are the stats? Yun Li inquired. 10 health points and 1 defense, Hao Ran replied, exasperated. Perhaps the helmet's attributes are subpar. Since it enhances health and defense, you should equip it, Hao Ran. Let us continue. As long as we can acquire equipment, we will eventually obtain what we seek, Jun Lin advised calmly. The other teams fared far worse than Jun Lin's group, as their skills and awareness were markedly inferior. Struggling against level 2 goats proved exceedingly challenging, with the specter of death frequently casting its white light upon them. Wu Shaochen spent over an hour vanquishing a total of 32 wild boars and finally acquired a piece of equipment, the wild boar belt. Quality, common. Vitality 30, defense 3. Requirements for wearing, none. Upon donning the belt, his vitality surged to 230 points and his defense reached 15 points. A satisfactory improvement indeed. He resolved to secure another piece of defensive gear before confronting the wild wolves. casting a glance at the 3 small red potions in his inventory, each capable of restoring 10 health points per second for 10 seconds. He thought to himself that if worse came to worst, he could afford to expend some potions to gain a few more talent points. After all, once he reached level 5, he would need to seek out level 10 monsters to enhance his talents, which would pose a considerably greater challenge. He had discerned that the higher the monster's level, the more significant the disparity in attributes between levels. And so he resumed his quest, after another hour spent dispatching 28 additional wild boars. He was rewarded yet again with a piece of equipment. However, upon inspection, he felt a twinge of disappointment. It was a wild boar leather armor he already possessed. Sighing, he resolved to place it in the auction house, but his mood lifted at the prospect of a substantial influx of currency. He listed the wild boar leather armor for auction, adhering to his usual protocol, a bidding format with a duration of 10 minutes, conducted anonymously to avoid inundation of private messages. At this moment, discretion was paramount. Quietly accumulating wealth was the true path to success. With Wu Shaochen's wild boar leather armor listed, the entire novice village buzzed with activity as various factions began to place bids. At this juncture, Junlin scrutinized the attributes of the wild boar leather armor in the auction house, his brow furrowed in concern. "What troubles you, Junlin? Is there an issue with that equipment?" Howard inquired. "What are the attributes of your helmet?" Junlin asked. "Vitality 10, Defense 1, Howard replied. "Xiao Bei, what are the attributes of the shoes we just acquired?" Junlin directed his question to Xiao Bei on the other side. "Speed 1, Defense 1, Xiao Bei answered. As his words settled, the others began to grasp the situation. As esteemed figures in the realm of online gaming, their comprehension of the game far surpassed that of the average player. Our equipment attributes are all 2 points. Yet the items in the auction house boast attributes of 6 points, including the previous butcher knife, which equates to 6 points of strength. These 2 pieces of equipment must have dropped from the same type of monster, indicating they were likely listed by the same individual. Such attributes could not have originated from rabbits. If we extrapolate, they most likely dropped from a level 6 monster," Junlin articulated gravely. "Are you jesting? A level 6 monster? We're barely surviving encounters with level 2 monsters, and you suggest someone has slain a level 6 beast?" Howard exclaimed incredulously. "Indeed, unless one were cheating, it's implausible for anyone to defeat a level 6 monster. Given the nature of this game, a level 6 monster could effortlessly eliminate us," Lindsay interjected. "This game likely lacks any cheating mechanisms. Xiao Bei, please investigate whether there are any wild boars nearby and ascertain their level and attributes. Judging by the equipment's name, it should have dropped from a wild boar. Head left at the upcoming fork. If there are wild boars, they are likely in the left forest," Nanfeng suggested. On the other side, a woman adorned in a white veil contemplated as she clutched the recently acquired garment, her gaze drifting towards the apparel displayed at the auction house. Initially, she assumed that the attributes of the white equipment obtainable from earlier levels were somewhat comparable. However, it became evident that she had underestimated the individual responsible for listing the auction gear. It was clear that this person's white equipment was not merely obtained from defeating level 1 to 2 monsters. "Lu, could you assist me in locating any wild boars? Please check their attributes and inform me," she instructed a middle-aged man behind her. "Of course, miss," Lu promptly replied. Xiao Bei soon returned to the group, his expression grave as he shared the attributes of the wild boar he had discovered through his insights. "Goodness, with 2,000 health, 70 attack, and a staggering defense of 30 points. Do you honestly believe anyone can defeat such a creature at this stage?" Hao Ran exclaimed dramatically. Yunli fell silent. If someone claimed they could conquer such a beast, even he would begin to question their credibility. The disparity in attributes was no longer a matter of skill or awareness. Enough of this. Since we are in the same novice village, we will inevitably encounter it one day. Let us then ascertain its hidden strengths. Given that this equipment is likely dropped by a level 6 monster, and we are currently unable to acquire it, we shall see if we can obtain it later. A 6-point attribute enhancement is quite significant, Junlin stated with a somber tone. Meanwhile, the woman observed the attributes of the wild boar shared by the middle-aged man, remaining silent for a long while before finally declaring, "Let us strive to secure this piece of equipment." At that moment, Huang Xiao, having raised the bidding to 20,000, scoffed as he noticed no one was contesting him. Humph, is it really only 20,000? Well, a bunch of paupers. As the bidding time drew to a close, Huang Xiao calmly awaited the notification of his successful transaction. Suddenly, in the final second, two bids appeared simultaneously, one for 25,000 and another for 30,000. Ultimately, the player who offered 30,000 won the auction. Unbelievable, what a theft! Huang Xiao exclaimed, exasperated. Holding the wild boar hide armor. How Ran admired. You truly are clever. Junlin, you anticipated that someone might share our thoughts. I had initially planned to bid 21,000, and had I done so, I would have likely lost my chance at this equipment. With a notification of bid unsuccessful, the amount has been refunded to your linked bank account. The woman in white furrowed her brow. She had believed that increasing her bid by 5,000 at the last moment would secure her victory, only to discover that someone had preempted her strategy. Chapter 9. The Wild Wolf Ding. The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by another player for the sum of 30,000 yuan. After deducting a service fee of 500 yuan, a remaining balance of 500 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. What? The price has actually increased? Wu Shaochen exclaimed in astonishment as he opened the transaction record. This defies logic. Logically, the second piece of equipment cannot possibly hold the same value as the first, especially since the first was a weapon. How could it have appreciated in value? Wu Shaochen found himself utterly perplexed. He had been contemplating listing the item at a fixed price of 15,000 yuan. Thankfully, he had refrained from doing so. He quickly checked his bank balance, and upon seeing 43,200 yuan, he couldn't help but grin foolishly. To speak candidly, he had never encountered such a sum of money in his life. It felt as though he were dreaming. Bang! Just as Wu Shaochen was lost in his reverie, a sudden crash sent him sprawling, colliding against a tree, stars dancing before his eyes as he momentarily succumbed to dizziness. -90, what the hell? You ambushed me. Wu Shaochen cursed vehemently. In his daze, he had completely forgotten he was battling creatures. After slaying so many wild boars, he finally understood the repercussions of a barbaric charge. While Wu Shaochen was still reeling from the impact, he was once again jostled by a wild boar. -55, fortunately, with a health pool of 230. He would have been back in town at level 3. Although death in the novice village does not result in a loss of levels, it does entail the forfeiture of equipment, and in the realm of the divine decree, death invariably leads to equipment loss. Given the current value of gear, losing even a single item would be enough to cause him immense grief. Wu Shaochen retaliated with a swift strike against the wild boar and made a hasty retreat, grumbling under his breath about the pain. How could a mere 5 sensation hurt so much? Had he struck his kidney? He glared resentfully at the boar pursuing him, declaring, "You are doomed." Under the combined torment of Wu Shaochen's poison and relentless taunts, the wild boar finally succumbed after 2 minutes of struggle. It dropped 2 copper coins, a tusk, and a piece of equipment. This time the equipment dropped rather swiftly. It seems like a compensation for my troubles. Picking it up, he examined the item. Wild boar leather pants, quality. Common health 40 defense, 2 wearing requirement. None hastily donning the new gear, Wu Shaochen reopened his character interface. Name, Dustbound level, 4 health, 270 mana, 90 physical attack, 12 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 17 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 28 experience, 1564, 2000 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 5 bone, 5 spirit, 5 agility, 25 skills, insight talent, source of venom. Inflicts 16 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds. Stackable up to 1 layer. Equipment, wooden sword. Beginner equipment, physical attack 2, boar leather armor, basic equipment. Health 40, defense 2, canvas shoes, basic equipment. Speed 3. Defense 2, boar leather helmet, basic equipment. Health 30, defense 3, boar belt, basic equipment. Health 30, defense 3, boar leather pants, basic equipment. Health 40. Defense 2, the defensive gear is nearly complete, a full set of boar equipment. Unfortunately, It does not constitute a set bonus. It seems the boar does not drop accessories. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential as for Wu Shaocheng. Offense holds little value. Defense is paramount. Gazing at his attributes, Wu Shaocheng furrowed his brow. These stats are insufficient to tackle wild wolves. However, with his defense gear equipped, any enhancement would necessitate leveling up, which seems pointless. Wu Shaocheng began to calculate once more. The wild wolves possess 4,000 health points, and his poison damage is 16 points. It would necessitate 5 applications of poison to slay a single wolf, meaning he would have to endure 5 hits. If it were a standard attack, it would be manageable. Subtracting defense, he would only sustain 98 points of damage. With his current recovery rate of 2 points per second, 50 seconds would suffice. However, should he incur skill damage, that would amount to 155 points, which is still tolerable. His main concern lies with the possibility of triggering a bleeding effect, as one remains in combat during bleeding, and must wait an additional 10 seconds post-bleeding to begin healing. Thus, he would have only 40 seconds to recover, translating to a mere 80 health points restored, compelling him to resort to potions. Casting a glance at the 6 small red potions in his inventory, Wu Shaocheng resolved, "Let us do this. If necessary, I could drink potions. If I could defeat one, it's worth it. Any talent gain would be beneficial." With his decision made, Wu Shaocheng promptly rose and made his way towards the wild wolf territory. Shortly, he traversed the boar forest and arrived at the wild wolf plain, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the packs of wolves. Drawing aggro is indeed an art, as the exact hate distance of the monsters is unknown, making it quite challenging to lure just one. Fortunately, Wu Shaocheng's speed currently exceeds that of the wolves. If he attracted too many, he could always retreat to the boar forest, where they would cease their pursuit once beyond their territory. Taking careful steps closer to the nearest group of wild wolves, he endeavored to lure one out. Soon, he reached the aggro range, and to his dismay, 4 or 5 wolves simultaneously charged towards him. Goodness, so many! Wu Shaocheng quickly dashed back to the boar forest, and after a while, the wolves leisurely returned to their original position. Thus, Wu Shaocheng persisted in his attempts, and after more than 10 minutes of trial and error, he finally encountered a solitary, naive wolf that followed him out. Wu Shaocheng revealed a nightmarish smile as he beheld the approaching wolf and raised his sword for a strike. -1, -16, perhaps Wu Shaocheng's grin provoked the wolf, for it retaliated immediately with a fierce bite. -155 ding. You have been afflicted with a bleeding effect, losing 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. Damn it. Wu Shaocheng felt a surge of frustration. What terrible luck to be struck so swiftly. Wu Shaocheng swiftly darted away, circling the wild wolf while retrieving a vial of red potion from his backpack. A pained expression etched upon his face. The drop rate for this item was notoriously low, and every sip diminished his supply. Timing his strike perfectly, he landed another blow on the wolf just as the poison began to wane. The wolf retaliated with a claw, but fortunately, it was not a skill attack, prompting Wu Shaocheng to breathe a sigh of relief. Alas, his moment of joy was short-lived, for on his 3rd strike, he was bitten once more, tragically triggering the bleeding effect. Isn't there only a 50 chance for bleeding? Why do I keep getting hit? He gritted his teeth and consumed another vial of red potion. Having already expended 2 potions on a single wild wolf felt exceedingly inefficient. On the 4th attempt, he executed a standard attack and emerged unscathed, but on the 5th, he was bitten again. Thankfully, the bleeding effect did not activate. He mused that even if it had, he could afford to wait a bit longer before engaging another foe. Before long, the first wolf lay defeated at his feet. A notification chimed. You have slain Wild Wolf, earning 40 experience points. Due to the 5-level difference, you receive an additional 20 experience points. Another alert followed. Talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1 point. It had been a long time since he had heard such notifications. Despite the 2 potions wasted, the sound made it all worthwhile. Approaching the wolf's carcass, he was pleasantly surprised to find it rather generous, yielding 4 copper coins and a wolf claw, described similarly to a wild boar's tusk. He resolved to check for any quests to submit upon returning to the village. However, the experience gained from the wild wolves was quite substantial. At this rate, After slaying 6 more, he would level up, which meant he could only enhance his talents by 6 points. It was rather vexing. Why did they have to grant such high experience? Once again embarking on his quest to lure monsters, he was fortunate this time. A gap had formed as he had drawn away the previous wolves, making it easy to attract another. After raising his talent to 17 points, he found that he only needed to strike 4 times to defeat a wild wolf, saving him 1 attack. Regrettably, Wu Shaocheng's luck still eluded him. As of those 4 strikes, 3 were skill attacks, 2 of which inflicted bleeding. With a heavy heart, he consumed 2 more potions, muttering curses upon the wolf's entire lineage. As the wolf fell, his talent increased once more, reaching 18 points. Yet, with only 2 potions remaining in his backpack, he hesitated to continue the fight. If he faced another series of attacks with 3 resulting in bleeding, it could spell disaster. Though the odds were slim, he felt a palpable malice from the system directed at him. Perhaps it's best to return to the village and purchase more potions, he decided, having lost interest in hunting wild boars. Glancing at the over 200 copper coins in his possession, he thought, once I buy more potions, I shall return to hunt here. With wealth comes freedom. Chapter 10. The old man is quite cunning. As Wu Shaochen made his way back, he contemplated shedding his equipment, donning the novice cloth armor, and wielding a wooden sword as he approached the village. He was uncertain about the gear accumulated by other players. Yet he was confident that none matched his own, considering he was slaying monsters beyond his level with remarkable efficiency. It was prudent to remain inconspicuous. Attracting attention would not bode well for him. Upon returning to the goat area, he observed countless players clustered in groups, diligently farming the goats. Indeed, they were all clad in the same novice cloth armor and wielding wooden swords. Occasionally, he spotted a player adorned with different equipment, but such instances were exceedingly rare. The game's drop rates were disheartening. Thankfully, he had removed his gear prior to returning. Otherwise, he would surely have drawn a crowd. Without lingering, Wu Shaochen swiftly exited the goat area. As he departed, a woman veiled in a white scarf furrowed her brow, contemplating the direction he had taken. This individual, her speed appeared markedly different. She mused, it cannot be solely attributed to agility points. We are all merely level 2, so his swiftness seems implausible. What is the matter, miss? Is there something amiss with that individual? Uncle Lu inquired, glancing in the direction of his mistress's gaze, though the figure had already vanished from view. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head, perhaps attributing her thoughts to unwarranted sensitivity. Wu Shaochen soon arrived back in the village, which was now largely deserted, as most had ventured out to hunt monsters. He thought to himself, I should check for any available quests. He then dashed towards the white-haired elder stationed at the village entrance. He presumed this to be the village chief. Greetings, village chief. Might there be anything I can assist you with? Wu Shaochen inquired politely. Adventurer, your current prowess is insufficient to aid me. Perhaps you could visit Grandma Lu to the north of the village and see if she has any tasks for you, the village chief replied. Very well. Not enough levels to accept the quest, Wu Shaochen acknowledged, scampering towards the northern part of the village. He soon spotted an elderly woman sitting on a chair basking in the sun and approached her eagerly. Hello, Grandma Lu. Is there anything you require assistance with? He asked. Oh, young adventurer, indeed I do. Recently, rabbits have overrun the area outside the village, devouring all my carrots. Could you help me eliminate these troublesome rabbits? The old woman implored. Ding! Grandma Lu has issued you a quest. Travel to the prairie and slay 10 little white rabbits. Then return with their fur to deliver to Grandma Lu. Quest rewards. Experience 10, copper coins 10. Will you accept? Is that all? Should I say I find it beneath me? Wouldn't hunting wolves be more rewarding? He decisively opted to decline. With a hasty retreat under Grandma Lu's forlorn gaze, he mused, is the quest reward in this game truly so meager? Perhaps this is merely the most basic of tasks. As Wu Shaochen wandered through the novice village, he suddenly noticed a farmer sitting despondently at his doorstep, a clear indication that he had a quest. Wu Shaochen promptly approached and courteously asked, Good day, sir. Is there anything I can assist you with? Adventurer, greetings. I have recently encountered some difficulties, and your willingness to help would be immensely appreciated. Recently, wild boars have frequently been seen roaming the forest, wreaking havoc on my crops. Can you assist me in eliminating these wretched creatures? The farmer inquired. Ding. The farmer has issued you a quest. Venture into the forest to slay wild boars and return with 50 boar tusks to deliver to him. Quest rewards. Experience 500. Copper coins 200. Will you accept? Ah, isn't this a fortuitous opportunity? Observing the over 100 boar tusks in his inventory, Wu Shaochen unhesitatingly clicked to accept. However, just as he was about to submit the quest, he suddenly paused. Wait a moment. If I submit this, won't I level up immediately? How then will I enhance my talents? He quickly retracted the boar tusks he had intended to present. This crafty old man is trying to undermine my abilities. Never mind. Since there is no time limit on the quest, I shall return to submit it later when I can no longer grind for talents in the novice village. At that time, I will complete all the quests again. Experience points are inconsequential. The copper coin reward is what truly matters. Having settled on this course of action, Wu Shaochen turned toward the apothecary. There was no need to pursue other quests at this moment. Talent enhancement was his foremost priority. Upon arriving at the apothecary, he inspected the merchandise and was taken aback by the price of the red potion, small, set at 20 copper coins. His expression darkened. How exorbitant! Initially, he had anticipated that such a basic potion would cost no more than 1 or 2 copper coins. With over 200 copper coins, he could have effortlessly purchased more than 100 bottles. Now, however, he could only afford 10. This is outrageous, Wu Shaochen muttered, ultimately gritting his teeth and purchasing 10 bottles. With only 16 copper coins remaining in his pouch, he felt a pang of anguish. Each coin had been painstakingly collected from the ground. He hurried to the general store and sold the surplus 81 boar tusks. The quest required only 50, and with 131 in his possession, he had no choice but to sell the excess. Players can only undertake the same quest once unless it is part of a chain quest. Having acquired 81 copper coins, he returned to the apothecary to purchase 4 more bottles of red potion before making his way outside the village. As he walked, Wu Shaochen opened the chat channel. To be honest, he had been playing this game for several hours, solely focused on monster slaying, and had yet to glance at the chat. He felt somewhat disconnected from the community and decided it was time to see what others were discussing. Currently, the chat channel featured only regional and private messages. Upon opening the regional channel, he was greeted with a flurry of activity. Forming a team to hunt goats, level 1 and above preferred. Ideally those with full strength or balance builds. 2 full-strength players to join me in slaying goats. Is there anyone who can assist me in hunting goats? I just reached level 1. Damn it, I was killed again. Thankfully, there is no level loss before level 10. Otherwise, I'd have to return to fighting rabbits. The damage from these goats is too high. As he observed the chat buzzing with discussions about goat hunting, Wu Shaochen shook his head. Thankfully, his talents allowed him to fight monsters beyond his level. Otherwise, he would likely be scrambling for kills alongside everyone else. He heard that several level 2 players had ventured to tackle level 3 monsters, only to return shortly thereafter. Are level 3 monsters truly that fearsome? It must be terrifying. I specifically investigated the attributes of the green serpent. Its venom is exceedingly repulsive. Without potions, it is utterly impossible to defeat it, and the potions in the shop are exorbitantly priced. Thus, the esteemed players likely have no intention of challenging the green serpent any longer. At this moment, the expressions of Junlin and his companions, who had just emerged from the bamboo grove, were far from pleasant. Let us return to farm the goats. We shall abandon the green serpent and instead level up to confront the level 4 crabs directly. Junlin remarked, indeed, engaging the green serpent is not worth the effort. It consumes too many potions. Nanfeng responded, alas, if we proceed in this manner, the gap between us and that individual will only widen. Howard interjected, our talents are predominantly suited for the later stages. We possess no significant advantages in the early game, so there is no need to compete with him. That individual's abilities likely provide considerable advantages in the early stages, but this may not hold true as we progress. Therefore, we need not be overly concerned. Given our capabilities, surpassing him later on will not prove difficult. Junlin concluded. Wu Shaochen swiftly returned to the wild wolf territory, and upon seeing the 16 potions in his backpack, he felt an immediate surge of confidence. After spending a few minutes luring out a wild wolf, he engaged it head-on. Chapter 11. The Wolf Tooth Necklace Ding. You have slain a wild wolf and earned 40 experience points. As you have surpassed level 5 in this encounter, you receive an additional 20 experience points. Ding. Your talent attribute has activated, enhancing your poison damage by 1 point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your health increases by 20, mana by 10, and you gain 5 free attribute points to allocate wisely. Having consumed 7 potions, you vanquish another 5 wild wolves, and the leveling notification appears once more. However, Wu Shaochen wears a look of melancholy. Alas, the opportunity to enhance his talents eludes him again. He allocates all his attribute points to agility, resulting in the following changes. Level LV4 to LV5, health from 270 to 290, mana from 90 to 100, agility from 25 to 30, and movement speed from 28 to 33. The poison damage has escalated to 23, with experience at 3,000. Approaching the carcass of the wild wolf, he collects 4 copper coins and a wolf claw, unexpectedly discovering an item of equipment. A piece of jewelry he had never seen before. Wolf Tooth Necklace Quality. Common physical attack 10, critical hit rate 1 requirements. None. Wu Shaochen blinked, realizing that this equipment was indeed remarkable, undoubtedly a gem among common items. A 1 critical hit rate is an intriguing attribute. This equipment seems rather useless for him. Poison damage cannot land critical hits. It appears that early game attack gear offers little utility for him, while future skill-based equipment will be advantageous. Since it holds no value for him, he decides to sell it for profit, which brings him joy. He lists it anonymously in an auction with a bidding time of 10 minutes, confirming the action. Wow, everyone look at the auction house. Those with keen eyes immediately notice the equipment listed, rushing to alert others in the regional channel. Damn, a necklace granting 10 attack and a 1 critical hit rate. I just managed to defeat a goat and obtain a weapon with only 4 attack. Why is there such a disparity among common gear? Indeed, the armor I acquired pales in comparison to the wild boar leather armor previously listed in the auction house. Could it be that high-level monsters yield superior drops? To the seller of this equipment, could you please reveal where this necklace was obtained? I want to stake out the location. Same here. I must acquire this item. Huang Xiao's eyes were fixated on the necklace in the auction house. Clearly, his previous experience of being outmaneuvered left him quite disgruntled. And for someone who has maximized his stats, this necklace would significantly enhance his prowess. Its benefits surpassed even the weapon he had purchased for 20,000, and the allure of a 1 critical hit rate was undeniable. Though the chance may be modest, it represents a breakthrough from nothing to something. Without this necklace, one could never achieve a critical hit. With it, the possibility became ever-present. Meanwhile, Junlin observed the necklace in the auction house, a rare glint of fervor appearing in his eyes. Junlin, this equipment complements your talents splendidly, Nanfeng remarked earnestly. Aware of Junlin's capabilities, his critical hit damage is amplified by 100, meaning while others deal double damage on a critical hit, he inflicts thrice the damage. However, this is contingent upon actually landing a critical hit. Without it, his talent is rendered moot. This equipment cannot be overlooked, Junlin asserted decisively. Similarly, the masked woman exhibited an unwavering determination towards acquiring the equipment. Once it was listed, the price soared dramatically, indicating a substantial demand for this item. However, in this novice village, only 3 major factions truly held sway. This time, Wu Shaochen remained vigilant, closely monitoring the auction information. While the previous surprises were exhilarating, he was eager to observe the rise in auction prices. Within less than 5 minutes, the price had surpassed 20,000, filling Wu Shaochen with delight. As time ticked past 9 minutes, the necklace's price stabilized at 30,000, with scarcely anyone willing to bid further, not due to a lack of funds, but rather a sense of unworthiness. Huang Xiao, no one is bidding anymore. This necklace is surely yours, remarked a youth. No, have you forgotten the last incident? At the final second, someone will undoubtedly make a move. Just raise it to 50,000 at the last moment to thwart those opportunists. Huang Xiao retorted with a cold smirk. Soon, during the final second of bidding, a flurry of prices emerged, culminating in a player bidding 60,000. Damn it, playing dirty. Huang Xiao fumed, nearly lashing out at his subordinate. His defeat stemmed not from the monetary loss, but from the psychological warfare. Observing yet another failed bid notification, the masked woman sighed. She had just placed a bid of 50,000, believing it to be the upper limit for this equipment. She could hardly fathom someone bidding 60,000 for a mere whiteboard item. Is there no limit to the value of anything? She pondered. Even if the attributes are excellent, it is merely a white gear that will be obsolete in a day or two. Uncle Lou, is my understanding of this game insufficient? The woman inquired of the middle-aged man beside her. Miss, I've never been a gamer. Do you know why the master insists I join? Uncle Lou replied. Is it because father intends to invest in a business within the game? Your insight is unparalleled, so he wants you to assess the investment potential, correct? She asked. Indeed. Miss, you've always been astute, grasping matters with ease. Would you like to hear my perspective on this game? Uncle Lou offered. She nodded in agreement. With a grave expression, Uncle Lou stated, my understanding is that this transcends mere gaming. It has evolved into a second world for humanity, a realm of the spirit, destined to encapsulate all aspects of human existence. I intend to recommend to the master that we transition most of our real-world enterprises into this virtual domain. The woman's eyes widened, and after a pause, she replied, I know how to proceed. Meanwhile, Junlin adorned the necklace, a smile gracing his lips. 60,000. Are you certain a whiteboard item is worth it? Howard questioned, visibly pained. Indeed, it is worthwhile. The drop rate for jewelry is inherently low, and it's rare to find one that enhances critical hits. This equipment will likely accompany me throughout the novice village, and this investment will yield countless returns in the future. This game is unlike any other. It presents us with a unique opportunity that we must seize, Junlin asserted with conviction. Notification. The item you listed at the auction house has been successfully purchased by another player for the sum of 60,000 yuan. After deducting the transaction fee of 9,000 yuan, a total of 51,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. At this moment, Wu Shaochen was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that this necklace would fetch a price higher than his previous equipment, yet he never imagined it would soar to such heights of 60,000 yuan. Initially, upon seeing the figure of 30,000 yuan, he thought that was the likely limit, but to his astonishment, the final second brought him an unexpected surprise. How many wealthy individuals there are? Wu Shaochen reflected. Before entering the game, he had merely 700 yuan in savings and was preoccupied with concerns about his rent. In less than 6 hours, his savings were on the verge of reaching 6 figures, a feat he had never dared to dream of. With renewed determination, he proclaimed, I shall no longer rent. I now harbor dreams. I aspire to purchase a home. Chapter 12. The Silver Wolf next. Let us examine the attributes of the level 10 monsters and ascertain if they can be defeated. If so, I may continue to grind for talents. Traversing the wild wolf plain, I proceeded forward, trailed by a pack of wild wolves. Unfortunately, wild wolves are aggressive creatures. Entering their hatred range prompts them to pursue relentlessly. However, with a movement speed of 33, I paid little heed, as they could not catch up. After walking for a considerable distance, a valley emerged before me, and in the distance, I espied several majestic silver wolves patrolling. Oh no, not wolves again. My heart sank. I am still relying on health potions to combat the wild wolves, and these silver wolves appeared far more formidable. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, I cast a detection spell at the nearest silver wolf. Silver wolf, level, 10 health, 6,000 attack, 140 defense, 60 speed, 30 skill, swift strike, with a howl. Gains 50 attack speed and 50 movement speed for 30 seconds, cooldown of 2 minutes. Alas, this creature counters me. I stand no chance. Time to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, I turn to leave. Perhaps I should log off and have something to eat. After 6 hours of play, I had consumed only a single piece of bread. My body could not endure such neglect. Having earned a fair sum, I ought to treat myself. Finding a safe spot, I logged off, removed my helmet, and sat up from my bed. Shaking my head, I felt no discomfort, but suddenly my stomach churned violently, prompting a hasty dash to the bathroom. This visit lasted a grueling half hour, leaving me utterly drained as I emerged from the restroom, staggering slightly. Surely, the bread I had at noon had spoiled. I must be more cautious about what I consume in the future. Taking a seat on the dilapidated sofa in my rented room, I indulged in the luxury of ordering a family bucket, having planned to dine out. Yet, given my current state, walking was a challenge, and takeout was my only option. After placing the order, I perused the forums on my phone. Almost every post revolved around the Oracle, and astonishingly, 2 of the top 3 posts were about me, each garnering millions of views. 1. Speculations on high-attribute equipment frequently appearing at auction house 8365. 2. Auction price of whiteboard equipment at auction house 8365 reaches 60,000. 3. Discovery of a newbie village boss. Wild Boar King, attributes attached. Experts seeking strategy can take note. Intrigued, I clicked on the first thread, where an individual claiming to be a game commentator shared their thoughts on the equipment I had listed. To my surprise, their insights were quite accurate. Currently, it is known that 3 exceptional items have been listed in the 8365 newbie village, and I suspect the first 2 were dropped by the level 6 wild boars. The third item, the Wolf Fang necklace, is likely a drop from the level 9 wild wolves. I strongly recommend that the authorities investigate this individual. I suspect they may be cheating. The wild wolves, let alone the level 6 wild boars, are far beyond the capabilities of players at this stage. The comments below amassed hundreds of thousands, predominantly calling for an investigation into this suspected cheater. There are a mere handful who speculate it might be a matter of skill. However, such individuals are swiftly drowned out. Remarkably, this post received an official response. The Oracle does not employ cheats. A straightforward and succinct reply, devoid of superfluous words. Yet it effectively silenced those eager to follow suit with their opinions. The official stance is rather formidable, Wu Shaochen remarked, brushing his nose. He then glanced at the 2 subsequent posts and thought to himself, I never anticipated someone would uncover the Wild Boar King. It appears I must act swiftly to eliminate it. Although no one could slay in the short term, the sensation of being watched is rather unpleasant. After a little over 10 minutes, the delivery finally arrived. Following a hearty feast, Wu Shaochen wiped his mouth and reclined on his bed. Donning his helmet to log back in, he materialized at the same location where he had logged off previously, assessing his attributes. Engaging the Wild Boar King was still beyond his capabilities, and confronting the wild wolves would squander his potions. Must I return to hunt wild boars? Can I honestly say the sight of wild boars makes me nauseous? Perhaps he should investigate the level 8 creatures. If he could defeat them, he might acquire some distinctive equipment, which could potentially enhance his attributes and enable him to challenge the Wild Boar King. The level 8 monsters should be lurking behind those spiders. He must tread carefully through the spider-infested jungle to avoid being ensnared by those grotesque webs. Otherwise, even with his current attributes, he would not withstand more than a few encounters. Alas, the distribution of monsters in this game is utterly chaotic. How many players will fall victim to this? Just imagine, when most players feel no pressure against level 3 green snakes, they will almost certainly opt to venture deeper, preparing to confront higher-level monsters. Yet upon stepping inside, they may be ensnared by a level 7 spider, and the despair of such a predicament could leave lasting psychological scars. With practiced ease, Wu Shaochen navigated to the spider jungle, utilizing his remarkable speed to traverse it safely. At last, he encountered a level 8 monster, but the sight of the toad before him filled him with discomfort. Toad, level 8 health, 3200 attack, 100 defense, 48 speed, 15 skill, tongue strike, extends its tongue to strike a target ahead, ignoring 50 of defense to inflict 145 physical damage, while reducing the target's movement speed by 30. Cool down, 10 seconds. Ah, this is feasible, Wu Shaochen calculated. The toad skill, which disregards 50 defense, could only deal 137 damage to him. With his health of 290, he felt no fear. With a toxin damage of 23 points, he could dispatch it in 3 strikes. And even with a 30 reduction, his speed of 33 points would still leave him with 20 points. More than sufficient to torment it. Well, it may be ugly, but I shall endure. I'm not courting it. The level 8 Toad would grant Wu Shaochen 30 experience points, plus an additional 9 points for being 3 levels higher, totaling 39 experience points per kill. He would need to slay 77 to level up. Besides 4 copper coins, the Toad would also yield a viscous saliva, likely a quest item. Every type of monster in the novice village should have a corresponding quest. Thus, Wu Shaochen embarked on his journey to exterminate toads. At this moment, many of the leading players in the novice village have attained level 3 and have begun their quest to conquer the crabs. Each player possesses several pieces of equipment, with the most formidable among them fully clad in defensive gear. However, the majority of this armor, acquired from slaying goats, offers only a meager 2 points of defense, providing little enhancement to their capabilities. Despite their efforts being organized into groups of at least 5, the attributes of the crabs remain overwhelmingly formidable for players at this stage, rendering the battles exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Novice Village number 8,365 gaze longingly at the auction house, each one eagerly anticipating the return of the enigmatic expert to sell more equipment. Although the auction house has seen a fair number of items listed, they are predominantly 2-point attribute pieces, and the prices remain exorbitantly high. Some sellers, perhaps influenced by the previous transaction involving Wu Shaochen's equipment, have listed items for 20,000 to 30,000, only to find no interest whatsoever. Just then, a pair of shoes appear in the auction house, priced at 10,000. Astonishingly, within a mere second of being listed, they were snatched away. What has transpired? I seem to have witnessed a shoe materialize and then vanish before my very eyes. Indeed, upon reviewing the auction records, I discovered that these shoes boasted 5 points of attributes, undoubtedly listed by that illustrious figure. Who on earth possesses such lightning-fast reflexes? Surely, they must have been single for 30 years. Chapter 13. Confrontation with the wild boar king Wu Shaochen stared blankly at the auction house, bewildered by the rapidity of the transactions. Had he truly just clicked to confirm, yet before his hand could even lift, the item had vanished? Was his listing price too low, or the affluent simply too abundant? The shoes in question were a pair of canvas sneakers he had obtained after defeating his first sea turtle, which he had worn ever since. Having just acquired a new pair of shoes from a toad, he thought to list the old ones for 10,000, contemplating a price reduction if there were no takers, for they were but second-hand shoes he had worn, and he did not wish to deceive anyone. It appears he had underestimated the value of equipment. He had not anticipated that even second-hand shoes would be so coveted. He glanced at the newly acquired toad boots, speed 5, defense 3, which brought his movement speed to 35 and defense to 18, quite enticing indeed. He continued his relentless pursuit. For the next 2 hours, Wu Shaochen diligently hunted toads, slaying a total of 77 and finally elevating his level to 6. During this time, he acquired 3 pieces of equipment: Toad Belt, Health 40, Defense 4, Toad Helmet, Health 40, Defense 4, Toad Ring, Health 20, Physical Attack 8, Attack Speed 1 due to the additional health points granted by the ring. Wu Shaochen chose to wear it himself rather than sell it. He then listed the Wild Boar Belt and Wild Boar Helmet on the auction house, setting a bidding duration of 10 minutes. After the time elapsed, both items were sold, fetching a price of 30,000 each. As player levels and equipment progressed, the significance of level 6 Wild Boar gear diminished. Finally managed to buy something, remarked the veiled woman, somewhat surprised that even after such a long time since the server's launch, the prices of basic equipment remained so high. Indeed, it has become apparent that even white equipment possesses varying attributes, leading to higher prices for those with superior qualities. However, the prices 1T remain exorbitant for long. They will likely decrease as players level up and acquire better gear. Equipment in a novice village changes every hour, Uncle Lou interjected. I wonder what kind of individuals are capable of defeating such high-level monsters. Could it be a large faction relying on sheer numbers? The woman pondered aloud. That's unlikely. If they were relying on numbers, their presence would certainly be notable, and it would be impossible for no one to have noticed. Moreover, if they had many players, they would require gear for themselves. It would be improbable for them to have surplus equipment to sell. Thus, I believe the team selling the gear cannot exceed 5 individuals. And it may even be just one person Uncle Lu analyzed. The woman nodded, evidently in agreement with Uncle Lu's assessment, though her mind inadvertently drifted back to the fleeting figure she had glimpsed previously. Wait, he seemed to have emerged from the direction of the wild boar forest. She suddenly realized. Could it be him? She mused silently, resolved that should she encounter this individual again, she would pay close attention. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone's interest as he was currently examining the attributes of the gear he had equipped after leveling up, contemplating how to allocate his 5 attribute points. Name, Dust Sealed level, 6 health, 350 mana, 110 physical attack, 20 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 18 magical defense, 5 movement speed, 35 attack speed, 7 from 35 agility, plus 1 from the ring, experience, 4,000 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 5 bone, 5 spirit, 5 agility, 30 skill, insight talent, source of venom, inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target every second for 60 seconds. Stackable up to 1 layer. Let us allocate these 5 points to constitution, focusing primarily on hunting the wild boar king for now. With this, my health will rise to 400 points, allowing for a natural recovery of 4 points per second. Otherwise, even with 399 health, I would recover only 3 points per second. Thus, I have allocated the 5 attribute points to Constitution, bringing my health to precisely 400. Glancing into my backpack, I noted I originally had 9 potions left, but I have just acquired 6 more, totaling 15 red potions. I feel prepared to confront the Wild Boar King, a boss I've long coveted. In my mind, I replayed the Wild Boar King's attributes. 250 attack power against my 20 defense means it would inflict 230 damage on me. In 50 seconds, I will regain 200 health, so I should be fine. I am well acquainted with its barbaric charge and should evade it with ease. The key is to avoid proximity during its berserk state. However, I fear the poison may dissipate within the 30 seconds of its rage. Yet, there is little I can do about it, if need be. I shall endure a little longer. With my resolve firm, I set forth toward the location of the Wild Boar King. Upon seeing its massive form, a twinge of trepidation stirred within me. Despite my enhanced attributes, the aura of intimidation remained palpable. As I inched closer, I soon entered the aggro range, prompting the Wild Boar King to emit a thunderous roar and charge at me with a barbaric charge. What is this? The wind-up is different. I swiftly dodged aside. Typically, when the boar employs its skill, it would scrape its front hooves beforehand. Yet this Wild Boar King made no such gesture, opting instead to roar. Luckily, my extensive experience with hunting boars had instilled a reflex for evading the barbaric charge, allowing me to escape unscathed. Seizing the brief moment of stillness after the Wild Boar King's attack, I turned and slashed my sword against its rear, then quickly retreated. Observing the 23 points of damage appearing above its head, I calculated the time required to vanquish it. At this rate, it would take approximately half an hour to poison it to death. However, I must consider the situation during its 30 seconds of rage when I cannot approach. With the Wild Boar King's 50,000 health, it regenerates 500 health per second, complicating matters. But we shall see, if necessary. I will endure a hit to reapply the poison, as I have potions on hand. With a look of tension, I circled the Wild Boar King, skillfully evading its barbaric charges. Each time I dodged, I dealt a quick strike of damage. For 3 continuous minutes, the Wild Boar King failed to land a single blow on me, until at last it erupted in fury. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the entire wild boar rose upright, its height instantly surpassing 3 meters. Its forelimb struck its chest twice before resuming the chase after Wu Shaochen. My goodness, this is quite astonishing. Fortunately, it does not increase its speed, or else it would be impossible to contend with. Wu Shaochen mused, calculating that the toxin still had 28 seconds remaining. It mattered not. He knew that after the toxin dissipated, it would take another 10 seconds for his health to begin recovering, so he decided to let the beast rampage for a while. Thus, the Wild Boar King appeared to be thoroughly entrapped by Wu Shaochen, as all its attempts to pursue were rendered futile. Although its brutal charge lacked a preparatory delay, it would emit a roar. With a profound understanding of this ability, Wu Shaochen found it quite easy to evade, especially with a movement speed of 35 points. During this time, the Wild Boar King unleashed its fury 6 times, but only once did it activate just as the toxin was about to expire. Wu Shaochen braced himself for the damage and landed a strike, sustaining a loss of 355 health points. The 50% increase in attack speed proved insufficient for it to launch a second strike before Wu Shaochen distanced himself, as it would require a rate of 2 strikes per second. Ultimately, he managed to escape unscathed. After more than half an hour, the Wild Boar King's health dwindled to 10%, prompting it to activate its final life-saving skill. However, it was of little consequence, as it remained stationary for 10 seconds without regaining a single drop of health. It seemed that among all the Wild Boar Kings in the novice village, this one was the most unfortunate. Chapter 14. Server-wide announcement, shocking the entire audience at long last. After an arduous battle lasting 36 minutes, the colossal form of the Wild Boar King crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Black Iron boss, Wild Boar King. You have earned 100 reputation points and 5,000 experience points. Ding! Talent trait activated. Toxin stacking capacity increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 20, mana 10. And you have received 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement resonated throughout the entirety of the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for defeating the Black Iron boss Wild Boar King. As the first player on the server to achieve this feat, the system rewards you with 200 reputation points, 10 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. The announcement echoed 3 times across the Huaxia server, and the game seemed to freeze in time, plunging into an eerie silence before erupting into chaos. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Someone actually killed the boss? I can't even defeat a crab at this point. This must be a joke. How could the attributes of the Wild Boar King be within the reach of players at this stage? Am I sure we are playing the same game? I suspect I am in a counterfeit version. In various novice villages, the leaders of prominent factions and revered players were equally astounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had believed themselves to be ahead of the curve, only to discover someone far ahead of them. In Novice Village 8365, Junlin pondered, could this person be from our novice village? Nanfeng replied gravely, it's possible. To my knowledge, no one in other novice villages has sold equipment with 6 attribute points. The highest so far has only been 5. Thus, this necklace I possess inevitably raises many questions. Junlin nodded, equally solemn. However, you've seen the attributes of the Wild Boar King on the forum. I can't fathom what kind of strength would be required to defeat it, especially if it's likely just one person. That is something I wish to know as well, Junlin said helplessly. Meanwhile, a woman draped in a white veil murmured to herself, have they truly reached such a level of strength? At that moment, Wu Shaochen was equally taken aback by the barrage of system notifications. He had no idea that slaying the Wild Boar King would trigger a server-wide announcement. But upon seeing the generous reward of 10 gold coins, he quickly dismissed any concerns about the announcement. The reward was simply too enticing. This amounted to 1,000 silver coins or 100,000 copper coins. He had yet to accumulate even 10 silver coins until now. Moreover, the 10 free attribute points were equivalent to leveling up twice, which was splendid. As for the reputation points, he was unsure of their purpose. But surely they must be beneficial. He would likely find out once he reached the main city. Glancing at the rapidly filling friend request list and private chat notifications, which had surged to 999, Wu Shaochen felt an immediate headache. He hastily adjusted his settings to disallow strangers from adding him as a friend and to prevent unsolicited private messages, finally restoring a semblance of peace. The next exhilarating segment involves the gathering of equipment. As Wu Shaocheng beheld the Wild Boar King drop an abundance of items, he was overcome with excitement. It was the first time in a long while that he witnessed such a plethora of items drop simultaneously. His speed in collecting gear reached an unprecedented peak, as he scooped up everything in sight, leaving not even a single copper coin behind. Upon tallying the spoils, he discovered that the Wild Boar King had yielded a total of 1 gold and 34 silver coins, 3 pieces of black iron equipment for standard board gear pieces, a skill book, and a scroll. To his astonishment, the game's drop rate had allowed for such a bountiful collection at once. It seemed evident that defeating more bosses was the path to prosperity. Upon inspecting the attributes of the 3 pieces of black iron equipment, he realized this was the first time he had encountered such items. Fong Blade, quality, black iron, physical attack 30, additional attribute, strength 10. Required level, 6, Wild Boar King armor. Quality, black iron, health 100, defense 10, additional attribute. Constitution 8, required level, 6, Wild Boar King leggings, health 100, defense 10, additional attribute. Vitality 6, required level, 6 indeed. Black iron equipment far surpassed standard gear, boasting not only foundational attributes but also a randomly assigned bonus, significantly enhancing its power. The 4 standard pieces were simply the wild boar gear: boar hide helm, boar hide armor, boar hide pants, and boar belt. Although Wu Shaocheng had no use for them, they represented monetary value. He then retrieved the skill book and scroll, first examining the skill book. Savage Charge consumes 40 mana points to swiftly advance in a straight line for 4 meters, halting upon collision with a target, inflicting 150 physical damage, and stunning the target for 1 second. Learning requirement: Warrior. This skill, offering damage, control, and mobility, was undoubtedly a warrior's ultimate PK technique. In the realm of divination, once a character reaches level 10, they can teleport to the main city to undergo a job change. After the transition, each class can learn 2 fundamental skills, such as the priest's healing spell or the mage's fireball. Subsequently, all other skills must be acquired through combat, and there are no hidden classes in the realm. Naturally, the more skills one possesses, the stronger they become. Thus, the value of skills far exceeds that of equipment. The worth of this skill book was not yet apparent, but Wu Shaocheng contemplated selling it once everyone transitioned, anticipating a substantial profit. He then turned his attention to the scroll in hand. Wild Boar King Summoning Scroll summons the Wild Boar King to fight alongside you for 30 minutes. The scroll will vanish upon use. What a splendid item! The Wild Boar King was indeed formidable. It could be summoned to assist in battles against particularly challenging foes. Next, Wu Shaocheng began to allocate his attribute points. Having leveled up and received an additional 10 attribute points as a reward, he now possessed a total of 15 points. In a novice village, the only troublesome creature he faced was the silver wolf, primarily due to its skill that boosts speed by 50, elevating its speed to 45 points. Thus, without hesitation, he allocated all 15 points to agility, bringing his agility to 45 points. Coupled with the 5 points from his shoes, he surpassed the wolf's speed. The thrill of victory! Then he donned the Wild Boar King's armor and Wild Boar King's leggings, instantly revitalizing his attributes to an unprecedented level. As for weapons, Wu Shaochen still did not intend to wield them himself. The slight addition to his attack was of little use, as he remained unable to break through defenses. He would still rely on poison, and it was far more pragmatic to auction them off for currency. However, that was not feasible at present. He would have to wait until tomorrow when everyone had leveled up to auction them, as black iron equipment had level requirements, and purchasing them now would not allow for equipping. He casually listed the replaced Wild Boar leather armor, Wild Boar leather pants, along with the previously mentioned 4 pieces of Wild Boar equipment in the auction house, using a bidding format for 10 minutes. The sudden influx of Wild Boar equipment sparked a tremendous uproar in the 8365 novice village, as nearly everyone concluded that the slaying of the Wild Boar King was indeed a triumph belonging to their village. 10 minutes later, all the equipment was sold, with transaction prices hovering around 20,000 to 30,000. The total auction yielded 156,000, and after deducting a 15 service fee of 23,400, he netted a gratifying profit of 132,600. When one's strength is overwhelmingly superior, earning money becomes remarkably effortless. Given the significant change in attributes, he decided to announce it once more, hoping not to annoy anyone, as he feared he might forget himself. Name: Chun Feng level, 7 health, 620 mana, 120 physical attack, 20 magical attack, 10 physical defense, 40 magical defense, 11 movement speed, 50 attack speed, 10 experience, 6,000 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 18 with an equipment bonus of 8 bone, 11 with an equipment bonus of 6 spirit, 5 agility, 45 skill, insight talent. Source of venom. Inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds. Stackable up to 2 layers. Chapter 15. Temptation. This attribute is indeed formidable. The monsters in the novice village pose little threat to me now. Regrettably, I am unable to grind for talents and must hasten to reach level 10 to venture into the main city. First, I shall return to store my skills and weapons. In the game, every player possesses a dedicated warehouse, where items not immediately required can be entrusted to the warehouse manager. It accommodates 100 slots, with the option to expand for a fee. Items stored in any city are accessible across all cities, meaning that goods deposited in the novice village can also be retrieved in the main city, and there is no concern of losing them to drops. I will also take the opportunity to submit the tasks involving wild boars and toads. As for the temporary monster hunting quests, I shall forego them. I'm not in need of that meager amount of copper coins. Wu Shaochen felt elated and swiftly returned to the novice village, locating the warehouse manager to deposit his skill books and weapons. He then approached the farmer to submit the wild boar task, earning 500 experience points and 200 copper coins. Subsequently, he found the village's old healer to submit 50 toad saliva samples, receiving 800 experience points and 300 copper coins. In total, he gained 300 experience points and 500 copper coins from the 2 quests. Truth be told, leveling up through quests is indeed faster, though regrettably, each task can only be undertaken once. At the apothecary, he reluctantly spent 10 silver coins to purchase 20 bottles of red potions, medium, each restoring 50 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Priced at 50 copper coins per bottle, ever the same exorbitant cost. After procuring the potions, Wu Shaochen intended to venture out to hunt silver wolves when a woman draped in a white veil approached him. This woman possesses an elegant demeanor. Though her face remains concealed, Wu Shaochen mused inwardly. The woman stepped directly before him and inquired tentatively, "Is it you, Chen Feng?" Wu Shaochen was taken aback. How did she discover my identity? Or is she merely attempting to deceive me? Although astonished, he maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "My dear lady, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Su Muxue scrutinized the man before her, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Alas, he remained unperturbed, showing no signs of recognition. Could it be that I have erred in my assumption? Su Muxue thought, and promptly apologized. "I'm sorry. Perhaps I have made a mistake. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Wu Shaochen, having spoken, circumvented the woman and proceeded forward. "Wait," Su Muxue called after him. "May I add you as a friend?" Regardless of whether he was indeed Chen Feng, this individual surely possessed strength. It would be advantageous for her in her gaming endeavors to cultivate such connections. The prospect of a stunning beauty wishing to befriend him nearly compelled Wu Shaochen to acquiesce. But he suddenly remembered that accepting her request would allow her access to his information, thereby revealing his true identity as Chen Feng. "No, women would only hinder my swiftness in drawing my blade," he thought, and waved dismissively. "I shall not add you as a friend. Perhaps we shall meet again another time." He then walked away. Su Muxue stood bewildered. He is leaving just like that? Secretly, she sent a friend request, only to be met with a notification indicating that he had set his profile to disallow strangers from adding him. Furrowing her brows, she noted that this message was identical to the one she encountered when attempting to add Chen Feng SID. A coincidence, perhaps? Did the experts prefer such settings? So Musue Bandit, her gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Wu Shaocheng, her eyes narrowing. Such speed. After sprinting out of the village, Wu Shaocheng was still enveloped in confusion. How could she suspect me? The only 2 times I returned to the novice village, I had removed my equipment. I should not have exposed any flaws. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Muxue, evidently just logged in. Approaching her, he said, "Miss, the master has approved my suggestion. He plans to develop thoroughly within the divine prophecy, and soon he will arrange for a large number of gaming elites to enter the game. The master has instructed us not to hesitate in spending money during the early stages. We must outpace others to secure greater opportunities for development later on. Indeed, pay close attention to the auction house, especially the sealed equipment. We must seize it at the first opportunity, Su Mushue replied. Sealed? You mean the one who first defeated the Wild Boar King? Are you suspecting that this person is the one who has been selling high attribute equipment in our novice village? Lu Shu inquired. That seems likely. No other novice villages have anyone selling advanced equipment. If someone could defeat the Wild Boar King, it would most probably be from our novice village, and I might have a guess as to who that person is, Su Mushue responded. Is that so? If that is the case, do you have a way to bring him to our side? Having such a master with us would be invaluable for our development. Lu Shu exclaimed excitedly. I will try my best, Su Mushue murmured, though she felt no confidence. Wu Shaochen headed straight to Silver Wolf Valley. The level 10 Silver Wolves had previously been an insurmountable obstacle for him, but now they posed no challenge. He promptly lured a Silver Wolf, swiftly delivering 2 strikes. Now, he could stack 2 layers of poison, which he could not afford to waste. 2 layers meant 46 points of damage per second. With the Silver Wolf having 6,000 health, he could defeat one in just over 2 minutes. As for enduring 2 instances of damage, it amounted to merely 200 points, which, with his current health regeneration of 6 points per second after disengaging from combat, was negligible. Then, Wu Shaocheng activated an infinite monster farming mode. After deciding to diligently level up, his progress was remarkably swift. In just 2 hours, he reached level 8. His health increased to 640, mana to 130, while other stats remained unchanged. He opted not to allocate his attribute points for now. He would selectively distribute them based on the attributes of the next monsters he intended to face. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the abundance of loot from the Wild Boar King, aside from the guaranteed 5 copper coins and a wolf fang from each silver wolf. After slaying over 50 silver wolves in 2 hours, he obtained only 1 piece of equipment, which was a bracelet he had no use for. Silver Wolf Bracelet, Quality. Common attack, 10 attack speed, 1 wearing requirement. None, to be honest. He truly found the attributes lacking and was uncertain if others felt the same. Frankly, adorned with 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, Wu Shaocheng had begun to be discerning, no longer interested in such common items. He casually listed it on the auction house with a bidding mode, inviting others to place their bids at their discretion. At this moment, within the wild boar forest, Junlin and his companions once again brought down a wild boar. Finally, they beheld the spoils, and upon inspection, it was indeed the wild boar equipment most frequently listed at the auction house. It appeared that those items were genuinely dropped by wild boars. However, it was perplexing to think how they could have defeated wild boars while they were still battling goats. Even now, having reached level 5 and equipped with a full set of gear, they still found it quite arduous. Howard remarked, "Who knows? At least we have finally caught up. With our strength, we will surely close the gap gradually." Nan Feng replied, "It may still be too soon to catch up. Just look at the auction house." Junlin said pensively. The two hurriedly opened the auction house. What the heck? Silver wolf bracelet. Could it be dropped by a level 10 silver wolf? Howard exclaimed in astonishment. Be confident. Remove the could it be. If the wild boar king was truly slain by him, then slaying a level 10 silver wolf would be child's play. Nan Feng asserted. What a freak. Chapter 16. The auction of the Fong blade. Ultimately, the silver wolf bracelet was sold for 20,000 coins, leaving Wu Shaochen bewildered. How could something so simple fetch such a price? He could only sigh at the wealth of others. After another hour of fervently grinding silver wolf, Wu Shaochen found himself unable to continue. Although he yearned to persevere, after all, he had no job to attend to and would soon rely on gaming for sustenance. His body could only withstand so much. Battling for over 10 hours a day was taking its toll. He decided to list the recently acquired silver wolf armor at the auction house. Given that he already possessed the wild boar king armor, which offered 80 health and 2 defense, the silver wolf armor, with its decent life-oriented attributes, seemed redundant. Perhaps it could serve as a means to enhance his health regeneration, so he placed it anonymously in a bidding format, confirmed the listing, and logged off. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen rubbed his temples, feeling drowsy. It seemed prudent to save some funds for a gaming pod. He had heard that players resting within such pods experienced optimal conditions, aided by nutrient solutions that replenished bodily needs. However, gaming demanded significant mental energy, necessitating breaks every few days. Still, it was far superior to a mere helmet. Unfortunately, gaming pods were exorbitantly priced at $1 million each, truly a luxury reserved for the affluent. He checked his bank balance on his phone. 300 yuan. His face lit up with excitement. He had never anticipated earning such a fortune. 300,000 within just the first day of the game. To put it into perspective, with his previous salary, it would have taken nearly a decade of relentless labor to accumulate that amount. Yet here he had achieved it in a mere day. What to do? Just moments ago, he felt sleepy, and now he was wide awake. Sighing, he decided to browse the forums. The top post was once again related to him. The terrifying Wild Boar King, how it was defeated. Below were various analyses of the Wild Boar King statistics, culminating in the conclusion that, at this stage, no one could possibly defeat it. Yet, they refrained from accusing others of cheating, as everyone sensed the game's uniqueness, an absolute, groundbreaking creation devoid of hacks. The post concluded with a fervent request for Chunshur to share strategies for defeating the Wild Boar King. The comments beneath were numerous, each one imploring Wu Shaochen to divulge his tactics, accompanied by all manner of grandiloquent justifications. Wu Shaochen chuckled softly at the requests, choosing to ignore them as he continued to peruse other threads of interest. After browsing for over 10 minutes, he finally felt the weight of fatigue return. Setting an alarm for 6 hours, he collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until the alarm rang. Opening his eyes, he noticed the sky remained dark. Though he desired to sleep longer, he knew he could not afford to lose the hard-won advantages he had accumulated. When he logged off, the average level in the novice village should have reached level 4, while the more skilled players would likely have achieved level 5. Although the experience required for subsequent levels increased, player strength was also gradually rising. Gaining 1 or 2 levels in 6 hours was certainly feasible. Donning his helmet, Wu Shaochen swiftly re-entered the game, and soon a system alert echoed in his ears. Ding! The item you listed at the auction house has been successfully bid on by a player for the price of 30,000, for which a service fee of 4,500 has been deducted, leaving you with 25,500 that has been transferred to your linked account. What a delightful surprise to find money upon entry. I pondered that at this moment, players must generally have reached level 6 or even 7. Thus it was time to auction off that weapon. Wu Shaochen hastily made his way back to the novice village. Alas, how troublesome it is to run back and forth. Why is there no return scroll available for sale in the novice village? As he passed through the wild boar forest, he noticed it was bustling with players. Clearly, everyone had developed a fondness for wild boar gear, as defeating wild boars is quite a challenge. Without sufficient agility, evading the boar's brutal charge, which inflicts a staggering 150 damage and a 1-second stun, is no easy feat. It would be wiser to hunt spiders instead. Their skill merely ensnares individuals, making it far safer to tackle spiders in groups compared to wild boars. However, such concerns were of little relevance to Wu Shaochen. At this stage, many players had already acquired wild boar gear, and his own Wild Boar King equipment resembled the wild boar gear closely enough that he felt no urgency to remove it. Before long, he returned to the novice village, retrieved his weapon, and promptly listed it at the auction house, opting for a bidding mode with a duration of 10 minutes. After confirming, Wu Shaochen set off once more towards Silver Wolf Valley. The debut of the first black iron-grade equipment indeed caused a tremendous stir. The regional chat exploded instantaneously. Wow, black iron equipment. With an additional 30 to attack and 10 to strength, it equates to a total of 50 attack. This weapon surpasses the total of my entire gear combined. Black iron equipment is truly impressive. This weapon must have been dropped by the Wild Boar King. Indeed, the master who slayed the Wild Boar King resides in our novice village. Why would such a remarkable weapon be put up for sale? Has the master acquired something superior? That seems implausible. How could there possibly be a weapon more powerful than black iron equipment at this stage? Who knows? Regardless, I must seize this opportunity. If I manage to secure it, I will soar to new heights. Everyone, stay vigilant. I am determined to obtain this weapon. Huang Shao. who had recently lost out on several coveted pieces of equipment, felt a surge of frustration, and the emergence of this item exhilarated him, making all previous gear seem trivial by comparison. Why wait so long to sell this weapon? Lindsay questioned, perplexed. That cannot be, as novice village common monsters do not drop black iron equipment, unless he has vanquished another black iron boss, Howard replied. There are not that many bosses in the novice village. The reason for selling this weapon now is that previously, players were not at a high enough level to equip it, thus it would not fetch a good price. Now, however, selling it is ideal, as players have generally leveled up and are in need of a powerful weapon to enhance their efficiency in monster hunting. As for whether he possesses a superior weapon, that remains uncertain. Perhaps the Wild Boar King dropped more than one weapon, Junlin speculated. It is difficult for anyone to imagine that the revered deity in their eyes is still wielding a mere novice wooden sword to vanquish monsters, and has yet to penetrate any defenses. Shall we seize this weapon? Xiaofei inquired. Seize it, we must, came the resolute reply. However, the price of this weapon is bound to soar, and although we are professional players who have earned some money over the years, we still cannot compete with the true affluent. We shall do our utmost, Junling declared, evidently lacking confidence in securing this weapon. Previously, their success in acquiring several pieces of equipment had relied on cunning, but it was clear that there were plenty of wealthy players in this novice village. Miss this weapon. Liu Shu approached Sumushva, hesitating. He wished to persuade her to secure it, yet he was concerned that she would weigh its worth, for she had always been rational and seldom impulsive. Such a temperament is indeed commendable, leaving him uncertain on how to advise her. Seize it, Sumushve commended. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shu's eyes brightened. Very well, Mississippi await my good news. The price of the Fongtooth Great Blade surged dramatically, as it was the first black iron-grade weapon available, with attributes that were simply irresistible. Whoever acquired it would see their attack power multiply, a tremendous enhancement for early monster hunting. Before long, the price surpassed the previous record of 60,000, reaching 80,000. At this juncture, the number of bidders had noticeably dwindled, for not everyone could afford to disregard the value of money. Chapter 17. A fortuitous encounter and a sorrowful reality. As the clock struck 9:59, the moment of decision arrived, with the price soaring to 85,000. When the final second elapsed, an avalanche of bids surged forth, ultimately culminating in a staggering final price of 120,000. How is it possible that my bid of 110,000 for a black iron weapon failed? He pondered, believing the weapon should have concluded at around 100,000. He had aimed to seize an opportunity by placing a higher bid, yet it still resulted in failure. Huang Xiao's countenance reflected utter frustration. Recent events had left him feeling perpetually unlucky, as though someone were always privy to his intentions, consistently outbidding him by a narrow margin. Damn it. I swear if I find out who it is, they'll regret it, Huang Xiao muttered with resentment. Indeed, Junlin, you are right. These individuals truly have no regard for money. The black iron gear has already inflated to 120,000. I can only wonder what the price of more advanced equipment will be. Lindsay exhaled deeply. It can only be said that this enigmatic figure is exceptionally skilled at seizing opportunities, particularly with equipment that is in high demand. Our novice village happens to have a few wealthy players, though such affluent individuals are relatively rare. Not every novice village is so fortunate. Once we reach the main city, the abundance of equipment sellers will inevitably stabilize the prices, Junlin asserted. Ah, sharing the same novice village with him is both a blessing and a curse, Howard sighed. The others nodded in agreement. Given their talents, they would have dominated in a typical novice village, yet here they found themselves merely playing a supporting role. According to official statistics, the player base in Huaxia had surpassed 200 million and continued to grow rapidly, which justified the inflated prices of equipment. This presents us with an opportunity. Although his presence diminishes our visibility in this novice village, it has also allowed many players here to acquire high-attribute gear ahead of time. I believe our novice village's overall strength ranks among the best, and we will undoubtedly leverage that advantage when we arrive in the main city, Junlin concluded. Indeed, the others concurred. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu handed the fang-tooth great blade to Su Mushua, saying, "Miss, with this weapon, our efficiency in monster hunting will greatly improve. We must strive to reach level 10 swiftly and secure a favorable position in the main city." 120,000, Su Mushua mused. This enigmatic figure has likely amassed hundreds of thousands from selling equipment since yesterday. Yes, by being ahead of the curve. He has made earning money in this game seem effortless. If we wish to thrive, we must also position ourselves ahead of the majority, Uncle Lu replied. Ding! The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by another player for 120,000. After deducting a service fee of 18,000, the remaining 102,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Wu Shaochen, who is currently engaged in battling silver wolves, was taken aback by the notification. Although the news surprised him, he felt somewhat numb to it. A black iron weapon fetching 120,000 was astonishing. He mused that by the time he reached the main city and auctioned off that skill book, he would likely have accrued sufficient funds for the game's warehouse. Keep pushing forward with the silver wolves. Upon reviewing my experience, it stands at 2,340 out of 8,000. Defeating a single silver wolf at level 8 yields 72 experience points. On average, it takes about 3 minutes to lure and defeat one, meaning it would require approximately 4 hours to level up. This pace feels rather sluggish, Wu Shaochen mused. In truth, his monster-slaying speed was not significantly faster than others, as they engaged in group combat, allowing them to strike once per second, undoubtedly quicker than his own efforts. However, his advantage lay in his ability to tackle creatures several levels above his own, a feat that was impossible in a stand-and-fight scenario, which would be far too taxing. Thus, he was limited to battling monsters of a similar level, often needing to retreat to heal, unless he had an abundance of potions. In contrast, experience gained in a group was shared, making it impossible for him to compare his leveling speed with others. His current rate was already quite impressive. I must change my strategy, Wu thought silently. His healing rate had reached 6 points per second, allowing him to recover 300 health points in 50 seconds, which enabled him to withstand the attacks of 3 wild wolves in one go. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to fight in a group? With this newfound idea, Wu Shaochen lured 3 monsters at once, striking at one with his sword. Just as he prepared to attack the second, all 3 silver wolves descended upon him simultaneously. Stunned, he quickly fled. What a miscalculation. How could I forget that they can all attack at once? If each silver wolf strikes me, I would endure 9 attacks in total. Surely that would lead to my demise. Wu Shaochen slapped his forehead in realization. Perhaps it was best to stick to his original method of hunting, unless he could find a way to separate them. Just then, one of the silver wolves unleashed its skill, Speed Burst, creating distance between itself and the other 2 as it charged towards Wu Shaochen. His eyes sparkled with hope. Hadn't they just separated? Perhaps fighting all 3 was still feasible. After 2 hours of grinding, he logged off to order breakfast. Upon finishing, he returned to continue his endeavor. After a total of 3.5 hours, he finally leveled up to level 9. His health reached 660, while his mana increased to 140, with experience at 28 out of 10,000. Other attributes remained unchanged, with attribute points saved for later use. Over the course of 3.5 hours, he had slain 79 silver wolves and obtained 2 pieces of silver wolf equipment. Silver wolf helmet base, health 60, defense 10 silver wolf ring base, attack 12, armor penetration 1. He equipped the silver wolf helmet, replacing the toad helmet, gaining an additional 20 health points, bringing his total to 680. He listed the silver wolf ring and the removed toad helmet on the auction house, uncertain of their values, opting for a bidding format. Ultimately, the silver wolf ring sold for 15,000, while the toad helmet fetched only 5,000, likely due to someone else having already acquired it. Indeed, without exclusive pricing, competition was fierce. As players leveled up and acquired better equipment, the value of basic items began to plummet. It is worth noting that previously, wild boar equipment had sold for as much as 30,000, whereas now, silver wolf equipment was capped at 15,000. Nonetheless, Wu Shaochen remained unperturbed. After all, These were merely second-hand items he had discarded. Being able to sell them was satisfactory, as he would otherwise have had to part with them at a shop for mere copper coins. Upon reaching the next level, one could seek out the village chief and venture into the main city. According to the game's mechanics, one would likely receive a reward for the first profession change. After reaching level 9, slaying a silver wolf yields a mere 66 experience points. To accumulate 10,000 experience, one must vanquish 152 wolves. If we calculate an average of 2 minutes per creature, it would take an arduous 5 hours to level up, an utterly daunting prospect. Alas, there's no alternative but to grind slowly. In pursuit of ascendance, Wu Shaochen hefted his wooden sword and continued to lure monsters. Suddenly, a resounding wolf howl echoed from deep within the valley. With this howl, Wu Shaochen observed that the silver wolves in the valley seemed to have adopted a newfound discipline. No longer languid, but standing at attention. Could this sound signify a boss? Wu Shaochen mused, compelled to investigate. He then sprinted at remarkable speed into the depths of the valley, deftly avoiding the silver wolves. Should he encounter one, it mattered little, for they could not catch him. His impressive movement speed of 50 was no trifling matter. Chapter 18. The Silver Wolf King after running for 5 or 6 minutes. Wu Shaochen finally reached the depths of the valley, where he beheld an extraordinarily massive silver wolf, its proud head held high, exuding an aura of regality. This creature was undeniably formidable. Wu Shaochen sighed and cast an insight spell. Silver Wolf King, bronze level boss, level 10 health, 200, 000 attack, 550 defense, 200 speed, 40 skill 1, swift strike. With a resounding howl, it gains 50 increased attack and movement speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 2, dire wolf's roar. The silver wolf howls to the heavens, delivering a sound wave attack that inflicts 130 damage, bypassing defenses within a 10-meter radius, while reducing target output by 30 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Skill 3, summon. When the Silver Wolf King's health drops to 30, it summons nearby silver wolves to join the battle. Goodness, a bronze boss. Could this mean it drops bronze-level equipment? Yet, its attributes are astonishing. 200 health. Even if it stood still for me to attack, it would take over 2 hours to defeat. Not to mention those horrendous skills. The second skill delivers indiscriminate damage that ignores defenses. With my current health, I'd be obliterated instantly. Is this not a tad excessive? This is a boss for novice villages? The third skill is utterly ruthless. How many silver wolves reside in this valley? If they all come forth, what chance do I have? Wu Shaochen felt a wave of disappointment, having anticipated a bounty of rewards awaiting him. This was utterly unmanageable. Never mind. If I cannot confront it, can I not simply evade it? Wu Shaochen retreated, deciding it prudent to elevate his level to 10 and promptly switch classes. Thus, he resumed his relentless monster grinding mode. Meanwhile, beyond the 8365 novice village, other novice villages were rallying significant forces to strategize against the Wild Boar King. This was spurred by the revelations of the Fang-Toothed Blade's attributes on the forum, inciting envy among countless players. The black iron equipment was far superior to the basic gear, prompting everyone to embark on the quest to conquer the Wild Boar King, believing that since it had been slain before, it was indeed conquerable. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to many. Countless teams suffered grievous losses, and not a single one could vanquish the Wild Boar King. Many teams sacrificed lives to reduce its health to 10, only for the Wild Boar King to heal back to 30 with a single recovery. As time exceeded 5 minutes, it recovered again, leading to a repetitive cycle that ultimately forced them to concede defeat. The damage output was insufficient. The wild boar possessed 120 defense, and very few players could breach this threshold within 5 minutes to whittle down its health by 30. The forum erupted with activity, everyone tagging Chen Feng, eager to learn how he had slain the Wild Boar King, yet no one received a response. The forum buzzed with excitement. Lin Zi, reveling in the chaos, closed the forum, knowing that it was indeed possible to access it within the game. However, Wu Shaochen remained oblivious to this, engrossed in his monster hunting. Should I join the fray? I, too, am curious about how he managed to slay the Wild Boar King, remarked Howren. His innate talent should be capable of countering the Wild Boar King's regenerative abilities. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for anyone to inflict 15,000 damage within a mere 5 minutes, especially considering the Wild Boar King's formidable defense of 120, as Junlin certainly noted. Meanwhile, Lu Shu, filled with curiosity, turned to Su Muxiue and inquired, "Miss, did you not claim to know who that enigmatic figure is? Might I ask how he vanquished the Wild Boar King?" Upon hearing this, the aloof demeanor of Su Muxiue dissipated, revealing a hint of awkwardness as she replied, "I'm unable to reach him. He has not added me as a friend." "Ah, very well," he responded. "Achoo, who is speaking of me?" Wu Shaocheng, scratching his nose, continued his relentless pursuit of the Silver Wolves. After nearly 6 hours of tireless effort, he finally defeated 152 Silver Wolves and elevated his level to 10. However, he only acquired 4 pieces of equipment. Silver Wolf Belt, common. Health 50, Defense 5. Silver Wolf Bracelet, common. Health 20, Attack 12. Attack Speed 1. Silver Wolf Boots, common. Speed 6, Defense 4. Silver Wolf Leggings, common. Health 60, Defense 4 except for the Silver Wolf Leggings. He could utilize the other 3 items himself, and the Silver Wolf Bracelet was of exceptional quality. He hastily equipped it, noting the changes in his attributes. Level, LV9, LV10. Health, 680 to 730. Mana, 140 to 150. Physical attack, 20 to 32. Physical defense, 40 to 42. Movement speed, 50 to 52. Experience, 20,000. All other attributes remained unchanged. Upon entering the auction house, he observed a considerable number of players listing towed equipment for sale, with prices ranging from 5,000 to 20,000. However, none had sold, likely because those with wealth and strength had little interest in such gear. Contemplating this, Wu Shaocheng decided to list his discarded toad belt and toad boots at 2,000 each, reasoning that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He placed the Silver Wolf Leggings at a price of 10,000, knowing that no one could yet defeat the Silver Wolves. Surely, a wealthy buyer would emerge. Indeed, within a short time, all 3 items were swiftly purchased, netting him an income of 12,600. Alas, after a brief rest, he noted a significant drop in revenue from selling common items, as they now provided minimal benefit to players. Finally reaching level 10, he hurried back to seek the village elder and request a teleportation to the main city for class advancement. However, he first submitted the Silver Wolf quest, glancing at the over 200 wolf fangs in his inventory, which would also yield experience and coin. The same type of materials could stack up to 1,000 in his bag, thus not occupying excessive space. Wu Shaocheng swiftly returned to the novice village and approached the shopkeeper to submit his quest, which had been issued by him. After turning in 100 wolf fangs, he received a generous reward of 2,000 experience and 10 silver coins. He then sold the remaining materials to him for over 100 copper coins. At the village entrance, he found the village chief and politely stated, "Greetings, chief. I have achieved level 10. May I request your assistance in transporting me to the main city?" "Oh, adventurer, your rapid enhancement of strength astounds me. However, I regret to inform you that the teleportation array leading to the main city of the continent has fallen into disrepair due to prolonged neglect. Might you assist me by venturing into the Silver Wolf Valley to slay the Silver Wolf King and procure its magical core? With the core of the Silver Wolf King, I shall be able to restore the teleportation array and transport you to the main city," the village chief stated. "Ding! The village chief has bestowed upon you a quest. Journey to the depths of the Silver Wolf Valley, vanquish the Silver Wolf King, and return with its magical core to present to the village chief. Quest reward. Title, Hero of the Beginner Village." "What? Is this a joke? I still have to confront that wolf?" Wu Shaochen expressed his utter disbelief. He had hoped to avoid confrontation, but it seemed inevitable. Sigh, though reluctant, he had no choice but to accept this quest. Otherwise, he would remain unable to reach the main city. Moreover, the reward of a title was particularly enticing, Titles are notoriously difficult to obtain, and one can equip multiple titles with their attribute stacking, though only one can be displayed at a time, or all can be concealed. Hence, a title reward is something no one could refuse. Chapter 19. Making friends upon accepting the quest, Wu Shaochen glanced at his attributes and promptly allocated all 15 points of his free attributes into agility. To overcome his adversary, he first needed to surpass its speed. Otherwise, there would be no hope. His combat relied on evasion, and speed was of the essence. With the addition of 15 agility points, his agility reached 60, and his movement speed soared to 67. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment. His speed was now 67, while the Silver Wolf King only possessed a speed of 40. Even with a 50 increase, it would merely amount to 60. However, the range of its second skill extended to a staggering 10 meters, rendering evasion impossible. The skill's 130 defense penetration could inflict a direct blow of 715 hit points, leaving him severely weakened. Nevertheless, as long as he did not perish, he could always resort to potions. What truly troubled him was the fear of receiving a normal attack after delivering a finishing blow. If the beast retaliated with its ferocious howl, his fate would be sealed. There would be no means of escape. Until he resolved the issue of the second skill combined with a regular attack, contemplating the fight was futile. Such an encounter was inevitable. Sighing, Wu Shaochen lamented his inability to depart from the novice village, feeling trapped without avenues to enhance his strength. With a furrowed brow, he turned to the elder beside him, who wore a similarly despondent expression, and impulsively remarked, "Village chief, the Silver Wolf King is far too formidable. What shall I do if I cannot defeat it?" To his surprise, the village chief earnestly contemplated the matter and replied, "Indeed, at this stage, the strength of adventurers like you is insufficient to confront the Silver Wolf King. Here is what I propose. Take this letter to the apothecary. Ask the proprietor to provide you with some of his most treasured potions. They may bolster your chances of survival. Ultimately, whether you can vanquish the Silver Wolf King will depend on your own capabilities." With that, the village chief handed Wu Shaochen a letter. Blinking in astonishment, Wu Shaochen accepted the letter. Was it truly possible to do so? He hurriedly made his way to the apothecary. Upon arriving, he presented the letter to the shopkeeper, saying, "Good day, sir. The village chief has sent me to procure some life-saving potions. Could you kindly show me what you have?" The apothecary examined the letter for a moment before responding with a resigned expression. "That old fellow is still concerned about my meager stock." He then retreated into a back room and returned shortly with a chest, opening it to reveal its contents before Wu Shaochen. "Hurry and choose, but I must warn you, these potions are not inexpensive. If you lack the funds, even with the village chief's letter, it will be of no use." Wu Shaochen quickly surveyed the array of potions, each with its functions and prices laid bare before him. Instant recovery potion. Instantly restores 1,000 hit points upon use, with a cooldown of 10 seconds, priced at 10 silver coins. Attack potion increases physical attack by 30 for 30 minutes upon use, priced at 50 silver coins. Life potion increases health by 30 for 30 minutes upon use, priced at 50 silver coins. Speed potion increases speed by 30 for 30 minutes upon use, priced at 50 silver coins. As Wu Shaochen beheld the potions before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Such potions were seldom seen in the novice village, where the typical offerings consisted solely of basic red potions, small, medium, large, and blue potions, small, medium, large, that provided gradual healing. However, upon observing the prices of these potions, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but grimace slightly. Had he not slain the Wild Boar King, he would only be able to admire these potions from afar, for they were prohibitively expensive. Yet, regardless of their cost, he was compelled to procure them, as they were essential for defeating the Silver Wolf King. Failing to do so would prevent him from leaving the novice village, and should he wait for other players to rise and join forces against the beast, he would lose his competitive edge. Gritting his teeth, he spent a full 5 gold coins to buy 50 bottles of instant recovery potion, followed by another 5 gold coins for 10 bottles of life potion. He sensed that even in the main city, these potions might not be readily available. Thus acquiring them now was prudent. Watching 10 gold coins vanish from his inventory made Wu Shaochen's heart ache. It was worth a fortune, equivalent to 100 0.000 in currency, especially with many affluent players buying copper coins at exorbitant rates. After purchasing the potions, he invested 50 silver coins in 50 large red potions, which restored 100 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds. This was a necessity, as relying solely on the instant recovery potion was not sustainable. After acquiring the potions, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of confidence. The life potion, which increased health by 30, would be of little use against the Silver Wolf King, as even with that boost, he would not withstand a regular attack, followed by a roar. Thus, it was deemed unnecessary. As long as he possessed the instant recovery potion, he could instantly replenish his health. If he were struck by a basic attack and sensed an impending skill, he could swiftly consume a potion to restore his vitality. Large area damage skills, like the roar, invariably required a wind-up. Otherwise, they would be unmanageable. Just as Wu Shaochen prepared to journey to the Silver Wolf Valley, he unexpectedly spotted the veiled woman approaching him once more. His lips twitched. What were the odds of encountering her again? We meet again. Su Muxiue smiled at Wu Shaochen. Are you deliberately stalking me? Wu Shaochen queried, suspicion evident on his face. Su Muxiue refrained from responding directly, as her encounter with Wu Shaochen was no mere coincidence. She had dispatched her subordinates to inform her upon sighting him. You are Qin Feng, aren't you? Su Muxiue suddenly stated. How could you suspect that I am Qin Feng? Wu Shaochen inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was aware that she had long harbored doubts about him, yet he struggled to pinpoint the flaw that had aroused her suspicion. Without beating around the bush, Su Muxiue replied, When I first encountered you, you had just emerged from the wild boar forest. At that time, while others were still at levels 1 to 2, you were at least level 4, as I perceived your speed to be no less than 25. While most might overlook such details, my instincts have always been accurate. The last time I saw you, I attempted to add you as a friend, only to be met with a notification that strangers could not add you, similar to my previous attempt with Qin Feng. Such coincidences compel my suspicion. Well, fine. Wu Shaochen conceded, feeling somewhat speechless. He had nearly forgotten about his speed. At that moment, he had been focused solely on maximizing his advantage, which naturally precluded any leisurely pace. However, the slight increase in speed was often imperceptible to the average person, and he had not anticipated this woman's keen perception. Is it true that you are indeed sealed away? Su Muxiue exclaimed, her eyes widening as she observed the expression on the other person's face, which left no doubt in her mind. Although she had long harbored suspicions, the confirmation filled her with immense joy. If you say so, then so be it. Wu Shaochen replied with a hint of resignation. May I add you as a friend? Rest assured, I shall keep this to myself, Su Muxiue said cautiously. Wu Shaochen regarded the woman before him, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. Adding you is permissible, but first I must see your visage. If you are sufficiently beautiful, then I shall accept. Very well. Su Muxiue nodded, revealing that her veil was merely a means to avoid unnecessary trouble. She lifted the veil from her face, unveiling a stunning countenance that captivated Wu Shaochen's attention. It is worth noting that the appearance rendered in the oracle was an exact replica of reality, devoid of any beauty filters or cosmetics, purely natural. The woman's beauty undoubtedly warranted a score of 9. Once the veil was removed, Su Muxiue inquired once more. Is it acceptable now? Yes, Wu Shaochen nodded, recognizing her sincerity. To refuse further would be to act pretentiously. He promptly sent a friend request, having set his account to disallow strangers from adding him, thus requiring him to initiate the connection. Ding! Player Qin Feng has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Muxiue mused. Indeed, it is him. She hastily clicked to accept, and her friend list displayed a new entry. Qin Feng, LV10. Su Muxiue's gaze sharpened. Level 10. Chapter 20. Confrontation with the Silver Wolf King at long last. Wu Shaochen welcomed his very first friend since entering the realm of prophecy, gazing at the solitary name on his friend list, Schwetter LV8. After adding her as a friend, Wu Shaochen promptly turned to leave. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Wait! Su Muxiue called out urgently, but Wu Shaochen had already sprinted away, leaving her frowning in irritation. Opening her friend list, she sent a private message inquiring, You've reached level 10. Why haven't you gone to the main city to change your class? A full 10 minutes passed before he responded. Do you think I don't want to? I just can't get there. Why? Su Mushiwe's curiosity deepened, but his silence left her waiting in vain. Eventually, with no response forthcoming, she resignedly made her way to the village entrance. She, too, needed to focus on leveling up. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen was unable to reply, as he was currently engaged in battle with the Silver Wolf King. He executed a quick strike and then led the Silver Wolf King on a chase. This was a tactic he frequently employed. Thanks to the instant recovery potion, although the fight was perilous, he faced no life-threatening risks. It did consume some potions, but he had an abundance of them. After executing a successful attack, he could endure one regular hit and then consume a medium red potion. If he sustained damage from a roar while still at full health, he would drink a large red potion, ensuring he remained at peak vitality to avert any unforeseen circumstances. If he found himself below full health after a regular attack and noticed the Silver Wolf King preparing to roar, he would swiftly consume an instant recovery potion. The 2-second wind-up of the wolf's roar provided ample time for him to drink. Thus, Wu Shaochen maintained a heightened state of vigilance while battling the Silver Wolf King for over an hour. With a resounding howl, the Silver Wolf King summoned a horde of silver wolves rushing towards him from a radius of 500 meters. Goodness, this is excessive, Wu Shaochen exclaimed, feeling a tingle of dread as he beheld over 100 silver wolves charging in his direction. Soon, the pack, led by the Silver Wolf King, pursued Wu Shaochen relentlessly. Yet their speed proved insufficient. Sheer numbers meant little without swiftness. You can't catch me, can you? Frustrating, isn't it? Wu Shaochen taunted, fully aware of the impending scenario and having devised a counter-strategy. This skill mirrored that of the Wild Boar King's recovery. While it posed a calamity for others, it held no threat for him, as he did not engage them head-on. Regardless of the wolf's numbers, their speed could not match his own. The Silver Wolf King, while swifter than the Silver Wolves by 10 points, would inevitably veer off in pursuit of him, soon finding itself isolated. As anticipated, the outcome unfolded even more favorably than expected, for the Silver Wolf King activated its speed boost and swiftly distanced itself from the pack. Now, this is entertaining, Wu Shaochen remarked gleefully, transforming their encounter into a one-on-one battle. Under Wu Shaochen's infuriating combat style, the Silver Wolf King endured for 2 hours and 40 minutes before ultimately succumbing to Wu Shaochen's toxic onslaught. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the bronze boss, the Silver Wolf King. You have earned 200 prestige points and 20,000 experience points. Your experience is now maxed out. Please change your class promptly, or you will be unable to level up. Ding! A talent trait has been activated, increasing the number of toxin stacks by 1. Simultaneously, an announcement reverberated throughout the entire Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chun Feng for slaying the bronze boss, the Silver Wolf King. As the first player in the server to defeat a bronze boss, the system rewards you with 500 prestige points, 20 gold coins, and 20 free attribute points. This is an official announcement. The server announcement echoed 3 times, leaving players in the Huaxia region momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, the various regional channels erupted with chatter. Is this a joke? A bronze boss? Our entire guild has yet to conquer the Wild Boar King, and Chun Feng has already taken down a bronze boss? Unbelievable. Does anyone know the attributes of a Silver Wolf King? I don't know. I've never encountered the Silver Wolf King, but must be stronger than the Wild Boar King. Chun Feng is truly formidable. Let us check the forums. Someone must have posted the Silver Wolf King's attributes. Goodness, those stats are far superior to the Wild Boar King. How could he defeat it? Who exactly is this Chun Feng? What incredible player. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 97, over 100 well-trained, coordinated players, fully equipped, were engaged in battling the Wild Boar King. Leading them was a resolute young man in his late 20s, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the Wild Boar King, poised to be defeated. He was a prominent figure in the gaming world and the renowned leader of the guild, Pride of the World. After a seamless collaboration among the 100 players, the Wild Boar King finally fell at their feet. However, before they could celebrate, another server announcement rang out. Upon hearing it, silence fell over the group, their excitement over defeating the wild boar king evaporating instantly. They were members of Pride of the World, and like their guild-esque name, they were skilled and proud players. Yet, in this game, Chun Feng had consistently outpaced them, leaving them with little reason to rejoice. Pride of the World sighed. Let us collect the loot and hurry to level up. In every novice village, renowned experts fell silent upon hearing the announcement. In Novice Village 8365, wow. Yet another genius from our novice village. This truly brings honor to us at 8365. Now I can boast about knowing Chun Feng. Indeed, it's incredible. This is something I can brag about for years. By the way, has anyone ever seen Chun Feng? No, the genius hasn't revealed his ID. So even if he stood right in front of you, you wouldn't know. True, the great ones tend to be low-key. I just want to say, Chun Feng is formidable. Chun Feng, dear sir, please add me as a friend. I'd love to meet you in person. Upon hearing the system announcement, Junlin exchanged a silent glance with his companions, feeling as though the distance between them was growing ever more profound. How he longed to meet the person capable of creating such extraordinary miracles, he mused. At that moment, Su Muxiue, visibly astonished, glanced at her friend list. Is this what you meant by having a little matter to attend to? The entire Huaxia server trembled at your casual affairs. No wonder you have been ignoring my messages. It turns out you were engaged in a boss battle. Initially, she had resolved not to message Wu Shaochen again due to his lack of response. Yet curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to send an inquiry. Chun Feng, how did you defeat the bronze boss? After a while, he replied succinctly, just chop it with a sword. Wu Shaochen, filled with excitement after responding to Su Muxiue's message, gazed at the myriad of items strewn across the ground, eagerly anticipating the exhilarating phase of equipment collection. His 24 years of singlehood had not dulled his reflexes. Within mere seconds, he had gathered an impressive array of loot. He quickly opened his backpack for inspection. Ultimately, he acquired 3 gold and 64 silver, 3 pieces of bronze gear, 3 pieces of black iron gear, 6 whiteboard items, 2 scrolls, a skill book, an egg, and a magic core quest item. What a delight! Wu Shaochen exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of battling bosses once more. As another wave of bounty washed over him. Chapter 21. Attributes unleashed upon examining the attributes of the equipment. Silver Wolf King Necklace, Bronze Level, Attack 25. Critical Hit Rate 10. Luck 3, Additional Attributes. Strength 10, Agility 8, Required Level. 10 Silver Wolf King Ring, Bronze Level. Life 100, Attack 30, Attack Speed 10. Additional Attributes. Strength 12, Constitution 10, Required Level. 10 Silver Wolf King Belt, Bronze Level. Life 300, Dual Defense 20, Additional Attributes. Constitution 10, Root 10. Required Level, 10 Wolf King Helmet, Black Iron Level. Life 200, Defense 10, Additional Attributes. Constitution 6, Required Level. 10 Wolf King Leggings, Black Iron Level. Life 250, Defense 6. Additional Attributes. Constitution 8, Required Level. 10 Wolf King Boots, Black Iron Level. Speed 24, Defense 5, Additional Attributes. Agility 8, Required Level. 10 as for the plain equipment. The Silver Wolf gear possesses attributes of merely 10 points. There is no need to examine them further. I shall simply list them en masse at the auction house for 20,000 each. Currently, no one has acquired equipment with 10 attribute points, so this price is still quite sellable. I could even raise the price a tad more, but I deem it unnecessary to quibble over such matters. Soon, I shall depart from the novice village, and this can be seen as a gesture of goodwill for the community. This novice village is relatively serene, apparently untouched by any significant PK events. The 6 pieces of equipment were swiftly snatched up, and after deducting the handling fees, a handsome sum of 108,000 was credited to my account. A delightful outcome. Upon reviewing the bronze and black iron equipment, it seems all can be utilized. However, wearing the necklace appears somewhat extravagant, as it grants only 8 points of agility. Nevertheless, Wu Shaochen is particularly drawn to the 3 points of luck, an attribute he has encountered for the first time. If he is not mistaken, it is likely to enhance the drop rate for monsters. Thus he decides to keep it for himself. unless someone offers an irresistible price. The ring and bracelet each have 2 slots, allowing for both to be worn simultaneously. Thus, the ring can be donned without the need to swap out existing equipment. After replacing the belt, helmet, leggings, and boots, Wu Shaochen's attributes experienced a dramatic transformation. Name: Dust Sealed Level, 10 Health, 1710 Mana, 150 Physical Attack, 131 Magical Attack, 10 Physical Defense, 66 Magical Defense, 25 Movement Speed, 100 Attack Speed, 26 Critical Rate, 10 Experience, 22060 20,000 Strength, 27 Intelligence, 5 Constitution, 52 Bone Root, 15 Spirit, 5 Agility, 76 remaining free attribute points, 20 Skills, Insight Talent, Source of Venom. Inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds. Stackable up to 3 layers. Equipment: Weapon, Wooden Sword, Novice Gear Helmet, Wolf King's Helmet Black Iron Grade Armor, Wild Boar King's Armor Black Iron Grade Pants, Wolf King's Leggings Black Iron Grade Belt, Silver Wolf King's Belt Bronze Grade Boots, Wolf King's Boots Black Iron Grade Necklace, Silver Wolf King's Necklace Bronze Grade Bracelet, Silver Wolf Bracelet Common Left Ring, Toad Ring Common Right Ring, Silver Wolf King's Ring Bronze Grade. Observing his current attributes, Wu Shaochen felt a smile curve his lips. These stats were explosive. Had he possessed such attributes before battling the Silver Wolf King, he wouldn't have squandered over 20 bottles of instant recovery potions, which were quite a fortune. It seems that equipment significantly enhances attributes. Players would soon be able to challenge wild monsters solo after gearing up. Upon retrieving the skill book, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill could be utilized personally. Velocity consumes 50 mana points, instantly grants 50 movement speed and 50 attack speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes, applicable to all classes. Incredible. He had unveiled the boss's usual skills during 2 encounters. Could this be a first kill privilege? Wu Shaochen pondered. This skill was quite powerful for him, and he could learn immediately. He began to silently recite the learning incantation, and the skill book vanished from his grasp, while the singular skill finally appeared in his skill bar. Excellent, excellent. He finally possessed a skill. He then took out the remaining 2 scrolls to examine. Bodyguard Scroll. Grant a shield that immunizes against all damage for 10 seconds upon use. Lucky Scroll. Increases personal drop rate by 100 for 30 minutes upon use. These were valuable items. He tucked them away carefully. There remained 1 egg, the most crucial item. Wu Shaochen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he unveiled it, confirming his suspicions. Pet egg can hatch a Silver Wolf King cub with random qualifications, not exceeding A. The lowest pet qualification is D, and the highest is SSS. The higher the qualification, the better it is, and the pet's lineage determines its upper limit, with this Silver Wolf King pet egg having a maximum qualification of A. Very well, I shall refrain from hatching it for now. I will wait until I reach the main city or perhaps sell it, as my primary task is to change professions. Just as he was preparing to list the unequipped gear in the auction house, a message from a friend arrived. Schwer, do you have any equipment left? Wu Shaochen pondered briefly before replying. I still have a few pieces. After sharing the screenshots of the attributes of the equipment he intended to list, the player noted that transactions between players incur no fees. Thus, as long as the offered price is not excessively low, it is certainly advantageous to engage in trade. Meanwhile, Sumu Shue's eyes brightened upon viewing the screenshots sent by Wu Shaochen, particularly when she spotted a piece of black iron equipment. A significant reason for adding Wu Shaochen as a friend was to explore the possibility of purchasing equipment directly from him. Just moments ago, Wu Shaochen had listed 6 pieces of equipment, but due to a slight delay in her response, she had failed to seize any of them. Consequently, she reached out to inquire, initially believing everything had already sold out. To her surprise, there were still items available, including black iron-grade equipment. It seemed he truly possessed an abundance of quality gear. After contemplating for a moment, Su Mushue proposed, "Could you sell it directly to me? Rest assured, the price will certainly be fair. The Silver Wolf equipment is valued at 20,000 each on the market. I can offer 100,000 for the Wild Boar King leggings." Upon receiving Su Mushue's response, Wu Shaochen swiftly initiated a remote trade, placing several pieces of equipment on the table. The price she offered was indeed quite reasonable. Although the previous item, the Feng Tooth Great Blade, had sold for 120,000, that was a weapon, and at that time, the average player level was 2 levels lower. The weapon provided a substantial enhancement. Now that player levels had risen, the equipment obtained boasted attributes of 7 or 8 points, resulting in relatively diminished upgrades. Therefore, offering 100,000 for the black wild boar leggings was already a commendable price. Even in a bidding scenario, it would approximate this amount, with a 15 fee applied to bids, while player-to-player trades remain fee-free. Upon seeing the counteroffer of 180,000, Wu Shaochen clicked to confirm. Once the trade concluded, the 180,000 was transferred directly into his linked bank account. Seems like she is quite affluent, Wu Shaochen mused, astonished at the ease with which she spent 180,000 on a few pieces of equipment without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 22. The city of Jinling. Upon completing the trade, Wu Shaochen hurried back to the novice village. Seeking out the village chief, he presented the magic core, saying, "Chief, here is the magic core of the Silver Wolf King you requested." The chief, upon receiving the magic core, exclaimed with excitement, "Splendid! With this, we can restore the teleportation array to the main city. This novice village has been sealed off for far too long. Adventurer, I thank you for your invaluable contribution to our village. Here is your reward." Ding. Task completed. Reward. Title, Hero of Novice Village. Would you like to equip it? Yes, Wu Shaochen replied. Then examined the title's attributes. Hero of Novice Village. Awarded for completing the teleportation array restoration task. Each novice village may only have one recipient. Attributes. Luck 10. Astonished, Wu Shaochen remarked, luck is a rare attribute. Thus far, the only luck-enhancing item he possessed was a necklace that added 3 points to his luck. This attribute not only influenced monster loot drops, but also pertained to many probabilistic events, making it an exceedingly rare and valuable trait. At that moment, the village chief began to manipulate a circular symbol at the village entrance. After a few minutes, the symbol suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, and a joyful smile spread across the chief's face. Simultaneously, a system announcement resonated among the 8,365 novice players. System announcement. Player Qin Feng has assisted the village chief in restoring the teleportation array. All novice players reaching level May 10th now approach the chief for direct transportation to the main city. So one must restore the teleportation array to access the main city? One player mused. It seems so. The system has indicated as much. But I wonder if it will be troublesome. Regardless of potential difficulties, they had a formidable ally aiding them in the restoration. Once they reached level 10, they could directly teleport to the main city for their class change. Truly, it was a blessing to be sheltered beneath such a grand tree. Well said. As the players in the 8365 novice village marveled at the comfort of their situation, few pondered too deeply, assuming the task would not be overly challenging. At that moment, Su Muxiue recalled her earlier inquiry to Qin Feng regarding why he had not ventured to the main city at level 10. He had mentioned an inability to do so, which now made sense. It was contingent upon restoring the teleportation array. Curiosity piqued. She could not resist sending him a message. What is involved in the task to restore the teleportation array? After a brief moment, he replied with 4 succinct words, slay the Silver Wolf King. Su Muxiue took a moment to regain her composure, reflecting, is it really only by defeating the Silver Wolf King that the teleportation array can be restored? And you went ahead and did it? Unsure of how to articulate her feelings, she considered that other novice villages might face similar challenges. However, without a player as extraordinary as Qin Feng, the Silver Wolf King would undoubtedly have thwarted their progress for considerable time. Qin Feng's efforts represented a monumental advantage for all of 8,365. With this thought, Su Muxiue's eyes sparkled. She currently possessed 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, likely the finest in the novice village, second only to the formidable Qin Feng. This significant advantage would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits for her. Uncle Liu, Su Muxiue instructed, have everyone set aside their tasks and expedite their leveling process. We must be among the first to enter the main city. Certainly, Mississippi. I shall relay the message immediately. Uncle Lou replied without hesitation. After the village chief repaired the teleportation array, he returned to Wu Shaochen and inquired, "Adventurer, the teleportation array is now operational. Would you like to teleport to the main city?" "Yes," Wu Shaochen affirmed. "Please step into the light circle and select your desired main city. As you are the hero of the novice village, this teleportation is complimentary," the village chief elaborated. "There are a total of 8 level 2 main cities and 4 level 1 main cities in the game. The novice village can only teleport to a level 2 main city, and players must reach level 100 to teleport from a level 2 to a level 1 main city. Upon entering the light circle, a system prompt appeared. Please select the city you wish to teleport to. The display showcased the 8 level 2 main cities: Qiushui City, Bei City, Jiulu City, Fengyong City, Huangsha City, Mabei City, Jibing City, and Jinling City. Wu Shaochen randomly selected Jinling City, reasoning that it mattered little where he went, as the only difference lay in the environment. Each city possessed its own unique characteristics. For instance, Bei City and Qiushui City were coastal, while Huangsha City and Mabei City bordered the desert. Jibing City was nestled near glaciers, yet ultimately there would be teleportation arrays between cities, rendering the choice inconsequential. With a flash of light, his surroundings blurred momentarily, only to regain clarity as he found himself in a vast city. The ancient architecture, intricate pathways, and towering walls evoked the sensation of having traversed time. Truly magnificent. The dilapidated novice village pales in comparison, Wu Shaochen marveled. Observing the scattered NPCs and the occasional patrol of NPC guards, he noted the absence of any players. Remembering his urgent purpose for visiting the main city, he made his way toward the city center, intending to ask an NPC for directions. However, upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a grand building at the center of the city, adorned with the sign for the class hall. There was no need to inquire further, for it was evident this was the place for class advancement. Inside the class hall stood 6 class mentors, a beautiful sorceress clad in a black magical robe, a muscular shield guardian, a warrior wielding a massive sword, a skilled archer with a quiver slung over her shoulder, an assassin concealed in tight leather armor, and a graceful priestess draped in a flowing white robe. After observing the 6 classes, Wu Shaochen approached the assassin mentor. Regrettably, his talent for ranged attacks could not be activated. Otherwise, becoming an archer would have been most exhilarating, merely standing back and shooting. Since he could not choose the archer class, his options for melee combat were limited to warrior, shield guardian, and assassin. As a player favoring agility, Wu Shaochen naturally opted for the assassin. "Greetings, mentor. I wish to advance to the assassin class." Wu Shaochen respectfully addressed the assassin mentor. "Adventurer, your discerning eye is commendable. The assassin is the swiftest and most explosive class among all professions, reigning as a sovereign of the shadows and instilling fear in the hearts of many. However, do not heed his grandiloquent claims, for an assassin merely preys upon fragile mages and archers. Should he encounter a warrior such as myself, I would swiftly dispatch him with but 2 strokes of my blade. You would do well to consider becoming a warrior instead." Upon hearing the assassin mentor's incessant flattery, the warrior mentor grew increasingly displeased. "Adventurer, perhaps you should contemplate becoming a shield guardian instead. That frail frame of an assassin would scarcely withstand a couple of bites from a wild beast. Stand firm as a shield guardian, and the beast shall think twice before approaching you," the shield guardian mentor interjected. As it became evident that the other mentors were eager to recruit, Wu Shaochen hastily remarked, "Esteemed mentors, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have already resolved to transition into the assassin class." Upon hearing his declaration, the other instructors could only sigh, recognizing that it was a rare occasion to encounter an adventurer. Thus they tended to speak more freely than usual. Ordinarily, they would refrain from interfering with the player's choices. Chapter 23. Job changed. The mentor of the assassin profession, without uttering a word, waved his hand, and a golden light enveloped Wu Shaochen. A system prompt echoed in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations on your successful job change. Would you like to redistribute your free attribute points?" Upon exiting the novice village, players have a singular opportunity to redistribute their points during their first job change, primarily to accommodate mage players who, lacking skills in the early stages, rely solely on basic attacks. Consequently, they cannot afford to allocate points to intelligence, which would severely hinder their development. Thus, most players initially invest points in a strength. However, upon transitioning to a mage, the previously allocated attribute points become redundant. Therefore, the system graciously offers a chance to reallocate points during this first job change, which is indeed quite considerate. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and deemed it unnecessary. Aside from 5 points in Constitution, all his points were invested in agility, perfectly aligning with the attributes of an assassin. Thus, he opted to decline the opportunity, considering it a waste of time. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a great assassin. Following the job change, players receive an additional 2 points automatically added to agility with each level gained, alongside their free attribute points. As levels increase, the additional points also grow. Each profession possesses its exclusive attribute points. Warriors receive 2 points in strength, mages in intelligence, shield bearers in constitution. Archers gain 1 point in agility and 1 in strength, while priests receive 1 point in intelligence and 1 in spirit. The remaining points are freely allocated by the players. Upon successfully changing jobs, the previously suppressed experience was unleashed, causing his level to surge to 11. He gained 40 health points, 20 mana points, and 10 free attribute points, with agility automatically increasing by 2. Leveling from LV10 to LV11 resulted in the following stats. Health, 1710 to 1750, mana, 150 to 170, agility, 76 to 78, movement speed, 100 to 102, attack speed, 50-51. He still had 30 attribute points remaining, with experience at 2060-30,000. Simultaneously, an announcement reverberated throughout the Huaxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng on successfully changing jobs. As the first player to undergo a job change, the system rewards you with 1,000 reputation, 50 gold coins, and a special skill book. This is an official announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chunfeng for successfully transitioning to the assassin profession. As the first player in the entire server to assume the assassin role, the system rewards you with 500 reputation, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is an official announcement. The consecutive announcements plunged the entire Huaxiao server into a hushed silence once more. Chunfeng's name had become ubiquitous. It was now impossible for anyone in the server to remain unaware of him. Since the server's launch, he had appeared on the news multiple times, making it difficult for players to overlook his prominence. Who exactly is this Chunfeng, and what accounts for his unparalleled prowess? Indeed, it has only been a little over a day since the server opened, and he has already been featured on the news 3 or 4 times. I can't believe it. I'm only at level 8, and he has already changed jobs. I entered the game at the same time as him and haven't logged off since. How was there such a disparity? Seeking contact information, yearning to ride on his coattails, Aoshi Tianxia glanced at his experience, sitting at 50 for level 9, his expression darkening. In various novice villages, numerous experts furrowed their brows, for most true warriors had already reached level 9, leading to a sense of regret. Junlin, the top assassin, is no more, lamented Howren. It was unexpected that he would transition to an assassin. Indeed, it was somewhat regrettable. However, archery also suits me well, Junlin replied. He had initially intended to become an assassin, attracted by the high critical hit rate and his penchant for close combat. Yet archery aligned with his talents as well. If we reach level 10 and no one claims the title of top archer, you should consider transitioning to archer. I sense that the skill book awarded upon the first class transition for each profession must be exceptionally powerful, Nan Feng suggested. Indeed, we must expedite our leveling. The novice village's teleportation array has been restored. As soon as we hit level 10, we can transition. This is a natural advantage, Junlin affirmed. Upon hearing the system announcement, Su Muxue glanced at her experience bar, which stood at 45 for level 9. Turning to Lu Shu, she said, Uncle Lu, let's coordinate our efforts to level up. This is a rare opportunity. I feel I can make a push to become the first player to transition to a mage. It's about time we did this, Lu Shu replied, recognizing the immense potential this opportunity held for Su Mushua's ascension as the first mage, which would undeniably benefit their future endeavors. After the system prompt, Wu Shaochen exhaled in relief, hurriedly logging off to eat. Having had breakfast around 8 in the morning, and now nearing 4 in the afternoon, his hunger was palpable. He had endured the hunger solely to secure the first transition reward, and now that it was finally in his grasp, he was eager to eat without delay. After removing his helmet, Wu Shaocheng instinctively checked his bank balance on his phone, a habit he had developed. The balance read, 607, 650 yuan. Wow, has it really reached 600,000? He exclaimed in delight. Having been preoccupied with monster hunting, he had lost track of his earnings, which had surprisingly accumulated to such an amount, sufficient to purchase a house in a small city. Haha, this gamble has truly paid off, though I owe it all to my talent, the origins of which remain a mystery to me. After freshening up and dressing, Wu Shaoqing ventured out, eager to indulge in a hearty meal after 2 days of inadequate nourishment. He arrived at a sizable restaurant near his rental, a place he had previously deemed too extravagant. Today, however, he ordered several dishes at once, scrolling through short videos on his phone while waiting for his food. The videos were recordings from within the game, with the most liked showcasing guild strategies against the Wild Boar King. Noticing that several guilds had already slain the Wild Boar King, Wu Shaoqing couldn't help but admire the strength of guilds. Without his talent that countered the Wild Boar King, he wondered how long it would have taken him to achieve such a feat. The restaurant's business was noticeably slower than before, with only a few tables occupied, and the conversations predominantly revolved around the divine decree. Who, exactly, is this enigmatic figure? Truly impressive. Indeed, it is baffling how one can advance so rapidly in the game. We all commenced our journey together, yet the disparity in our progress is staggering. I am still at level 7, while they have already undergone their job change. It is curious, too, to ponder what kind of person they might be in real life, how I wish to meet them. Wu Shaochen chuckled softly to himself, realizing that in just over a day, the game's impact had become so profound. Chapter 24. The War God S Hall. Wu Shaochen hastily finished his meal and returned home, donning his helmet to log back into the game. Every second counted. He could not afford to squander time. To excel in the game, one must toil harder than others. While the affluent possess gaming pods that allow them to remain online indefinitely, he had no choice but to exert himself relentlessly. Once more online, he found himself in the job change hall of Jinling City. His first instinct was to check his inventory, having yet to examine the 2 skill books awarded by the system. Upon discovering the 2 skills within his bag, particularly a golden skill, Wu Shaochen felt his breath quicken, the previous discontent swiftly dissipating. Immortal Body, special passive skill. Unique for every monster killed that is not below your own level. Your maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. This skill is undoubtedly on par with my innate talent, and being a unique skill, it seems heaven itself desires my rise. The explosive potential of an assassin is already formidable. However, what if this assassin were to possess greater resilience than a shield guard? The despair of facing such an opponent would be unimaginable. If this skill were to be sold, its value would be beyond comprehension. Yet, being a unique skill, it is certainly not for sale. With his finances now secure, there was no temptation to part with it. Trembling with anticipation, he retrieved the invaluable skill book from his bag and silently began to learn it. As the skill appeared in his skill bar, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Without mastering it, he would have felt as though he were lost in a dream. Turning his attention to the other skill book in his inventory, Void removes all negative effects from oneself, entering a void space where one cannot be targeted, lasting for 1 second. Magic cost, 100. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Learning requirement, Assassin. Another extraordinary skill. Wu Shaochen hurriedly learned it. The value of either of these skills was incalculable, and his efforts, despite his hunger, had finally borne fruit. After mastering this skill, along with the 2 basic skills of the assassin, his skill bar now boasted 6 abilities. Insight allows the user to view information on monsters up to 10 levels above their own, with no cost or cooldown. Swift movement increases movement speed by 50 and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Magic cost, 50. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Stealth, enters an invisible state, reducing movement speed by 30. Duration, 5 minutes, consuming 1 point of magic per second. Cooldown, 1 minute. Attacking, being attacked, or being touched will break the invisibility, which can also be dispelled voluntarily. Note, bosses above 10 levels and ordinary monsters above 30 levels can see through invisibility, as can the archer's eagle eye. Backstab, circles behind the target to attack, dealing 150 physical damage and ignoring 50 of the target's defense. Magic cost, 30. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Immortal Body, special passive skill. Unique for every monster kill that is not below your own level. Your maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. Void, removes control and clears all negative effects, entering a void space where one cannot be targeted, lasting for 1 second. Magic cost, 100. Cooldown, 5 minutes. As Wu Shaochen gazed upon these skills, an insatiable desire stirred within him, compelling him to rush forth and vanquish monsters. However, he restrained himself, opting first to explore and familiarize himself with the main city, while also seeking any available quests. Stepping out of the class transition hall and into the bustling street, he noticed that the buildings lining the main thoroughfare predominantly catered to daily necessities, such as weapon shops, clothing stores, jewelry boutiques, pharmacies, and general goods stores. Upon entering the weapon shop and perusing the available items, his expression darkened immediately. To his dismay, the shop featured an array of basic equipment for sale, jeopardizing his ability to sell his own crafted items in the future. Fortunately, he had managed to dispose of his basic gear during his time in the novice village, having earned a fair share of profit. With this thought, he found solace. After all, equipment of this quality would soon require a minimum level to equip, likely rendering it undesirable to players as they progressed. In addition to buying and selling weapons, the shop also offered the opportunity to learn the life skill of weapon crafting. By acquiring this skill, players could forge their own weapons. Each player is permitted to learn up to 3 life skills. However, Wu Shaochen had no intention of pursuing such endeavors, deeming them a waste of time, particularly in the early stages where they consumed both time and resources, and the crafted equipment often fell short of expectations. He reasoned that he would be better off hunting a few bosses instead. Anticipating similar offerings in the clothing and jewelry shops, he made his way to the general goods store, where he purchased 2 town return scrolls for 10 silver coins each, quite exorbitant. Suddenly, he spotted a map scroll priced at 1 gold coin. What a steep price. He scrutinized the item. Map scroll, upon use, activates the map function. This scroll records the distribution of monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of Jinling City. A revelation struck him. He had wondered why the game lacked a map feature. Thankfully, the novice village was relatively small, sparing him from the risk of becoming lost. It seemed one must purchase a map scroll to activate this feature, a rather steep cost indeed. Nevertheless, Wu Shaochen, undeterred by the price, promptly procured the scroll, for he found himself in possession of a substantial fortune exceeding 90 gold coins, and this item was essential for every player. Upon acquiring the scroll and using it, the map function illuminated before him, revealing detailed information about the monsters within the 10-kilometer radius. Beyond this area lay a veil of darkness, awaiting exploration. The map would automatically illuminate and record areas traversed by players. This feature proved to be quite satisfactory, justifying the expense. Wu Shaochen muttered to himself, then continued his exploration of Jinling City. The city was vast, housing not only functional NPC areas but also residential districts filled with a diverse array of NPCs. Some of these residents might offer special quests, though the number of such NPCs was scarce among the multitude. He understood that such tasks often depended on chance, but the rewards for special quests were generally quite generous. Next, there's the player trading area, where one can set up stalls and engage in free trade without incurring any transaction fees, a far more benevolent option compared to the auction house. There are also shops available for purchase, allowing one to sell equipment without the necessity of being present, which is infinitely more convenient than operating a stall. However, acquiring a shop requires a substantial amount of gold, which is quite exorbitant. To be honest, Wu Shaochen genuinely considered purchasing a shop to sell the items he had acquired. thereby saving considerable fees. Yet, after inquiring, he discovered that the prices started in the tens of thousands of gold, which dampened his enthusiasm. Thus, he found the auction house to be more practical. Subsequently, there are arenas, taverns, and the Lord's mansion, which left Wu Shaochen feeling rather dazzled. As he strolled, he arrived at an enormous structure comparable in scale to the Class Change Hall, upon which the words Hall of War Gods were inscribed. Intrigued, Wu Shaochen ventured inside. The vast Hall of War Gods was flanked by lifelike statues, with a central passage leading to a swirling portal at the far end. Approaching one statue of a middle-aged man, he noticed an inscription that read, Year 356 of the Holy Light Era, the War God Grib. Single-handedly slayed numerous stellar-level beasts and held off celestial-level monsters for 2 full hours, ultimately perishing. Enshrined as a war god, he entered the Hall of War Gods. He then moved to another statue depicting a noble woman with silver hair, where the inscription stated, Year 487 of the Holy Light Era, the Ice Mage, sacrificing herself to cast a forbidden spell, freezing 3,000 miles, encapsulating the evil demon lord and his million beasts, making a tremendous contribution to human survival. Enshrined as a mage, she entered the Hall of War Gods. Chapter 25, Ascension of Realms. Wu Shaochen gazed upon the myriad statues, each one embodying the fall of a legendary warrior. As he approached the swirling portal, a system prompt resonated. Ding. Do you wish to challenge the War God's secret realm? Each player may challenge once per day. What is the purpose of challenging the War God's secret realm? Wu Shaochen inquired. Soon, a message regarding the War God's secret realm materialized before him. Within the War God's secret realm, a corresponding spectral manifestation of a war god will randomly appear. Should the player vanquish this apparition, the challenge is deemed successful. Upon success, the player's realm will be elevated, enhancing their innate potential. Each ascension grants a substantial allocation of attribute points along with the corresponding war god medal. Furthermore, should the player excel within this realm and earn the recognition of the war god's spirit, they may randomly acquire a skill associated with that particular war god. Oh, so this is indeed a place for ascension, Wu Shaochen realized. Previously, he had observed that his talent enabled him to slay bosses of no lesser realm than his own, with the toxin accumulation increasing by 1 layer. Initially, he had assumed it pertained to levels. It turned out to be about realms. However, what does enhancing innate potential signify? Can talents be upgraded? Wu Shaochen pondered, perplexed. Never mind, I shall find out through experience. He had already defeated the black iron and bronze bosses and could no longer trigger his talent. I should elevate 2 realms and see if the first challenger to succeed receives a reward. With that thought, Wu Shaochen made his choice. The swirling portal soon opened, and he stepped inside, only to find himself within a confined space, the surroundings stark and empty. At that moment, a figure coalesced not far ahead, resembling a middle-aged man. Though he was indistinct, Wu Shaochen cast a detection spell. War God Apparition. Black Iron Level. 11 health. 80. 000 physical attack. 400 physical defense. 150 magical defense. 80 speed. 60 skill 1. Azure Slash. Strikes forward, dealing 150 damage to targets in its path. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2. Block. Absorbs the next attack. Cooldown 5 seconds. Is that all? Nothing more? Wu Shaochen scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully at the attributes of the War God Apparition. He had expected a formidable opponent, yet its attributes were but a trifle stronger than that of the Wild Boar King, with 1 less skill to boot. However, upon reflection, it was clear that the War God's secret realm could only be challenged solo. If its skills matched those of the Wild Boar King, others would be rendered incapable of participating. Given these attributes, it would be nearly impossible for players at this stage to engage in a duel. Presumably, one would need to advance their class and attain certain levels and equipment to succeed. Yet, for Wu Shaochen at this moment, such attributes seemed beneath him. To conserve time, he activated his speed enhancement, enduring 2 strikes from the apparition while applying 3 layers of toxin, then leisurely retreated. With his speed exceeding 100, he regarded the apparition as 45 speed, perceiving it as sluggish as a snail. With a formidable defense of 66 points and a health pool of 1750, Wu Shaochen withstood 2 assaults from the Phantom, sustaining not even half of his health. After disengaging from combat, he regenerated an impressive 17 health points per second, effortlessly restoring himself to full vitality. As for his skills, their damage output was rather unimpressive, easily remedied by a medium health potion, while the second skill was entirely ignorable. A 5-second block could be irksome to others, yet it held no relevance for him. The 3-tiered poison inflicted a steady 69 points of damage per second, rendering the defeat of the Phantom merely a matter of 20 minutes. As anticipated, 20 minutes later, the Phantom lay defeated, marking a successful challenge. Wu Shaochen, contemplating whether any divine warrior spirits might have taken notice of him, was promptly teleported away, evidently lacking the recognition of such spirits. It remained uncertain whether his insufficient realm prevented the triggering of their attention, or if his furtive tactics were simply unappreciated. Upon returning to the Hall of Warriors, a system notification promptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your realm has ascended to Black Iron level, and you have gained an attribute bonus of 10 across all attributes, along with 10 free attribute points. You have received the Warrior's Medallion of Black Iron level. As the first player to reach Black Iron level, you are awarded an additional 10 free attribute points. To his surprise, there was no server-wide announcement. This was preferable. He had no desire to be thrust into the limelight, as he was rapidly becoming a target of public disdain. The enhancement in attributes from the elevation of his realm was substantial. An overall increase of 10 attributes equated to an impressive 60 points. And with the addition of 10 free points, it amounted to a total of 70 points, merely at the initial level of his realm, with the potential for even greater enhancements in the future. It became evident that, alongside equipment, 1's realm was a crucial factor in defining a player's strength. Inspecting the Warrior's Medallion, he noted its straightforward yet potent attribute enhancement of 10. He also observed that he possessed a remarkable 50 unallocated attribute points. Contemplating his attributes, Wu Shaochen concluded that with his immortal body, there was no need to invest in constitution, nor in strength, and intelligence was unnecessary as well. The attributes of importance to him were threefold. First and foremost was agility, undoubtedly the primary focus at present. Next was bone, as he was bound to encounter mages and magic-based foes, necessitating an increase in his current subpar magical defense. Finally, spirit was vital, as the increase in skills would inevitably deplete his mana reserves, although, for the moment, they sufficed. After deliberating between agility and bone, Wu Shaochen ultimately allocated 20 points to agility and 30 points to bone. His agility was now sufficiently high, allowing for a brief pause in its enhancement, while the urgency of bolstering his defenses became apparent. With his realm elevated, points allocated, and medallion donned, Wu Shaochen's prowess surged once more. Name: Dust-Sealed Realm, Black Iron level, 11 health, 1910 mana, 280 physical attack, 157 magical attack, 32 physical defense, 111 magical defense, 70 movement speed, 142 attack speed, 30 critical hit rate, 10 experience, 2060 30,000 strength, 37 10 40, less than 1 point does not count intelligence, 15 10 16 constitution, 62 10 68 bone quality, 55 10 60 spirit, 15 10 16 agility, 108 10 118. These attributes hardly reflect that of a level 11 character. Having explored nearly the entirety of Jinling City without encountering any NPCs capable of triggering quests, Wu Shaochen had little hope for such interactions. This game primarily revolves around battling monsters, and aside from a novice village, quests within the main city are exceedingly scarce. It is time to venture forth and engage in combat. It has been quite a while since he last enhanced his talents. Opening the map and scrutinizing it carefully, he ultimately focused on a plain located 5 kilometers beyond the southern gate, where a congregation of goblins resided precisely at level 16. Moreover, continuing in that direction, monsters ranging from levels 17 to 20 could be found. Upon confirming his destination, Wu Shaochen sprinted towards it, his impressive movement speed of 142 allowing him to reach the goblin plane in just a few minutes. Observing the diminutive and grotesque goblins, he promptly cast insight upon them. Goblin level, 16 health, 18,000 physical attack, 320 physical defense, 130 magical defense, 60 speed, 45 skill. Heavy strike. Wielding a wolf fang, it strikes fiercely at the target, inflicting 155 physical damage. To be frank, the attribute growth of monsters in this game is remarkably high. This Goblin's attack and defense surpass that of the Wild Boar King, albeit with 2 fewer skills. The fact that ordinary monsters possess such attributes is indeed disconcerting. However, for Wu Shaochen at this moment, it posed little challenge. Activating Haste, his movement speed surged beyond 200, while his attack speed reached 80. The percentages stack additively, not multiplicatively. He swiftly inflicted 3 layers of poison upon the goblins, sustaining only 2 strikes before retreating. Continuing to poison 3 at once, he engaged in a rapid onslaught, directly enduring the assaults of 3 goblins simultaneously. With a formidable defense of 111, each strike from the goblins only diminished Wu Shaochen's health by 209 points, while their skills dealt just over 300 points of damage. However, facing 3 goblins was already the limit. He occasionally needed to consume potions to maintain his strength. Chapter 26. Silver Wolf. 5 minutes later, 3 goblins fell to the ground simultaneously. Ding! Killed Goblin 3, gained 540 experience points, as the kill was 5 levels above. An additional 270 experience points were awarded. Ding! Talent trait activated. Toxin damage increased by 3 points. Current toxin damage is now 26. Ding! Immortal body effect activated. Maximum health increased by 3 points. The current enhancement of Immortal Body has raised maximum health by 3 points. Listening to these notifications, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of delight. With both talents and Immortal Body advancing concurrently, it meant that the more he killed, the stronger he became. However, the experience gained from defeating higher-level monsters was rather excessive. 270 points for a single creature meant that he would level up after vanquishing just over 100 monsters. Far too rapid a progression. Suddenly, he recalled the pet egg in his backpack. Pets required a share of the player's experience. There was no need for it to engage in battles. Simply siphoning off a bit of experience would suffice to prevent overly rapid leveling. With this thought, Wu Shaochen swiftly retrieved the Silver Wolf King pet egg from his backpack and proceeded to hatch it according to the system's instructions. A flash of light enveloped the egg, which then vanished, revealing a small wolf cub at Wu Shaochen's feet. The affectionate creature nuzzled against his pant leg. A pet hatched by a player would instinctively recognize its master. Ding! Hatching successful, obtained Silver Wolf King cub, quality A, please name it. Gazing at the silver-furred little creature, Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us name it Silver Wolf." Ding! Naming successful. He then examined the attributes of Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, pet quality, a level, 0 health, 200 mana, 100 physical attack, 20 physical defense, 10 magical defense, 5 speed, 10 skill 1. Swift, increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Consumes 50 mana, cooldown time, 2 minutes. Indeed, this attribute surpassed that of a rabbit. It was no wonder wolves preyed upon them. In addition to the innate skills at birth, pets could learn a skill every 20 levels, continuing to battle goblins alongside the little wolf. Wu Shaochen noticed its eager demeanor and promptly commanded, "Stay back and just soak up the experience with those little legs of yours. You wouldn't stand a chance against them." Obediently, Silver Wolf retreated to safety. Watching the little creature settle in the back, Wu Shaochen resumed his onslaught against the monsters, now with Silver Wolf siphoning off 20 of the experience. This would allow him to accumulate more talent and enhance his immortal body with each level gained. At that moment, having finally reached level 10, Ao Shi Tian Xia excitedly sought out the village chief to be teleported to the main city, only to be informed that the teleportation array required repairs and that he must defeat the Silver Wolf King. His spirits plummeted immediately. Simultaneously, Many formidable players who had tirelessly ground their way to level 10 in a novice village faced the same predicament. They began organizing groups to hunt the Silver Wolf King, only to be met with total annihilation. Consequently, the forums erupted with activity. A post titled "The Terrifying Silver Wolf King." The roadblock of the novice village was instantly pinned to the top. The essence of the post revolves around the necessity of defeating the Silver Wolf King to leave the novice village. However, the Silver Wolf King possesses formidable strength, boasting a staggering 200,000 health points, an attack power of 550, and the ability to inflict widespread damage that bypasses defenses. Moreover, its capacity to summon minions has caused countless players immense distress, yet they are compelled to confront it. Subsequently, there's a call for the esteemed player Dust to share strategies. The comments below fervently tag Dust, as this challenge is far more critical than that of the Wild Boar King, impacting the interests of all players, leading to a swift accumulation of over 1 million tags. Meanwhile, the chat in the 8365 Novice Village has become lively. Goodness, so defeating the Silver Wolf King is essential for repairing the teleportation array? This difficulty is outrageous. One player exclaims. Indeed, after seeing the Silver Wolf King's attributes online, I reckon I would be eliminated before even getting close, another response. How did the great Dust manage to defeat such a terrifying foe? One wonders, while another expresses excitement. However, the silver lining is that once we reach level 10, we can head straight to the main city. This advantage will surely manifest. Yes, we are grateful to the Great One. Truly impressive. They chant in unison. Junlin, how far are you from leveling up? Nanfeng inquires of Junlin. Being the leader among their group, they have refrained from forming a party, instead opting to weaken enemies for Junlin to reap the rewards and secure the first job advancement. Almost there, 90 complete, no more than half an hour, Junlin replies. Huh, we owe our gratitude to Dust, or else we would have been left behind. Xiao Bei chuckles from the side. Indeed, one cannot overlook the plethora of strong players in this game. I never anticipated so many would reach level 10 so swiftly. We should genuinely express our gratitude. Junlin remarks earnestly. At that moment, Wu Shaochen receives a private message from Su Muxiue. Schwer, aren't you browsing the forums? Offline for a meal. I occasionally check. Wu Shaochen responds. Schwer, eating offline? Can't the nutrition solution sustain your body's needs for 3 days? Can't afford it. Wu Shaochen retorts decisively. Schwer, you aren't playing with a gaming helmet, are you? Indeed, what of it? Wu Shaochen replies. Meanwhile, Su Muxiue, engaged in defeating the Silver Wolf in the Novice Village, stares in disbelief at the chat content. He is actually using a gaming helmet yet remains ahead of everyone else. How is he achieving this? Dust, beautiful lady. What can I do for you? Snapping back to reality, Su Muxiue responds. Nothing much. Many are seeking you on the forum. You might want to check it out when you have time. Dust, I did not intend to log off at this moment. One can access the forum directly within the game. Who said anything about logging off? Su Muxiue rolls her eyes. Dust, oh, let me take a look. By the way, which main city are you in? Su Muxiue inquires. Dust, what is your intention? I've added you as a friend. You don't harbor any ulterior motives towards me, do you? Furious, Su Muxiue abruptly closes the chat window and resumes attacking the Silver Wolf with her weapon. Standing beside her, Uncle Liu gazed at his young mistress with a perplexed expression. Recently, something seemed amiss with her, but he chose to remain silent and simply observe. After a while, Su Muxiue received another private message from the user named Chengfeng, Jinling City. Upon reading this message, a subtle smile graced her lips as she glanced at her experience level, which stood at 85. There was still much work to be done. After replying to the message, Wu Shaocheng, as anticipated, discovered the forum interface within the game. Upon entering, he noted his ID, Chengfeng, indicating it was directly linked to his gaming profile. Inside, he was greeted by a multitude of notifications from players who were fervently mentioning him. When he had previously perused the forum via his mobile device, he had done so as a guest, thus missing these notifications. Now, however, entering with his gaming ID, he was bombarded with over 999 mentions, the exact number beyond comprehension, best left unopened. Wu Shaocheng perused the threads and realized that many players were struggling to leave the novice village. Initially indifferent, he reconsidered and decided to contribute a comment in the discussion. Go to the village chief to voice your grievances. It was hardly a confidential matter, and he thought it might serve as a benevolent act, alleviating the players' incessant suspicions of cheating or calls for official investigations. The outcome would ultimately depend on their financial resources. Within the forum, aside from instant recovery potions, there were also elixirs that enhanced attack, health, and speed, which would significantly aid them in defeating the Silver Wolf King, albeit at a rather steep price. Wu Shaochen smirked slyly. With his reply, a tempest of excitement ensued. Wow, the Great One replied. The ID is legitimate. I thought this player was merely a figment of imagination. I can't believe it's truly the legendary Chung Feng responding. Yet, what did the Great One mean? Is the Great One imparting strategies to us? Those who have accepted the quest, hurry and give it a try. Chapter 27. Job change announcement. After browsing the forum for a while, Wu Shaochen found nothing of interest and exited the interface, resuming his monster hunting endeavors. After a brief period, an announcement echoed across the entire server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Junlin for successfully changing jobs to Archer. As the first player to transition to the Archer profession, the system rewards him with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is hereby announced. Oh, someone has changed jobs? Isn't it impossible to defeat the Silver Wolf King? Could it be from my novice village? Wu Shaochen mused upon hearing the server-wide announcement. Speaking of which, this is the first time someone besides myself has appeared on the announcement board. Finally, someone else has taken some of the heat off me. Barely 10 minutes had passed when another announcement rang out. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Schwerer for successfully changing jobs to mage. As the first player to transition to the mage profession, the system rewards her with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is hereby announced. This girl is impressive, Wu Shaochen remarked, somewhat astonished. It is worth noting that although the teleportation array in that novice village has been repaired, there are very few players who have reached level 10 at this time. Her achievement of being the first mage attests to her strength. Not long after, yet another announcement was made. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Call Me Huang Xiao for successfully changing jobs to warrior. As the first player to transition to the warrior profession, the system rewards him with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is hereby announced. Upon hearing consecutive server announcements, Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose and murmured, should I charge them a teleportation fee? Meanwhile, the other players from a novice village were filled with envy. Why wasn't I born in the same novice village as the divine master Chen Feng? It's so demoralizing. We fought tooth and nail against the Silver Wolf King, while he simply picked up the spoils. Sigh, comparing oneself to others is a path to despair. At this moment, the AO Shi Kun Xiong Guild, guided by Wu Shaochen, spent a considerable sum to purchase numerous potions and were now engaged in a tense battle against the Silver Wolf King. With the aid of potions that increase life by 30 and instant recovery potions, the situation stabilized. Though it was costly, they had nearly exhausted all the currency available in the novice village to acquire these potions, causing the price of copper coins to soar to $2 each. In addition to the first-tier players battling the Silver Wolf King, there were at least 1,000 players standing behind, primarily tasked with dealing with the Silver Wolves summoned by the Silver Wolf King, ensuring they were kept at bay and did not interfere with the ongoing battle. Thus, the battle continued for over an hour until the massive figure of the Silver Wolf King finally collapsed, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all present. After swiftly gathering the loot, the AO Shi Tianxia members hurried back to the village, simultaneously instructing, Jueqing, Gufeng, you two just leveled up as well, right? Hurry up and catch up. The first rewards for the shield guard and priest professions have yet to be claimed. Go and get them quickly. Upon their return to the novice village, they found the village chief anxiously repairing the magic array. Just then, yet another server announcement resounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Dreamlike Dance for successfully transitioning to the priest class. As the first player to achieve this, the system rewards her with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for her new profession. This announcement is hereby made. Dreamlike Dance is no longer in the 8365 novice village. Aasijuing expressed his confusion. It seems that the Dream Guild has outpaced us in defeating the Silver Wolf King. Aasijuangxia frowned, noting, the Dream Guild is a renowned female-only guild in the online gaming realm, composed entirely of female players and excluding male members. Despite this, it has managed to secure a position among the top 10 guilds in the gaming world. It is surprising that the illustrious first mage, Dreamlike Dance, has chosen to become a priest. One wonders if it is for the primary reward or simply because her talents are suited to the role, mused Aasijuang. Just then, the village chief completed the repair of the teleportation array, and the three swiftly entered, selecting the city of Jinling. Soon, another system notification chimed. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Aasijuang for successfully transitioning to the Shield Guardian class. As the first player to undertake this profession, the system rewards him with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for his new class. This announcement is hereby made. Thus, all 6 primary professions have now emerged, and what leaves everyone speechless is that the 8365 Novice Village has claimed 4 of these positions, with all but Junlin being relatively unknown figures. This experience has made every player acutely aware of the benefits of having strong allies. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 40, Magic 20, Agility 2. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. While everyone else was engrossed in their leveling pursuits, Wu Shaochen felt a sense of helplessness upon receiving the leveling notification. The experience from level 16 monsters is indeed substantial for an 11-level player, compounded by the bonus for defeating higher-level foes. Even after accounting for the 20 experience deduction from his pet, each monster still yields 216 experience points. After the 3 he had previously defeated, he would need to vanquish another 126 goblins to level up. Sighing, he lamented, after leveling up, I will need to find a new place to grind. He decided to reserve the 10 attribute points for the time being, planning to allocate them later based on his needs, as he currently did not lack in attributes. Having defeated a total of 129 goblins, his toxic damage had reached an astonishing 152 points per second, capable of inflicting over 9,000 points of damage in a minute, which is quite terrifying. The enhancement from the Undying Body has increased his health to 129 points, surpassing the 2,000 mark to reach 2079 points. His agility has reached 120, with experience at 40,000. From the 129 goblins he defeated, Wu Shaochen received 8 pieces of equipment, demonstrating a significantly higher drop rate compared to his time in the Novice Village. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the higher level of monsters or a stroke of luck, or perhaps both. After all, in the Novice Village, it took 3 or 4 dozen monsters to yield a single item, whereas now, roughly 15 or 16 monsters yield one. What astonished Wu Shaochen the most was the fact that among the drops was a piece of black iron equipment. Wolf Tooth Club, quality. Black iron level physical attack 60, ignore defense, 4 additional attributes. Strength 15 equipment requirement. Warrior, the attributes are quite impressive, with only a professional requirement and no level restriction. I wonder if other equipment follows the same pattern. It seems that higher level monsters have a chance to drop black iron gear. If I am not mistaken, even higher tier common monsters might yield bronze or even superior equipment, albeit at a lower drop rate. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many boss encounters. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly a rare find for warriors and should fetch a handsome price. I will hold off for now and list it for auction once more players gather in the main city. The remaining 7 pieces are all level 16 white gear, which I cannot sell or utilize, so they will likely have to be sold to the in-game store. It seems that in the future, only white gear will have level requirements, while attribute gear will only necessitate class specifications. If that is the case, there will be little need to pick up white gear anymore. What delighted him even more was Silver Wolf, whose experience requirement for leveling up is significantly lower than that of players. Even with just 20 experience, defeating over 100 goblins had elevated Silver Wolf's level to 8, resulting in a substantial increase in attributes. Silver Wolf, pet qualification, a level, 8 health, 8,200 magic points, 900 physical attack, 260 physical defense, 186 spell defense, 93 speed, 40. Although these attributes are commendable, it is still unable to participate in battles, primarily because Wu Shaochen has outleveled it considerably. In a situation where levels are equivalent, Silver Wolf's prowess would indeed be overwhelming. But for now, it must continue to follow behind and leech experience. Just as Wu Shaochen prepared to delve deeper, his mobile phone suddenly rang, compelling him to reluctantly log off to answer the call. If only he had a gaming pod, he could connect directly to his phone without such inconvenience. Removing his gaming headset, he picked up the phone resting beside him. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a rare smile graced Wu Shaochen's lips as he answered the call. It had been a while since this young lady had reached out. "Brother," a hesitant voice came through the line. "What is it, Zine?" Wu Shaochen inquired. "Brother, could you transfer me some money? I know you are not well off, but All right, I will transfer it to you immediately." Wu Shaochen discerned the anxiety in her voice and responded directly, without probing for reasons. Since their parents' passing, she remained his sole family. Previously, when finances were tight, he provided her with a mere 1,000 yuan monthly for living expenses. Zine was aware of his modest earnings, so she had always been frugal, often taking on part-time jobs. This was the first instance she had asked him for money. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to her account, initially contemplating a larger sum, but hesitating for fear of her overthinking. Chapter 28. Has my talent stagnated? At the Shaochen Economic Institute, in the girls' dormitory, a pure and charming young lady stared blankly at her hung-up phone, momentarily at a loss. "I had to even said anything, and you just hung up? Do you even know how much I need? You wretched brother, are you really brushing me off?" At that moment, a sweet-looking girl approached and inquired, "Zine, does your brother still have money to send you?" Wu Zine shook her head, uncertain. Her brother's salary was meager, and he had to send her living expenses every month, leaving him with little savings. Apart from her brother, she had no idea where to borrow money. "I say, that woman must be doing it on purpose. It's because the man she fancies has a crush on you that she is deliberately opposing you." 8,000 for a bottle of cosmetics. How outrageous! The girl exclaimed indignantly. "Never mind, I'll just keep my distance from her. It was indeed my fault for breaking it. I can't blame anyone else. Besides, I checked online, and that cosmetic does indeed cost over 8,000. Wu Zine replied helplessly, a mist of tears welling in her eyes. She was painfully aware of the other party's intentions, yet what could she do? It was her carelessness that had led to this predicament. Over 8,000 was equivalent to her living expenses for more than half a year, and she felt utterly wronged. With your personality, you're bound to suffer a great loss one day. Sigh, it's also my fault. If I hadn't bought that gaming helmet, I could have helped you pay for it, the girl lamented. Don't say that, Wei Wei. You've lent me all your living expenses. I don't even know how to thank you. What will you do for the rest of the month? Wu Zine expressed her gratitude to her roommate, who was also her closest friend, always supporting her at school. I'll be fine. Worst case, I'll throw a tantrum at my dad. He wouldn't let me starve, Wei Wei replied nonchalantly. Just then, Wu Zine received a text message on her phone. Upon opening it, she saw a notification of a deposit, and when she noticed the sum of 20,000, she felt utterly flustered. Wow, Zine, your brother is quite wealthy. My dad only gives me 3,000 a month for living expenses, and it's hard to ask for even a penny more. Yet, with just one call, your brother sends you 20,000. I could use a brother like that. Wei Wei teased. Wu Zine did not respond, but immediately called back. As soon as the call connected, she asked, "Brother, where did you get so much money?" "I earned a bit from playing games recently," Wu Shaochen replied. "Games? Can you really make that much money from games?" Wu Zine seemed incredulous, as she rarely played games and found it hard to comprehend. Hearing this, Wei Wei quickly chimed in. "Is your brother playing Divine Oracle? If so, with some skill, earning tens of thousands is not impossible. We have several big players in our novice village who sell equipment for a fortune." Wu Zine was momentarily taken aback. She knew many classmates, including Wei Wei, played that game, and while she didn't harbor any disdain for gamers, she had never considered that gaming could be profitable. "Yes, it's Divine Oracle. I sold some equipment and made a bit of money. Don't worry, I haven't done anything wrong. If it's not enough, I'll ask for more." Wu Shaochen's voice came through the phone once again. "Thank you, brother, but I do not require so much. You should also keep some for yourself. Allow me to transfer a bit back to you. Although I cannot fathom how a game can be so lucrative, Knowing that you are not engaged in any nefarious deeds brings me solace. Nevertheless, the sudden influx of wealth has left me somewhat overwhelmed. No worries, brother. You still have plenty, so take it and treat yourself. Perhaps acquire some clothing or cosmetics, for a girl ought to maintain a certain elegance. In the past, you lacked funds and had no choice, but now that you are affluent, we must not deprive ourselves. Wu Shaochen remarked. Sister Wu Ziyin's voice trembled. All right. Go attend to your matters, Wu Shaochen said, aware that Wu Ziyin would not seek him for financial assistance unless something significant had occurred. Okay, I shall hang up now. Once summer vacation arrives, I will visit you, Wu Ziyin replied. Did you hang up? Asked Wei Wei, who was nearby. Yes, what is it? Wu Ziyin responded, somewhat perplexed. Oh, I was hoping you could inquire about your brother's game ID. The game has barely launched for 2 days, and he has already amassed a fortune. He must be quite skilled. If only he could guide me, Wei Wei lamented. My brother used to play games frequently. I cannot speak to his prowess. However, Wei Wei, do you truly believe one can earn such vast sums within a game? Wu Ziyin remained skeptical. Absolutely. I cannot speak for earlier games. But in the Divine Oracle, if you possess some skill, earning tens of thousands in a single day is hardly a challenge. The most formidable player, Chen Shou, has reportedly sold equipment worth nearly 500,000 in just over a day, not counting the gold he possesses. I've heard that just from system rewards. He has amassed 80 to 90 pieces of gold, which can be sold for 10,000 each. Thus, he has earned over $1 million in a day. This is merely in the early stages of the game. The later stages will undoubtedly yield even more, Wei Wei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Wu Ziyin's mouth fell agape, as this information surpassed her understanding. Perhaps I should also play? Wu Ziyin pondered, feeling tempted. Indeed, your brother just transferred you 20,000. Even after compensating that wretched woman 8,000, you still have 12,000 remaining. With the rest, you could purchase a helmet. It is settled then, Wei Wei decisively concluded, on Wu Shaochen's side. After concluding the call, he donned the helmet once more and entered the game, proceeding directly to delve deeper towards Black Bear Ridge, where numerous level 17 black bears awaited his next targets for farming. Upon arriving at Black Bear Ridge and observing the imposing black bears, Wu Shaochen's spirit surged. He initiated with an insight spell. Black Bear, level 17 health, 23. 000 physical attack, 350 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 100 speed, 40 skill, slam, deals 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius and reduces their movement speed by 30. Cooldown, 20 seconds. It appears that ordinary monsters pose no significant threat to me anymore. I can effortlessly engage in mass slaying. A single black bear, when afflicted with 3 layers of poison, requires little further attention, inflicting a total of 456 points of toxin damage, which amounts to a staggering 27,000 points over the span of 60 seconds. Thus, Wu Shaochen commenced his unconventional method of monster hunting, striking each black bear 3 times before retreating. Soon, he found himself pursued by a large horde of black bears, and one by one, those lagging behind fell to his relentless assault. This method allowed Wu Shaochen to experience true exhilaration. However, this thrill dissipated upon the demise of the 89th black bear, as he received only 2 system notifications. Ding! You have slain Black Bear, gaining 200 experience points. As you have slain a foe 5 levels higher, you receive an additional 100 experience points, of which 20 is allocated to your pet. Your pet, Silver Wolf, gains 60 experience points. Ding! The Immortal Body effect is activated, increasing your maximum health by 1 point. Your current Immortal Body has enhanced your maximum health by 218 points. Indeed, the anticipated enhancement from his talents was absent. Wu Shaochen scrutinized the system notifications multiple times to confirm this, then checked his talents, discovering that his toxin damage had stagnated at 240 points. To ascertain the situation, he proceeded to slay 2 more black bears. While his experience and Immortal Body bonuses increased, his talent remained unchanged. This left Wu Shaochen somewhat anxious, as he had never anticipated such a scenario. He had assumed that continuous slaying would perpetually enhance his talents. It now seemed there were limitations, which was somewhat understandable. as continuing to grind in such a manner would severely disrupt game balance. Would my maximum toxin damage be capped at 240 points henceforth? Wu Shaochen pondered gloomily. While 240 points per second is indeed formidable at this stage, it may soon prove inadequate as player strength escalates. If this is the case, then this talent may not be as beneficial as he had hoped. Chapter 29. Gifted Potential. Upon examining the description of the talent, there is no indication of a cap on toxin damage. If such a limit were to exist, it would be duly noted. Moreover, the figure of 240 does not suggest a maximum. Rather, it appears to correlate with one's level, currently at level 12, with a 20-fold multiplier conveniently amounts to 240. Yet, why is it a multiplier of 20 instead of 10? Suddenly, Wu Shaochen recalled the introduction to the War God Temple, which stated that ascending one's realm could enhance gifted potential. This must be what is referred to as gifted potential, implying that not only my talent, but indeed everyone's gifted potential has an upper limit, which players can elevate by advancing their realm. If this holds true, then my talent cap would be 10 times my own level. With the elevation of one realm, this limit would accordingly increase to 10-fold, thus rendering the situation comprehensible. Verifying this is straightforward. By leveling up once more, I can ascertain whether the limit extends to 260. If so, tomorrow, upon elevating my realm to bronze level, I shall discern the outcome. With this thought, Wu Shaochen promptly proceeded to swiftly eliminate black bears, soon slaying 76 of them, thereby raising his level to 13. He then ventured further, encountering level 18 monsters, a swarm of crimson colossal lizards. As per routine, he utilized Insight. Flame Lizard, level 18 health, 28. 000 physical attack, 150 magical attack, 380 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 160 speed, 50 skills, fire breath, exhales flames in a 5-meter range ahead, igniting for 5 seconds. Targets within the flames will incur 100 magical damage per second. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. A magical damage dealer? Wu Shaochen paused momentarily. This was his first encounter with a magic-based adversary. Indeed, they proved more troublesome than their physical counterparts. This skill is quite formidable, should I fail to swiftly evade its range. Even with over 2,000 health, I would not withstand the onslaught. However, magical adversaries rely solely on their skills for damage, akin to mages. A mage devoid of skills poses no threat, yet a mage's fundamental spell, Fireball, has a mere 3-second cooldown, minimal cost, and is instantaneously cast, essentially functioning as a basic attack. Thus, the absence of skills cannot be the norm. Yet, should they run out of mana, they become true lambs awaiting slaughter. This magical foe lacks even a fireball. Does it depend on its 150 physical attack for basic strikes? Wu Shaochen chuckled. It can still be breached. The pressure is manageable. One merely needs to focus on dodging the skills. However, this creature should not be farmed in groups. Otherwise, I would find myself engulfed in a sea of flames with no escape route. Thus, I shall handle it solo. After all, it only takes a little over a minute per encounter. Luring out one lizard, I delivered a couple of sword strikes. Although it was swift, I still took a second of damage from its skill, yet the impact was negligible. After a minute or so, the lizard fell. Ding! You have slain Flame Lizard, earning 220 experience points. As it is a kill 5 levels above you, you gain an additional 110 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, receives 66 experience points. Ding! Talent trait activated. Toxin damage increased by 1 point. Current toxin damage is 241 points. Ding! Immortal Body activated. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Your immortal body has enhanced your maximum health by 297 points. Indeed, the damage inflicted by the toxin of innate talents has once again escalated. Wu Shaochen, having vanquished 20 lizards, observed that once the toxin damage reached a formidable 260 points, it ceased to increase. Grasping this pattern, he exhaled in relief. As long as he was not completely restricted, he would be fine. After all, he had not augmented his strength at all, relying solely on his innate abilities. Should his talents cease to grow, he would lose his competitive edge. Content with the potential for further enhancement, he acknowledged that even at the current 20-fold level, he was already exceptionally powerful. At least, presently, no other player could withstand his strike. Checking the time, he noted it was past 9 in the evening. First, he would log off for dinner, then perhaps take a nap before continuing. Since his talents had reached their limit, there was no rush to level up. He surmised that others would not catch up to him in the short term. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen massaged his temples, realizing he needed to purchase a gaming pod. However, he was still short on funds, as he had not earned any money since arriving in the main city. He would need to seek out a boss to defeat. After stepping out for a late-night snack, he returned home to find it was already 10 o'clock. Setting an alarm for 6 hours, he lay down to sleep, exhausted from a day of relentless effort. Meanwhile, players in various main cities were entering a phase of rapid growth. In Jinling City, players were becoming increasingly ubiquitous. Su Mushiwe emerged from the Hall of Warriors, having just attempted to challenge the Warriors' secret realm, but it was evident that she had failed. Engaging in one-on-one combat was not a mage's forte, although the current monsters had relatively low magical defenses. The equipment obtained from a novice village did not enhance magical attack power. As a fragile class, mages could not withstand the significant damage dealt by the phantoms, rendering victory impossible. Contemplating her situation, she decided to inquire whether that fellow possessed any magical gear. Upon opening her friend's list, she discovered he had logged off, his staggering level of 13 dazzling her eyes. How on earth had he managed to achieve such a lead while maintaining a normal routine of eating and sleeping? Truly curiosity, it seemed she would need to prioritize leveling up and acquiring equipment. Shortly after Su Mushiwa departed, members of the Pride of the World Guild arrived at the Hall of Warriors, armed with the bronze and black iron equipment acquired from defeating the Wild Boar King and the Silver Wolf King, along with the remaining enhancement and instant recovery potions. They ultimately succeeded in their challenge, experiencing a significant surge in power, their faces finally adorned with smiles. Wu Shaochen slept soundly until his alarm rang, awakening to find it was 4 in the morning, the world outside shrouded in darkness. His schedule had indeed become completely inverted. After washing up and finishing the fried noodles he had saved from the previous night, he donned his helmet and logged back in. Upon entering the game, he reappeared in the fire lizard area. After some contemplation, he decided to first tackle the warrior's secret realm to validate his theories. As he prepared to use a return scroll, an unusual roar echoed from Black Bear Ridge. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. His experience told him this was undoubtedly the call of a boss. He stowed away the return scroll and swiftly made his way toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he witnessed a massive black bear chasing a fleeing soldier, the latter on the verge of collapse. Just as the soldier seemed destined to be crushed by the bear's paw, Wu Shaochen rushed forth, calling upon Intaro to intercept the blow, thereby saving the soldier. At this moment, Intaro has reached level 10, boasting an impressive health of 10, 200 points, and a physical defense of 220 points, allowing him to withstand considerable damage. After rescuing the soldier from the clutches of the giant bear, Wu Shaochen promptly cast an insight spell. Black Bear King, bronze level boss level, 17 health, 300, 000 physical attack, 750 physical defense, 420 magical defense, 240 movement speed, 85 skill 1, slam, strikes the ground, inflicting 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius, while reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2, Earth Split. The bear's paw strikes the ground, creating a fissure that extends forward, dealing 160 physical damage to targets in its path and launching them into the air. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 3, Petrified Skin. The skin turns to stone, increasing defense by 100 and reducing physical damage taken by nearby targets by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Chapter 30, Slaying the Black Bear King. With formidable defense and ample health, the Black Bear King is indeed my favored boss, Wu Shaochen remarked with delight. Yet, one must not underestimate this creature's damage. Its normal attack inflicts over 600 health points, while its strikes can deliver 900 or more, with the Earth Shatter ability dealing over 1,000. Such high-level bosses are truly formidable. Glancing at his attributes, Wu Shaochen noted his life had reached 2307, with a physical defense of 111. He was confident he could withstand the assault. With plenty of potions at his disposal, and the option of utilizing a void skill if necessary, he felt assured. He then activated his speed boost and dashed forward, delivering 2 swift strikes that applied 2 layers of poison, causing a steady loss of 520 health points per second, amounting to a potential depletion of 31,200 health in just 1 minute. However, he refrained from maximizing the poison layers, with the speed boost enhancing his attack speed to 80. He could endure only 1 normal attack from the Black Bear King after 2 strikes. Should he attempt a 3rd strike, he would have to endure an additional attack, and a subsequent skill might spell his doom. Thus, after inflicting 2 strikes and absorbing a normal attack, he quickly retreated. Yet, he barely had time to escape when the ground suddenly fractured, the fissure rapidly pursuing him and launching him into the air. Minus 1089. Upon landing, Wu Shaochen scrambled to his feet and fled, relieved that the Black Bear King had not yet caught up. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to his void skill. 1 normal attack and a skill had already stripped away over 1,700 health points, leaving him with barely 400 remaining. Indeed, one could never underestimate a bronze boss. As the Black Bear King advanced, Wu Shaochen, driven by a spirit of experimentation, activated his stealth ability, promptly vanishing from view. The Black Bear King, scratching its head in confusion, turned and charged towards Silver Taro. To his surprise, he discovered that he could still use stealth while the poison damage lingered. This made the situation even more intriguing. His strategy was already quite unscrupulous, but it had now become even more so. He recalled Silver Taro to his pet space to prevent its demise, only to witness the Black Bear King charging towards a nearby soldier. Goodness, why is that fool still there? Doesn't he know to run? Wu Shaochen, befuddled, summoned Silver Taro once more to absorb the damage. He swiftly consumed a large red potion, observing as the Black Bear King pursued Silver Taro, who was bounding about in a frantic escape. Wu Shaochen then dispelled his invisibility to draw the creature's ire, leading the Black Bear King in circles. With a burden to protect, he could no longer remain hidden. The soldier might possess a hidden quest, and he could not allow him to perish. Despite the Black Bear King's considerable strength, it was ultimately thwarted by Wu Shaochen's cunning tactics, unable to catch him or deal a decisive blow, and eventually succumbed to the relentless poison, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the bronze boss Black Bear King, earning 200 prestige and 24,000 experience points. Your pet, Silver Taro, has gained 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your pet, Silver Taro, has leveled up to level 12. Ding! The immortal body effect has activated, increasing your maximum health by 1 point, with your immortal body now enhancing your maximum health by 318 points. As Wu Shaochen gazed upon the massive form of the Black Bear King sprawled on the ground, he pondered, it seems rather formidable indeed. 300,000 health points, and yet it took merely over 10 minutes to vanquish. One could only say that this talent is truly remarkable. Wu Shaochen glanced at his experience points. 29, 710, 50. 000. The experience from the boss was indeed substantial. Although the boss experience was not augmented by defeating higher-level foes, a single Black Bear King yielded a remarkable 30,000 experience points. Even after distributing 20 to the Silver Wolf, there remained a generous 24,000 points, instantly boosting his experience by half. Shaking his head in resignation, Wu Shaochen hurriedly collected all the items dropped by the boss. The drop rate from the Black Bear King was notably lower than that of the Silver Wolf King, which suggested that the first kill certainly offered a drop rate bonus. Upon inspecting his inventory, he found that he had acquired a total of 2 gold and 76 silver coins, along with 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of black iron equipment, for white items, and a special scroll. How stingy! Wu Shaochen remarked disdainfully, but it mattered little. As long as he obtained some gear, he was satisfied. He examined the pieces of equipment. Black Bear King armor, bronze grade. Health 600, physical defense 30, magic defense 30, additional attributes. Constitution 18, Bone 20, where requirement. Warrior, Shield Bearer, Black Bear King Boots, Bronze Grade. Movement Speed 50, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 30, Additional Attributes. Agility 18, Bone 15, where requirement. Usable by all classes. Bear King Bracelet, Black Iron Grade. Physical Attack 50, Attack Speed 6, Additional Attributes. Agility 12, where requirement. Physical Class. Bear King Necklace, Black Iron Grade. Physical Attack 60. Range Damage 5, Additional Attributes. Strength 15, where requirement. Archer. Bear King Leggings, Black Iron Grade. Health 300, Physical Defense 20, Magic Defense 10, Additional Attributes. Constitution 12. Where requirement. Usable by all classes. Indeed, the only restrictions were class requirements. Before level 10, players had not yet transitioned into their respective classes, which explained why equipment of black iron quality and above had level requirements. After level 10, it was purely class-specific. This arrangement was quite advantageous, as it prevented the predicament of acquiring equipment one could not wear. He could utilize the 5 pieces of equipment, the boots, bracelet, and leggings, while the necklace and armor were destined for sale. He decided to check the population density upon his return. If there were many players around, he would visit the auction house. The bracelet was just what he needed to equip immediately. He replaced the Wolf King leggings and boots with the new Black Bear items. Despite both being Black Iron Grade, the attributes of the Bear King leggings were evidently superior to those of the Wolf King. Naturally, the loot from higher-level monsters boasted better attributes than those from lower-level ones. He examined another scroll, Petrifying Skin Scroll. Upon use, defense increases by 100, while nearby targets suffer a 50 reduction in physical damage for a duration of 5 minutes. What is this? Instead of a skill, I received a scroll. Had it been a skill, it would have been remarkable, but a scroll seems somewhat lacking. After organizing his spoils, Wu Shaochen approached the ailing soldier and asked, "Hi, is there anything I can do for you?" The soldier, seeing Wu Shaochen, suddenly became animated. "Warrior, thank you for saving me. However, I fear I shall not survive. I am a member of the Jinling City Guard and have urgent matters to report to the City Lord. Could you deliver this letter to him?" He then produced a letter and handed it to Wu Shaochen. "Ding! The Vice Captain of the Guard, Yuri, has assigned you a mission to deliver a letter back to the city of Jinling and hand it over to the City Lord. The reward for this task remains unknown. Will I be left to make this journey for nothing?" Wu Shaochen mused silently. However, seeing the soldier's desperate and pleading expression, which seemed to reflect a near-death state, Wu Shaochen found it difficult to refuse. He reluctantly nodded and said, "All right, I accept." Upon receiving the letter from the soldier, he noticed the immediate look of relief wash over the soldier's face, only for it to fade away swiftly. Is it truly this straightforward? Wu Shaochen shook his head in disbelief and proceeded to take out a return scroll to head back to the city. Ding! Mission in progress. Return scroll cannot be used. I can't believe it. Wu Shaochen exclaimed in frustration, his eyes widening in disbelief. So, my return scroll was essentially a waste of resources, and I must walk back instead. Ultimately, he had no choice but to run towards the city, grateful for his swiftness, lest he waste yet more precious time. Chapter 31. Bronze level. After spending over 10 minutes, I finally returned to Jinling City. Upon entering, I discovered that, after a 6-hour slumber, the city was now bustling with players. It seemed that opportunities for profit were plentiful. It had been quite some time since I had any income. Thus, I decided to first complete my quest. I made my way directly to the Lord's mansion, only to be halted at the entrance by the soldiers stationed there. This is the Lord's mansion, and entry is prohibited for those without business here. The soldiers were rather imposing. I had no choice but to explain my purpose and present the letter. The soldiers promptly entered to report, and soon emerged to escort me inside. Upon reaching the main hall, I gazed at the stern-faced, middle-aged man seated upon the dais, instantly recognizing him as the Lord. "I have heard you encounter Jirai. How is he faring?" he inquired as he approached me. "I regret to inform you that he has passed away. This letter was entrusted to me by him shortly before his demise, and I have come to deliver it to you," I replied, handing the letter to the Lord. "Alas, it It is my fault for not comprehensively understanding the enemy's disposition before sending them forth. The Lord lamented, taking the letter from my hands to read it with great seriousness. After perusing its contents, his fists clenched tightly, and a look of indignation crossed his face. After a moment of silence, he addressed me, "Adventurer, I am grateful for your delivery of this letter. Here is your reward." Ding. Quest completed. Congratulations, you have gained 200 reputation points and 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins? This task is rather lucrative, I thought to myself, pleased with the reward for such a simple errand. Just as I was about to take my leave, I noticed the Lord still wore a troubled expression. A thought crossed my mind, and I asked, "Lord, do you find yourself facing some troublesome matter? Perhaps I could be of assistance." The Lord glanced at me, his eyes brightening momentarily before dimming again. "Indeed, there's a rather vexing issue at hand, but your current strength may not suffice. Fear not, my lord. Since you currently lack alternatives, why not allow me to attempt it? Rest assured, my capabilities are formidable, and as adventurers, we do not face true death," I pleaded, sensing that this task was of significant importance. Evidently, my words had an impact, for after a moment's contemplation, the Lord conceded, "Very well, there are no better hands available at this time. I shall entrust this matter to you. However, should it prove insurmountable, we shall abandon it and seek another solution." Ding. The Lord of Jinling City has assigned you a quest. Quest details. Proceed to Black Wind Stronghold. Eliminate the stronghold leader, and return with his head. Quest duration, 3 days. Quest reward, unknown. The stronghold leader of Black Wind? This seems rather formidable, and the reward remains uncertain. Does he doubt my capabilities? I mused, before inquiring, "My lord, what level of strength does this stronghold leader possess?" "Level 20, silver rank," the Lord replied gravely. "What?" I was taken aback, realizing I had unwittingly dug my own grave. A silver rank at level 20? It was evident that my current strength would be insufficient to confront such a foe. Nevertheless, I resolved to engage this leader. After all, where else could I encounter a silver rank boss? Moreover, with 3 days at my disposal, if I found myself overwhelmed, I could always take the time to develop my skills further. "Master of the city, I shall take my leave now. Await my good news." Wu Shaochen bid farewell. "Very well, take care of everything." Upon departing from the city lord's residence, Wu Shaochen made his way directly to the Hall of War Gods, where a multitude of players lingered. The War Goddess secret realm was designed for solo challenges, yet multiple individuals could enter simultaneously without encountering one another. At that moment, those present in the Hall of War Gods were merely bored players engrossed in the tales of the War Gods. He strode directly to the swirling portal of the War Goddess secret realm. Ding. Do you wish to challenge the War Goddess secret realm? Yes. The swirling portal opened, and Wu Shaochen stepped inside. The scene shifted, revealing him in an isolated space. Soon, not far ahead, a phantom wielding a colossal axe materialized. War God Phantom, bronze level, 13 health, 250. 000 physical attack, 700 physical defense, 300 magical defense, 150 movement speed, 80 skill 1. Heavy slash, swings the colossal axe downward, dealing 170 physical damage to the target. Cool down, 20 seconds. Skill 2, wide sweep, sweeps the axe in a wide arc, inflicting 155 physical damage on all enemies within a meter. Cool down, 30 seconds. Skill 3, block, uses the colossal axe to block the next attack. Cool down, 5 seconds. This creature's attributes were indeed comparable to the Black Bear King. Fortunately, its skills lacked crowd control, and while its damage was formidable, it posed little threat. Wu Shaochen charged forward with remarkable speed, landing 2 swift strikes before gracefully retreating after sustaining a single basic attack. Activating stealth, he anticipated an easier encounter, yet to his surprise, the Phantom was able to pierce through his concealment, denying him the chance to rest. Thankfully, the War God Phantom's attack range was quite limited, allowing Wu Shaochen to strike twice for every single basic attack or skill he endured, thus ensuring minimal danger. In a span of over 8 minutes, the War God Phantom collapsed to the ground, and shortly thereafter, Wu Shaochen was teleported out. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your rank has been elevated to bronze level, granting you 20 to all attributes and 20 free attribute points. The War God Medallion has upgraded from black iron level to bronze level. As the first player to reach bronze level, the system rewarded him with an additional 20 free attribute points. What a delightful experience. Indeed, the elevation of 1S rank is the most significant enhancement of power. Glancing at his free attribute points, combined with those from his previous 2 level-ups, he possessed a total of 60 free attribute points. Contemplating his allocation, he decided to place 20 points into agility and 40 into vitality, as he deemed it essential to bolster his defenses. His agility was already quite high. Even the monsters he encountered, including bosses, could not hope to match his speed. Observing the upgraded War God Medallion, which significantly enhanced all attributes by 20, he felt exhilarated by the sheer magnitude of his improvement. Upon reviewing one's attributes once more, name, Dusty Seal Realm, bronze level rank, 13 health, 2708 magic points, 540 physical attack, 263 spell attack, 84 physical defense, 246 spell defense, 216 movement speed, 258 attack speed, 54 critical hit rate, 10 experience, 29710 50,000 strength, 57 2068 intelligence, 35 2042 constitution, 86 2103 root bone, 130 2156 spirit, 35 2042 agility, 174 2208 talent, poison damage 260 points. Stackable up to 3 layers immortal body. Increases maximum health by 318 points. Equipment, weapon, wooden sword beginner's equipment, attack 2 helmet, Wolf King's helmet, black iron level, health 200, defense 10, additional attribute, constitution 6 armor, Wild Boar King's armor, black iron level, health 100, defense 10, additional attribute, constitution 8 pants, Bear King's leggings, black iron level, health 300, physical defense 20, spell defense 10, additional attribute, constitution 12 belt, Silver Wolf King's belt, bronze level, health 300, dual defense 20, additional attributes, constitution 10, root bone 10 boots, Black Bear King's boots, bronze level, movement speed 50, physical defense 30, spell defense 30, additional attributes, agility 18, root bone 15 necklace, Silver Wolf King's necklace, bronze level, attack 25, critical hit rate 10, luck 3, additional attributes, strength 10, agility 8, left bracelet, Silver Wolf bracelet, basic, health 20, attack 12, attack speed 1, right bracelet, Bear King's bracelet, black iron level, physical attack 50, attack speed 6, additional attribute, agility 12, left ring, Toad ring, basic, health 20, physical attack 8, attack speed 1, right ring, Silver Wolf King's ring, bronze level, health 100, attack 30, attack speed 5, additional attributes, strength 12, constitution 10, chapter 32. The first PK as Wu Shaochen stepped out of the War God Palace. A private message chimed in. Schwer, aren't you afraid of being surpassed after being offline for so long? Wu Shaochen replied, not at all. If I wish to level up, I can do so in a matter of moments. No one can catch up to me. This was the truth. He found the pace of his leveling excessively rapid. Su Muxiue, upon reading Wu Shaochen's response, curled her lip. Although she believed he was boasting, the reality was indeed as he stated. After being offline for such an extended period, she was still only at level 12. Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it further. So Musue Inkoyev, do you have any mage equipment? Jin Feng, no. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Su Muxiue pressed on. Is there any way you could help me through the war, God's secret realm? Chen Feng, bronze? Su Muxiue gritted her teeth and replied, black iron. Chen Feng, oh, that should be feasible. He then sent a screenshot of a Wild Boar King summoning scroll. He had never used this item and deemed it no longer useful to him. Upon seeing it, Su Muxiue's eyes sparkled. He possessed quite a few valuable items. With the scroll, she felt confident that she could succeed in her challenge. Having the Wild Boar King tank while she unleashed her damage from behind would be a solid strategy. How much? Su Muxiue asked. Give me 50,000. Wu Shaochen responded. For a one-time item, unless it's exceptionally powerful, it typically costs around that much. The two quickly finalized the transaction, and Su Mushiwe made her way back to the War God Palace. Many players had begun to recognize the significant impact that leveling up could have on their strength. After the trade, Wu Shaochen listed the Black Bear King's armor, Wolf Fong mace, Bear King necklace, and the replaced Wolf King's leggings on the auction house, setting the bidding mode for half an hour. The longer the bidding time, the higher the price could be. Currently, the auction house was devoid of equipment, as players discovered they could purchase basic gear from the shop. Black iron equipment was exceedingly rare. Anything listed would be snatched up immediately, while various materials were plentiful for sale. Wu Shaochen's 3 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of bronze instantly drew the attention of all players. Wow, bronze equipment. I've never even seen black iron gear. And here comes bronze equipment? 3 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of bronze. Which big shot is this? Damn, that armor significantly boosts shield warriors. If I had the money, I would be the first to snatch it. At that moment, Ao Shi Tianxia, observing the auction house's offerings, wore a grave expression and asked, "Do you know who is selling this?" "I don't know. It's listed anonymously," Ao Shi Juecheng replied. At this stage, the number of players capable of selling bronze equipment could be counted on one hand, and since this armor wasn't dropped by the Silver Wolf King, Ao Shi Gufeng speculated, "Do you think Shinfeng is in Jinling City like us?" "Very likely. Let us secure this armor first, and have the others keep an eye out. If Chun Feng is indeed in Jinling City, we must uncover his whereabouts. I'm quite curious about what this Chun Feng is capable of." In the realm of pride of the world, after concluding the auction of his equipment, Wu Shaochen surveyed his backpack filled with an assortment of mundane gear, shaking his head in resignation. He proceeded to a nearby clothing store, where he sold off all the whiteboard equipment in one fell swoop. Each piece fetched only a few copper coins, leaving Wu Shaochen quite disheartened. Fortunately, he did not need to sell them piece by piece, as both weapons and accessories could be disposed of here. Nonetheless, he resolved that in the future, he would refrain from picking up white gear. Not only did they take up space, but they also held little value. After selling the equipment, he glanced at the items available in the shop, only to discover that purchasing them back would cost several silver coins each, truly the hallmark of unscrupulous merchants. As he scanned the store's inventory, he unexpectedly noticed a mask for sale. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to buy it. The mask provided no attributes. Its sole purpose was to conceal one's identity. Given his rising notoriety within the game, it would be wise to maintain a low profile. In truth, exposure within the game was of little consequence. However, he feared repercussions in the real world. After all, in reality, he was merely an insignificant individual lacking wealth or influence. The thought of incurring the wrath of someone he might offend in the game, who could retaliate in real life, was daunting. Upon donning the mask, Wu Shaochen exited through the southern gate once more. Along the way, he encountered numerous players venturing out to engage in battles. Despite the hour being around 4 or 5 in the morning, were these individuals not inclined to rest? At that moment, a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman, approached him. The leader of the group spoke up, "Hey buddy, want to team up? We're just short on DPS." "No, thank you," Wu Shaochen replied courteously, continuing on his path. "Brother, it's tough to play this game solo. It's better to team up," the leader insisted, having noticed the quality of Wu Shaochen's equipment. "Thank you, but I really must decline," Wu Shaochen reiterated firmly. "Hey, what else with your attitude? Our brother, Hao, is inviting you out of respect." A younger man from the back interjected, unable to contain himself. Wu Shaochen paused and turned to face the young man, retorting, "I have been quite polite. Must I accept just because he extended an invitation? Indeed, our brother, Hao, is a prominent figure in the pride of the world. His interest in you is a stroke of good fortune. If you become acquainted with him, you might even join Pride of the World, the largest guild in Jinling City." The young man boasted. "Oh," Wu Shaochen replied, disinterestedly, turning away once more, only to find himself encircled by the group. "Kid, you're asking for trouble. Do you believe I won't send you back to the novice village in a heartbeat?" The young man threatened fiercely. Meanwhile, the leader, Hao, stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, relishing the unfolding drama. Since this individual was unwilling to cooperate, it seemed the only recourse was to relieve him of his equipment. Not a chance. Wu Shaochen responded coolly. Huh, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Today, I'll show you that some people are not to be trifled with. With that, the young man brandished his weapon and struck Wu Shaochen with a fierce blow. A rather embarrassing number of -12 emerged, causing the young man to widen his eyes in astonishment. He was a warrior, fully invested in his attributes, boasting an attack power exceeding 200 despite his white attire. Yet, upon striking this individual, he inflicted a mere 12 points of damage. Was this assassin's defense truly that formidable? Players could conceal their IDs and levels, but their classes were unmistakable to the discerning eye. Is that all? Wu Shaochen glanced at the astonished youth and leisurely retrieved a novice wooden sword from his backpack, nonchalantly stating, "Well then, it's my turn." As the young man swung at him, several others turned gray, clearly indicating they were in a party together. "Haha, a novice wooden sword? Do you intend to defeat us with that?" The only woman among them laughed heartily. Wu Shaochen, uninterested in wasting further time with them, activated his speed enhancement. He moved so swiftly that the others barely had time to react before he struck each one with a swift blow and departed without a backward glance. Wow, this guy's incredibly fast. But what does he mean by striking and fleeing? Does he think he can't defeat us and is running away? The young man remarked. Wait, I'm poisoned. Damn it, I'm losing 260 health per second. Shally, heal me quickly. The leader, How Go, exclaimed anxiously. As an archer, his health was already low, and in just 2 seconds, he was gravely injured. Shally hurriedly cast a healing spell towards How Go, only to be met with the disheartening message of 0. I can't heal you, How Go. Quickly, drink a potion. Unfortunately, before How Go could even retrieve his potion, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The others met a similar fate. By the time they realized they were poisoned, they too had succumbed, with the tank managing to endure only 5 seconds before they were utterly annihilated. Nearby players observed the sudden downfall of these individuals with expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 33. Mage Equipment Ding. You have been slain by the player Dust Sealed. Level -1. As you are the aggressor, you have dropped 2 or more pieces of equipment at random. Dust Sealed, standing at the resurrection point in the novice village. How G's lips quivered in disbelief. He never imagined that a random encounter would lead to such a fate. Regret coursed through him like a flood. He swiftly turned and slapped the face of the first young man who had dared to provoke Dust Sealed, exclaiming in frustration, Damn it, you caused my demise. The young man, now rendered speechless, felt his legs weaken at the thought of having spoken so boldly to the esteemed Dust Sealed. After venting his anger, How Go opened the chat log and sent a message to one of his contacts. Boss, I just ran into Dust Sealed. After eliminating a few foes, Wu Shaochen nonchalantly approached the fire lizard, eager to validate whether his talents could further enhance after ascending to the bronze rank. This time, Wu Shaochen experienced a significant boost in strength. He lunged at the fire lizard, delivering 2 swift strikes, then moved on to the next, repeating the feat. With a toxin damage rate of 260 per second, 2 strikes were sufficient to fell a single lizard. Before long, the lizards began to drop one by one, accompanied by the incessant chimes of the system notifications. A smile crept across Wu Shaochen's face. Indeed, as he had anticipated, elevating his rank had raised the upper limit of his toxin damage. Let's continue and see how much more I can enhance, he mused quietly, pressing onward to slay more lizards. At that moment, ding! The items you listed at the auction house have been sold for a total of 50,000 yuan. After deducting a service fee of 7,500 yuan, the remaining 42,500 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ding! 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 The sounds of consecutive notifications filled the air, and Wu Shaochen's excitement surged as he glanced at the transaction records, feeling as though it had been ages since he last received such earnings. Wolf King leggings, sold for 50,000. Wolf Fawn Club, 470,000. Bear King necklace, 480,000. And most notably, the Black Bear King armor, fetched an impressive 180,000. Wu Shaochen's eyes narrowed in delight as he realized the total revenue from these four pieces amounted to 380,000, after deducting a total fee of 57,000. He was left with a staggering 320,000 yuan. What a thrill! It seemed that although many had transitioned to new classes, the majority still wielded basic equipment, with only a scarce few possessing black iron gear, let alone bronze. The population of the main city far surpassed that of the novice village, suggesting an abundance of wealthy players. I am one step closer to the gaming warehouse. Let's keep pushing forward. Wu Shaochen felt invigorated and charged once more toward the lizards before him. In Jinling City, the guild pride of the world learned of the events from Hao Ge. Casting a glance at his companion, Ao Jueqing inquired, "What are your thoughts on the capabilities of this dust-sealed?" According to Zihao, the opponent boasted exceptionally high defenses, swift movements, average damage, yet possessed a rather insidious poison, 260 points per second, with no means of healing. The critical concern was that they were unaware of the duration for which this poison persisted. Ao Jueqing analyzed. Under normal circumstances, toxin damage lasts at least 10 seconds. If it is indeed 10 seconds, I could barely withstand it while donning the Black Bear King armor. However, should it extend beyond that duration, no one at this stage could endure such torment. As the foremost shield guardian, I, Ao Gu Feng, assert that the absence of skills and early equipment is likely a manifestation of innate talent. If it is talent, then it stands to reason that he could secure such a significant advantage in the early game. This toxin is undeniably a bug-like existence during the initial phase, but that is only temporary. Once we elevate our levels and gear, eliminating him will be as effortless as slaughtering a dog. Proudly, Ao Tianxia declares that perhaps no one could fathom such a repugnant talent being growth-oriented. On the other hand, Wu Shaochen, shrouded in stealth beneath a tree, was perusing the forum while a throng of fire lizards darted about like headless flies, with white damage indicators of minus 574 incessantly appearing above them, causing his health bar to plummet. It is likely that no one within the entire realm of divinity is leveling up as comfortably as he is. Just then, a private message arrived. "Schwer, thank you for your scroll. I have successfully completed the challenge." With a rough-skinned and robust wild boar king braving the path ahead, it seems even a pig can achieve success, Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. The other party instantly fell silent. As he stood to collect his spoils, Wu Shaochen observed that all the lizards had collapsed. He approached to inspect for any valuable equipment. On the ground lay 3 pieces of gear, aside from 2 white items. There was surprisingly a black iron piece resting there, its quality evident from its luster. He hurried over to pick it up, realizing it could be quite lucrative. Flame Ring, spell attack 60, fire skill damage increased by 5, additional attribute, intelligence 16, required for wearer mage. Mage equipment. This is the first time I've encountered such an item, and its attributes are rather commendable, Wu Shaochen mused, before opening the chat window to send a screenshot of the gear's attributes to Su Mu Shiwe. Before long, a response arrived. "Schwer, how much? I want it." Wu Shaochen pondered briefly. 80,000 should suffice. The previous bidding for the Bear King necklace at the auction house was also 80,000, so it seems reasonable to set the price there. "Schwer, all right." After the transaction concluded, a private message chimed once more. "Schwer, did you obtain this from a boss as well?" Chun Feng, "No, it dropped from a normal monster." "Schwer, normal monsters can drop black iron equipment?" Chun Feng, "Yes, those of a higher level can drop it, but the drop rate is exceedingly low." He had slain several hundred monsters and only managed to acquire 2 pieces. "Schwer, can you tell me what kind of monster this dropped from?" Mage equipment is notoriously difficult to find. Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell upon the fire lizard and shared the information. Meanwhile, Su Mushiwe, battling level 12 foxes in the forest, stared blankly at the monster information shared by Wu Shaochen. She finally understood why he consistently outpaced everyone else, while others were engaged with level 11 and 12 monsters. He was already confronting level 18 foes, which was rather absurd. Upon reviewing the monster attributes, Su Mushiue completely abandoned her intention of farming mage equipment there, redirecting her frustration towards the foxes. Uncle Liu, observing Su Mushiue's troubled expression, noted a change in his young mistress. Previously, she faced all matters with a serene demeanor, but of late, he often witnessed her gritting her teeth in frustration. It was uncertain whether this shift was a harbinger of good or ill. After once again defeating over 10 flame lizards, Wu Shaochen was greeted by a flash of golden light. He had leveled up. Upon inspecting his talent, he found that his toxic damage had reached 337, achieved by vanquishing 77 flame lizards, and he had yet to reach his limit. His immortal body had augmented his maximum health by 395 points, nearly 400, akin to a substantial increase in constitution by 40 points, which was quite gratifying. Following his upgrade, his health now stood at 2826, and he decided to reserve his 10 attribute points for future enhancements as the need arose. Experience level 14 stood at 38 out of 60, 000. It was time to venture to the Black Wind Stronghold for further exploration. Chapter 34, Black Wind Stronghold. Upon accepting the mission, the map indicated the destination clearly. Wu Shaochen proceeded along the marked route, traversing over Black Bear Ridge. After a considerable distance, he suddenly beheld a long fence resembling a wall, with a grand gate at its center, guarded by two individuals clad in attire reminiscent of bandits. The map had initially displayed a darkened area, which illuminated only as he approached, revealing the name Black Wind Ridge. Before him lay the Black Wind Stronghold. With stealth, Wu Shaochen advanced closer and cast a divination spell upon one of the bandits. Black Wind Stronghold Bandit. Level, 20 health, 40, 000 physical attack, 450 physical defense, 230 magical defense, 150 movement speed, 78 skills, slice of my blade. Wielding a large sword, the bandit strikes forward, inflicting 160 of physical attack damage on the target. Cooldown, 20 seconds. A level 20 creature. It wasn't overly challenging. Should he begin his assault here, or target the level 19 creatures first? Would defeating foes 6 levels lower expedite his leveling too swiftly? Ultimately, he resolved that since there was a cap on talent, seeking level 19 creatures was unnecessary. He would commence his battle here. As Wu Shaochen drew nearer, he was soon detected. Who dares approach Black Wind Stronghold? Seize him. The bandits wasted no time in charging at him. Do you take me for a fool? Wu Shaochen retorted, incensed by their arrogance. Activating his speed enhancement, he surpassed 300 in movement speed, achieving an attack speed of 104, allowing him to strike twice per second. He dashed forward, delivering 2 swift blows to each bandit before retreating to create distance. Activating stealth to leisurely observe as the 2 bandits slowly succumbed to their fate, inflicted with 337 damage per second for a total of 674, ensuring their demise in precisely 1 minute. However, at that moment, he sensed an unseen force sweep past, causing his stealth to falter. Almost immediately, 2 arrows struck him. Minus 234, minus 234. What the? There are archers too? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, glancing in the direction the arrows had come from. To his surprise, he noticed 2 arrow towers flanking the gate, each manned by an archer. He quickly distanced himself from the towers and cast another divination spell. Black Wind Stronghold Guard. Level, 20 health, 38, 000 physical attack, 480 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 120 attack speed, 100 movement speed, 85 skills. Eagle Eye. Enhances vision and increases arrow accuracy, capable of piercing stealth abilities. How fortuitous that this fellow possesses the Eagle Eye skill, Wu Shaochen muttered, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. While each archer alone posed little threat, his high defense allowed him to withstand their shots with only minor damage. Their rapid fire rate was alarming. With 2 arrows per second, he would be facing 4 arrows each second, resulting in a loss of 800 to 900 health in mere moments. Furthermore, their range was substantial. He suffered injury from over 10 meters away. Even with his speed enhancement, it would take 3 seconds to reach the arrow towers, amounting to a total of 6 seconds for a round trip. 6 seconds, he could hardly fathom his imminent defeat. Alas, I cannot strike, Wu Shaochen lamented. suddenly noticing the silver wolf trailing behind him. His eyes brightened. How could he have forgotten it? Although he seldom utilized it during his regular monster hunting, that did not diminish its formidable strength. The silver wolf had already reached level 12 and possessed A-grade qualifications, significantly enhancing its prowess. Silver wolf, pet qualification, a level, 12 health, 14, 200 magic points, 1, 300 physical attack, 400 physical defense, 280 magic defense, 140 speed, 60 according to the data. This attribute could easily overpower Wu Shaocheng, though its speed was somewhat lacking. However, this was of little concern, as he could summon it to a designated location from the pet space. He could simply call it to the base of the arrow tower to absorb damage. With over 10,000 health and 280 defense, it could withstand the onslaught. Indeed, it appeared that if he were to switch pets in the future, he should opt for a defensive type capable of absorbing damage. The Silver Wolf King was offensive in nature, yet it was quite resilient. Before long, two knife-wielding bandits lay defeated on the ground. Wu Shaocheng, uninterested in collecting the meager copper coins, recalled the silver wolf to the pet space. After waiting a minute for the summoning cooldown to end, he summoned the silver wolf to the base of the arrow tower. As anticipated, the two bowman guards swiftly began firing at the Silver Wolf King. -200 damage values of 200 appeared above the Silver Wolf's head. Wu Shaocheng could not afford a delay. This was precious time bought with the Silver Wolf's life. He activated a speed boost and dashed forward. Within 3 seconds, he reached the first arrow tower, climbed up, and swiftly struck twice before retreating. The bowman guard, with only 38,000 health, was easily poisoned. Once attacked, the guard shifted its target from the Silver Wolf to Wu Shaocheng, unleashing 2 arrows per second, forcing him to evade desperately and leaving him unable to engage the second guard. With urgency, Wu Shaocheng called for the Silver Wolf to flee. He could not directly recall it to the pet space while in combat. Fortunately, the Silver Wolf was hardy, and after escaping the attack range, it still had over 8,000 health remaining. Now, he merely awaited the poison to take effect. With one guard dispatched, things would become significantly simpler. Yet, considering the difficulty faced at the entrance, he feared the presence of many more archers within. Step by step, he thought. Soon enough, the first archer succumbed to the poison. After a brief wait, observing the Silver Wolf's health fully restored, Wu Shaocheng sent it forth once more to draw fire while he rushed ahead to strike twice in retreat. Not long after, the second archer also fell victim to the toxin. The experience from a level 20 monster was a substantial 300 points. And with a 60 experience bonus for being 6 levels higher, each monster yielded 480 experience. Even after sharing 20 with the Silver Wolf, the 4 bandits collectively provided Wu Shaocheng with 536 experience. However, after the second archer's demise, an alarm seemed to ring throughout the bandit camp, prompting a surge of bandits rushing out. Good heavens, it can escalate like this? Wu Shaocheng exclaimed, realizing the precarious situation and hastily recalling the Silver Wolf before making a swift exit. Indeed, he had barely fled when he glanced back to see the camp's entrance filled with bandits, some wielding knives, others shields, bows, and even staves. Fortunately, I ran swiftly, otherwise, I would have returned to the city for free, lamented Wu Shaocheng. Are these mountain bandits so well equipped? They resemble a full-fledged army. I truly dug my own grave. Wu Shaocheng glanced back at the group of bandits and pondered. Among the over 100 bandits that emerged, there were more than 20 archers and nearly 10 mages. If they approached directly, it would spell doom, and even Silver Wolf would struggle to last a few seconds. What to do? I must separate them to lure and eliminate them. Yet the archers share the same aggro range. Getting close would be fatal. Sigh. The absence of ranged output is indeed troublesome. The assassin's stealth is precisely countered, which is quite vexing. Wu Shaocheng looked at the 3 scrolls lying in his backpack. 1 lucky scroll, 1 body protection scroll, and 1 petrified skin scroll. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind. The petrified skin scroll, which he had previously dismissed, could now be of great use. His current physical defense stood at 246, and upon using the scroll, it would soar to 492 rendering those foes utterly ineffective against him. His magical defense would also reach 432, allowing him to withstand attacks from 10 mages without issue. Although he was unaware of the mage's attributes, it was reasonable to assume they were similar, with their magical attack likely not exceeding 500. Most importantly, this scroll lasts for 5 minutes, providing ample time for him to poison all the archers and mages twice. Chapter 35. The Art of Group Assault to ensure his safety. He allocated the remaining 10 attribute points to his constitution, elevating his physical defense to 256 and his magical defense to 226. With preparations complete, Wu Shaochen approached once more. And just as he was on the cusp of entering the attack range, he shattered the scroll. Instantly, his defenses doubled. Physical defense surged to 512, and magical defense reached 452, while simultaneously reducing nearby targets' physical damage by 50. He then activated his speed and charged towards the bandit horde. The bandits soon detected the intruder, and a flurry of arrows rained down upon Wu Shaochen. Upon impact, each arrow inflicted a minor -1 damage, and before he could revel in this minor victory, a volley of fireballs came hurtling towards him. -124, -124. Damn it, I forgot to account for the skill damage. Wu Shaochen exclaimed in astonishment. Mages lack a standard attack. A fireball spell, with a 3-second cooldown, functions as their basic attack, yet it carries a formidable 120 magic damage. After a round of fireballs, Wu Shaochen lost over 1,000 health points. Having drawn the bow, there was no turning back. Wu Shaochen steeled himself and hastily consumed a large red potion, restoring 100 health per second for 10 seconds. This was his only means of sustained healing, as the main city offered superior potions, but he had neglected to purchase them, perhaps out of overconfidence or sheer laziness. Once he had finished the potion, he took out instant recovery elixir and reluctantly drank it, fully replenishing his health before charging forward. Fortunately, the mage's fireball had a 3-second cooldown. Had it been like the archers, he would have been in dire straits. As the bandit warriors and shield bearers rushed towards him, Wu Shaochen maximized his speed, deftly maneuvering past the melee bandits and heading straight for the enemy archers and mages. The attacks from the melee bandits merely chipped away at his health by a single point, leaving him largely unscathed, although the warrior bandit's skills could normally breach defenses. Under the effects of the petrifying skin scroll that reduced physical damage by 50, they were rendered ineffective. However, he did catch a glimpse of the threat posed by a well-coordinated formation. Midway through his charge, he was struck by a shield bash from a shield bearer, rendering him stunned for 2 seconds. What a nuisance! He cursed. At that moment, the mage unleashed their second round of spells. Not fireballs, but frost spells. 2 skills? What the hell? As the frost spell neared, Wu Shaochen had no choice but to activate Void. Although this skill was powerful, it boasted a lengthy 5-minute cooldown, and he typically hesitated to use it, reserving it for emergencies. Upon activating Void, his body instantly entered a state of nothingness, dispelling the stun, and the impending frost spell missed him entirely. In his Void state, Wu Shaochen dashed out of the encirclement, charging towards the mage. The mages, displaying surprising intelligence, began to retreat. However, with Wu Shaochen's speed exceeding 300, their escape was futile. He surged forward, engaging the mages directly. In close quarters, their operational space became severely restricted, making it challenging for them to target the rapidly moving Wu Shaochen. This provided him with ample opportunity to strike. He applied 2 layers of poison to each mage before retreating, knowing that their health was likely lower than that of the archers, making 2 layers sufficient. Soon, all 10 mages were afflicted with poison, and during this time, Wu Shaochen had sustained merely 3 fireball strikes and 1 freezing spell. Although the freezing spell reduced his movement speed by 30, it had little impact on Wu Shaochen, who boasted a speed exceeding 300. Once the poisoning was complete, he wasted no time fleeing outward. He resolved to deal with the archers after the mages were vanquished, as enduring the mages' onslaught was untenable. Even the instant recovery potion, which could only restore 1,000 health and had a 10-second cooldown, would not suffice. After enduring another barrage of fireballs, Wu Shaochen finally escaped the mage's attack range and swiftly made his exit. Phew, that was close. I used a scroll and consumed an instant recovery potion just to fight ordinary monsters. Such a waste. Wu Shaochen lamented. Next, he calculated the timing and returned to the front of the stronghold in under a minute. As anticipated, all the mages had fallen. This emboldened Wu Shaochen. With approximately 4 minutes remaining on the petrified skin scroll, none of the physical attackers among the bandits could breach his defenses. He strode confidently towards the bandits, charging directly at the archers. Although his speed boost was still on cooldown, he maintained a movement speed of over 254 attack speed without it, enabling him to apply poison rapidly. It took him just over a minute to poison all the archers, primarily hindered by the shield guards and warriors, whose shield strikes could stun him, a rather vexing predicament. After poisoning the archers, he targeted anyone in his path, activating his speed boost when it became available. As the scroll's duration concluded, he was pleased to discover that nearly half of the bandits were poisoned, with only around 20 remaining unpoisoned, and those previously poisoned had already dwindled significantly, leaving just over 50 bandits standing. Now, this is what I call a mass extermination Wu Shaochen used. He circled around the fallen bandits to check for valuable loot, and to his astonishment, he uncovered 2 pieces of black iron equipment among the numerous white-grade items. This delighted him greatly, and it was evident from the quantity of white items that the bandits had a notably higher drop rate than other monsters. He even spotted several silver coins. Indeed, not copper but silver. The bandits had dropped silver coins, and Wu Shaochen felt that the effort he had just expended was well worth it. He quickly collected the 2 pieces of black iron equipment and the silver coins, disregarding the white items and copper coins, feeling that he had now acquired a sense of superiority. Gazing at the remaining 22 bandits, Wu Shaochen felt a twinge of concern. These bandits could not be separated. Once they entered the aggro range, they would all attack together, making it troublesome to be surrounded, especially since the shield guard shield strikes could stun for 2 seconds. Now devoid of scrolls, a stun could easily lead to his demise. Upon assessing his current status, he realized he had dispatched 124 bandits within just 5 minutes, his talent capped at 420. Now, at level 14, he had achieved a 30-fold increase in level, elevating his standing 10-fold, aligning closely with his expectations. With his current poison damage, it would take merely 2 layers of poison to fell either the warriors or shield guards. MD, what am I afraid of? I've already wiped out over 100. Why fear these 20 or so? With both his speed boost and void ready, Wu Shaochen activated his speed boost and dashed forward. He now possesses sufficient speed to take the initiative, moving at over 3 times their velocity, rendering the likelihood of being encircled quite low. Moreover, his defense stands at an impressive 256, allowing him to withstand a warrior's basic attack, which inflicts less than 200 damage, while the shield bearer's assault, at a mere 400, can only diminish his health by approximately 140 points. However, his skills present some complications. The warrior's abilities can deal over 400 damage, yet he is capable of enduring such onslaughts. Given that the opponents are all melee fighters, even if he remains stationary, he can endure attacks from a maximum of 8 adversaries simultaneously. With a slight adjustment in positioning, this can be reduced to 4 attackers, and even with 4 skills unleashed, the total damage would only amount to around 1,800 health points, which is entirely manageable. It is crucial, however, to avoid being stunned. Otherwise, he would have to resort to using the void. After surging forward, Wu Shaochen made a slight maneuver, confronting merely 4 bandits head-on, 3 warriors and 1 shield bearer. When he activated his speed burst, he achieved 2 strikes per second, applying 2 layers of poison to the shield bearer within that time frame. Surprisingly, the shield bearer refrained from unleashing his skills, while 2 of the warriors did engage their abilities. Wu Shaochen braved the impact of their attacks, successfully poisoning yet another warrior. Glancing at his health, which remained at half, he distanced himself slightly, thwarting the encroaching bandits' plans to encircle him. He then inflicted 2 layers of poison on another warrior. Just as the shield bearer raised his shield to execute his skill, Wu Shaochen decisively evaded, narrowly escaping a shield bash. After retreating, Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened. His current speed now enabled him to evade certain attacks. The shield bearer's skill has a distinct initiation, and the warrior's abilities also exhibit a preparatory motion. This realization significantly lowers the difficulty of the encounter, as long as he remains vigilant and avoids the shield bearer's strikes. He stands a good chance of overcoming this challenge. Chapter 36. Battle against the mage horde. The ensuing challenge became significantly more manageable, as long as he avoided being stunned. The four bandits could not eliminate Wu Shaochen in a single blow. After several exchanges, he successfully dispatched over 20 bandits. This skirmish lasted merely a little over 10 minutes, resulting in the annihilation of 146 bandits, along with the four gatekeepers, culminating in a total of 150 slain bandits. Such a pace was truly unimaginable for players at present, considering these foes were level 20. The demise of 150 bandits granted Wu Shaochen a staggering 600 experience points, propelling him swiftly toward the next level. Meanwhile, Yin Tailang, who had remained at a distance, also ascended to level 13. His undying body increased by 150 health points, bringing the total growth to 545. With his life force nearing to 976, almost reaching the 3,000 mark. Opening his inventory, he inspected the two pieces of equipment he had just acquired. Log shield, black iron grade. Health 200, physical defense 20, magical defense 10, block 2, additional attributes. Constitution 21, required class. Shield guardian. Attack speed ring, black iron grade. Attack 60, attack speed 6, additional attributes. Agility 22, required classes. Archer, assassin. The attributes were quite commendable. The black iron equipment dropped by level 20 monsters boasted attributes comparable to level 10 bronze gear. He equipped the attack speed ring, replacing the mundane toad ring. His health decreased by 20, but his attack increased by 52 points, attack speed by 5, and agility by 22 points. The remaining shield was promptly listed on the auction house in bidding mode for 30 minutes. Subsequently, Wu Shaochen cautiously made his way into the bandit stronghold, encountering no further bandits along the path. Upon entering, he observed a tiered layout. The front section consisted of rather rudimentary structures, likely housing the lowly minions. The middle layer featured significantly improved buildings, presumably for those of higher status, while the largest edifice at the top was presumably the residence of the bandit chief. The lowest tier appeared deserted, likely because its occupants had just departed. Wu Shaochen stealthily advanced toward the middle layer, which contained fewer buildings. Yet the foes within were likely to be considerably stronger. As he ascended, he soon encountered clusters of bandits. To his dismay, all the adversaries in this middle layer were mages, indicating their esteemed position within the stronghold. Those who had just left must have descended from this very area, as it was evident that no mages resided below. Having overlooked the mage's attributes earlier, he cast an insight spell to examine their characteristics. Blackwind Stronghold Sorcerer. Level. 20 health. 36. 000 magical attack. 480 physical defense. 120 magical defense. 180 movement speed. 68 skill 1. Fireball. Launches a fireball that inflicts 120 magical damage on the target. Cooldown. 3 seconds. Skill 2. Freeze. Launches an ice shard that inflicts 130 magical damage on the target, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Indeed, with two skills at their disposal, Wu Shaochen observed from a distance. Before him were only 5 mages. While eliminating them would not be overly challenging, he feared that charging him might provoke an onslaught of additional mages, leaving him unable to retreat. I nearly forgot. This contraption lacks an all-seeing eye. Wu Shaochen activated his stealth and cautiously approached. Several mages remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, engaged in leisurely conversation. Wu Shaochen first circled the vicinity, observing the presence of mages at various locations, not too far apart. However, it would take them at least 3 to 4 seconds to reach him. In that brief interval, he could swiftly poison 3 or 4 of them before retreating, as their speed would be insufficient to catch up. If the situation turned perilous, he could always resort to his void escape. Having formulated a plan, Wu Shaochen advanced without hesitation, stealthily nearing the group of mages. He unleashed his rapid assault, striking twice per second. His hands moved with incredible speed. 2 layers of poison were sufficient for each mage, and after incapacitating 3, they finally reacted, shrieking and attempting to flee to create distance. Wu Shaochen pursued closely behind, managing to poison the remaining 2 within 3 seconds. Although one mage managed to cast a fireball spell in his direction. Noticing other mages hastening to the scene, Wu Shaochen swiftly turned and fled. 2 ice spells and 3 fireballs struck him, inflicting nearly 2,000 points of damage. Yet, it mattered little. He had already escaped the attack range before the other mages arrived, sprinting away into the distance. The mages could only watch helplessly as their foe vanished. Unable to match his speed, after a minute, Wu Shaochen returned, only to find that the 5 mages he had previously attacked were dead. However, an alarming 25 mages now stood vigilantly, anxiously scanning their surroundings. This posed a significant challenge. Wu Shaochen grimaced, realizing that even Silver Wolf would struggle against such concentrated firepower. Should he employ the protective scroll? The thought troubled him. The scroll was undoubtedly a life-saving artifact, and using it now felt wasteful. Yet without it, he was uncertain how to proceed. Perhaps he should level up a bit before returning? Wu Shaochen pondered, but quickly shook his head. By the time he returned after gaining experience, the bandits would have respawned, rendering his previous efforts futile, and even a 2-level increase would not drastically enhance his overall strength. Resolute, he decided to attempt his strategy. If he could avoid using the scroll, he would, but if all else failed, it would be his last resort. With his skills now off cooldown, Wu Shaochen activated his stealth once more and approached the mages. Upon getting closer, he unleashed his rapid assault, unleashing a torrent of poison. The sudden appearance of his figure startled the mages, causing chaos among them. In close quarters, it was challenging for the mages to target the swiftly moving Wu Shaochen within the throng, and only a few fireballs occasionally struck their mark. However, this disarray lasted but a few seconds, as the mages quickly regained their composure and scattered. Quite clever indeed. The dispersed mages posed a significant threat to Wu Shaochen, prompting him to chase after them, slashing as he went. Yet, despite his incredible speed, he was but one man against a multitude, and after poisoning 4 more, the fireballs and ice spikes raining down upon him increased significantly. His health plummeted as the mages, having created distance, began their counterattack. Hastily, he consumed a bottle of restorative red potion and a vial of instant recovery elixir to replenish his health, then resumed his pursuit of the mages. However, after poisoning 2 of them, his health plummeted once more. As fireballs and ice shards hurtled toward him, Wu Shaochen had no choice but to tear apart the protective scroll. Soon, a faint golden light enveloped him, shielding him from the onslaught of fireballs and ice shards. With no time to spare, Wu Shaochen rushed toward the mages that had yet to be poisoned. He had only 8 seconds, needing to reserve 2 seconds for his escape. The mages' attack range was approximately 10 meters, and he could barely evade their reach in 2 seconds. The mages were scattered, and even with his enhanced speed of over 300, 8 seconds permitted him to poison only 7 mages, essentially 1 per second. Adding the 6 he had previously poisoned amidst the chaos and the 6 he had struck afterward, Wu Shaochen had managed to poison a total of 19, leaving 6 untouched. Yet, time was running out, and he had no choice but to flee, as fireballs crashed against the protective golden light behind him. It vanished just before he could escape the attack range. With 7 or 8 fireballs and ice shards still incoming, Wu Shaochen activated his void ability and narrowly evaded them, ultimately managing to escape. Next, he would wait a minute to return and collect the fallen. With only 6 left, they posed little threat. Chapter 37. The strategist of Blackwind's stronghold in less than a minute. As Wu Shaochen had yet to return, a radiant golden light enveloped him. It was evident that those adversaries had perished from poison. Wu Shaochen, who was on the brink of leveling up, ascended directly to level 15. He allocated the 10 attribute points he had earned to enhance his vitality. After engaging in a few skirmishes with ranged monsters, he recognized the paramount importance of defense. He aspired to become a formidable assassin, robust and resilient. Once he had allocated his attribute points, he patiently awaited the cooldown of his skills before dashing back. Upon his return, he observed 6 mages standing there, visibly cautious. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. They had dared to attack him, and now they were fearful. He activated stealth and approached them once more. Drawing near, he unleashed a swift poison attack on the 2 closest mages. To his surprise, these mages displayed newfound intelligence, promptly attempting to distance themselves from him. However, Wu Shaochen was not to be trifled with. He pursued them relentlessly. The remaining 4 mages soon fell victim to his poison, sustaining only a few hits from fireball spells in the process. After successfully administering the poison, Wu Shaochen turned to flee. It was only then that the mages hastily cast their spells in his direction, but he activated his evasion skill, effortlessly avoiding their attacks, and departed with an air of nonchalance. After a minute had passed, Wu Shaochen returned once more, only to find all the mages lying defeated. Scouring the area, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a piece of black iron equipment and 5 silver coins. Blue sapphire necklace, black iron grade, magic attack 50, mana 300, cooldown reduction 2. Additional attribute, spirit 21, where requirement, mage, priest. Not too shabby. He had accumulated some wealth. Wu Shaochen promptly sent a screenshot of the attributes to Su Mushua, and, as expected, he received a quick response. Swear, how much? Wu Shaochen glanced at the auction house prices for black iron equipment, which generally range between 50,000 to 70,000. Considering his was dropped by a level 20 monster, it boasted slightly superior attributes. After some contemplation, he replied, 70,000. Su Mushua did not argue, clearly finding the price reasonable. The 2 swiftly concluded their transaction. Just as he finished, Wu Shaochen received another system notification. Ding! The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by another player for 80,000. After deducting a service fee of 12,000, a remaining balance of 68,000 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ah, he nearly forgot about the shield he had listed as well. The price was quite commendable, although his net gain was just over 60,000. Indeed, transactions with the young lady were preferable, as there were no service fees involved. Making the exchanges both swift and gratifying, Wu Shaochen mused. It was around 8 o'clock. He decided to log off for breakfast. With no monsters around, he chose to disconnect from a game. Removing his helmet, he instinctively took out his phone to check his balance, only to be jolted upright in disbelief. What the heck? Has it truly exceeded 1 million? Staring at the staggering balance of 110,000 in his bank account, Wu Shaochen could hardly contain his astonishment. After a moment of calculation, he realized, quite unexpectedly, that he had indeed earned his very first 1 million. Overwhelmed with excitement, he paced around his room several times, attempting to quell his exhilaration. Should he invest in a gaming pod? Wu Shaochen remarked, however, gazing at his current rental abode. It seemed that even a gaming pod would struggle to find accommodation here. Never mind. It would be prudent to resolve his housing situation before making such purchases. After stepping out for a quick breakfast, he returned home and swiftly logged online. The priority was to complete the hidden quest at hand, and perhaps secure a silver boss first kill, which would undoubtedly yield a bountiful reward. Upon logging in, he found himself once more in the Blackwind camp. As he strolled through the central area, he initially believed all monsters had vanished. To his surprise, he encountered a formidable creature, its furious gaze fixated upon him. Wu Shaochen hastily cast an insight spell. Blackwind camp strategist, bronze level boss level, 20 health, 350, 000 magical attack, 900 physical defense, 400 magical defense, 480 movement speed, 95 skill 1. Fireball. Launches a fireball that inflicts 120 magical damage on the designated target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2. Freeze. Sends forth an ice spear that deals 130 magical damage to the designated target, reducing its movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 3. Explosive Flame. Releases a fiery blast at a specified location, which explodes upon arrival, dealing 145 magical damage to all targets within a 3x3 area, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 4. Hailstorm. Unleashes hail at a designated location, inflicting 135 magical damage to all targets within a 5x5 area, while reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, for skills with such high magical attack power compelled him to retreat swiftly, evading the creature's aggro. If a confrontation were to ensue, stealth would be essential to approach undetected. He assessed his own status. After leveling up, he had gained 40 points of health, and having vanquished 30 immortal mages, he earned an additional 30 points, bringing his total health to 3,046 points, with magical defense at 236 points. His toxin damage stood at 426 points, increased by 6 points after slaying 6 more mages post-upgrade. He calculated his chances. While enduring all 4 skills in succession seemed implausible, the fireball and freeze spells were instantaneous, whereas the other 2 certainly required casting time. If he could stealthily approach and activate his speed boost, he could apply 2 layers of toxin within a second and have 2 seconds to escape, thereby enduring at most 3 skills. With a plan firmly in mind, Wu Shaochen activated stealth and returned to the earlier spot, where the Blackwind camp strategist was still meandering about. He crept closer, unleashing 2 swift strikes upon reaching the creature, then pivoted and fled. "Ah, you little rogue, you are doomed," the strategist bellowed. In response, a freeze spell struck Wu Shaochen, reducing his speed by 30, followed closely by a fireball that landed squarely on him. The third skill, Explosive Flame, was cast, but due to its 0.5-second casting time, by the time it was unleashed, Wu Shaochen had already evaded the attack range. The explosion occurred behind him, failing to inflict any damage. Upon emerging, Wu Shaochen glanced at the remaining blood, which was still over half, and smiled faintly. The challenge was not insurmountable. Timing his movements meticulously as the minute mark approached, he once again ventured forth to apply 2 layers of poison. This time, although he endured 3 skills without the aid of swift evasion, he managed to escape without significant peril. Thus, back and forth, in less than 7 minutes, the formidable body of the Blackwind Stronghold's strategist finally collapsed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the bronze-level boss Blackwind Stronghold strategist, earning 200 reputation points and 800 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, has gained 200 experience points. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1. Current poison damage stands at 427 points. Ding! The Immortal Body effect has activated, increasing maximum health by 1 point, with the current enhancement of the Immortal Body raising maximum health by 576 points. Casting a glance at his experience points. LV 15, 37, 406, 70, 0, 0, 0. Alas! Experience accumulation was nearing the halfway mark again. However, there was little to be done, as boss experience truly was substantial. Looking down at the ground, a smile crept across Wu Xiaofeng's face. Indeed, the loot was plentiful. He hurriedly dashed over to collect all the items that had dropped. In total, there were 4 gold and 32 silver, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of black iron equipment, and he chose not to collect the whiteboard equipment. Additionally, there was a scroll and a fruit. Chapter 38. The Master of the Blackwind Stronghold. Upon opening his backpack, Wu Shaochen gazed at the treasures within. Ice Spirit Staff. Bronze level. Spell attack 160. Spell penetration 10. Ice magic damage increased by 5. Additional attributes. Intelligence 24. Spirit 22. Required to equip. Mage. Flame Bracelet. Bronze level. Spell attack 80. Mana 200. Fire magic damage increased by 5. Cooldown reduction 5. Additional attributes. Intelligence 21. Agility 20. Required to equip. Mage Priest. As he beheld these 2 pieces of equipment, Wu Shaochen licked his lips. Truth be told, these items were undoubtedly the finest in the game at present, far surpassing the bronze gear he possessed, which had been dropped by a level 20 boss. The remaining 3 pieces of black iron gear were also mage equipment. A helmet, a pair of shoes, and a belt, none of which Wu Shaochen could wear, rendering him disinterested in their attributes. He pondered whether that young lady could handle such items. If she could don these pieces, she would undoubtedly become the foremost mage in Jinling City, her equipment surpassing even his own. After a moment's reflection, Wu Shaochen sent a message to Su Muxiue. Hey, do you have enough space in your pockets? Swear, what do you mean? Wu Shaochen promptly sent screenshots of all 5 pieces of equipment. Swear, how much for all of them? I want them all. Wu Shaochen stroked his chin, surprised by her apparent wealth. She did not hesitate in the least. He glanced at the auction house's transaction records. The last bronze item he auctioned had sold for 180,000, while there were no other records of bronze equipment sales. However, there were several records for black iron gear, with prices having declined to between 40,000 and 60,000. After some contemplation, he replied, Ice Spirit Staff for 200,000, Flame Bracelet for 180,000, and the black iron pieces at 60,000 each. This pricing was quite reasonable, as these items boasted superior attributes compared to those available on the market, justifying a higher cost. Swear, all right. No sooner had she responded than a remote trade request appeared, with her inputting a total of 560,000. He placed the items on the trading platform, and the transaction was completed. In an instant, he found himself enriched by over 500,000, his heart swelling with joy. Continuing to examine the remaining items, he found a scroll labeled Teleportation Scroll, which recorded a coordinate for direct transportation. Quite useful indeed. The last item was a fruit he had never encountered before. Mental fruit. Consuming it permanently increases spirit by 10 points. This was splendid. An item that permanently enhances attributes was certainly a treasure. Just when his mana was running low, he consumed it, raising his spirit to 52 and his mana to 680 points. Now, only the stronghold leader remained. Wu Shaochen glanced at the house at the top and made his way up. As he ascended, a voice echoed in his ears. Who permitted you to come up here? Did I not make it clear? No one is allowed to ascend without my permission. The voice emanated from within the house. How arrogant! Wu Shaochen would not tolerate such insolence. He kicked the door open with a decisive force. Who would dare to ruin my good fortune? As the words fell, a middle-aged man with a scarred face appeared before Wu Shaochen, his expression brimming with fury. Upon seeing Wu Shaochen, he momentarily froze and inquired, Who are you? Where did you come from? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shaochen swiftly cast an insight spell. Black Wind Village Leader, Silver Tier, Boss Level, 20 Health, 500,000 Physical Attack, 1, 300 Physical Defense, 650 Magical Defense, 420 Attack Speed, 100 Movement Speed, 180 Skill 1, Soul Devour, wield a dagger to strike at the target, inflicting 170 physical damage and converting 30 of the inflicted damage into health recovery for oneself, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2. Heavy Strike strikes the target with the butt of the dagger, dealing 160 physical damage and silencing the target for 3 seconds, during which no skills can be cast. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 3. Weakness Breach wields a dagger to inflict weakness damage on the target ahead, ignoring defense and guaranteeing a critical hit with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Apologies for the disturbance. Wu Shaochen turned and fled without hesitation. He needed to escape and process the situation. This adversary's attributes surpassed his expectations. Where do you think you're going? The man pursued him relentlessly, but thankfully, Wu Shaochen's speed proved sufficient, and he managed to escape Black Wind Village, prompting the assailant to cease his chase. Phew, I'm glad I ran fast. However, this man's speed is indeed remarkable. The strategist's speed is merely 95, whereas this individual boasts an astonishing 180. The attributes of the Black Wind Village leader are nothing short of monstrous, with an attack power reaching 300, a staggering 400 points higher than that of the strategist. Yet, there is a silver lining. This leader is an assassin-type creature, excelling in single-target burst damage, but lacking both ranged and area of effect skills. Such a boss, while invincible in one-on-one combat, is relatively easier to handle. Wu Shaochen need not engage in direct confrontation. A hit-and-run strategy would suffice. The leader's attack speed is 2 strikes per second, meaning Wu Shaochen could either endure 2 normal attacks or 1 skill attack, making it considerably more manageable compared to magical adversaries. Calculating the damage, the leader's maximum output comes from his 3rd skill, which ignores defense and guarantees a critical hit. Thus, it can deplete 600 of my health in a single blow, but it cannot bring me down instantly. Yet, I wonder if he might follow up with a regular attack, given his commendable attack speed. To be cautious, Wu Shaochen retrieved a health potion, which he had been reluctant to use. Upon consumption, it would enhance his maximum health by 30 for 30 minutes. After using it, his health reached 3,961, nearing the 4,000 mark. Even if he were to withstand a 3rd skill followed by a regular attack, he would be untroubled. After careful consideration, Wu Shaochen activated stealth and returned to Black Wind Village, soon spotting the leader vociferously calling out, "Oomph, you thought you could chase me? Watch as I bring about your demise." Wu Shaochen stealthily approached, but just as he drew near, the leader seemed to sense his presence, taking a defensive stance and fixing his gaze in Wu Shaochen's direction. How vigilant can one be? Wu Shaochen lamented, feeling that the stealth skill had become increasingly unreliable. Without further ado, he activated a speed boost and charged forward, delivering 2 swift strikes before pivoting to flee. It is indeed you, Ant. Although Wu Shaocheng's speed was remarkable, the bandit chief reacted swiftly, countering with a basic attack and then landing a weak skill that struck Wu Shaocheng's back. Minus 1,034 minus 2,600 critical hit. Damn, that hurts. Fortunately, he had the foresight to consume a health potion. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. His suspicions were confirmed as the opponent managed to execute a basic attack followed by a skill in such a brief span, indicating that while it was a melee skill, its range surely exceeded that of a basic attack. Wu Shaochen continued to flee without pause, the bandit chief in hot pursuit. Thankfully, he did not need to engage in a standoff. Who could withstand such damage? After consuming a large health potion and with his natural regeneration, his health was restored to full. Turning to glance at the relentless bandit chief behind him, Wu Shaochen mused, "This is the advantage of speed." Thus, he and the bandit chief engaged in a captivating exchange, with Wu Shaochen striking twice while in speed mode and slashing once before retreating when not using it. The bandit chief, however, was seething with frustration as this little ant danced ahead, eluding capture. Even a ranged attack would have been advantageous. Now, he regretted his choice to play as an assassin. Chapter 39. The first kill of silver as Wu Shaochen observed the diminishing health of the Black Wind Village chief. A sudden realization struck him. He still possessed a fortunate scroll in his inventory, a remarkable item that could double the drop rate. Humanoid monsters were categorized by class, and the loot they dropped corresponded to their profession. For instance, the strategist he had previously defeated was a mage, yielding an abundance of mage equipment. In contrast, the village chief was an assassin, guaranteeing drops of assassin gear. Furthermore, as this was his first silver kill, the drop rate would be enhanced. The thought of employing a scroll to double the drop rate sent a wave of excitement through Wu Shaochen. He swiftly retrieved and activated it. The effect would last for 30 minutes, while the chief could only endure for a mere 5 more minutes. There was no harm in using it early. The unfortunate chief of Black Wind Village, despite his formidable skills, was rendered powerless, succumbing to the relentless torment inflicted by the tiny adversary before him, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver-level boss, Black Wind Village Chief. You have gained 500 reputation points and 40,000 experience points. Your pet, Silver Wolf, has gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 40, mana 20, and you have received 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Ding! Congratulations. Your pet, Silver Wolf, has leveled up, now at level 14. Ding! Talent triggered. Poison damage increased by 1, and the stackable layers of poison increased by 1. Current poison damage is 428 points, with a stackable capacity of 4 layers. Ding! Immortal Body activated, increasing maximum health by 1 point. Your Immortal Body has enhanced your maximum health by 577 points. Simultaneously, An announcement reverberated throughout the entire Huaxia server once again. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Chun Feng for slaying the silver-level boss, Black Wind Village Chief. As the first player in the server to achieve this feat, the system rewards you with 1,000 reputation points, 30 gold coins, and 30 free attribute points. This announcement serves as a formal recognition. Perhaps it was a sense of numbness, or perhaps the players were unaware of the chief's level. This announcement, while still awe-inspiring, did not evoke the same disbelief as before. After such a lengthy interval, the legendary Chun Feng had graced the screen once more. Gold will always shine. It is nearly impossible for a person like Chun Feng to remain low-key. A silver boss. How did he manage to find one? I have yet to encounter one myself. Surely, a silver boss is stronger than a bronze one. Did he obtain any silver gear? Oh, great Chun Feng? The chat channels across various regions erupted with fervor. Yet no voices of doubt emerged this time. In the extreme ice city, Jun Lin reflected on the server announcement, remarking, "Indeed, even the main city. This fellow remains exceedingly powerful. Yes, he has become a myth in the realm of prophecy." How Ran expressed with admiration. In Qiushui City, a party of 20 was engaged in a fierce assault against a colossal sea turtle, a level 12 bronze boss, deep sea giant turtle. The coordination among the 20 was impeccable, with a diverse array of classes and impressive damage output. What was particularly captivating was that all 20 members were women, a delightful array of beauties constantly maneuvering and attacking, presenting a truly enchanting spectacle. Amidst the throng, a woman clad in a white priestly robe, her face obscured by a delicate white veil, stood out like the most resplendent rose amidst a garden of blooms. Even among a gathering of stunning beauties, she commanded attention as the focal point. With a casual wave of her hand, she cast a healing spell that restored the health of a nearly defeated warrior maiden. The impressive healing amount of 8 or 900 surely causing envy among all priests. This remarkable ability was the key to their audacity in challenging the bronze boss with only 20 members. The warrior maiden stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Sister Light Dance, you truly deserve a better role than that of a priest." Dreamlike Light Dance shook her head in resignation. She had once been universally acknowledged as the foremost mage, and her initial aspiration in the divine decree was to play as a mage. However, fate had played a cruel jest, bestowing upon her a talent that enhanced healing effects by 100%, compelling her to switch to the priest class lest such a splendid gift be squandered. All right, enough of that. Being a priest does help you spirited ones avoid death a couple of times, she replied. Who exactly is this sealed dust? I have played online games for so many years and have never encountered that ID. Another maiden shifted the topic, recalling the recent server-wide announcement they had all heard. I don't know. Perhaps it was an ID change by some deity or a name we haven't heard of before, a Bowman maiden suggested. Meanwhile, Dreamlike Light Dance began to cultivate a curiosity towards this mysterious ID. In the city of Jinling, A.O. Shirtian Xia's countenance darkened. It's him again. We must curtail this sealed dust-s rise, or will undoubtedly hinder our development. However, as Zihao mentioned, this sealed dust always wears a mask, making it difficult to locate, A.O. Shirgu Feng added. With tens of thousands of brothers in Jinling City, do you think we can't find him? A.O. Shirju Qing scoffed. Once found, we shall see if we can recruit him. If not, we will eliminate him. Jinling City is the territory of A.O. Shirkun Xiong. I do not wish for anyone uncontrollable within our domain, A.O. Shirtian Xia stated coldly. At that moment, Wu Shaochen paid no heed to the external machinations and instead gazed with gleaming eyes at the plethora of loot strewn across the ground, an unprecedented bounty since he had begun battling bosses, forming a veritable mountain of treasures. With his hands moving deftly, he gathered every last piece of loot, his backpack nearing capacity, and he excitedly began to organize his finds. First, he counted a total of 8 gold and 52 silver coins, nearly rivaling the reward for the first kill of the Wild Boar King. Next came the equipment. For pieces of silver gear, 6 pieces of bronze gear, 8 pieces of black iron gear, and no white bards collected. To his astonishment, he had also acquired 2 skill books, likely a result of using a luck scroll, as it was improbable to obtain 2 otherwise. Additionally, there were two special scrolls, two attribute fruits, a rather peculiar potion, a key, and an unknown parchment, alongside a required quest skull. This truly was a grand haul. The player's inventory boasted 40 slots, with identical materials and potions capable of stacking up to 1,000 items within a single slot. Given the notoriously low drop rates in the Divine Decree, it was rare for a player's backpack to reach full capacity. Yet, Wu Shaochen's bag was indeed on the verge of overflowing, with this single boss drop accounting for a significant portion of the total. With a heart full of excitement, I examined the equipment. Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver Grade. Physical Attack 280, Attack Speed 10, Lifesteal 10, Additional Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 22, Constitution 23, Wearing Requirement. Assassin. Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver Grade. Health 800, Mana 200, Physical Defense 50, Magic Defense 50, Damage Reduction 5, Additional Attributes. Constitution 25, Bone 23, Spirit 22, Wearing Requirement. Assassin. Archer. Black Wind Helmet, Silver Grade. Health 500, Physical Defense 45, Magic Defense 45, Critical Resistance 8, Additional Attributes. Constitution 22, Bone 21, Agility 20, Wearing Requirement. All classes. Wild Wind Bracelet, Silver Grade. Physical Attack 160, Attack Speed 10, Defense Ignorance 10, Additional Attributes. Agility 22, Strength 21, Bone 20, Wearing Requirement. Assassin, Archer. Graphite Ring, Bronze Grade. Health 300, Physical Attack 125, Cooldown Reduction 5, Additional Attributes. Strength 23, Constitution 22, Wearing Requirement. Physical Class. Graphite Belt, Bronze Grade. Health 400, Physical Defense 35, Magic Defense 35, Additional Attributes. Constitution 21, Bone 22, Wearing Requirement. All classes. Graphite Necklace, Bronze Grade. Physical Attack 140, Critical Rate 5, Luck 5. Additional Attributes. Strength 20, Agility 22, Wearing Requirement. Physical Class. Graphite Boots, Bronze Grade. Movement Speed 60, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 30, Additional Attributes. Agility 21, Bone 22. Wearing Requirement. All classes. Graphite Helmet, Bronze Grade. Health 300, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 30, Critical Resistance 5, Additional Attributes. Constitution 24, Bone 25, Wearing Requirement. All classes. Graphite Bracelet, Bronze Grade. Physical Attack 130, Attack Speed 5, Defense Ignorance 5, Additional Attributes. Strength 23, Agility 24, Wearing Requirement. Assassin, Archer. Chapter 40. What use is this attack? Gazing at the silver and bronze equipment, Wu Shaochen blinked in astonishment. It was as if this fellow had stripped bare. However, given his naturally high luck, coupled with the first kill and double drop rate scrolls, obtaining such a bounty was hardly excessive. The most significant aspect was that nearly all of it was usable by him. This exchange was undoubtedly akin to trading a bird's gun for a cannon. Equipping everything would at least double his strength. As for the black iron gear, Wu Shaochen dismissed it with indifference. After inspecting the equipment, his attention shifted to the skill books. Heavy Strike consumes 80 points of mana, delivering a powerful blow to the target with the weapons, but inflicting 160 physical damage and silencing the target for 3 seconds, during which they cannot cast skills. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Usage requirement, assassin. Weak Point Strike consumes 100 points of mana, dealing damage to the target that ignores defense and guarantees a critical hit. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Usage requirement, assassin. Wow, both of these skills have dropped, Wu Shaochen exclaimed. Finally, I am no longer an assassin solely relying on poison. Since entering the Oracle, he had yet to break through any defense while battling monsters. With this new equipment and these 2 damage-dealing skills, he could finally perform like a proper assassin. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen learned both skills, adding 2 more to his skill bar. After mastering the skills, he meticulously examined the remaining items. Among them was a used scroll, Body Protection Scroll, grants invincibility for 10 seconds upon use, and another, Random Teleportation Scroll, randomly teleports the user to any location within a kilometer. Both were invaluable for survival. Next were two attribute fruits, both agility fruits, which permanently increase agility by 10 points upon consumption. Naturally, Wu Shaochen consumed them immediately, as these were undoubtedly beneficial. The remaining three unfamiliar items included an ancient parchment. Upon unfolding it, he discovered the description read, "Treasure map, details the location of a hidden treasure, accompanied by a map featuring a treasure chest." Clearly, that marked the site of the treasure. However, Wu Shaochen had never seen the area depicted on the map. It bore no indication of its whereabouts, suggesting he would need to stumble upon it by chance. Then came a key, which revealed the inscription, "Treasure chest key," used to open the treasure chest. Could it be for the chest indicated on the treasure map? Wu Shaochen pondered before placing it back in his bag. Lastly, there was a peculiar vial of potion. Although unfamiliar, Wu Shaochen sensed that this potion was extraordinary. Unbinding potion, capable of lifting the usage restrictions on equipment and skills. Wow, this is truly a remarkable find, Wu Shaochen exclaimed, filled with excitement. While it might seem trivial at first glance, lifting equipment restrictions appeared less impactful. Could it allow an assassin to wield a staff? However, this potion did more than merely remove equipment restrictions. Most importantly, it could also lift the usage conditions of skills. It was irksome to be unable to utilize many excellent skills. For instance, he currently possesses a tome titled Fierce Collision in his inventory, which pertains to warrior skills. However, should he utilize this potion, he would be able to learn it directly. Admittedly, this particular skill may not pique Wu Shaochen's interest, but in the future, he is bound to encounter skills he desires yet cannot acquire. This potion would prove invaluable then. Cherishing this potion, he carefully stowed it back in his backpack and commenced a complete wardrobe change. It could be said that he replaced nearly all of his attire, retaining only the Silver Wolf King ring, while he exchanged the recently equipped attack speed ring. The rationale behind this was that the Silver Wolf King ring conferred nearly 200 additional health points, whereas the attack speed ring offered none. A chieftain from the Black Wind stronghold had directly bestowed upon him a full set of equipment, and now, apart from his trousers, he was clad in gear all rated bronze or higher. Once he finished changing, Wu Shaochen noted that he had an additional 40 attribute points available, which he allocated entirely to his constitution. He then gazed once more at his attributes. Name, Chun Feng Realm. Bronze level, 16 health, 5487 mana, 1180 physical attack, 1245 magical attack, 84 physical defense, 543 magical defense, 533 movement speed, 430 attack speed, 104 critical rate, 5 lifesteal, 10 damage reduction, 5 ignore defense, 15 cooldown reduction, 5 anti-crit, 8 luck, 15 title 10. Equipment 5, experience, 7406, 80,000 strength, 158, 2189 intelligence, 35, 2042 constitution, 174, 2207 root bone, 303, 2363 spirit, 67, 2080 agility, 309, 2370 talent. Poison damage, 428 points. Stackable up to 4 layers immortal body. Increases maximum health by 577 points. Equipment, weapon, soul devouring dagger, silver level helmet. Black wind helmet, silver level armor. Black wind leather armor, silver level pants. Bear King leggings, black iron level belt. Graphite belt, bronze level boots. Graphite boots, bronze level necklace. Graphite necklace, bronze level left bracelet. Gale bracelet, silver level right bracelet. Graphite bracelet, bronze level left ring. Graphite ring, bronze level right ring. Silver Wolf King ring, bronze level. These attributes have nearly doubled, with his attack power surging to over 1,000. However, upon witnessing such elevated attack figures, Wu Shaochen pondered, what value does this high attack hold compared to my potent poison? Sighing, he lamented, what use is this attack to me? He opened the auction house to examine the recent transaction prices of black iron equipment. In the mere span of over 10 minutes battling the chieftain, 4 transactions of black iron equipment had occurred, generally hovering around 40,000 to 60,000. However, It was likely that many had already begun to farm black iron gear from ordinary monsters. Although the drop rate is low, the sheer number of players compensates for it. It is anticipated that the value of black iron gear will soon plummet dramatically, as affluent players fully equipped with black iron will deter remaining casual players from spending extravagant sums on gear. Wu Shaochen disposed of the two pieces of black iron equipment, the Wild Boar King armor and the Wolf King helmet, at a fixed price of 20,000 each. Both items were low-level black iron gear, with the Wild Boar King armor being dropped by the 6th-level Wild Boar King, rendering its attributes rather lackluster, barely superior to white-tier equipment. It was a pity he had continued to use them until now. He needed to swiftly capitalize on the last wave of opportunities, lest he find himself unable to sell them later. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, the two pieces were purchased. Wu Shaochen then proceeded to list the Bear King bracelet, the attack speed ring, and 8 additional pieces of black iron equipment dropped by the Bandit leader, collectively priced at 60,000. These items boasted superior attributes compared to the current market offerings, and aside from the Bear King bracelet, the rest were all dropped by level 20 bandits, leaving him unconcerned about their sale potential. Indeed, the 10 pieces were quickly sold out, resulting in an immediate influx of 540,000. Chapter 41. Opening treasure chests. What remains are the bronze equipment pieces. Currently, bronze equipment is in a state of high demand but low availability. However, the attributes of the two bronze items dropped by the Silver Wolf King are quite comparable to the black iron gear dropped by level 20 bandits. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment and decided to list the two pieces at a price of 60,000 each, only to have them snatched up instantaneously. It is likely that the buyers did not even check the attributes, but simply saw the term bronze and made their purchase. Wu Shaochen looked at the remaining two pieces of equipment, Black Bear King boots and graphite helmet. One was dropped by the level 17 Black Bear King, while the other was from the level 20 chief. Both pieces boasted excellent attributes. He was contemplating whether to set an auction price or stick with the previous transaction prices. Unbeknownst to Wu Shaochen, most players in Jinling City were eagerly observing the auction house, as it was their first encounter with such a large-scale wholesale of black, iron, and bronze equipment. At that moment, his private chat window chimed. Schwer, are all the items in the auction house listed by you? Chen Feng, yes, what's up? Schwer, do you have more? Chen Feng, you want more? Schwer, yes. Immediately sensing a hint of ambiguity in the conversation, she quickly added, I only want bronze equipment. Do you have any? Wu Shaochen contemplated for a moment, then sent a screenshot of the attributes of the remaining two pieces, which were suitable for all professions. Schwer, how much are you selling them for? Chen Feng, the usual price, 160,000 each. Xuya, okay. The transaction was completed swiftly, and Wu Shaochen, curious, inquired, Beautiful lady, do you come from a wealthy family? How can you afford this? Schwer, yes, so we can have a long-term partnership. Chen Feng, can't we keep a low profile? Having exchanged unwanted equipment for nearly 900,000, Wu Shaochen was in high spirits. He glanced at the chief's residence and, filled with curiosity, ventured inside to discover why the chief's minions had all perished, yet he remained hidden. Upon entering, he found the place spacious but sparsely decorated, with only a few rooms aside from main hall. Faintly, he could hear the sound of weeping from one of the rooms. Approaching the source of the noise, he opened the door, revealing two disheveled women, their faces streaked with tears and expressions filled with terror as they gazed at him. Wu Shaochen took in the scene and finally understood why the chief had barred entry. He was evidently indulging in some unsavory activities. Clearly, he had interrupted something intimate, hence the palpable fear. Glancing at the women's disordered garments, he surmised they were likely village girls abducted from some remote settlement. They were not unattractive, indicating the chief had a discerning eye. All right, you two should hurry home. The chief of the Black Wind Bandit has been slain, Wu Shaochen announced to them. Yet, the two women showed no reaction, remaining frozen in fear. Do you not believe me? Wu Shaochen raised his voice to emphasize his statement once more. This time, there was finally a response from one of the women, who timidly asked, Is it really true? Why would I deceive you? You can simply step outside and see for yourselves. Hurry along. If you delay any further, you may find it impossible to escape. Wu Shaochen was uncertain whether the bandits in this area would respawn. If these two women continued to dawdle, they might truly miss their chance to flee. The two women adjusted their garments and cautiously began to make their way outside. After a few minutes, they returned, kneeling before Wu Shaochen. "We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Thank you. Thank you," they cried, bowing their heads in gratitude. They had believed that their lives were at an end, destined to become the playthings of that fiend, never expecting to see a glimmer of hope for escape. This left Wu Shaochen flustered as he hurried to assist them, saying, all right, no need for thanks, just hurry back." After a considerable time, calming them down, one of the women suddenly exclaimed, "Benefactor, I know where the treasure of that demon is hidden." "Really?" Wu Shaoqing's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated such a hidden boon. "Let me there," he urged eagerly. "Please follow me," the woman replied, guiding him toward one of the rooms. The room resembled a storage area, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items. Frankly, had he been searching alone, he would have given up at the mere sight of it. The woman began to tap and knock around the room, and soon after, a stone door, just wide enough for a person to enter, opened in one of the walls. "Quite impressive," Wu Shaoqing remarked, taken aback by the ingenuity of the mechanism, which had previously gone unnoticed. "Benefactor, the demon has stored the treasures he has plundered over the years within the chest inside. You will find it there, but only he possesses the key to the chest," the woman explained. "Oh," Wu Shaoqing suddenly recalled the key that had just dropped. He had initially believed it to be for a treasure map, but now it seemed it belonged here. He stepped inside, discovering a small room containing merely a large chest, devoid of anything else. Excitedly, he approached the chest, noting that it was locked. He retrieved the key from his backpack, and, to his delight, it fit perfectly. As the chest opened, a brilliant light flooded the dim room, nearly blinding Wu Shaochen. Once his vision adjusted, he beheld a trove of gleaming gold coins within the chest, causing his mouth to water with anticipation. "Wealth has finally come my way," he thought, unreservedly filling his backpack with coins. After a considerable time, he finally emptied the chest, and his backpack now displayed a total of 673 gold coins. Originally, he had only 161 coins, meaning this single chest contained over 500 coins, leaving Wu Shaochen utterly astonished. How fortunate he was to have entered. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity entirely. It is worth noting that although the influx of players into the main city had significantly increased their ability to earn money, resulting in a considerable depreciation of the game's currency, the exchange rate remained 1 gold coin for 1,000 currency units. Thus, over 500 gold coins equated to more than 50,000 currency units. Alas, gold coins depreciate so rapidly. Perhaps I should sell some. After some contemplation, I decided against it. It seems that gold coins will prove invaluable in the future. In any case, I'm not in dire need of that 500,000. Upon collecting the coins, I discovered a pearl nestled at the bottom of the chest and hastily picked it up for inspection. Magic pearl, when carried. It continuously restores magic points, replenishing 2 per second. Goodness, this effect rivals that of a divine artifact. Though the restoration is modest, it is sustained, meaning I can regain energy even amidst battle, alleviating any concerns about running low on mana. However, as an assassin, wielding it feels somewhat extravagant. If sold to a mage, it would surely fetch a princely sum. What should I do? Should I sell it or keep it? Perhaps I should utilize it for myself. Its value is difficult to ascertain, and I might find myself in need of mana when my skills increase. Noticing there were no other items in the house, Wu Shaochen stepped outside, feeling quite content. To his surprise, he found 2 women still lingering outside. He inquired, "Why have you not departed?" The 2 women exchanged shy glances, and one of them spoke, "Esteemed benefactor, could we trouble you to escort us back? We hail from Lu Family Village, which is 10 kilometers away. But the route to the village requires traversing the Tiger Roar Forest, teeming with ferocious tigers. Our abilities are insufficient for such a journey. So I see. Well, it seems only right to aid those in need. One should not merely save a life halfway. Considering the situation, I might as well perform a good deed. Without their assistance, I would not have acquired such an abundance of gold coins." Feeling elated, Wu Shaochen readily agreed. Chapter 42. Liu family village Wu Shaochen. Accompanied by two companions and followed closely by the silver wolf, Intai, who had grown to his knee height, made his way towards Liu family village as described by them. Beyond the Black Wind Ridge lay the Tiger Roar Forest, a name that hinted at the presence of numerous tigers within. Their strength remained a mystery. As the trio and their wolf ventured into the Tiger Roar Forest, the two women huddled together, their faces betraying a palpable fear as they cautiously trailed behind Wu Shaochen, who exhibited an air of nonchalance. With his significantly enhanced abilities, he was eager to test his skills against some creatures. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, and a colossal tiger emerged to confront them. The two women instinctively recoiled 2 steps back, while Wu Shaochen remained unfazed, casting an insight spell toward the beast. Jungle Tiger, level 21 health, 48,000 physical attack, 520 physical defense, 280 magical defense, 220 movement speed, 105 skill, pounce, charges at the target, inflicting 160 physical damage and can knock down targets with lower attack than itself. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After reviewing the tiger's attributes and comparing them to his own, Wu Shaochen mused to himself, "Am I truly this formidable? Can a level 21 creature fail to breach my defenses?" With a defense rating of 543, the tiger's attack of 520 was indeed insufficient to penetrate his guard. Even its skill could only inflict a little over 200 points of damage, a mere trifle for someone with over 5,000 health. This remarkable resilience stemmed not only from his comprehensive equipment, but also from his substantial investment in the bone attribute, amounting to nearly 200 points. It is worth noting that players accrue merely 5 points per level from 0 to 10, culminating in a total of 50 points by level 10, and an additional 100 points from levels 11 to 20. Consequently, even a level 20 Shield Guardian, focusing solely on the bone attribute, would not possess such an advantage. Wu Shaochen's elevation of attributes was largely due to various first kills and initial breakthrough rewards, resulting in his attributes far surpassing those of his peers. Furthermore, as a Shield Guardian, the emphasis was naturally on enhancing vitality, which offered more substantial benefits compared to bone. Endowed with an indomitable physique, Wu Shaochen had no cause for concern regarding his vitality. He had successfully achieved his modest goal, to become a remarkably resilient assassin. A smile curved upon his lips as he contemplated the notion of being impervious to damage. This is intriguing. Today, I shall not resort to stealthy tactics. I will confront you head-on. With that resolve, Wu Shaochen initiated a rapid charge towards the jungle tiger, his speed reaching its zenith. He unleashed a flurry of skills: backstab, heavy strike, and weakness break. Minus 1,769. Backstab ignores 50 of defense. Equipment ignores 15 of defense. Minus 1,754 silence. Minus 2,490 critical hit. These 3 skills collectively stripped over 6,000 health from the jungle tiger, simultaneously applying 3 layers of poison. Following this, Wu Shaochen commenced a series of regular attacks, his enhanced speed allowing for an astounding attack rate of 154, equating to 5 strikes per second. Minus 1,000 and 7 minus 1,000 and 7 minus 1,712 with 4 layers of poison damage factored in. His damage per second soared beyond 3,000, a terrifying display indeed. The jungle tiger, boasting a health pool of 48,000, succumbed after merely 10 seconds, collapsing lifelessly to the forest floor. Wu Shaochen licked his lips, contemplating the thrill of engaging directly. After being stealthy for so long, was it time to confront challenges head-on? However, he reasoned that if he could resolve matters with poison, why squander his energy? A couple of swift strikes would suffice. Ultimately, Wu Shaochen found the satisfaction of using poison far more exhilarating. At this moment, 2 women stood at a distance, their expressions filled with astonishment as they observed Wu Shaochen's prowess. He had swiftly dispatched a tiger of considerable size. "Let us go," Wu Shaochen called out, resuming his journey. The 2 women hurried to catch up, their admiration for him evident as they gazed at his retreating figure. With the 2 women and a wolf companion, Wu Shaochen traversed the treacherous terrain, taking over an hour to navigate through the Tiger Howl forest to reach Lu family village. If Wu Shaochen had journeyed alone, he could have covered the 10 kilometers in just over 20 minutes, but with the two women in tow, the pace was considerably slower. Along the way, he eliminated 24 jungle tigers, earning 80 experience points, bringing his experience to LV16, 17, 486 000. His poison damage reached 452 points, while his immortal body attribute increased his health by 24 points, culminating in a total vitality of 511. Wu Shaochen stowed the silver wolf back into his pet space and entered Lu family village with the two women. The quaint village, comprising merely a few dozen households, was nestled amid mountains, with the only accessible side being the Tiger Howl forest they had traversed. Wu Shaochen sensed something amiss about the place. Yet could not pinpoint it immediately. Upon their return, the two women shed their previous timidity, joyously calling out, "Father, Mother!" The villagers soon emerged, their faces lighting up with happiness at the sight of the safe return of the two women. Their parents, humble villagers, expressed immense gratitude upon learning that Wu Shaochen had rescued their daughters. As they prepared to kneel in reverence, Wu Shaochen quickly supported them, inwardly lamenting, "Why must they resort to kneeling? Can't we engage in something more practical?" His willingness to escort the two women home stemmed from the belief that it was a quest. Yet he soon realized that no quest notification had triggered throughout the ordeal, confirming that he had merely acted as a good Samaritan. Why does this game deviate from the expected norms? The parents of the two women insisted on inviting Wu Shaochen inside for a meal, but he politely declined, explaining he needed to return to the city to complete a quest and that he must log off for lunch, having already spent the entire morning in their company. Just as Wu Shaochen prepared to leave, an elderly man approached, leaning heavily on his cane. "Young man, are you heading back to Jinling City?" he inquired. Wu Shaochen nodded in affirmation. After a moment's hesitation, the elder continued, "Could you assist me with a task?" Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened at the prospect of a quest, and he eagerly replied, "Of course, sir. I take great pleasure in helping others. What do you need?" The elder, trembling, produced an ancient parchment from his robe and handed it to Wu Shaochen. "Young man, could you please take this parchment back to Jinling City and deliver it to the city lord? Inform him that the seal is weakening, and I hope he can dispatch troops to safeguard the area. Ding. The village chief of Lu family village has assigned you a task. Deliver the parchment to the lord of Jinling City and convey the chief's words. The reward for this task is unknown. Will you accept?" "Ah, an undisclosed reward? This is indeed intriguing." Wu Shaochen hurriedly accepted the mission. Upon acceptance, Wu Shaochen prepared to return to Jinling City. After bidding farewell to the two women, he shattered the return scroll amidst their reluctant gazes. Ding. Special task in progress. The return scroll cannot be utilized. What the hell? I can't return? It's over 20 kilometers to Jinling City. I have to run back? Wu Shaochen was utterly speechless. Back in the novice village, there were no return scrolls for sale, and he relied solely on his own 2 feet. Now that he had reached the main city and purchased a return scroll, he was still left to trek on foot. The scroll he bought had never been used, and this was quite disheartening. Sigh, I can't possibly return this parchment to that old man. After all, this is a hidden task, and the reward must be substantial. Well, I suppose I shall consider it a physical workout. With a resigned sigh, Wu Shaochen began to run towards Jinling City, this time without the need to escort anyone. He also felt too weary to deal with any encountered tigers, only wishing to return as swiftly as possible. Chapter 43. The Dust-Repelling Mask. After nearly an hour, Wu Shaochen finally returned to the city of Jinling, making his way directly to the Lord's mansion. As he entered the city, a young man opened his friend list and sent a message to someone. "Boss, that person has returned to Jinling." Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion and stating his purpose, the guards did not hinder Wu Shaochen this time. Instead, they ushered him into the hall to await the Lord, who was soon informed of his presence. Before long, the Lord of Jinling entered and, upon seeing Wu Shaochen, remarked, "Adventurer, did you not set out to confront the leader of the Black Wind stronghold? Have you encountered insurmountable difficulties?" Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen presented the severed head of the Black Wind stronghold's leader to the Lord, stating, there are no problems. The leader has been dealt with. The Lord, momentarily speechless at the sight of the head, clearly did not anticipate that Wu Shaochen would truly eliminate the leader. After regaining his composure, he expressed, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Adventurer, I am grateful for your assistance in resolving this significant issue. Here is your reward." Ding. Task completed. Reputation 1,000, gold 50. Title, Hero of Bandit Suppression. Ah, title. Wu Shaochen rejoiced, for titles are timeless. He quickly examined it. Hero of Bandit Suppression. Grants 10 to health and 10 to defense when equipped. Excellent. Wu Shaochen promptly donned the title, raising his health to 6,062 points, his physical defense to 597, and his magical defense to 586, feeling notably more resilient. After receiving his reward, Wu Shaochen produced a parchment and handed it to the Lord, saying, "My Lord, this is a message entrusted to me by the village chief of Lu Family Village. He instructed me to inform you that the seal has weakened and hopes you could dispatch troops for support." Lu Family Village? The Lord seemed unfamiliar with it. He took the parchment from Wu Shaochen and opened it. Soon his expression grew grave. After a prolonged silence, the Lord finally stated, "Adventurer, I am grateful for this vital information. I have nothing of use here, so I shall gift you this." Ding. Task completed. Item obtained. Dust-repelling mask. Wu Shaochen received the item from the Lord, his face lighting up with delight. It was a mask crafted from an unknown material, as delicate as a cicada's wing, adorned with exquisite designs far surpassing anything available in shops. When worn, it would undoubtedly enhance one's presence, and most remarkably, this mask possessed an effect when equipped. Dust-repelling mask. When worn, it can shield against all forms of detection skills and scrolls, and the mask's appearance can be altered at will. Such an ability is undeniably formidable. While the insight skill cannot be used on players, there will surely be abilities capable of revealing player identities in the future, and the scrolls are numerous. With this mask, Wu Shaochen no longer had to worry about being observed. Furthermore, the capacity to alter its appearance was a remarkable skill for concealing one's identity. This is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure for murder and plunder. Wu Shaochen, feeling quite pleased, adorned himself with the dustless mask, stowing away the inferior mask purchased from the shop into his backpack. Instantly, he felt a transformation in his demeanor. After donning the mask, Wu Shaochen noticed the lord of the city still bore a solemn expression and inquired, "My lord, is there any way I might assist you?" The lord shook his head and replied, "This matter I shall handle myself. You may return for now." "Very well," Wu Shaochen responded, taking his leave. As he reached the threshold, the Lord suddenly remarked, "If it is not too much trouble, could you venture into the Tiger Roar forest and clear out the jungle tigers? Their presence poses an obstacle to our troops' advancement." "Leave it to me," Wu Shaochen declared with confidence. However, after a prolonged silence without any task notification, Wu Shaochen felt somewhat disheartened, questioning whether he was being asked to assist for free. At that moment, the Lord, noticing Wu Shaochen's prompt agreement, praised him, saying, "Adventurer, your name is Dustbound, is it not? I shall remember you. You are a hero of Jinling City. When you confront the jungle tigers, be cautious not to venture too deep. There lies a jungle tiger king that is beyond your current capabilities. Should you encounter it, I advise a hasty retreat." Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened at the mention of a boss. If that were the case, then assisting for free was indeed acceptable, for the forest was the most suitable location for leveling up at this stage. The prospect of a formidable boss only enhanced the allure. He quickly assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exercise caution." He aimed to reassure the Lord, preventing any hesitance regarding his undertaking. Although this task bore no immediate reward, fostering a positive relationship with the Lord of Jinling City was undeniably advantageous. There would be many matters to attend to in the city in the future. The Lord nodded in satisfaction, his regard for the adventurer significantly enhanced. After bidding farewell to the Lord, Wu Shaochen departed from the Lord's residence and proceeded to the warehouse, retrieving the skill book, Savage Charge, to list it at the auction house. Now was the opportune moment to sell. He had observed many in the public chat seeking to acquire skill books. In the bidding process, the price of Savage Charge skyrocketed, ultimately closing at 550,000, setting a new record for a single transaction at the auction house. Wu Shaochen looked at the account balance reflecting over 460,000, his face alight with satisfaction. He had held on to this skill specifically to fetch a good price, and it did not disappoint. Initially, he had anticipated around 300,000, but to witness it soar to 550,000 was unexpected. It seemed the demand for skills surpassed that for equipment. After all, skills are timeless, while equipment may become obsolete, thus inflating their value. With his balance exceeding 3 million, the desire to purchase a house stirred within him, a lucrative pace of earning he had never envisioned. It appeared he must continue seeking boss encounters, for in SZ, this sum would hardly suffice for a home. Wu Shaochen sighed. He then visited the apothecary, surveying the wares, which were indeed far superior to those in the novice village. Red potion. Small restores 200 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Priced at 5 silver coins. Red potion. Medium restores 300 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Priced at 10 silver coins. Red potion. Large restores 500 health points per second for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Priced at 50 silver coins. Additionally, there are blue potions, small, medium, large. The potions available in the main city are indeed far superior to those found in the novice village, yet their prices are considerably higher. Even with Wu Shaocheng's substantial wealth, he hesitated to make such purchases. Ultimately, he expended 10 gold coins to acquire 20 large red potions, followed by another 10 gold coins for 100 medium red potions. This extensive acquisition of potions was a precaution for the impending confrontation with the boss. As the city lord stated, the boss in the Tiger Roar Forest is certainly formidable, necessitating a stockpile of potions for survival. After purchasing the potions, Wu Shaocheng disposed of all remaining red potions from his novice village inventory, tidying up his backpack. The potions dropped by the creatures in the novice village were likely placed there to assist new players who could not afford them. Upon reaching the main city, he had not encountered any further potion drops and could only purchase them. Once he completed these tasks, Wu Shaocheng opted to log off, as it was nearing mealtime, allowing him the perfect opportunity to enjoy a meal before returning. Chapter 44. The top 10 guilds. Wu Shaochen removed his helmet and entered the living room, ordering takeout before immersing himself in browsing forums for posts that piqued his interest. To his relief, the leading post was not about him. Rather, it was an article concerning the major guilds, authored by an individual with the ID Online Game Sage. The top 10 most powerful guilds acknowledged in the gaming world have all settled in Divine Oracle. Wu Shaochen read with intrigue. In the realm of online gaming, numerous formidable guilds have emerged, yet 10 of them are universally recognized as the mightiest. Each has once dominated a particular game, and now that they have all congregated in Divine Oracle, one can only wonder what sparks will fly. I shall now share the intelligence I have gathered on these illustrious guilds. Paradise Myth. This guild has dominated multiple online games, boasting a peak membership of 500,000, with its main members currently residing in Bay City. The guild leader, Godmaster, is a level 14 warrior. Dreamland Guild, an all-female guild with a maximum membership of 300,000. Despite being composed entirely of female players, their strength is formidable. Their primary members are located in Shaochen City, led by Dreamlight Dance, once the strongest mage, now the mightiest priest, a role she reportedly chose due to her innate talent. Gates of Hell, predominantly composed of assassins, this guild reached a maximum membership of 200,000, with its main members currently based in Mabe City. The guild leader, Hell Messenger, is a level 14 assassin. It is rumored that he harbors deep resentment towards the first assassin, Dust, once vowing to eliminate him and force him to change his profession. Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, a well-known, long-established guild with an excellent reputation. Although they have demonstrated dominance in several online games, they do not bully solo players. Their peak membership has reached 800,000, with their primary members located in Fengyang City. The guild leader, Heartless Wind and Moon, remains relatively low profile. and their true strength is unknown. Pride of the World, a rapidly advancing new guild in recent years, backed by considerable wealth. Their development has been swift, previously peaking at over 100,000 members, but they are willing to spend generously in Divine Oracle, now rivaling the strength of traditional guilds. Their main members are currently situated in Jinling City. Rumor has it that Dust is also in Jinling City, and anticipation is high for their encounter. The guild leader, Pride of the World, is a level 14 warrior, God King Pavilion, exclusively accepting elite players. This guild has maintained the smallest membership, never exceeding 50,000. However, their prowess is never underestimated, as they consistently excel in any online game. The guild is home to numerous experts, with their primary members located in Jilu City. The strength of the guild leader, God King, remains undisclosed. Fates rise and fall. Although this guild has not participated in many online games, they once dominated a large-scale game, forcing all other guilds, including the top 10, to withdraw in disgrace. Their peak membership reached over 400,000, with their primary members currently in Jibing City. The guild leader, Fates Rise, possesses an uncertain strength. The World of Wanderers, a guild composed of countless wanderers, boasting the largest membership among all guilds, with numbers peaking at over 1 million. It was established by wanderers who united against oppression from larger guilds in a once popular online game. Currently, the guild's main base is in Huangsha City, led by the president, Mad Wanderer, a level 13 archer. 3 Kingdoms unmatched. This guild can be found in every online game themed around the 3 Kingdoms. It consists entirely of enthusiasts of this historical period, reaching a maximum membership of 400,000 and demonstrating formidable strength. The guild's primary location is also Huangsha City, with its leader dreaming back to the 3 Kingdoms, being a level 13 mage. Solid Barrier, allegedly formed by a group of retired soldiers. This guild is known for its members' high caliber and exceptional teamwork. Its peak membership has exceeded 200,000, and its main base is located in Jilu City, led by the Guardian, a level 13 shield bearer. Have you discerned anything from this? Indeed, the major guilds appear to have strategically separated into different main cities, with only Jilu City and Huangsha City hosting 2 guilds each. In Jilu City, the 2 guilds coexist without significant conflict, one recruiting only experts and the other exclusively retired soldiers, thus avoiding major disruptions. Conversely, in Huangsha City, members of the World of Wanderers and 3 Kingdoms unmatched frequently clash, although large-scale battles have yet to occur. The emergence of new guilds in the prophecy has been rapid, alongside the rise of previously obscure experts, with Dust being a prime example. As the prophecy unfolds, players from other online games are diminishing in numbers, leading one to believe that it won't be long before only a single game remains in the realm. The simultaneous establishment of the top 10 guilds promises to bring captivating tales to the prophecy. The online game sage will continuously provide the latest updates within the prophecy, and gratitude is extended for the ongoing support. This lengthy post captured the attention of Wu Shaochen for the first time, as he patiently read through this extensive discourse, gaining a deeper understanding of the top 10 guilds in the online gaming community. It was indeed his first exposure to such detailed information. It seems this game will only grow more enthralling, Wu Shaochen thought, a smile gracing his lips. This is what makes it enjoyable. Soon the takeout arrived, and Wu Shaochen indulged heartily, saving a portion in the refrigerator for dinner, mindful that if he logged off too late, he might miss the chance to order food. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon seeing that it was Wu Xin calling, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about her situation. His mind had been consumed by the game, and he felt somewhat remiss as an older brother, hastily answering the call. "Bro," came Wu Xin's slightly timid voice from the other end. "What's wrong? Xin, did something go awry? You haven't told me what happened yet," Wu Shaochen asked. "It's not that. The issue has been resolved. I accidentally broke a classmate's belongings and need to compensate them a bit," Wu Xin quickly explained, wanting to alleviate any worries her brother might have. "Ah, that's fine then. You should indeed compensate for someone else's property. Is the amount sufficient? If not, I can transfer you some more," Wu Shaochen replied. Enough, "Brother, you need not transfer anymore. You have already sent quite a substantial amount last time." However, Wu Xin hesitated, fearing her brother might become upset. "And what is it?" Wu Shaochen inquired curiously. "If I tell you, you must promise not to be angry," Wu Xin said anxiously. "Speak freely," Wu Shaochen replied, fully aware of his sister's nature. She had always been obedient and sensible, and he could hardly fathom what might provoke his ire. "It's just that the money you transferred to me last time was a bit excessive. After compensating my classmate for their belongings, I still had over 10,000 remaining. My roommate mentioned that a game called Divine Oracle could be profitable, so I spent 10,000 on a helmet," Wu Xin confessed, her voice tinged with trepidation. "Is that all?" Wu Shaochen responded, somewhat incredulous, having anticipated a more significant concern. In truth, he had intended to purchase a helmet for Wu Xin himself, but knowing she had never been fond of gaming, he refrained. However, he was intrigued by what had inspired her newfound interest in gaming. "Xin, you've never played games before. What has prompted this sudden desire?" Wu Shaochen asked. "Well, my roommate said this game is quite lucrative, with some individuals earning hundreds of thousands in it. I thought perhaps I could earn some money through gaming to alleviate some of the pressure on you," Wu Xin murmured softly. Chapter 45. Conflict under a slight yet fervent encouragement. She had just purchased a helmet and had yet to embark on her gaming journey. However, having spent such a considerable sum for the first time on a gaming device, she felt a lingering guilt for squandering her brother's hard-earned money. Thus, she decided to call him. Upon hearing Wu Xin's words, Wu Shaoqing smiled and shook his head. "Earning money in the game is not as easy as it seems. Even though I managed to make a few million in just 2 or 3 days, it's only because I am ahead of everyone else. For an average player, keeping pace is a challenge." Nevertheless, Wu Shaoqing did not wish to dampen Wu Xin's enthusiasm. It was rare for her to take an interest in a game, and he was genuinely pleased. As for the impact on her studies, he had no concerns. Wu Xin possessed remarkable self-discipline and had always excelled academically. Even if her studies were slightly affected, it would not matter. He would support his sister regardless. "This game is quite good. You should give it a try," Wu Shaoqing suggested. "Brother, don't you mind my reckless spending?" Wu Xin inquired, puzzled. "Why would I blame you? I'm playing this game too. You ought to enjoy it as well. Spending all day studying will only turn you into a bookworm," Wu Shaoqing teased. "You are the real bookworm. By the way, brother, does that mean I can see you in the game no matter how far apart we are?" Wu Xin asked eagerly. "Indeed, this game mirrors reality perfectly. Once you arrive in the main city, we can meet just like we do in real life," Wu Shaoqing replied. "That's fantastic. I haven't seen you in ages," Wu Xin exclaimed, her interest in the game piqued. After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call. Wu Xin gazed curiously at the gaming helmet in her hands. At that moment, Wei Wei entered the room and smiled at Wu Xin. "Are you interested now? Just a moment ago, you were reluctant to buy it." Wu Xin's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Wei Wei, please teach me how to play this game. I want to find my brother. What is your brother's game ID? He must be quite skilled. I'll add him as a friend, and you can ask him to guide me as well," Wei Wei said. I forgot to ask," Wu Xin admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. With Wei Wei's assistance, Wu Xin finally grasped the process of entering the game and donned the helmet for her inaugural experience. After concluding the call, Wu Shaoqing quickly re-entered the game, appearing in the bustling city of Jinling. After wandering around for a bit, he made his way toward the southern gate, intending to explore the so-called Tiger King in the Tiger Roar Forest. Upon reaching the southern gate, Wu Shaoqing headed straight toward the Tiger Roar Forest, but the area was teeming with players, making it difficult for him to move swiftly. Soon, however, he sensed something amiss. It appeared as though the surrounding players were intentionally gravitating toward him. Deciding to remain still, he was curious to observe what would transpire. Before long, a large group encircled Wu Shaoqing, though they did not approach him directly, merely surrounding him from a distance. In the midst of the crowd, Wu Shaoqing discerned a familiar figure, the same arrogant individual he had vanquished previously. Aware that players received notifications of their assailant's identity upon being defeated, he found it perplexing how this individual had recognized him, considering his significantly altered attire and new mask. Rather than hastily retreating, Wu Shaoqing lingered, eager to uncover the source of this oversight. Soon, the principal figure emerged, a young man in his late 20s, exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by a dozen companions as they approached Wu Shaocheng. Upon reaching him, the leading youth extended his hand with a beaming smile and introduced himself. "Greetings, Chinfeng. It is an honor to finally meet you. I am from the AO Tianxia Guild." Wu Shaocheng, however, refrained from shaking his hand, his expression one of incredulity. "The president of AO Xiong? It seems we have no prior acquaintance. How are you certain that I am indeed Chinfeng?" The president of AO Tianxia retracted his hand, his demeanor darkening slightly, yet he maintained his smile. "Our guild has several thousand members in Jinling City. Identifying a single individual is not an insurmountable task," he replied, his words brimming with confidence. "Oh, is there something you wish to discuss?" Wu Shaocheng did not deny his identity, understanding that the other party had already confirmed it. There was no point in feigning ignorance, as exposure was inevitable. "Nothing much. Merely an invitation for you to join our AO Xiong and develop together," the president continued, his smile unwavering. "Not interested," Wu Shaocheng replied coldly. He harbored no fondness for the so-called AO Xiong. From the previous arrogant figure to this overt display of intimidation, he found their methods distasteful. Regardless of their status as one of the top 10 guilds, he remained a formidable entity in the game. "I suggest you reconsider your stance. Jinling City is, after all, the territory of AO Xiong," interjected AO Gufeng, one of the companions. Before he could continue, AO Tianxia feigned restraint, smiling at Wu Shaocheng. "Brother, should you choose to join us, I can offer you the position of vice president. Surely, you are wise enough not to squander such a splendid opportunity." "Not interested." "Step aside," Wu Shaocheng replied coolly. "I recognize only two types of individuals, allies and enemies. Are you certain you wish to stand against AO Xiong? Have you contemplated the consequences?" AO Tianxia's eyes narrowed ominously. "Huh, so not joining you means opposing you? In that case, I am indeed curious to witness the repercussions of such opposition," Wu Shaocheng retorted nonchalantly. He did not underestimate them. After all, these individuals would hardly consume much of his time. Meanwhile, a throng of onlookers had gathered in the distance, their numbers swelling to the thousands. Drawn by rumors of Chun Feng's presence, they came to witness the prowess of this esteemed figure, though uncertain if the individual before them was indeed Chinfeng. Their excitement surged as they observed him standing firm against AO Xiong. The reputation of the illustrious pride of the world in Jinling City is far from favorable. Their various acts of dominance and boss monopolization have already caused immense sorrow and resentment among countless individuals. Yet, due to their overwhelming numbers, most have been compelled to endure in silence. At this moment, witnessing someone capable of opposing the pride of the world naturally stirs excitement, prompting many to immediately begin recording their gameplay. "Miss, the pride of the world has encircled Chinfeng at the south gate, and tensions are running high," Lu Shu informed Su Mushiue. "Are you certain it is Chinfeng?" Su Mushiue paused her actions, her tone devoid of its usual indifference. "I'm not entirely sure, but it is highly probable. Otherwise, they would not dare confront the pride of the world so boldly," Lu Shu speculated. "Take me to see," Su Mushiue declared, setting aside the monster she had been battling. All right," Lu Shu replied, momentarily taken aback by her fervent reaction. Upon hearing Wu Shaocheng's words, AO Tianxia's expression darkened. "If that is the case, I shall drag you, this so-called god, down from your pedestal." With that, he gestured, and several hundred members of the pride of the world surged towards Wu Shaocheng. Some ranged attackers unleashed their strikes upon reaching the appropriate distance, while AO Tianxia and a few other key figures of the pride of the world withdrew from the fray. Although they feigned disdain for Chinfeng, they were acutely aware of his formidable reputation and opted for a strategy of sheer numbers, which tends to be effective against skilled opponents. Wu Shaocheng watched them retreat without interference. Should he choose to stop them, they would not escape. However, he desired for them to experience the depths of despair, and the most effective means to achieve this was to witness their subordinates fall one by one. Soon, A multitude of arrows and spells rained down upon Wu Shaochen. Yet the damage displayed was dishearteningly minimal. -1, -1, -1. What on earth? Is this still an assassin? Ao Shi Jueqing exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, Ao Shi Tianxia and the other core members of the Pride of the World wore expressions of disbelief. Hadn't it been said that Zihai and his companions had inflicted dozens of points of damage on him last time? How was it that now none of their attacks were penetrating his defenses? The onlookers outside shared in the incredulity, wondering if the god of Chun Feng had indeed allocated all his points into defense. Chapter 46. Once again aflame, observing the attacks directed at him, Wu Shaoqing merely curled his lip in disdain. He had anticipated this outcome long before. After all, those numerous bones were not acquired without reason, and his high-grade silver and bronze equipment was not bestowed upon him without merit. What audacity did these individuals clad in nothing but basic gear, with perhaps a couple of inferior black iron items, possess to challenge him? One could only wonder where their misplaced confidence originated. As he noted that the majority had already turned gray, Wu Shaoqing leisurely drew his dagger, activating it with a swiftness that defied belief. In an instant, he charged toward the bowman and mage who had just assaulted him. "Retreat!" someone shouted, but their cries fell on deaf ears. Wu Shaoqing's speed was unmatched. He swiftly plunged into the throng, akin to a wolf among sheep, delivering lethal strikes to each foe. The staggering damage, reaching into the thousands, caused these fragile archers and mages to collapse into radiant white light before their poisons even had a chance to activate. The battle unfolded in a one-sided manner. The mages and archers had long since lost any semblance of formation, now fleeing in a frenzy. Yet their speed proved insufficient, as Wu Shaoqing pursued and eliminated them one by one, while a contingent of shield-bearers and warriors trailing behind could do nothing but watch helplessly as their fragile comrades fell. In a matter of minutes, over 100 mages and archers had transformed into shimmering white light, returning to the city without cost. Wu Shaoqing surveyed the ground littered with basic gear and shook his head in disappointment. They were truly impoverished. After dispatching the ranged attackers, Wu Shaoqing turned to face the shield-bearers and warriors who had been pursuing him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "It seems the chase has been quite exhilarating for you. Now, the tables have turned." He charged directly at them, prompting the melee fighters to initially pursue with enthusiasm. However, upon witnessing Wu Shaoqing pivot toward them, they hastily retreated, too intimidated to engage. It was clear that even damage-dealing classes could barely inflict harm, let alone these warriors. Wu Shaoqing resumed his pursuit, turning the large-scale PK into a mere game of cat and mouse. Like a relentless harvester, he cut his way through the guild members, leaving the members of the Ao Shi Tianxia guild utterly powerless. Wu Shaoqing's exceptional defense, terrifying speed, and outrageously high damage rendered him an insurmountable force. Hundreds of guild members could barely manage to inflict a scratch on him, especially since he possessed a vampiric attribute as well. "What should we do, boss?" Ao Shi Jueqing asked, visibly flustered. They had never imagined such a scenario. Just 3 days after the server launch, someone was capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. "We've underestimated him. We never anticipated his strength would reach such heights. Our equipment is woefully inadequate, rendering us incapable of breaching his defenses. Let us retreat for now and have everyone focus on upgrading their gear and leveling up. I refuse to believe that he alone can turn the tide." "Ao Shi Qion Xia Fumit." "Understood," Ao Shi Jueqing replied, promptly issuing the order to retreat. As the members of Ao Shi Qion withdrew, the spectators erupted in derisive jeers, further darkening the expressions of Ao Shi Tianxia's leaders. This incident would have significant repercussions for their guild. "Try to escape, are we? I don't recall granting my consent," Wu Shaoqing sneered, regarding them with disdain. "What do you take me for? You think you can toy with me? If others wish to flee, that's their choice, but you few shall not evade." Wu Shaoqing abandoned the pursuit of several shield guards and charged directly towards the members of Ao Shi Tianxia. Upon witnessing his approach, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of Ao Shi Tianxia, for the penalties of divine retribution were notoriously severe. However, Retreat was not an option. The opponent's speed surpassed theirs by several folds, and they could not afford to lose face before their adversaries. With a reckless charge, Ao Shi Tianxia unleashed a skill, colliding forcefully with Wu Shaochen, who seemed momentarily caught off guard. Minus 347 immediately following, he was stunned for a second. Goodness, this fellow possesses quite high attack power, Wu Shaochen mused. Naturally, he was not unable to evade. He was intimately familiar with this particular skill. Moreover, it was highly probable that this skill had been purchased from him. His reluctance to dodge stemmed from the fact that the opponent bore a white name. He needed the adversary to strike first, transforming into a gray name before he could deliver the fatal blow, thus avoiding an increase in his malevolence value while ensuring a heftier punishment. Minus 410 during Wu Shaochen's brief moment of incapacitation. Ao Shi Tianxia unleashed yet another skill, which evidently boasted a higher enhancement than the previous charge. Our leader is formidable. The members of Ao Shi Kun Xiong cheered as they witnessed Ao Shi Tianxia swiftly depleting over 700 health points from the sealed one. However, their exuberance was short-lived. They soon found themselves halted in disbelief, for despite the substantial damage inflicted, the health bar of the sealed one barely registered a minor loss, rendering it inconsequential. 1 second later, Wu Shaochen broke free from the daze and retaliated with 2 daggers, instantly recovering half of the health he had just lost, while Ao Shi Tianxia dissipated into a radiant white light before him. Minus 1,076 minus 2,152. Critical hit. Such unfortunate luck, with only a 5 critical hit rate. You managed to trigger it. Quite impressive, Wu Shaochen remarked, touching his nose. He then turned his attention to the remaining 4 high-ranking members of Ao Shi Tianxia, all of whom were now gray names due to their association with the fallen leader. Wu Shaochen showed no mercy, dispatching them with several swift strikes. As he surveyed the ground littered with black iron and 2 bronze equipment, a smile crept across his face as he stowed them away in his backpack. At last, he had garnered some rewards. It seemed that in the future he ought to target bosses when hunting monsters and leaders when seeking out players. Turning around, he noticed that the rest of Ao Shi Kun Xiong had already fled, leaving behind a group of stunned onlookers, still reeling from the spectacle. Wu Shaochen had little desire to pursue the fleeing adversaries. Their equipment was subpar, and slaying them would yield little benefit. Thus, he turned away. Truly remarkable. A single individual challenging an entire guild. Is this strength? Not astounding. It was an absolute massacre. Haha, what a thrill. Ao Shi Kun Xiong, you arrogant fools. You finally met your comeuppance. Lord Qinfeng, eternal glory to you. From this day forth, I shall be your devoted fan. Me too. Haha, I just recorded it. I must upload it online post-haste. It's bound to go viral. I recorded it as well. I'll share it too. Simply extraordinary. Amidst the crowd, Su Muxue gazed at the receding figure of Wu Shaochen, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. Though they often traded and occasionally conversed, it was her first time witnessing his prowess in battle, and indeed, he was as formidable as rumored. Suddenly, Su Muxue shook her head and thought to herself, regardless of their prowess, it is merely a game. At that moment, an announcement reverberated throughout all regions of Jinling City. Proud world. Qinfeng, I, proud world, shall not rest until you are vanquished. Wu Shaochen, strolling along the path, touched his nose and mused, truly wealthy. It is known that such an announcement costs 10 gold coins, equating to a sum of 10,000 yuan. He could hardly afford such extravagance, hence he refrained from responding. As Wu Shaochen continued his walk, he retrieved from his backpack 5 pieces of black iron equipment and 2 pieces of bronze gear that he had recently collected. Among the black iron pieces, 2 were the Bear King equipment he had sold, while the remaining 3 were of a lower tier. One of the bronze pieces was the Black Bear King armor he had sold for 180,000, and the other was likely a weapon dropped by their conquest of the Silver Wolf King. Casting a glance at the auction house, he noticed that the prices for black iron equipment had plummeted to between 20,000 and 30,000. Disinclined to waste time, he promptly listed each piece at 20,000, while setting the bronze armor at 150,000. 100,000 and the weapon at 100,000, confident that they would be purchased promptly. Indeed, just a few minutes later, all the listed equipment was sold out. With a delighted heart, Wu Shaochen noted the arrival of 315,000 into his account. How fortunate it was that the sold equipment could be traded once more. Meanwhile, the entire forum erupted once again. The mysterious deity Chunfeng makes an appearance, single-handedly defeating the proud world, causing chaos among their ranks, with the president and vice president both slain. Chunfeng versus Proud World, a comprehensive assessment of Chunfeng's prowess. Each post was accompanied by a video, with click rates soaring ever higher. Chapter 47. Team Battle in the City of Mo Bay. The Helm Messenger, after observing the trending battle video, scoffed, stating it is merely a case of attribute superiority. Devoid of any skill, he couldn't even evade a simple charge. He has enjoyed a stroke of luck early on, acquiring advantageous talents, but once everyone is equipped, he will be insignificant. In the city of Julu, the God King, having watched the video multiple times, was approached by the left hand of God, who remarked, "Your Majesty, this individual relies solely on attribute dominance, and his skills are lamentable. Should we really pay him any heed?" The God King replied with a smile, "In games, attributes represent the utmost strength. Are you certain his skills are as poor as you claim? What we see may not reflect reality. Perhaps he is intentionally concealing his true capabilities." In the city of Qiushui, the enchanting, dreamy dance was also engrossed in the forum video. Her face momentarily clouded with an inscrutable expression as she murmured, "He used merely one acceleration skill throughout, relying solely on basic attacks. Is he deliberately hiding something? Or does he consider them unworthy of his full strength?" Leaders from various guilds meticulously analyzed the battle footage, each forming differing opinions regarding the player named Chunfeng. Nevertheless, irrespective of Chunfeng's prowess, it currently bore no impact on the growth of their respective guilds. Once their guilds flourished, how could the strength of a single individual contend against an entire guild? They began to feel sympathy for the AO, Kunxiong Guild, whose members had yet to establish their strength and were now facing the significantly superior Chunfeng far too early. It seemed rather foolish on their part. Wu Shaochen was unaware of the external repercussions of this PK event. At that moment, he was engaged in the mass hunting of jungle tigers. Unfortunately, as jungle tigers were solitary creatures, he could only hunt them one by one, severely diminishing efficiency. Much of his time was spent searching for the beasts. Yet he had made a promise to assist in clearing them out. Moreover, in pursuit of the jungle tiger king, as mentioned by the city lord, he was willing to sacrifice efficiency. After all, he did not rush for leveling. In the grandest tavern of Jinling City, a large private room housed all the high-ranking members of the AO, Kunxiong Guild, their expressions grim. Sitting at the head of the table, AO, Tianxia initiated the conversation. "Let us assess our losses from this battle. In total, we suffered 236 deaths, including ourselves. Everyone lost a level. As for equipment, the other members only lost some white gear, which is inconsequential. The equipment lost by us has been relisted on the auction house and repurchased for over 300,000. AO Juqing exclaimed with indignation. The loss of levels and equipment was bearable, yet the blow to the guild's morale was immense. Even the previously subdued smaller guilds dared to challenge them, which was infuriating, as remarked by AO Gufeng. AO Tianxia's expression darkened further. Even the most insignificant are daring to oppose us. It seems a demonstration of our strength is in order. Now, aside from us, which guilds in Jinling City are formidable? Based on our recent investigations, there are 3 guilds in Jinling City that should not be underestimated. Lung Yuge, Wanshi Fengyun, and Mantian Fengyu. The combined strength of these 3 factions has surpassed ours. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from taking action for the time being. We may engage with the other guilds at our discretion. The formidable AO Fengyu continued. Moreover, it seems that the first transformed mage, Shui is also in Jinling City. Our members have clashed with her, and she possesses remarkable strength and exceptional equipment. Our people were almost instantaneously defeated. Since it was our members who instigated the confrontation, We cannot intervene, so I have chosen to suppress this matter. Can a mage eliminate opponents so swiftly in the early stages? Ao Shi Tianxia pondered. It seems Shui Er's achievement as the first to undergo job transformation speaks volumes about her capabilities. Is there a possibility of recruiting her into our guild? I shall make an attempt, Ao Shi Fengyu replied. Furthermore, if we aim to set an example and exhibit our might, there are two guilds that would be particularly suitable targets. Which two? Inquired Ao Shi Tianxia. The Su group and the Madman gang. Both guilds possess above-average strength and have previously crossed paths with us, particularly the Madman gang, who have been mocking our members since this incident. I believe we can turn our attention to them. With a decisive tap on the table, Ao Shi Tianxia declared, "Very well, let's target them. It is time for these individuals to witness the consequences of offending the Ao Shi Kunxiong. Also, keep a close watch on Shan Feng. Let him revel in his arrogance for a few days. Once our members have leveled up, I shall ensure he is returned to level 0. As the high-level meeting of Ao Shi Kunxiong concluded, the first medium-scale battle in Jinling City commenced. Skirmishes erupted across various locations in the wilderness. Though the ranks of Ao Shi Kunxiong were numerous, the Madman gang and the Su group were no pushovers. The clashes were relentless, with white lights continuously emanating from the resurrection points. Goodness, it has only been 3 days since the server opened, and already it is chaos. How are we to level up? One player lamented. Even fighting monsters is fraught with interruptions due to constant conflict. It appears that the members of Ao Shi Kunxiong were bested by the formidable Chun Feng and, unable to confront him, have sought to vent their frustrations on others. Indeed, like rabid dogs, they attack indiscriminately. This series of battles inevitably affected many and incited considerable discontent. Yet, regardless of the widespread dissatisfaction, Ao Shi Kunxiong remained undeterred, seemingly intent on dismantling the two guilds. The skirmishes persisted from afternoon until night, showcasing the might of Ao Shi Kunxiong to all in Jinling City. Thousands from the Madman gang and the Su group were forced back to the novice village, while the remaining members hid within the city, afraid to venture out again. Although they suffered significant losses, these were negligible compared to the scale of the tens of thousands in their guild. The ferocity and strength of Ao Shi Kunxiong indeed instilled fear in many, silencing those who had long spoken ill of them, thereby preserving the guild's dignity. At the resurrection point in Jinling City, the area was now overcrowded, with members of the Madman gang and Ao Shi Kunxiong engaged in a war of words. Since piking was prohibited within the city, they risked being apprehended by the guards, facing imprisonment for no less than half a month. By the time they were released, they would find themselves far removed from their original location, which restrained even their deepest animosities to mere verbal altercations. Meanwhile, several high-ranking members of the Su group were gathered, deliberating their course of action. "Uncle Lu, what shall we do now? If this continues, we won't be able to leave the city to level up." A young man spoke to the middle-aged gentleman standing at the center. Uncle Lu furrowed his brow, equally perplexed as to why the prestigious guild, Aoshi Chuanxiong, had suddenly targeted them. He had initially believed they could steadily develop their endeavors within the game, only to find themselves under siege by members of Aoshi Chuanxiong. After all, they were not professional gamers. Despite having recruited several skilled players, they were still significantly outmatched by such a formidable guild, which boasted years of accumulated expertise among its many members. Perhaps we should notify the young lady. She will be aware of the situation once she logs in, and with her prowess, she might be able to turn the tide, suggested another high-ranking member of the Su family corporation. Uncle Lu shook his head, responding, "The young lady is but one person and cannot wield much influence over the situation, unless she possesses abilities akin to those of Chen Feng." Upon uttering this, Uncle Lu's eyes brightened, and he continued, "I will log off to speak with the young lady. You all stay in the city and avoid venturing out." Chapter 48. The Enchanted Jungle Tiger King in an upscale villa district of HZ City. A stunning woman clad in a white dress sat at the dining table, enjoying her dinner. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the dining room and, upon seeing her, inquired, "Miss, aren't you going to sleep a bit longer?" The woman shook her head and replied, A few hours of rest is sufficient to rejuvenate my spirit. The gaming pod maintains a sleep state, so there's no need for extended slumber. I must log in early and hasten my leveling up. She then asked, by the way, Uncle Lou, what prompted your log out at this hour? Uncle Lou paused for a moment before recounting the events that transpired in the game. Upon hearing his account, the woman's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she contemplated and said, our objective in entering the game is to develop our enterprise, not to seek domination. There's no need to confront the arrogant elite. We could simply have them conceal their IDs and don masks to exit the city. That is not feasible. Uncle Lou replied earnestly. The arrogant elite currently guards every city gate, requiring all players to display their IDs upon exiting. The game IDs are unalterable. Even if we manage to escape, it could foster a negative mindset among our own members, especially since most are young and impetuous. Forcing them to wait would be akin to surrendering to the arrogant elite, which many of the younger players would find unacceptable. What are you suggesting, Uncle Lou? The woman asked, aware that he must have a plan to have sought her out offline. Miss, how is your relationship with Chen Feng? Uncle Lou inquired. At the mention of Chen Feng, the woman's composed demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of exasperation. It's merely a standard cooperative relationship, she replied. Uncle Lou's expression conveyed disbelief. Miss, could you possibly ask him to create some trouble for the arrogant elite? This would divert their attention away from us, granting us more time for development. Our current predicament is that we lack sufficient time to grow, and with a little more leeway, we need not fear them. The thought of approaching Chen Feng, recalling his demeanor in their previous interactions, caused her a headache. For the first time in many years, she felt a sense of insecurity in the presence of a man. I will do my best, she finally conceded, prioritizing the advancement of their organization. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen had been grinding in the Tiger Roar Forest from the afternoon until nightfall, spending over 6 hours and only managing to kill 126 jungle tigers, earning 920 experience points. His talent for toxins reached the maximum of 480 points. His immortal body increased by 126 points, and his life growth reached 727 points, bringing his total life, including title bonuses, to 200 points. Despite the 6 hours spent, while Silver Wolf had leveled up to 15, he himself had not gained a single level, with his experience currently at LV 16, 70, 406, 80, 000. This pace was excruciatingly slow for him. Although he could kill a jungle tiger in mere seconds, locating them proved to be quite the challenge. Thus far, he had not encountered a single jungle tiger in the entire Tiger Roar Forest. Moreover, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to quests, the jungle tigers he had defeated did not respawn, or their respawn time was considerably prolonged. Alas, I remain uncertain whether the Lord of the City and his forces have passed. I believe I have tidied up sufficiently, but if they have not yet advanced and the area refreshes, do not blame me for any lingering mess. Wu Shaochen lamented, weary of this grinding endeavor, finding its efficiency woefully inadequate. Should he continue, others would soon catch up in levels. Though he had no desire to level up too rapidly, he could not allow others to surpass him. Such a scenario would be quite embarrassing. He placed the sole piece of black iron equipment he had obtained from his bag onto the auction house, pricing it at 20,000. Over the course of 6 hours, the market value of black iron equipment had plummeted to between 10 and 20,000 per piece, while several transactions for bronze equipment had already been recorded. Clearly, one must not underestimate anyone. The pace of player advancement was astonishingly swift. Fortunately, the attributes of the black iron equipment dropped by the level 21 monsters were commendable, and his 20,000 price tag was swiftly claimed. However, Wu Shaochen felt no joy after 6 long hours. This paltry reward hardly compared to the satisfaction of besting a few of the proud champions. With a desire to explore further, he ventured deeper into the woods. 6 hours had passed without sight of the jungle tiger king that the Lord had mentioned. Did this creature truly exist, or was he being deceived? Wu Shaochen mused to himself. As he pressed onward, he found himself in the profoundest depths of the Tiger Howl Forest. The path grew eerily silent, devoid of sound, while the light diminished, casting an ominous shadow that sent chills down his spine. Why is it so quiet? Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, sensing an unseen presence lurking in the darkness. Perhaps it would be prudent to turn back? The atmosphere was decidedly unsettling. Just then, he heard a faint sound of swallowing. Though subtle, it was jarringly out of place in the stillness surrounding him. "Show yourself," Wu Shaochen called out, turning toward the source of the sound, yet seeing nothing. This only heightened his anxiety, prompting him to flee without hesitation. This was far more terrifying than any horror film he had ever watched. However, as he turned to escape, a shadow lunged toward him. Instinctively, Wu Shaochen rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. He quickly glanced back at his assailant, revealing a colossal tiger enveloped in dark mist. Without delay, he cast a detection spell. Corrupted Jungle Tiger King, Gold Tier Boss level. Attributes. Skills. What on earth is this? All question marks? Is it 10 levels above me? Wu Shaochen stood in stunned disbelief. The ancient spoke truly. One should never provoke a tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the periphery, without knowing its attributes. Combat was futile, and the Tiger King was clearly not inclined to let him escape. It lunged once more, but Wu Shaochen managed to evade it by swiftly changing direction, creating a significant distance between them. The Tiger King, missing its target, quickly adjusted its course to pursue Wu Shaochen again. To his dismay, the beast's speed surpassed his own, closing the gap between them at an alarming rate. This speed must have reached 500, absolutely monstrous. Wu Shaochen lamented before swiftly activating his speed, causing a sudden surge in velocity that distanced him further from his pursuer. Witnessing the increasing gap, the Tiger King opened its mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous roar that struck Wu Shaochen with an intangible force. Minus 5,703, stunned for 3 seconds. What on earth is this damage? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, startled. Without hesitation, he activated the Nullify skill to escape the stun and continued his frantic flight. Ultimately, just before the speed boost concluded, he managed to evade the Tiger King's line of sight. However, Wu Shaochen remained uneasy and ran tirelessly for over 10 minutes until he exited the Tiger Roar forest, finally breathing a sigh of relief, feeling as though his entire back was drenched. Is this a joke? A level 21 jungle tiger, and the boss is an unseen level golden boss? Surely this cannot be right. Wu Shaochen glanced back at the Tiger Roar forest, still shaken, realizing he'd been dancing on the edge of a knife all afternoon. He had intended to seek out a boss, but nearly lost his life in the process. It seemed prudent to refrain from such ventures until his strength was more formidable. Snapping back to reality, Wu Shaochen suddenly noticed a message in his private chat, unsure of when it had been sent. Upon opening it, he saw, "Schwerer, could I enlist your help just this once?" A spark of excitement ignited within Wu Shaochen. Was this not akin to receiving a windfall? He promptly inquired, "Who are we dealing with?" "Schwerer, the Proud World Alliance." Wu Shaochen paused, bewildered. How had this woman found herself at odds with the Proud World Alliance? Soon enough, Su Mushiwei recounted the circumstances, revealing to Wu Shaochen that he was indeed the catalyst for this conflict. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Shaochen replied directly, "I can assist, but my fee is 500,000. Though he was the cause of the predicament, he believed in earning what he could, especially since this woman was a wealthy patron. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mushiwei agreed. Very well. Chapter 49. The retreat of the multitude at the southern gate of Jinling City. Hundreds of guards stood vigil, scrutinizing the IDs of all players entering or exiting. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a man, adorned with a common mask purchased from a shop, swaggered towards the gate, deliberately concealing his ID. The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused by his audacity. He seemed to disregard the formidable presence of the pride of the world. Such brash individuals had appeared before, only to be unceremoniously sent back, never to return. The pride of the world was indeed domineering, yet their prowess justified their arrogance. Displaying an ID was a mere formality. As long as one was not affiliated with the Madmen or the Sioux clan, they would not face any difficulties. It was foolish to provoke them. With a confident stride, the man approached the gate and halted before a member of the pride of the world. "Show your ID and remove your mask," the young guard demanded. "And if I choose not to?" The man replied with a smile. "Then we shall have no choice but to escort you back to the city, free of charge," the youth retorted coldly. "Oh, That sounds delightful. Come at me, the man said, his smile unwavering. Enough of this insolence. Brothers, seize him, the youth shouted, incensed. Instantly, hundreds surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the man. -1, -1, -1, each strike met with no defense, revealing the true identity of the man before them. Good heavens, it's Chun Feng. Stop. Run. A voice cried from within the ranks of the pride of the world. Panic ensued, and many turned to flee. Despite their arrogance towards others, they instinctively feared Chun Feng. However, having ignited the confrontation, Wu Shaochen would not let them escape. He activated his slaughter mode, feeling no remorse for dealing with these bullies who thrived on intimidation. By the heavens, it's the great Chun Feng. Indeed, I can't believe I'm witnessing the great Chun Feng. Go take them down. Wait, was he the mask of the great Chun Feng, supposed to be a delicate and exquisite one? Why has it turned into an ordinary shop mask? I barely recognized him. Are you foolish? Can't he change his mask? Ah, that's true. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. The members of the pride of the world dared not retaliate, consumed by their desire to flee. Ultimately, half were vanquished while the rest scurried into the city. Wu Shaochen did not pursue further, nor did he enter the city. Instead, he turned towards the eastern gate. This conflict had originated with him, and the actions of the pride of the world were indeed distasteful. He needed to impart a lesson. Meanwhile, the chat channel among the higher-ups of the pride of the world erupted with activity. As they had yet to formally establish a guild, there was no dedicated guild chat. Thus, all communication converged within a few high-ranking dialogue windows. By the time they received updates and issued commands, Wu Shaochen had already arrived at the eastern gate and engaged in battle with its defenders. After dealing with the individuals at the east gate, Wu Shaochen gradually made his way towards the north gate. He was acutely aware that the members of the proud world were undoubtedly prepared. Either all the defenders of the north gate had retreated or they were fully assembled. Indeed, upon his arrival at the north gate, Wu Shaochen was met with a formidable congregation of proud world members, numbering in the tens of thousands, predominantly archers and mages. They stood resolutely, fixated on the direction from which Wu Shaochen approached, clearly indicating that this time they were not inclined to concede, and they were exceptionally well prepared. With over 10,000 ranged attackers, even if not all could strike him at once. The vast expanse of the square in front of the city gate allowed thousands to engage him simultaneously. Even without penetrating his defenses, enduring several waves of assault would be untenable for Wu Shaochen. Upon witnessing such a formidable array, Wu Shaochen felt a twinge of trepidation. This was rather excessive, verging on unscrupulous. The only way to neutralize their ranged advantage would be to charge into their ranks, rendering their long-range capabilities nearly ineffective. However, traversing the distance to the crowd would require at least 2 to 3 seconds, a duration sufficient for him to experience the piercing agony of countless arrows. Yet, surrender was not an option at this juncture. Wu Shaochen calmly glanced at his backpack and proceeded towards the adversaries. At that moment, Ao Shi Tianxia, standing at the forefront of the throng, caught sight of Wu Shaochen and sneered, "Chun Feng, I truly admire your courage. You dare to approach under such circumstances." Unfazed, Wu Shaochen retorted, "A multitude of ants remains, but ants. I am keen to see what audacity you possess to confront the overwhelming firepower of my proud world. I shall ensure your downfall within the prophecy." Ao Shi Tianxia spat venomously. Goodness, over 10,000 against a single individual. The proud world has truly no shame. A spectator murmured from the crowd, "Are you just realizing this? They've always been this shameless," another replied. "True, but why on earth does the great Chun Feng still advance? No one can withstand such odds. Perhaps the great Chun Feng is unafraid. I shall forever support him," someone declared. Wu Shaochen leisurely approached the ranks of the proud world, the nearest archer now within a mere meter of him. Casting a glance at Ao Shi Tianxia, he coolly remarked, "You ought to open your eyes wide. Sometimes, sheer numbers do not guarantee success." With that, he suddenly accelerated toward the mass of enemies. "Attack!" Ao Shi Tianxia commanded, unleashing a torrent of arrows towards Wu Shaochen. In the open expanse, evasion was impossible, yet Wu Shaochen had no intention of dodging. Without hesitation, he retrieved a protective scroll from his backpack and activated it. As the multitude of arrows hurtled towards him, a faint golden light emanated from Wu Shaochen, effectively repelling all incoming attacks. Damn it, a protective scroll! Ao Gu Feng exclaimed in shock. How does he possess such an item? Quickly, have him disperse. Ao Tianxia urged frantically. Regrettably, mobilizing a crowd of thousands is no simple task. Before their orders could be relayed, Wu Shaochen had already breached their ranks, commencing a unilateral massacre. In close quarters, the ranged attackers posed no threat whatsoever. Wu Shaochen maneuvered skillfully through the throng, leaving a trail of silvery light in the wake of his dagger. With an astonishing speed of 2 strikes per second and an attack power exceeding 1,000, he dispatched enemies with ease, akin to harvesting chives. Not a single one of the fragile ranged fighters could withstand even a moment of his onslaught, although many retaliated. Their feeble damage paled in comparison to the life force he reclaimed with each sweep of his blade. The vast army of over 10,000 was indeed formidable. Yet their disadvantage was stark. Once he breached their lines, only a select few could mount an effective counterattack. Chaos reigned as the ranks disintegrated. And with the passage of time, casualties mounted, while Wu Shaochen remained unscathed. This legion of 10,000 posed no threat to him. Witnessing this dire predicament, the leader of Ao Tianxia had no choice but to issue a retreat command. Although this decision would undoubtedly plunge their guild's reputation further into the abyss, there was no alternative. The current circumstances rendered continued engagement futile, likely resulting in even greater losses, with no significant impact on Chenfeng. Ultimately, the vast assembly retreated into the city at the cost of several hundred members losing levels, and, as news of the incident spread online, the reputation of Ao Kunxiong indeed plummeted, inviting mockery from countless observers. Chapter 50. The cold moon in the city of Jinling. Wu Shaochen settled into a tavern, ordering an extravagant feast. Having immersed himself in the game for so long, he had yet to savor a meal within its realms, so he sought to indulge. However, the culinary offerings in the game proved to be no less expensive than those in the real world, perhaps even more so. This lavish spread cost nearly 1 gold coin, equivalent to around 1,000 yuan. Frankly, Wu Shaochen had never dined on such costly fare outside the game. While the price was steep, the flavors were undeniably exquisite, surpassing anything he had experienced in the outside world. The dishes were entirely organic, featuring exotic meats from creatures he had never even encountered in reality. The quality of the game's meats was unparalleled, and the prospect of indulging without the fear of weight gain was a tantalizing temptation for many players who cherished their culinary delights. It was no wonder that the tavern thrived with patrons. At this moment, the establishment was bustling with life, filled with both players and NPCs. Though players were in the majority, some engaged in the game not solely for combat and leveling up, but to experience a semblance of life itself. One could only marvel at the opulent world inhabited by the wealthy, a realm beyond the comprehension of the average person. The first floor of the tavern served as the main hall, while the second floor housed private rooms. Wu Shaochen, feeling disinclined to retreat to a private chamber, opted to remain in the lively hall. The atmosphere was rife with chatter, laughter, and the clinking of glasses, a quintessential representation of life. This cacophony was precisely why many chose the pricier private rooms. The noise in the hall was overwhelming. Wu Shaochen had learned that the minimum expenditure for a private room was 10 gold coins, approximately 10,000 yuan, a cost that was simply unattainable for most. Did you witness the battle at the entrance? It was exhilarating, a player exclaimed in the hall. Indeed, my blood was boiling. The legendary Chenfeng is truly remarkable, taking on thousands and sending the Proud Legion into retreat, another responded. Absolutely. The members of the Proud Legion were far too arrogant. They needed to be put in their place. Otherwise, they would think Jinling City belonged to them. Blocking the entrance was outrageous. I must say, Chenfeng executed it flawlessly. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of Chenfeng. Anyone who dares speak ill of him will have me to contend with. Listening to their animated discussion, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he appeared to be devoid of a mask, though in reality, he had merely altered the form of his Juechen mask. The mask now clung to his face like a second skin, effectively granting him a new visage. Recently, he had purchased several outfits from the clothing shop. These garments did not occupy equipment slots and bore no attributes, but they could transform the appearance of his gear, making them a favorite among many female players, as the default equipment designs were often deemed unsightly. With his new appearance, Wu Shaochen sat confidently in the hall, unnoticed by those around him. The skin illusion created by the Juechen mask was somewhat rigid, lacking the finesse of true disguise, yet Wu Shaochen was content. At the very least, no one could discern his true identity. As he relished his feast, a woman clad in white garments and veiled approached his table and seated herself, softly remarking, "You seem quite at ease. How did you know it was me?" Wu Shaochen inquired. Wu Shaochen expressed his confusion, noting that he had undergone a complete transformation. When you appear in public, many will inevitably follow you in secrecy. Regardless of how much you change, those who know you will not be few, Su Mushue remarked. Well, after all that, it seems it was in vain, Wu Shaochen replied with a hint of resignation. Not entirely. At least those who aren't constantly shadowing you are unlikely to recognize you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to dine so peacefully, Su Mushue observed, looking at Wu Shaochen, who was unrecognizable compared to his original appearance. Indeed, next time I venture outdoors, I shall don an entirely different outfit, and then no one will recognize me. Wu Shaochen agreed, nodding. He then turned to Su Mushue. By the way, would you care to try the dishes here? They're quite delightful. Glancing at the table strewn with disheveled remnants of food, Su Mushue shook her head. I shall pass. I primarily came to express my gratitude. The members of the Proud World have all retreated and no longer target us. Well, as long as they have withdrawn, that suffices. Had they not, I would have taken pleasure in teaching them a lesson once more. Wu Shaochen responded nonchalantly. Only you could maintain such an indifferent demeanor in the face of Proud World. Su Mushue remarked, shaking her head. Focus on your development. With millions of players in Jinling City and only a few tens of thousands in Proud World, everyone has a chance. Once you all level up, you need not fear them, Wu Shaochen advised. Yes, Su Mushue nodded. Regardless, I still thank you. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit, Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. Well, I must take my leave to lead them in leveling up. Please enjoy your meal, Su Mushue said as she stood. Wu Shaochen waved his hand dismissively while continuing to eat. Yes, go ahead. After Su Mushue departed, Wu Shaochen resumed his hearty feast, determined not to waste the plethora of dishes he had ordered. However, just as he was savoring another bite, a voice interrupted him. Hello, may I sit here? Wu Shaochen looked up and was momentarily captivated by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman in her 20s with long, flowing hair and a somewhat cold gaze, standing before him like an ice queen. Feel free, Wu Shaochen replied casually. Thank you, the woman said softly as she took a seat opposite him. Once seated, she remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Wu Shaochen. Why do you keep staring at me? Wu Shaochen asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Nothing much. I'm just curious about you, the woman replied. Curious about what? I'm just an ordinary man, lacking neither limbs nor attributes typical of my gender. Wu Shaochen responded with casual indifference. How can we all start from the same starting line, yet you seem to excel so greatly? The woman finally asked, having long desired to know the answer. Perhaps it's because I am the protagonist, Wu Shaochen chuckled lightly. I am Lung Yu, the president of Lung Yu Pavilion. May I add you as a friend? The woman suddenly rose and extended her hand. Lung Yu Pavilion? I believe I've heard of it. It seems to have a commendable reputation in Jinling City, Wu Shaochen replied, feeling intrigued. All right, let us proceed. Wu Shaochen nodded, recognizing that he currently stood alone and vulnerable in Jinling City, and that there might come a time when he would require their assistance. The power of the guild should not be underestimated. Furthermore, it seemed that having an additional friend could present more opportunities for resource gathering. He promptly sent a friend request. Before long, Wu Shaochen's friend list expanded to include one more individual, Cold Moon, level 15 archer. He was somewhat astonished, realizing that this young woman had already attained level 15, a rank surpassing that of many top-tier players. Indeed, she was worthy of her position as the president of the Cold Moon Guild. Chapter 51. He has arrived. After adding each other as friends, Lung Yu took her leave, and Wu Shaochen swiftly finished his meal and departed as well, apprehensive about the possibility of encountering more individuals had he lingered. Upon exiting the restaurant, Wu Shaochen meandered aimlessly through the city for a while before deciding to log off for dinner. It was now past 8 in the evening. Despite having consumed a considerable amount in the game, he had yet to partake in his evening meal in reality. Removing his helmet, Wu Shaochen made his way to the living room and retrieved the takeout he had left over from lunch. Strangely, although he had eaten lunch around noon, and it was now past 8, he did not feel particularly hungry. Perhaps it was due to having been lying down without any physical activity, he mused, shaking his head. After taking a few bites of the takeout, he found it rather unpalatable. Previously, he had not noticed, but after tasting the food in the game, the reality seemed unbearably bland in comparison. After a couple of bites, he discarded the meal, feeling a slight headache. Having indulged in a delightful meal within the game, how could he now endure such mundane fare? How would he manage to eat in the future? Having finished the takeout, he contemplated sleeping, but it was still too early, and slumber eluded him. He scrolled through the forum, where an abundance of posts related to his PK encounters with the Aoshi Chunshion group dominated the front page. He casually opened a few, but one post titled Analysis of Sealed Strength caught his attention. It provided a detailed examination of his attributes. It was astonishing how, despite only showcasing his abilities publicly twice, others could so accurately deduce his vitality, attack, defense, and speed. Fortunately, his greatest trump card remained concealed, as he had not utilized many skills. Otherwise, he would be devoid of any privacy. How terrifying! It seemed prudent to minimize public displays of strength in the future. Wu Shaochen thought to himself. After browsing the forum for a while, he logged back into the game. Since sleep was elusive, he decided to venture out of the city to hunt monsters for a few hours, ideally staying up until midnight to conquer the Silver War God's secret realm, which would significantly enhance his strength. Once online, Wu Shaochen scrutinized the map and ultimately chose to head toward the east gate. Beyond the gate lay a rugged forest filled with monsters ranging from levels 18 to 23, perfectly suited for his level. He dared not approach the tiger-roaring forest, estimating that the tiger there must be a level 30 boss. He would seek revenge only after reaching level 20 and further augmenting his strength. Along the way, he observed numerous players battling monsters, most of whom were grouped in teams, unlike Wu Shaochen, who preferred a solo. While players could easily handle monsters of their own level, efficiency would increase significantly with a combination of different classes working together. Leisurely, Wu Shaochen proceeded toward the rugged forest, observing other players as they engaged in battles while perusing the chat channel to see what discussions were taking place. Suddenly, a message captured his attention. A silver boss has been discovered in the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Coordinates XXX. XXX, is this for real? To announce the discovery of a boss without stealthily engaging it? Wu Shaochen mused. Despite his reservations, his curiosity compelled him to venture in that direction. It was not too far, after all, and a glimpse would do no harm. Outside the purple bamboo forest, a group of individuals emerged from the woods, cursing and seething with anger. Damn it. The members of the Proud World truly are incorrigible. They only know how to flee when faced with danger. Yet they strut arrogantly when bullying the lone players. It's infuriating to have finally located a boss, only to have it snatched away. This indignation is unbearable. I've already shared the location. If we cannot claim it, we shall not allow them any comfort. Jinling City is not theirs to dictate. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, 200 to 300 people were anxiously surrounding a colossal python, launching their attacks. It was evident that their strikes barely penetrated the creature's defenses, with only a rare few managing to inflict minor damage, while a single sweep of the python's tail could decimate a cluster of players. This is untenable, boss. The silver boss is far too formidable. The disparity in strength is overwhelming. Even if we manage to slay this python, our losses will be substantial. Remarked Ao Shi Fengyu before Ao Shi Tianxia. If the losses are greater, so be it. We must secure this boss at any cost. If a solitary player from Chilling could defeat a silver boss, can our guild, with so many members, do the same? Once we conquer this mighty serpent, silver gear will be ours as well. Why should we fear them? Riplaiji ao Shichiangxia. Understood. I'll summon more players. This number is certainly insufficient. Ao Shirfanya responded. Boss, we have a problem. Those few who fled just now have broadcasted the boss's location in the regional channel. A throng of players is now converging here, reported Ao Shirjueching with grave concern. Damn it. We should have eliminated them earlier. They're nothing but trouble. Call more people. Seal off the entrances. No one is to enter, commanded Ao Shirtianxia. At that moment, countless players rushed toward the purple bamboo forest. The silver boss was nearly guaranteed to drop silver gear. Who wouldn't want to take a chance? The spoils were up for grabs, and should one be fortunate enough to seize an item, it would mean soaring to new heights, whether for personal use or for substantial profit. When Wu Shaochen arrived at the purple bamboo forest, chaos reigned as numerous players engaged in heated disputes with the members of Proud World. Why can't we enter? You Proud World members are far too domineering. One player protested. Indeed, the boss is not your personal property. By what right do you deny us the chance to battle it? Another chimed in. The boss was discovered by us Proud World, so naturally it belongs to us. What? Do you intend to rob us of our boss? One Proud World member retorted arrogantly. Nonsense. We clearly found the boss first. Yet you Proud World members have stolen it from us. How can you still retain any sense of shame? A player who had previously lost a boss proclaimed indignantly. Upon being confronted directly, the expression on the face of the proud leader of the Proud World turned quite grim. He ultimately declared, "Today this boss shall belong to me. Proud World, anyone who dares to enter is opposing me, and I shall ensure you cannot escape the city." This proclamation indeed had a deterring effect, rendering many silent. After all, the members of Proud World were genuinely capable of such threats, had it not been for the sudden return of Chen Feng. The Madman Guild and the Su clan would likely still be lurking within the city. In the rear of the crowd, 3 individuals convened in discussion. These 3 were the leaders of the 3 major guilds: Cold Moon Pavilion, Chaotic Times, and Endless Storm. The leader of Cold Moon Pavilion, Cold Moon, was an icy beauty, aptly named. The leader of Chaotic Times, the formidable Xian Yuan, was a middle-aged man with a rugged beard, exuding a masculine aura. Conversely, the leader of Endless Storm, Starlight, was a young man in his 20s, rather handsome yet lacking in virility, his gaze often drifting towards Cold Moon. At that moment, the trio was deliberating on the matter of how to enter. "Speak up. Should we involve ourselves?" Starlight suggested. "It is a rare opportunity to encounter a silver boss. We must not allow Proud World to monopolize it." Xian Yuan agreed. "However, if we force our way in, we will undoubtedly position ourselves against Proud World. Although they suffered a setback against Chen Feng, we stand little chance in a direct confrontation. Despite our combined numbers surpassing theirs, we are 3 separate guilds and cannot achieve the seamless coordination of a single guild. Even a temporary alliance cannot alter this fact, and taking such action could prove detrimental to our guild's development," Starlight analyzed. "Alas, I had hoped to pressure them through those independent players, but they are of little use, merely engaging in idle chatter without daring to take any decisive action," Xian Yuan lamented. "He is here," Cold Moon suddenly interjected, having remained silent until now. Chapter 52. Is this it? Who? Both the formidable figures of the chaotic era and the stars in the sky inquired simultaneously, gazing in the direction of Cold Moon. Dust Seal. Wu Shaochen observed for a considerable time, noticing that while many dared to shout from outside, none had the courage to step inside. It seemed that, deep down, they held a profound fear of the Proud World heroes. However, Wu Shaochen was not one to indulge them. He strode forward without hesitation. "Stop!" shouted a member of the Proud World heroes, recognizing that Wu Shaochen's attire was different from when they had battled at the city gate. As a result, aside from a few, most did not recognize him. Wu Shaochen paid no heed to their outcry and continued his advance. Damn it, looking for death. The first to speak unsheathed his weapon and swung it towards Wu Shaochen. Wait! A nearby individual suddenly felt a chill, as this scene seemed eerily familiar. He attempted to call out, but it was too late. The weapon had already struck Wu Shaochen. -1 as the damage notification appeared, nearly everyone reacted immediately in the entire Jinling city. Only Dust Sealed was renowned for having impenetrable defenses. Wow, The legendary dust sealed has arrived. Fantastic. Let's see how they maintain their arrogance now. Haha. Dust sealed is truly the nemesis of the proud world heroes. In stark contrast to the joy of the wandering players. The faces of the proud world heroes were twisted in despair, as if they had just consumed something vile. How had they encountered this disaster once more? What the others had said was undeniably true. Dust sealed was indeed their bane. A group of them exchanged glances, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Quickly notify the boss, someone finally exclaimed. Wu Shaochen glanced back at the warrior who had struck him, effortlessly sending him back to the city, before continuing onward. The proud world heroes could do nothing but retreat step by step, none daring to obstruct him, while the wandering players joyously followed Wu Shaochen into the purple bamboo forest. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, Ao Shi Fengyu approached Ao Shi Tianxia with a grave expression. Boss, dust sealed is here. The brothers can't withstand it. What? Him again? Is this guy determined to oppose us, the proud world heroes? Ao Shi Tianxia responded in fury. Ever since their encounter with dust sealed, they had been at a disadvantage, and he now regretted provoking such an individual. Boss, what shall we do? He will arrive soon. Are we really going to abandon this boss? Ao Shi Jueqing urged anxiously. Ao Shi Tianxia glanced at the giant python, which still had 85 health remaining. They had already lost thousands in their attempts to defeat it. Abandoning it was out of the question. Leave 200 to continue attacking the giant python. Everyone else, follow me. Fengyu, gather all the guild members. Today, I will block him with our lives if necessary. Ao Shi Tianxia declared vehemently. When Wu Shaochen arrived, he found Ao Shi Tianxia leading over 1,000 proud world heroes standing there as if waiting for him. Wu Shaochen chuckled coldly and approached. Dust sealed. Are you truly intent on clashing with the proud world heroes to the bitter end? Ao Shi Qingxia Shote. Clash to the bitter end? That's not the case. At least you currently lack the capital to force my hand. Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. You, Ao Shi Tianxia, filled with fury, gritted his teeth and solemnly stated, Speak. What must I do to ensure you refrain from intervening in this matter? This statement was tantamount to a concession on his part. It was well known that Ao Shi Tianxia had never submitted to anyone before. What do you mean by intervening? I merely heard that a boss was coming to inspect this place. What is the meaning of this grand display? Is the boss somehow related to your family? Wu Shaochen inquired, perplexed. That boss is on the verge of being defeated by us. Ao Shi Xiong. You know full well what your presence here implies. I advise you to abandon any such thoughts. Ao Shi Tianxia retorted. It's not that I underestimate you, Ao Shi Xiong. But with your motley crew, whether you could defeat this boss is still up for debate. If the boss's health drops below 50, I shall turn and leave without disturbing you. However, if it remains above 50, you must step aside. This boss is beyond your capabilities. Wu Shaochen was acutely aware of the formidable nature of a silver boss, given that these individuals could hardly withstand his attacks. It was implausible they could contend with a silver boss possessing several 100,000 health points and defense even greater than their own. The Black Wind Stronghold's leader they had encountered previously was a frail assassin with a defense of 650 and 500 health. The boss they spoke of was rumored to be a giant python, its defense and health assuredly surpassing that of the Black Wind Stronghold's leader. With Wu Shaochen's words striking a nerve, Ao Shi Tianxia felt his pride wounded and huffed. Whether I can defeat it is my own concern. Let me inform you that the vast army of Ao Shi Xiong is en route. If you wish to intervene today, it will depend on whether my army consents. At that moment, players from Ao Shi Xiong began to arrive in succession, joining the ranks to defend, and soon their numbers swelled to 4,000 or 5,000. With such a multitude guarding the area, Ao Shi Tianxia lost interest in further conversation with Wu Shaochen. He turned and melded into the throng, issuing orders. If he dares to advance, hold him back at all costs. Other members will soon arrive, and I refuse to believe that my thousands cannot contain a mere chinfeng. After issuing his commands, he led Ao Shi Jueqing and several core members towards the boss, with the higher-ups of Ao Shi Xiong having departed. A contingent of members remained to obstruct Wu Shaochen. Perhaps they were there to coordinate the battle against the boss, or perhaps they feared being defeated by Chun Feng. Regardless, the higher-ups had left, leaving behind a mere cadre of cannon fodder. Wu Shaochen shook his head, lamenting, "How tragic it is that you sacrifice yourselves for Ao Shikun Xiong. What purpose does it serve?" His words seemed to strike a chord, igniting the fury of a captain-level member of Ao Shikun Xiong, who shouted, "Cease your deceitful words. Our entire force will soon arrive, and no matter how formidable you may be, we shall drag you down." "Very well, if that's the case, then there is nothing more to discuss." Wu Shaochen, disinterested in idle chatter, charged forward into the bamboo grove, a far cry from the open expanse of the city gate. Although the bamboo was not densely clustered, it was improbable that the earlier scenario of a multitude attacking simultaneously would repeat itself. At most, a few hundred would be able to engage him at once. Upon colliding with the members of the Proud World, countless independent players, along with the 3 major guilds and several smaller ones, began to stir with anticipation. The leaders of the 3 major guilds exchanged nods, and soon, a throng of players surged forth from the rear, shouting, "Charge! The members of Proud World are overstepping their bounds. We cannot allow the esteemed Chun Feng to battle alone." This rallying cry resonated deeply, igniting the previously restless players, who immediately joined the charge against Proud World. The members of Proud World were thrown into disarray. They had expected that these players would not dare to confront them openly, believing they only needed to contend with Chun Feng alone. To their astonishment, the numerical advantage they had was swiftly obliterated. It was essential to note that the independent players and those from smaller guilds numbered in the tens of thousands, a force far beyond the few thousand from Proud World could withstand. The defense crumbled almost instantaneously. Under Wu Shaochen's leadership, the group rapidly arrived at the site of the boss battle, leaving the members of Proud World in a state of bewilderment. They actually made it in? "Our main force hasn't even arrived yet," stammered Feng Yu of Proud World, gulping nervously. Chapter 53. A Reckless Approach Upon His Arrival. Wu Shaochen's gaze was immediately drawn to the colossal python encircled by hundreds of players, observing the damage inflicted by the proud faction of Ao Shikun, alongside the incessantly flashing white lights. He shook his head and remarked to Ao Shitian, "Is this what you deem as being on the brink of defeat? Sacrificing lives in such a manner is a futile endeavor. Even if you ultimately succeed in vanquishing it, the cost is exorbitant. This is my affair. It is of no concern to you. Whether you come or not, this boss will eventually be slain by us." Aoshi Tian retorted with a tone laced with disdain. "Abandon this pursuit. It is unnecessary. It is merely a silver boss," Wu Shaochen gently advised. "Impossible. Today, no one shall impede us from slaying the boss," Aoshi Tian declared coldly. "Then proceed at your leisure. I shall merely observe," Wu Shaochen replied, spreading his arms and stepping aside. This unexpected maneuver left both Aoshi Chuanxiong's members and the following crowd in a state of bewilderment. "Wait, brother, we fought tooth and nail to rush in here. Not merely to watch. Are you truly just here to observe?" Ignoring the thoughts of those around him, Wu Shaochen sauntered to the side, finding a bamboo pole to lean against, embodying the essence of a mere spectator. Upon his arrival, he had inspected the attributes of the mighty python. Azure Scaled Python, Silver Grade Boss Level, 16 Health, 550,000 Physical Attack, 100 Physical Defense, 680 Magical Defense, 620 Movement Speed, 110 Skill 1. Poison Mist. The Azure Scaled Python releases a cloud of poison mist in a 5-meter radius ahead, causing targets that come into contact with it to become poisoned, inflicting 200 points of toxin damage per second for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 2. Sweep. The Azure Scaled Python sweeps its tail forward, dealing 160 of its physical attack to targets within a 5-meter range and launching them into the air. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Constriction. The Azure Scaled Python ensnares its target with its massive form, rendering them immobile and inflicting real damage equal to 50 of its physical attack per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. This boss, aside from its offensive capabilities and speed, was not inferior to the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold in any regard. However, its burst damage was lower, and it lacked self-healing. If numerous players engaged it gradually, they could indeed defeat it, albeit at a significant cost. Given the current strength of players, particularly those equipped with basic gear, few could exceed a health pool of 1,000. The Python's sweeping attack could inflict upwards of 1,700 damage, leading to the near annihilation of those who ventured too close, unless a shield warrior donned multiple pieces of black iron or bronze armor could withstand the onslaught. Wu Shaochen refrained from engaging directly, not only to conceal his true prowess, but also due to the Python's third skill, constriction. He was uncertain if it could be negated, and if it could not, it would pose a troublesome predicament. Although 10 seconds would not be sufficient to eliminate him, it would be perilously close. Furthermore, the constriction would render him immobile for a full 10 seconds, providing Aoshi Chuanxiong an opportune moment to strike while he was vulnerable. Hence, he decided to allow them to engage the beast for the time being, observing for any chance to intervene later. In the midst of the standoff between the proud elite and the three major guilds, accompanied by a multitude of independent players, uncertainty hung in the air. The elite feared a betrayal from Wu Shaochen, while the independent players, lacking his leadership, hesitated to confront the elite directly, resulting in an awkward stalemate. What could this possibly mean? After all, they had fought hard to be here only to stand idly by. Chaos Warlord turned to Cold Moon and Sky, full of stars, both of whom shook their heads in confusion about the situation. Cold Moon discreetly sent a private message to Wu Shaochen. What is going on? Wu Shaochen glanced around, unable to locate Cold Moon among the throng, and replied in the chat, "Nothing much, just watching the show." After reading his response, Cold Moon pondered for a moment before suggesting to the other two, "Let us step aside and observe them fight." The three major guilds discreetly withdrew, and after exchanging glances, the remaining independent players also retreated, watching from a distance as the elite engaged the boss. Now, it was the elite's turn to feel the pressure. With so many eyes upon them, they faced a dilemma, to fight or not to fight. Engaging the boss would undoubtedly come at a steep cost, but the greatest fear was incurring such a loss only to have others swoop in and reap the rewards. They were not particularly worried about other independent players, but the presence of the enigmatic Shen Feng posed a significant threat. What should they do? The leader of the elite, Ao Shi Ju Qing, queried Ao Shi Tianxia. Furrowing his brow, Ao Shi Tianxia asked, "How long until our reinforcements arrive?" "No more than 10 minutes. The entire guild will be here shortly," reported Ao Shi Fengyu. Gritting his teeth, Ao Shi Tianxia decided continue the fight. "Once everyone arrives, we'll surround the boss and prevent outsiders from closing in." There was no question of abandoning this boss. The guild had amassed over 30,000 members in just 3 days since the server opened. Had it not been for the terrain limitations preventing simultaneous attacks from 10,000 players, this boss would not have proven so formidable. Thus, the elite pressed on in full view of countless spectators, witnessing flashes of white light as players surged forth. The damage inflicted on the colossal serpent was predominantly a mere single point of health, leaving many onlookers with a profound impression of the silver boss. Some independent players even contemplated withdrawal. Could such a boss truly be slain by players at their current level? After a little over 10 minutes, the elite's reinforcements arrived, a staggering 30,000 strong, encircling the boss in layers so thick that outside players could no longer discern the battle within. At this juncture, some independent players began to retreat, feeling the futility of their presence. Setting aside the terrifying power of the boss, even if it were to be defeated, the chances of snagging any loot amidst the throng of elite members were virtually non-existent. There was no reason to squander their time here. As word spread, many independent players began to withdraw, leaving only a few small guilds still in a state of indecision, while the three major guilds found themselves in a quandary. "What shall we do?" Sky full of stars inquired. In the midst of chaos, the formidable warlord shook his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Had he come all this way merely to witness a spectacle? Lung Yu cast a glance at Wu Shaochen, who leaned indifferently against the bamboo, arms crossed, and coldly uttered a single word, "Wait." On the side of Ao Shi Kunxiong, Although all members had gathered, the bamboo forest was densely populated with obstacles, significantly hindering their numerical advantage. At most, only about 100 could engage the enemy simultaneously, resulting in a sluggish decline in the boss's health. However, casualties among their ranks mounted swiftly. A single sweep from the boss nearly annihilated all melee classes. They were compelled to replenish their forces, lest the ranged attackers be unable to maintain a steady output. Due to the limited positioning in pursuit of maximized damage, Ao Shirtianxia had even relegated the priests to the outskirts, which inevitably led to the near-certain demise of melee fighters caught in poisonous mist. The directive from Ao Shirtianxia was clear: consume potions if available. If not, strike a couple of blows before succumbing. Under such a reckless strategy, the boss's health gradually diminished. Chapter 54. The boss battle. The battle raged on for over an hour, the boss's health dwindling to a mere 15. However, the proud guild, Ao Shi Kun Xiong, found themselves in an awkward predicament, as all their melee fighters had perished. In this hour-long struggle, over 10,000 warriors and shield-bearers from Ao Shi Kun Xiong had fallen, while mages and archers suffered far less, merely running out of mana and cycling through replacements. Astonishingly, all the guild's more than 10,000 warriors and shield-bearers have been wiped out. Where are our comrades? Will they not return? Ao Shirtianxia fumed. Boss, it's hard for our brothers to level up. Dying once means losing a level. They're already below the average level. Let those who have fallen handle their own leveling upon respawning. Ao Shifang, you suggested. Then let the assassins and priests take the front lines. We are on the verge of victory. We cannot let our efforts go to waste. Ao Shirtianxia commanded. Very well. Ao Shifang, you reluctantly acquiesced. In no time, a reluctant wave of priests and assassins surged to the front. Faced with these fragile fighters, the Azure Scale Giant Python showed no mercy, dispatching them with ease. One basic attack here, a sweeping strike there, and a poisonous mist to finish off groups, leading to even swifter deaths. Yet, the boss's health continued to decline gradually. At this moment, the three major guilds began to stir restlessly. Aside from these guilds, only a handful of smaller guild members lingered, hoping to seize an opportunity. Have you made up your minds? Now is the perfect time to act. Manxian Xing Gvang Wugit. We shall strike. Ao Shi Kun Xiong has suffered immense losses, and we have little to fear from them now. Sooner or later, we'll have to confront them. Once they defeat the boss and strengthen their ranks, they will surely target us. It is better to deal them a heavy blow while we can. But let it be known, the three guilds must unite against our common foe. When Ao Shi Kun Xiong targets one of us, the other two must come to aid. We cannot allow them to pick us off one by one. Luan Shi Shaochen asserted. Agreed. Both Lung Yu and Man Tian Xing Guang nodded, then proceeded to relay their orders. At that very moment, when Ao Shi Kun Xiong was in the thick of battle, the onlookers suddenly charged forward, aiming directly for the boss, cutting down anyone from Ao Shi Kun Xiong in their path without hesitation. You dare! Ao Shirtianxia exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury on his face. He had believed that with the prestige of the top 10 guilds, no one in Jinling City would dare oppose them. The emergence of a rival guild had already been difficult for him to accept, but now, those he had always looked down upon were audacious enough to strike at them. Ao Shirtianxia was furious beyond measure. Leave 200 to hold the boss and prevent it from regaining health. The rest of you, retaliate. How dare anyone lay a hand on Ao Shi Kun Xiong? He bellowed. However, he had underestimated his opponents and overestimated himself. With a little over 10,000 remaining, Ao Shi Kun Xiong found themselves evenly matched against the three major guilds, who also numbered over 10,000. Yet, whereas the three guilds had a complete array of classes, Ao Shi Kun Xiong lacked crucial frontline fighters. The two sides quickly clashed, and Ao Shi Kun Xiong, without their front line, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The battle among the multitude was fiercely intense, with both sides suffering continuous losses. As comrades fell around them, the combatants on either side were consumed by bloodlust. In the midst of this chaos, however, a pivotal figure went unnoticed. Wu Shaochen pondered, Should I seize the boss or not? He then activated his stealth, quietly making his way towards the boss. At that moment, the 200 members of the Proud World were diligently dragging the boss, employing various tactics to minimize their losses. They worked in unison, each taking turns to provoke the creature, shooting an arrow before fleeing, only to be pursued and devoured by the boss, who would then return to face the next challenger. Remarkably, this strategy proved effective, prolonging the encounter. Otherwise, a mere throng of players would have been swept away by the giant serpent. However, Wu Shaochen would not allow them such comfort. The boss's health had dwindled to just over 60,000. Observing an archer leading the boss away, Wu Shaochen stealthily followed. Meanwhile, the battle raged on, and Ao Shi Fengyu sensed something amiss, though he could not immediately recall what it was. His gaze wandered until it fell upon the absence of Chun Feng, who had been leaning against a bamboo pole. Alarmed, he scanned the area but found no trace of him. He quickly alerted Ao Shi Tianxia, saying, "Boss, something's wrong. Chun Feng is missing. Isn't that better?" Ao Shi Tianxia had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. "No, boss. The boss," Ao Shi Fengyu urged. Startled, Ao Shi Tianxia abandoned the ongoing battle and hastened with Fengyu and others towards the boss's location. Upon arrival, they found that most of the 100 players who had been there moments before remained, yet the boss had vanished. Seizing one of the players, Ao Shi Tianxia demanded, "Where's the boss?" Trembling, the player pointed in a direction. Xiao Feng led it over there. Ao Shi Tianxia discarded him and rallied his team to pursue the indicated path. Not long after, they stumbled upon the colossal corpse of a serpent, the ground devoid of even a single coin. Chun Feng, I shall not let this go unpunished." Ao Shi Jiangxia huated, his voice laced with a potent mix of fury and sorrow. At that moment, he felt a rage he had never known, having enjoyed a life of unbroken success. Those behind him, including Ao Shi Fengyu, dared not breathe. Meanwhile, having already left the bamboo grove, Wu Shaochen suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, contemplating, "Have I gone a bit too far? I should have left them at least a couple of coins, considering the sacrifices they made to defeat this boss. Next time, I will definitely leave a few coins." He then glanced at his backpack overflowing with treasures, a grin spreading across his face. This all was undoubtedly the easiest he had ever acquired. Upon defeating the giant python, he garnered an impressive 42,000 experience points. As he had failed to summon the silver wolf, all the experience was accrued solely by him, propelling his level to LV-17, 32,406 90,000. He also received a total of 3 gold and 68 silver, alongside 2 pieces of silver equipment, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 5 pieces of black iron equipment, a vial known as Bloodline Elixir, and a Miss Scroll. The drop rate was rather average, yet the ease of the endeavor was noteworthy. The Azure Scale Armor. A silver grade item, bestows 600 health, 50 physical defense, 30 magical defense, and reflects 10 of damage taken. Additional attributes include 18 Constitution, 17 Root, and 17 Strength. Its wear requirements are designated for warriors and shield guards. The Azure Scale Leggings, also silver grade, offers 500 health, 40 physical defense, 30 magical defense, and enhances health recovery by 5. Additional attributes comprise 17 Constitution, 18 Root, and 16 Agility, with no restrictions on class for wearing. Aside from the 2 noteworthy silver pieces, the remainder of the equipment did not particularly impress Wu Shaochen. However, he found the leggings to be a perfect fit, as he was currently adorned with the black iron-grade Bear King leggings, the sole piece of black iron equipment he possessed. Upon donning the new leggings, his ensemble consisted of 5 silver pieces, with the rest being bronze, significantly enhancing his equipment superiority over that of other players. After equipping the new gear, his health soared to 6530, physical defense reached 642, magical defense climbed to 631, and speed increased to 449, with an attack speed of 107. He decided to reserve the 10 attribute points gained from leveling up for later consideration, as his resilience was now commendable. He would revisit the allocation when necessary. The remaining Bloodline Elixir turned out to be a means to enhance pet qualifications, but its compatibility was a crucial factor. The higher the compatibility, the greater the success rate. Clearly, the silver wolf was ill-suited for this elixir, and since the maximum grade of the elixir was S, it was ineffective for pets of S grade or higher. Wu Shaochen reluctantly stowed it back in his backpack. Lastly, the mist scroll would create a fog in a designated area upon usage, obscuring visibility of both allies and foes. A spark of inspiration flickered in Wu Shaochen's mind as a smile graced his lips, prompting him to return the scroll to his backpack. With all items thoroughly examined, the final task was to auction the equipment, promising another wave of income that brought Wu Shaochen great joy at the mere thought. Chapter 55. Silver Equipment Auction. In the depths of the bamboo grove, the two sides continued to engage in a fierce battle. However, after the departure of the higher-ups, the overwhelming aura of the Proud World heroes had significantly diminished, completely suppressed by the forces of the three major guilds. At that moment, a few members of Proud World returned with somber expressions, issuing a retreat order. With the boss already snatched away, there was no longer any reason to continue the fight. Yet, as they withdrew, the leader of Proud World cast a furious glance at the leaders of the three guilds, declaring, "You all better wait for me. I shall settle this score with you." With that, he led the remaining members away. The members of the three guilds were left dumbfounded, bewildered as to why their opponents suddenly fled mid-battle. The leaders exchanged confused glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just then, a team member hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Leader, the boss has been stolen." "What? Who took it?" The tyrant of chaos gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Cold Moon glanced toward the spot where Wu Shaocheng had stood moments earlier, realizing that he had already vanished. She turned to the other two and said, "It must have been Chun Feng." At that moment, the two leaders also caught on and quickly looked over, only to find Chun Feng was indeed nowhere in sight. Their faces turned as dark as coal, for they had fought fiercely here solely to claim the boss, only to have it silently whisked away by someone else. "What shall we do now?" Starry Sky asked despondently. "What else can we do? We should return. With the boss gone, what is the point of staying here?" The tyrant of chaos retorted angrily, frustrated that all their efforts had merely resulted in sewing a wedding gown for someone else. "Silver equipment is up for auction." Cold Moon suddenly interjected. "Silver equipment." The two hurriedly opened the auction house, and the top listing was a piece of azure scale armor, a silver grade item, available for bidding with a 30-minute auction timer. "What audacity! They're even selling silver equipment?" Starry Sky exclaimed in astonishment. "It's of no use to us. Why keep it?" The tyrant of chaos reflected. This armor clearly dropped from that boss. I wonder how many silver items it yielded. It must be even better now. There's no need to compare ourselves with him. He is simply a monster. We should focus on our own development. The Proud World heroes will not let this matter rest, and we must prepare ourselves, Starry Sky advised. Indeed, but given the significant losses Proud World has suffered, they certainly won't be able to act against us in the short term. We can take this opportunity to develop further. The tyrant of chaos concurred. The two nodded in agreement. Originally unrelated, the three individuals found themselves united under the pressure from Proud World, albeit in a merely strategic alliance. As they gazed at the silver equipment in the auction house, each was deep in their own calculations. At that moment, Proud World's leader, walking along the road, felt his teeth nearly grind to dust as he beheld the silver equipment up for auction. It felt like a blatant insult from his adversaries. To him, this was rightfully his possession, now displayed for public bidding. "This equipment belongs to me. No one shall dare to take it from me," he declared vehemently. Wu Shaochen listed his black iron equipment, along with the exchanged Bear King leg guards, each priced at 20,000. 2 pieces of bronze and 1 piece of silver were put up for auction in a bidding format. With a cheerful disposition, he continued his journey towards the Stone Monkey Forest. With less than 3 hours until midnight, he planned to grind for over 2 hours, returning to the city at midnight to challenge the War God Dungeon, which could only be attempted once a day, necessitating his wait until the clock struck 12. The Stone Monkey Forest was a peculiar woodland entirely composed of stones, devoid of any vegetation. The bizarre shapes of the rocks inspired its name. In reality, such a place would surely be developed into a tourist attraction. Wu Shaochen ventured deep into the forest, seeking his target, the level 22 stone ape. Initially, he had aimed for the level 21 stone monkey, but having leveled up after defeating a boss, he opted for the more formidable stone ape instead. The stone ape's attack power was merely 550, insufficient to breach Wu Shaochen's defenses. With 55,000 health and 350 defense, it posed little threat. However, its passive skill, which had a chance to petrify the target for 2 seconds, was somewhat troublesome. He despised being controlled, especially since he possessed only one control-clearing skill, which had a lengthy cooldown of 5 minutes. Having selected his target, Wu Shaochen summoned Silver Wolf to assist in gaining experience from a distance and commenced his assault. The stone ape outnumbered the jungle tigers significantly, appearing in abundance. Unfortunately, the troublesome skill impeded mass grinding, forcing him to proceed with caution. In Jinling City, countless players lusted after the silver equipment featured in the auction house, with the price of the Azure Scale armor skyrocketing past 200,000. Wealthy players exhibited a determined attitude, as acquiring a piece of silver equipment would provide a substantial boost. Due to the allure of the silver gear, Wu Shaochen's 2 bronze pieces attracted minimal bids, remaining below 100,000 as of now. Had he foreseen this outcome, he undoubtedly would not have listed them simultaneously. Not only in Jinling City, but players from other major cities were also aware of the silver equipment auction. Unfortunately, the teleportation arrays between the main cities had yet to be activated, leaving them enviously watching from afar. The regional channel in Jinling City had already ignited with excitement over the equipment. Silver equipment. How could one part with such a treasure after defeating a silver boss? A player, unfamiliar with the situation, commented in the regional channel, "The news upstairs is outdated. This boss wasn't slain by the group pride of the world, but by the esteemed sealed god. Naturally, if they have no use for it, they would sell it." Wow, is that true? Sealed god is incredible. Another exclaimed. The attributes of his silver equipment were impressive. After examining the silver gear, players could not help but feel disdain for their own plain equipment. Ultimately, the Azure Scale armor was sold for a staggering 260,000, while the 2 bronze pieces fetched only 120,000 each. All black iron equipment at 20,000 each was sold out. As Wu Shaochen continued battling the stone apes, he paused upon receiving the auction notification, checking the transaction records. As he gazed at the impressive sum of over 520,000, a smile graced his face. The money had come with such ease. Wu Shaochen had continued his endeavors until midnight, managing to eliminate a staggering 268 stone monkeys in just over 2 hours. Had it not been for the incessant annoyance of the stone monkeys' petrifying abilities, which often left him immobilized as several of them took turns to stone him, the count could have easily doubled. Nevertheless, with 268 stone monkeys defeated, and despite the shared effort with the Silver Wolf, Wu Shaochen's level surged to LV 18, 66, 310, 100, 000, while the Silver Wolf reached nearly level 17. Even after attaining such a high level, Wu Shaochen's pace of advancement remained swift, primarily because he consistently hunted monsters above his level, coupled with his remarkable efficiency in slaying foes. Thus, gaining a level in just 2 hours remained a feasible task. Upon reviewing his talents and the immortal body, he found his talent had reached the maximum cap of 540 points, while the immortal body had granted him an additional 268 points of health. Adding the 40 points from leveling up and the bonus from his title, his total health surged to an impressive 868 points. During this time, he had also looted 2 pieces of black iron equipment, each fetching 20,000 at the auction house. Currently, the price of black iron gear had stabilized between 10,000 to 20,000, with most hovering just over 10,000. However, the attributes of the black iron equipment dropped by the level 22 monsters significantly outclassed others available in the market, making the 20,000 price tag quite appealing to many, especially given the vast population of several million in the main city, creating a substantial demand for equipment. As the clock struck midnight, Wu Shaochen murmured to himself that it was time to return and engage in the goddess' secret realm. He then promptly used the town return scroll, and this time, fortune favored him, allowing him to return to Jinling City without incident. Chapter 56. Silver level upon returning to Jinling City. Wu Shaochen made his way directly to the War God Temple. Just past noon, the temple was bustling with activity, teeming with people. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Wu Shaochen retreated to a corner to don a different outfit and alter his mask before leisurely entering. He approached the War God's secret realm, confirmed his entry, and stepped into the silver-level War God's secret realm. Before him manifested an ethereal figure clad in a robe of the War God. Wu Shaochen furrowed his brow. He particularly detested mage-type bosses. He quickly cast an insight spell. War God Phantom, silver level, 18 health, 450, 000 magical attack, 1. 200 physical defense, 560 magical defense, 620 movement speed, 140 skill 1. Fireball. Launches a fireball that inflicts 120 magical damage to a designated target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Skill 2. Blink. Teleports a short distance in a specified direction, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 3. Rain of Fire. Unleashes a rain of fire at a specified location, dealing 80 magical damage per second to targets within a 3 by 3 meter area for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 4. Sea of Fire. Releases a vast area of flames in a specified region, dealing 20 magical damage per second to targets within a 10 by 10 area for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Damage calculations for skills with less than 100 damage enhancement are based on attack minus target defense, multiplied by the percentage. Damn, this space is only 100 square meters. One sea of fire would cover the entire area. It's a daunting prospect, but thankfully I have potions, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. In truth, given his current strength, facing a silver boss posed minimal pressure. He already possessed 5 pieces of silver equipment, granting him absurdly high health and defense. Ordinary silver bosses were of little concern to him. However, encountering a mage boss in such a confined space was rather vexing. Evasion was nearly impossible, leaving Wu Shaochen with no choice but to confront it head-on. Although the War God Phantom skills appeared formidable, they posed limited danger against his impressive 631 points of magical defense. With over 800 health points, the threat level was low, especially with his lifesteal attributes combined with the potions at his disposal. Wu Shaochen activated his speed boost and charged forward, delivering a heavy blow that silenced the opponent for 3 seconds, a skill that was truly a bane to mages. The silenced War God Phantom attempted to flee, but speed could not match Wu Shaochen's. He seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes, quickly stacking 4 layers of poison. At his current rate of 540 poison damage per second, those 4 layers could inflict nearly 130,000 damage within a minute. As soon as the War God Phantom regained its voice, it blinked away. However, in a limited space, it could not escape far and was soon pursued again. The Phantom then unleashed a sea of fire that engulfed the entire area, followed by a rain of fire directed at Wu Shaochen, culminating in a barrage of fireballs that rapidly depleted his health. Wu Shaochen swiftly dodged the area of the rain of fire, attempting to shift direction for another assault on the Phantom, only to find it had retreated into the rain of fire zone. Damn, how clever! Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Fortunately, the rain of fire lasted only 5 seconds. Although he could endure it, it was unnecessary and would waste too many potions. Once the fiery deluge subsided, Wu Shaochen dashed forward, swiftly striking his opponent. With an attack speed of 2 strikes per second, he inflicted over 1,300 damage to the Phantom, while simultaneously regenerating over 130 health points. Coupled with potion consumption, his life was entirely secure. Under relentless assault, the War God Phantom succumbed in less than 3 minutes, collapsing at Wu Shaochen's feet. He was then teleported out, accompanied by a system notification. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your level has risen to silver rank, granting you an increase of 30 to all attributes and 30 free attribute points. The War God Medal has been upgraded from bronze to silver. As the first player to reach silver rank, the system awarded him an additional 30 free attribute points. How delightful! Wu Shaochen exclaimed, pondering whether the second and third players to ascend would receive attribute point rewards. He suspected they would not, as the system seemed to only acknowledge the first achiever. If that were the case, Others would remain oblivious to the fact that the first elevation granted free attribute points, especially since there was no server-wide announcement. As long as he claimed the top position for future ranks, he could amass wealth quietly, which was the true path to success. He mused. With the attribute points from the rank elevation alone, he had accumulated 60 points, equivalent to his 6-level increase, adding the 60 points from defeating the boss. Not counting equipment, Wu Shaochen possessed a staggering 120 more attribute points than others, rendering him invincible at this stage. Gazing at the silver rank War God Medal, which boasted a straightforward yet powerful attribute boost of 30, he quickly adorned it. Then, he contemplated the remaining 80 free attribute points, 30 from his silver promotion, another 30 from the system reward, plus the points he had yet to allocate from his previous 2 level-ups. After a moment's hesitation, he allocated 40 points each to bone and agility. These 2 attributes were already quite high, yet they were the only ones he needed. Others held no value for him. With that in mind, he decided to be audacious in his choices. Upon ascending to the silver realm and donning the silver medal, Wu Shaochen's overall prowess experienced a significant enhancement. He examined his attributes. Name: Chun Feng Realm. Silver level rank. 18 health. 6,816 1074 97 mana. 1680 physical attack. 1355 magical attack. 168 physical defense. 708 10 778 magical defense. 698 10 767 movement speed. 578 attack speed. 133 critical hit rate. 5 lifesteal. 10 damage reduction. 5 ignore defense. 15 cooldown reduction. 5 health regeneration. 5 anti-critical. 8 luck. 15 title 10. Equipment 5. Experience. 66310100000 strength. 188 3244 intelligence. 65 30 84 constitution. 208 3270 root bone. 391 3508 spirit. 97 30 126 agility. 399 3518 talents. Poison damage 540 points. Stackable up to 4 layers. Immortal body. Increases maximum health by 996 points. Titles: Village Hero, Luck 10, Bandit Slayer, Health 10, Defense 10. Skills: Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weak Point Break. Equipment: Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver, Black Wind Helmet, Silver, Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver, Green Scale Leggings, Silver, Graphite Belt, Bronze, Graphite Boots, Bronze, Graphite Necklace, Bronze, Gale Bracelet, Silver, Graphite Bracelet, Bronze, Graphite Ring, Bronze, Silver Wolf King Ring, Bronze. Satisfied with his current attributes, Wu Shaochen opted to log off from the original underground line. Upon logging off, he removed his helmet and contemplated setting an alarm for 8 hours. After days of prolonged gaming, his mental fatigue had accumulated and his sleep had been severely lacking. He decided to indulge in an additional 2 hours of rest. Confident that no one could surpass him in the meantime, he planned to rise for breakfast before resuming his online activities. After setting the alarm, Wu Shaochen collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to genuine exhaustion. Chapter 57. Personal quest in the city. When Wu Shaochen logged in once more, his character remained within the War God Hall. As he stepped outside, contemplating where to hunt monsters, a soldier suddenly approached him, bowing respectfully and stating, "Honored adventurer, the lord of the city requests your presence." "Oh, the lord has summoned me. Could it be that there's a quest?" Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened at the prospect. Having yet to determine his next destination, he hastily followed the soldier towards the lord's manor. Upon arriving, he found the lord pacing anxiously. The lord quickly came forward to greet him, exclaiming, "Chun Feng, you have finally arrived." "Lord, did you call for me regarding something important?" Wu Shaochen inquired, puzzled. Sighing deeply, the lord replied, "This matter pertains to the parchment you retrieved from Lu family village. Initially, I was unaware that a portal to the demon realm was sealed deep within the Tiger Roar forest. The demon realm is an exceedingly terrifying place, and thus the portal seal must not be compromised under any circumstances." The lord's face reflected palpable fear as he spoke of the demon realm. Wu Shaochen remained silent, absorbing the gravity of the situation. It became evident to him that the game's lore was far more expansive than the scant information provided by the officials. Regaining his composure, the Lord continued, "The Liu family has been the guardian of the seal for generations. However, following the sacrifice of their patriarch and elders in the Beast War 500 years ago, their strength has waned over time, without their power to keep it in check. The seal has begun to weaken. I had dispatched a sealing master to reinforce it, and the journey to Liu family village was smooth. Yet, upon approaching the sealing site, they were ambushed by the Jungle Tiger King. I had specifically sent 2 level 20 golden tier protectors from the Lord's Manor to handle the Jungle Tiger King. However, due to the weakening seal allowing demonic energy to leak, that originally level 21 golden tier Jungle Tiger King absorbed the energy and has since risen to level 30. Ultimately, after suffering severe losses, our forces retreated to Liu family village. Upon hearing this, Wu Shaochen suddenly understood. No wonder the level 21 Jungle Tiger area harbored a boss with an invisible level. It had mutated. He had encountered the strength of that Jungle Tiger King before, and had he not escaped swiftly, he would have met his demise. At that moment, the Lord turned to Wu Shaochen and said, "To be frank, many of the capable experts in the city have already been dispatched on special missions, so we currently lack the strength to confront the Jungle Tiger King. Among the adventurers, you're the only one I know. Could you devise a way to deal with this demonized Jungle Tiger King? If not, I shall prepare to issue a city-wide quest, enlisting all adventurers to participate in vanquishing the demonized Jungle Tiger King. However, the cost of such a city-wide quest is considerable, and I would prefer to avoid it unless absolutely necessary." Wu Shaochen paused for a moment, contemplating whether this was an opportunity to assist in clearing the Jungle Tiger. Under normal circumstances, the Lord of the city would directly issue a city-wide quest upon encountering such a situation. However, he first inquired whether he had any means to address it, implying that if he did possess a solution, the task would transform into a personal endeavor rather than a communal one, thereby enhancing the potential rewards. Wu Shaochen's face lit up with anticipation. Yet, the thought of the terrifying demonic Jungle Tiger King quickly dampened his spirits. He could not even ascertain the opponent's attributes, and the mere memory of being left with minimal health from its previous roar was still vivid in his mind. Nevertheless, his strength had significantly improved since that encounter, and he resolved to wait until reaching level 20 to assess the creature's attributes before devising a plan. With this in mind, Wu Shaochen asked, "Was the time constrained for this task?" The Lord pondered for a moment before replying, "The sealing of the passage cannot be delayed. I can grant you a maximum of 2 days. Very well, I shall contemplate a strategy. Please refrain from issuing a city-wide quest for now. Given the current strength of those adventurers, they would stand little chance against the demonic Jungle Tiger King. Their involvement would merely lead to their demise," Wu Shaochen asserted. For him, leveling up to 20 within 2 days was not an arduous task, and he genuinely feared that the Lord might lose patience and issue the quest prematurely. "Then I shall await your favorable news," the Lord responded. After departing from the Lord's residence, Wu Shaochen perused the map for a moment and set his sights on a location named the Abandoned Mine. It harbored monsters of levels 20 to 30. He opted against venturing into the stony forest, despite its abundance of monsters, as their skills were exceedingly troublesome, significantly hampering his grinding efficiency. Thus, he sought an alternative. The Abandoned Mine's monster levels were more suitable, albeit it was somewhat distant, approximately 20 kilometers away. The map remained obscured, merely displaying the name of the area, with monster levels ranging from 20 to 30. Only the regions within 10 kilometers were illuminated, providing detailed information about the terrain and monsters. Beyond that, the map faded into darkness, demanding players to navigate through exploration. Fortunately, areas traversed by players would automatically illuminate, such as Liu family village, which had previously been shrouded in darkness but was now visible due to his prior visit. Wu Shaochen assessed his potion supplies and found nothing requiring replenishment, then proceeded directly toward the Abandoned Mine. Located to the north, he exited through the northern gate, and this time, his journey was uninterrupted. Those who thrived on causing trouble were likely preoccupied with leveling up. considering that most of their guild members had lost levels and fallen below the average threshold of Jinling City. Wu Shaochen hurried onward to the abandoned mine. Even with a movement speed of 573, the 20-kilometer trek took him over half an hour. Upon reaching a massive entrance, he stepped into the mine, only to be greeted by a chilling gust of wind that instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The creatures lurking here were likely far from benign. The entire mining area was shrouded in darkness, revealing before Wu Shaochen a vast, winding passage that seemed to lead to an unknown destination. Not a single creature was in sight, causing a chill to creep into Wu Shaochen's heart. To bolster his courage, he summoned Silver Wolf, instructing it to advance ahead while he followed closely behind. After a few minutes of cautious progress, a sudden noise erupted beneath his feet, prompting Wu Shaochen to swiftly retreat. To his astonishment, a skeletal hand emerged from the ground. "What on earth?" Wu Shaochen exclaimed, startled, and instinctively he dashed backward, his shout startling Silver Wolf, whose body instinctively hunched before it too took flight. After running a considerable distance, Wu Shaochen dared to glance back, only to see his skeleton leisurely clawing its way out of the earth and pursuing him. Is this the monster of this place? Wu Shaochen pondered, his heart racing. It wasn't he that he was cowardly. The game felt so incredibly real that he momentarily forgot he was merely playing. To have a skeletal hand suddenly appear was enough to frighten anyone. What have I gotten myself into? He mused, tapping his head in bewilderment. However, regaining his composure, he dismissed his earlier fear. After all, he was a grown man. What was a mere skeleton to him? With newfound resolve, he cast a spell of insight to examine the skeleton's attributes, discovering it to be a level 20 creature. Instantly disinterested, Wu Shaochen approached and casually thrust 2 daggers at it, leaving it to await its demise. With that, he and Silver Wolf continued their journey forward. Chapter 58. How could I possibly compare to that pervert? As Wu Shaochen traversed the path, numerous skeletons emerged, yet he paid them little heed. Those that obstructed his way were swiftly dispatched with a couple of dagger strikes, while the others were disregarded entirely. After a solid 10 minutes of walking, he finally emerged from the passageway into what seemed to be the true mining area, a vast expanse of or field strewn with fragmented stones. The area was densely populated with countless skeletons, their numbers so abundant that Wu Shaochen, initially disinclined to engage them, felt a surge of excitement. Although he could continue to hone his talents after ascending to the Silver Realm, the opportunity to confront such a multitude of foes was a rare delight. The skeletons at level 20 had an attack power of just over 400, which, even when utilizing skills, could not breach his defenses. Moreover, their skills lacked any form of crowd control, making this an ideal scenario to relish the thrill of mass slaughter. With this thought in mind, Wu Shaochen recalled his Silver Wolf to its pet space. He was in urgent need of experience points and saw no reason to let it share the spoils. To be candid, the A-grade talent Silver Wolf was indeed a formidable ally for other players, but for Wu Shaochen, it was merely a tool for experience accumulation. For instance, although the 16-level Silver Wolf could easily dominate level 20 skeletons, even taking on 3 at a time, without issue, Wu Shaochen aimed to engage a vast horde. In such a scenario, the Silver Wolf would be swiftly overwhelmed, rendering it ineffective. It was not a matter of the Silver Wolf's weakness, but rather a testament to Wu Shaochen's formidable prowess. Upon recalling his companion, Wu Shaochen charged directly into the throng of skeletons, delivering 2 strikes to each before moving on to the next, wholly unconcerned with the attacks landing upon him. The exhilaration of the moment was palpable. However, as he fought, he encountered a rather awkward predicament. Assassins were ill-suited for dealing with overly dense clusters of enemies. He found himself ensnared in their midst, unable to move. While the skeletons could not penetrate his defenses, he was nonetheless immobilized. How'd I end up in this predicament? Wu Shaochen lamented, recognizing the embarrassment of his situation. He was left with no choice but to methodically eliminate the foes surrounding him. As the skulls swayed in front of him, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Alas, he could neither fly nor utilize a displacement skill. Even activating his void ability would prove futile in this scenario. I must learn a mobility skill. This situation is far too awkward. Tonight will undoubtedly be plagued by nightmares, Wu Shaochen mused, as he wielded his daggers with fervor, venting his frustrations upon the skeletons nearby. While Wu Shaochen diligently battled the skeletons, other players were equally engaged in their quest for experience and equipment. The overall strength of players in the Divine Oracle had significantly increased. Most possessed at least 1 or 2 pieces of black iron gear, while some of the more skilled players boasted several bronze items. Many guilds now found it relatively manageable to tackle bronze bosses, and with larger guilds, the discovery of such bosses became more feasible. Indeed, there was truth in the adage that many hands make light work. Within a cavern, Ao Shi Tian Xia collected all the fallen equipment of the boss, donning a usable piece of bronze armor while distributing the rest among the members of Ao Shi Juqing. Following the theft of a silver boss, Ao Shi Tian Xia, after a moment of anger, experienced a moment of clarity and instructed everyone below to search for bosses. This marked their third encounter with a bronze boss, and now, Ao Shi Tian Xia possessed 1 silver and 5 bronze pieces of equipment, with the remainder consisting of black iron gear, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Additionally, Ao Shi Tian Xia had expended a substantial sum to acquire a vast array of black iron equipment to further bolster their ranks. Driven by a desire for vengeance, to reclaim their honor from the depths of the novice village. On a plain, Su Mu Shui, accompanied by members of the Su clan, was engaged in a strategy to defeat a level 16 bronze boss. Armed with an extensive arsenal procured from Wu Shaochen, Su Mu Shui found herself ahead of her competitors, boasting a current level of 17. Each of her fireball spells inflicted damage ranging from 7 to 800, in stark contrast to the 2 to 300 damage dealt by others, marking her output as remarkably formidable. As the boss's health dwindled, a group of individuals unexpectedly arrived. Witnessing the scene, faced with the nearly defeated boss, it was likely few could resist the temptation, and this group was no exception. However, they soon felt the terror of the first mage, with a fireball cast everyone. 5 seconds, dealing damage exceeding 1,000. Their defenses paled in comparison to that of the boss. Her ice spell, unleashed every 5 seconds, swiftly eliminated any challengers. Su Mu Shui's innate talent, which reduced her skill cooldown time by 50, was evident, an aspect that had influenced her choice of the mage class. With the Su clan's shield bearers providing protection, Su Mu Shui resembled a mobile artillery unit, dispatching those attempting to claim the boss with ruthless efficiency, leaving only a handful of reluctant survivors to flee. "Truly impressive, miss," remarked a member of the Su clan. "Indeed, Our Lady is the foremost mage of the Divine Oracle. Do these individuals dare to contest us for the boss?" Another chimed in. "Such arrogance. I believe Our Lady's strength rivals that of the enigmatic Chen Feng." Others echoed in flattery. "Enough chatter. Let us continue battling the boss," Su Mu Shui declared with a cold expression, secretly pondering her unworthiness to compare herself to such a monstrous figure. Meanwhile, members of various guilds were leveling up while searching for bosses. In the regions populated by monsters of level 10 and above, black iron bosses were relatively easy to find. And while bronze bosses were not scarce, those of silver quality were exceedingly rare. Wu Shaochen dedicated nearly an hour to clearing the entire mine of skeletons, having defeated a total of 514 skeletons, which raised his level to 19. 138,750 200,000. The Immortal Body skill granted him an additional 514 life points. And with the 40 points from leveling up, his total life, augmented by title bonuses, reached 8,106 points, surpassing the threshold of 8,000. While he opted to reserve the 10 attribute points for later use. Rubbing his somewhat sore right hand, Wu Shaochen inwardly resolved never to engage in such reckless behavior again. Clearly, a mage was more suited for group farming. Damn it, the images of skulls still lingered in his mind. Far too terrifying. He could hardly comprehend how he managed to persevere. However, it was indeed his first time annihilating so many monsters in one fell swoop. And the rate of his leveling up was remarkable. He picked up 3 pieces of black iron equipment that had dropped on the ground and listed them on the auction house. Initially intending to set the price at 20,000, he suddenly noticed a plethora of black iron items already available, with prices ranging from several thousand to 10,000. Sighing, he thought to himself, after a mere 8 hours of sleep, had black iron equipment depreciated so significantly? But upon reflection, it made sense. Common monsters at levels over 10 had a chance to drop black iron. Even ordinary casual players, after such a lengthy duration, likely possessed 1 or 2 pieces of black iron gear. Ultimately, Wu Shaochen decided to list his items at 10,000 each and ventured further into the depths. Ahead lay another passage, and as he entered, he was relieved to find no skeletons emerging this time. The tunnel was considerably shorter than the previous one, and within minutes, he emerged into a vast mining area, significantly larger than the last. A multitude of skeletons roamed about, their numbers comparable to those he had encountered earlier. However, this expanse appeared less dense. These skeletons were somewhat different, wielding skeletal axes in their bony hands. Chapter 59. The Leaderboard Unveiled. Dominating the rankings, Wu Shaochen approached and employed an insight spell, revealing a level 21 skeletal warrior with an attack power of 540 and a staggering 46,000 health points. However, its skill was a ranged axe-throwing attack, dealing 170 damage, which could inflict over 100 damage to itself. Group farming was infeasible. If 100 of them threw axes simultaneously, it would necessitate an immediate return to town. Accepting this limitation, Wu Shaochen opted to lure the enemies out for a more manageable pace of farming. He had developed a certain trepidation towards group farming, finding solace in a gradual approach. In the novice village 11246, a fresh-faced young woman returned to town after being slain by a rabbit, her countenance marked by a blend of stubbornness and grievance. "Oh, is that not our village's pure maiden? How unfortunate! Yet again defeated by a rabbit," mocked a group of young men upon spotting her. The young woman paid them no heed, engrossed in contemplation of her recent battle. As a first-time player, she was oblivious to the pitfalls of the game, believing merely that her skills were lacking, as a level 0 player could not hope to challenge a rabbit. "Why the pretense of superiority? Just call me brother, and I'll gladly assist you in leveling up," one of the youths persisted. "No, thank you," she replied politely, turning to leave. At that moment, a private message chimed, prompting her to take a look. "Miwei, Zien, why are you still at level 0? Are you too afraid to fight monsters?" The young woman was none other than Wu Zien, the sister of Wu Shaochen. Upon entering the game, her initial focus was not on battling monsters, but rather on savoring the game's realism and exploring its scenery. Captivated by the environment, she had spent considerable time before remembering to engage in combat, resulting in numerous defeats at the hands of rabbits. Feeling a pang of embarrassment at her friend's message, Wu Zien responded, "At first, I was hesitant, but now I am willing. However, I am too inexperienced to overcome the rabbits." "Surely, you are not attempting to challenge a rabbit solo," Miwei replied, sending a look of horror. "Is it not possible to challenge them solo?" Wu Zien inquired, perplexed. "Goodness, you truly are something else. A level 0 player daring to take on rabbits solo. Let me clarify. In the early stages, players lack the strength to face wild monsters alone. You must form a party to fight together." "Oh, I see. Many players have offered to add me as a friend to help me level up, but I feel uncomfortable accepting favors without reason. And I sense their intentions are rather self-serving, so I declined." Wu Zien explained. "Alas, how should I put this? Never mind. I still have over 10 silver coins. Take them to buy potions. Once you have potions, you will be able to defeat the rabbits. However, the potions in the shop are outrageously priced, and this sum may not suffice to elevate you to level 1. I regret selling all my equipment before reaching level 10. Otherwise, I would have traded some to you." Upon finishing her statement, Miwei initiated a remote trade, transferring all 14 silver coins she had left to Wu Zien. After purchasing potions, she found herself with little left, as ordinary players often struggled to save money while battling monsters. "I have truly given you all my resources. These 14 silver coins can only purchase 70 potions, which should be insufficient to elevate you to level 1. Therefore, it would be wise to request some from your brother. Otherwise, with your reluctance to team up with others, you may remain in the novice village for eternity. Thank you." Upon receiving silver coins, ventured to the shop, only to discover that even the most basic red potion, small, cost 20 copper coins. Gritting his teeth, he purchased 70 potions and then set out once more to hunt rabbits. With the potions to sustain him, finally found himself able to prevail. However, he realized that he needed to consume 1 potion for each rabbit he defeated, which pained him greatly, as 1 potion equated to 2 coins. As everyone was intensely focused on leveling up, a sudden announcement echoed through the game, startling all players. Server-wide announcement. A player has reached level 20. The server leaderboard is now open, and the level 20 dungeon, Luminous Secret Realm, is accessible. Players who reach level 20 may challenge it. The announcement repeated thrice, leaving everyone astonished. Wow, someone has already reached level 20? I'm only at 15. Who is this formidable player? Are you foolish? Just check the leaderboard, right? Everyone promptly opened the leaderboard. Level rankings. First, level 20, Assassin. Second, level 18, Warrior. Third, level 18, Archer. Fourth, level 17, Mage. Fifth, level 17, Mage. Sixth, level 17, Archer. Seventh, level 17, Mage. Eighth, level 17, Warrior. Ninth, level 17, Warrior. 10th, level 17, Assassin. Reputation rankings. First, 6,100. Second, 3,600. Third, 3,400. Fourth, 3,000. Fifth, 2,800. Sixth, 2,700. Seventh, 2,600. Eighth, 2,400. Ninth, 2,200. 10th, 2,000. Equipment rankings. First, Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver Grade. Second, Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver Grade. Third, Silver Moon Bow, Silver Grade. Fourth, Gale Bracelet, Silver Grade. Fifth, Black Wind Helmet, Silver Grade. Sixth, Silver Moon Ring, Silver Grade. Seventh, Azure Gale Leather Armor, Silver Grade. Eighth, Azure Scale Armor, Silver Grade. Ninth, Azure Gale Necklace, Silver Grade. 10th, Azure Scale Leggings, Silver Grade. Wealth rankings. First, 734 gold coins. Second, 369 gold coins. Third, 236 gold coins. Fourth, 208 gold coins. Fifth place, Heartless Wind and Moon, 186 gold coins. Sixth place, Proud World, 165 gold coins. Seventh place, Hell's Messenger, 144 gold coins. Eighth place, Divine Monarch, 132 gold coins. Ninth place, Apostle Walker, 114 gold coins. 10th place, Dreamy Dance, 102 gold coins. Pet rankings. First place, Silver Wolf, level 16. A grade potential. Second place, Gray, level 11, B grade talent. Third place, Chubby, level 10, B grade talent. Fourth place, Cute, level 10, D grade talent. At this moment, Wu Shaochen was also examining the rankings. He had just reached level 20 when he suddenly heard an announcement throughout the server, yet he found himself utterly unresponsive. Glancing at the leaderboard where he dominated every list, Wu Shaochen felt not exhilaration, but anxiety. Dear System Master, could we possibly implement a feature for hidden information? I might be targeted upon stepping outside. He shouted into the void, but received no reply. This was indeed a predicament. The leaderboard had nearly unveiled all his secrets, sending a chill down his spine as he sensed the lurking threats. The only solace was that neither his equipment nor his pets were displayed with ownership. Otherwise, 5 items on the equipment list belonged to him, and he could only imagine the envy it would provoke. As the leaderboard was published, the regional channels of major cities erupted with chatter, and the forums blossomed with activity. Wow, this Chun Feng is astonishingly powerful, monopolizing 3 first places, all with significant lead. Those comments above are rather short-sighted. If I calculate correctly, the first place on the equipment leaderboard, the soul-devouring dagger, must belong to him. After all, he is an assassin. The first pet might also be his. Friends from Jinling City mentioned seeing him accompanied by a wolf-like pet. There are only 4 pets on the leaderboard, and the wolf must undoubtedly be the silver wolf. Wait, does this mean he's outright dominating the rankings? Have you seen his gold coins? Over 700. Has he resorted to robbery? Goodness, I hadn't noticed. How could he have amassed so much? Our guild leader collects gold coins daily and only gathers a few dozen. Alas, my lack of education leaves me speechless. Chun Feng is truly remarkable. Chapter 60. My brother is chasing shadows, gazing at the name atop the leaderboard. Chasing shadows smirked coldly. Oomph. It won't be long before your position as number one becomes a farce. I shall send you back to the novice village, reversing that W. Meanwhile, the Hell's Messenger licked his lips, exclaiming, now this is intriguing. The various guilds held differing views on chasing shadows. Yet most adopted a mindset of, if I cannot possess it, I shall destroy it. The emergence of the leaderboard thrust Wu Shaochen back into the limelight, igniting an already fervent atmosphere. At the Divine King Pavilion, the Divine King murmured while scrutinizing the rankings, Maple Leaf has arrived. It is only natural for him to make the leaderboard with his prowess. But who is this Yufei? I have never heard of this ID before. Could it be yet another dark horse? The introduction of the leaderboard spurred all players into a frenzy, with countless individuals intensifying their leveling efforts. Beyond the desire for fame, there was another compelling reason. The first dungeon of the Divine Edict had opened, requiring players to reach level 20 for entry. The dungeon presented a boon for players. Although the monsters within would be significantly stronger, the drop rates far exceeded those outside. With the dungeons unveiling, black iron and bronze equipment would soon become commonplace, and silver would no longer be rare. Furthermore, successful challenges in the dungeon often yielded special rewards. Now that I am level 20, I should be able to check the attributes of that tiger. However, I lack confidence in facing it now. Perhaps I should level up a bit more? Wu Shaochen contemplated. Having just slain 146 skeletal warriors to reach level 20, 300,000, he noted there were still plenty of skeletal warriors to defeat. Yet, glancing at the skeletal warriors brandishing axes, ready to hurl them his way, Wu Shaochen shivered. Forget it. I shall return and see what the dungeon is like. I have no desire to farm skeletons today. Using a return scroll, Wu Shaochen arrived back in Jinling City and hurried towards the dungeon's location, which had been marked on the map following the server-wide announcement. As he made his way to the dungeon, his phone rang, compelling him to log off reluctantly. This helmet had its drawbacks. He could not answer calls while inside. He needed to purchase a gaming pod soon. Upon logging off, he noticed it was a call from Wu Ziyin and quickly answered. Brother. Wu Ziyin's voice came through almost immediately. What is the matter, Ziyin? It's the weekend. Aren't you playing the game? Wu Shaochen inquired, recalling that she had bought a gaming helmet the previous day. Logically, she should have been engrossed in the game today, leaving little time for phone calls. I am playing. Wu Ziyin replied. Then why the call? Don't you enjoy it? Wu Shaochen probed. It's not that. I really like it. It's just, I'm too inexperienced. I'm still at level 0, Wu Ziyin admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. No matter how inept one might be, they should have managed to level up at least a few times in a day. However, realizing Wu Ziyin likely lacked friends to guide her, he considered the early game monster's daunting nature and acknowledged it could indeed be challenging to progress alone. Are you playing by yourself? Wu Shaochen asked. Wu Ziyin replied timidly. Truly deserving of being my sister, Wu Shaochen thought to himself, sighing. How could I have forgotten to reserve some equipment for her? After a moment's contemplation, Wu Shaochen inquired, what is your game ID? I will add you and transfer some gold coins so you can purchase more potions. With potions, you can handle monsters alone, and it is indeed faster than teaming up. Thank you, brother. My ID is Feng Yiner, Wu Ziyin sweetly replied. She preferred to owe her brother a favor rather than anyone else. Once the call ended, Wu Shaochen logged back into the game, opened his friends list, added a new contact, and entered Feng Yiner's ID before confirming the addition. In a novice village of 11,246, Wu Ziyin re-entered the game. She had consumed the 70 potions she purchased earlier, using one for nearly every monster encountered. Her current experience level stood at LV0, 7100, with only 30 points needed for leveling up. Surely, her brother could spare 6 silver coins. With that, she might level up and allocate attribute points, possibly enabling her to defeat rabbits without needing potions. Indeed, she thought, her brother must be quite skilled if he can earn money early in the game. 6 silver coins should pose no challenge for him. While Wu Ziyin was lost in her thoughts, a system prompt echoed in her ears. Ding. Player Chun Feng requests to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept? Chun Feng? Wu Ziyin gasped, startled. This ID was known by every player in the millions within the game. She had often heard Wei Wei mention it before she even started playing, and upon entering the game, she fully grasped the significance of Chen Feng. A glance at the leaderboard would reveal the weight of this ID. Why would Chen Feng suddenly want to add me as a friend? Wu Ziyin felt a mix of excitement and confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, "Could it be? Could my brother be?" Chen Feng, with a fluttering heart, she clicked to accept, her gaze landing on the second friend in her list, Chen Feng, Assassin LV-20. She finally confirmed that this Chen Feng was indeed the illustrious figure atop the leaderboard, a godly presence within the game. Trembling, she opened the chat window and sent a message. "Brother?" Chen Feng replied, "What's up, little girl? You don't recognize your brother?" "Ah." Wu Ziyin gasped, quickly covering her mouth as she typed, "Are you really my brother? You're Chen Feng?" In Jinling City, Wu Shaochen shook his head at Wu Ziyin's response. "Isn't it just Chen Feng? Why such a fuss?" He then replied, "Yes, I am your brother, and also Chen Feng." "Ah, brother, you are truly Chen Feng. The Chen Feng. If Wei Wei finds out, she will be envious to death." Wu Ziyin could hardly contain her excitement. All right, calm down. You must not disclose the fact that your brother is Chen Feng to anyone, understand?" Wu Shaochen said earnestly. Yes, I understand, brother. I will definitely keep a secret," Wu Ziyin assured him. She was fully aware of the implications of Chen Feng's identity and understood that if others were to learn of his true nature, they would likely find it impossible to live peacefully. Upon observing Wu Ziyin's response, Wu Shaoqing nodded and promptly initiated a remote transaction, transferring 10 gold coins. It was not a matter of reluctance to provide more, but rather an acknowledgement that 10 gold coins sufficed for her extravagant spending in the novice village. Wu Ziyin, taken aback by the sudden windfall, exclaimed, Is this truly necessary? Brother, I cannot possibly use so much. Take it. I'm not in need of gold. Do not be frugal. Consume potions as if they were water and simply engage the monsters. You will swiftly reach level 10, Wu Shaoqing advised. Brother, such remarks could lead to trouble, Wu Ziyin retorted. Fear not. No one in this game has bested me yet, he reassured her. By the way, Ziyin, what is your talent? Wu Shaoqing inquired. Wu Ziyin promptly shared her talent description. Talent. Magic conversion. Each additional point of magic consumed while using a skill enhances the skill's effectiveness by 0.05. This effectiveness may pertain to damage dealt or healing received. Upon reading this talent, Wu Shaoqing's lips twitched. It appeared excessively costly in terms of mana. Who could sustain such a burden? It seemed the magic orb ought to find new owner. So, brother, how does my talent fare? Wu Ziyin, being a novice in the game, was oblivious to the true implications of her talent and was uncertain about its merit. It is indeed commendable, but you must learn to calculate damage and manage your mana wisely. Alas, a gaming novice encountering such a talent remains unaware of its advantages or disadvantages, he reflected. Wu Ziyin, somewhat confused, then asked, What profession would suit me, brother? You could pursue either a mage or a priest, depending on your preference. In the future, ensure to allocate points into intelligence and spirit, he advised. Oh, very well. Thank you, brother. I shall go hunt rabbits to level up, Wu Ziyin declared enthusiastically. Chapter 61. The Linlang instance. Upon Wu Shaoqing's arrival at the instance, he found a considerable number of individuals already present. Though entry was barred, many gathered out of sheer curiosity. Wu Shaoqing strode directly towards the entrance of the secret realm. Having come this far, he resolved to explore within. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Would you like to challenge the Linlang secret realm? Yes. Ding! The Linlang secret realm requires a party to enter. You need to form a team. A team? This is simple enough, Wu Shaoqing thought, as he swiftly created a party comprising just himself, the name automatically designated by the system as the sealed team. He triggered the challenge once more. Ding! Would you like to challenge the Linlang secret realm? Yes. Ding! Your party size is insufficient. The difficulty of the realm is high. Each individual may challenge once per day. It is advisable to gather a full team of 10 before proceeding. I shall not heed your advice, Wu Shaoqing mused, decisively clicking to confirm the challenge. And in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Goodness, did that person just enter? Someone exclaimed, witnessing Wu Shaocheng's sudden disappearance. Indeed, I saw it too. ISNT this instance meant for those at level 20? How did he manage to enter? Another remarked, "Are you daft? There are indeed individuals in Jinling City who meet the requirements." By my word, sealed. Wu Shaocheng felt a shift in the scenery, finding himself within a vast cavern. Before him lay 3 paths leading in different directions. He chose the leftmost route. Soon, 5 monstrous creatures with the heads of tigers and bodies of men emerged, brandishing large cleavers and blocking his way. Wu Shaocheng cast a detection spell. Ktiga Heditman Elite Monster. Level, 20 health, 100. 000 physical attack, 680 physical defense, 420 magical defense, 350 movement speed, 86 skill 1, vertical slash, a downward strike with a cleaver causing 175 physical damage, cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2, horizontal slash, a sweeping slash with the cleaver inflicting 160 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius, cooldown 30 seconds. Elite monsters? This is my first encounter. Perhaps they exist solely within instances? Wu Shaocheng pondered, recognizing that the 5 tiger-headed men likely shared the same aggro. Even he felt a twinge of pressure. No wonder a team was advisable for this challenge. After calculating the potential damage, Wu Shaocheng charged towards the 5 tiger-headed men, confident that their basic attacks would fail to breach his defenses. He could withstand 2 skill sets without issue, a testament to the benefits of enhancing his constitution. He felt relieved. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. To expedite the battle, Wu Shaocheng withstood the onslaught of the 5 beasts, applying 4 layers of poison to each before retreating. Regrettably, the terrain did not allow for kiting, and he soon found himself back at the entrance. The other 2 paths were impassable, with prompts indicating that he must eliminate the monsters in his chosen path before proceeding. As he attempted to activate stealth, he was warned that should he do so, the monsters within the instance would lose aggro, restore their health to full, and remove all negative effects. Well then, it seems you are compelling me to confront this head-on, Wu Shaocheng remarked, seemingly unfazed, as if he truly believed he feared those mere 5 tigers. He merely wished to conserve some potions. Soon enough, the 5 tigers were hot on his heels, and Wu Shaocheng ceased his retreat, boldly engaging them directly. The basic attacks of the tiger-headed men failed to inflict any harm upon him. While their skills could, they were subject to cooldowns, rendering the challenge of facing 5 tiger-headed men quite manageable. At present, Wu Shaocheng's toxin damage remained at 540. In fact, upon advancing to the Silver Realm, he could enhance his toxin damage further. However, the subsequent skeleton foes he encountered had not surpassed him by more than 5 levels. Thus, his innate abilities had not improved. Nevertheless, even with a toxin level of 540, when stacked 4-fold, he could easily vanquish the 5 tigers within a minute, especially considering Wu Shaocheng was relentlessly dealing damage. In no time, the 5 tigers lay defeated at his feet, yielding 2,500 experience points, 500 per beast. Although this experience was significantly higher than that of level 20 monsters outside. These foes were considerably more formidable, making the experience rather standard. However, the drop rate astonished Wu Shaocheng. The 5 tigers had indeed bestowed upon him a piece of bronze equipment. Could one acquire bronze gear without battling a boss? It seemed that upon the release of this dungeon, players' prowess would markedly escalate, Wu Shaocheng mused. He picked up the equipment, which turned out to be a ring, one he could indeed utilize. Tiger Head Ring, bronze level. Health 400, physical attack 160, additional attributes. Constitution 23, strength 25, where requirement, physical class. With an emphasis on health and attack, it was straightforward and effective, precisely to his liking. He quickly adorned himself with it, replacing the Silver Wolf King ring, which had dropped from the Silver Wolf King and had accompanied him for quite some time. Once equipped, his health surged by a total of 515 points, reaching an impressive 8,842 points. His attack rose by 163 points, now totaling 1518, rendering him formidable even without any prior strength enhancements. His attack speed did diminish by 5, settling at 128, but this was of little consequence. How delightful! The first batch of monsters had granted him a piece of equipment, Wu Shaochen mused. He contemplated placing the Silver Wolf King ring on the auction block, only to be notified that the auction house was inaccessible within the dungeon, compelling him to await his exit for that endeavor. Continuing his journey, he soon encountered another group of tiger-headed men, this time numbering 6. Undeterred, Wu Shaochen boldly engaged them once more, effortlessly dispatching them and acquiring 2 pieces of white gear, which he scarcely acknowledged. Pressing onward, he stumbled upon yet another group, now comprising 7 tiger-headed men. This prompted a frown even from Wu Shaochen. This escalation could prove troublesome, and he pondered how many more waves lay ahead. After considering his options, he summoned the Silver Wolf to assist in absorbing some damage, thus conserving his potions. After all, it was only fair that the wolf contribute rather than simply feast on experience. The Silver Wolf, now at level 16, possessed adequate attributes and should manage to withstand 2 foes without issue. Silver Wolf, pet quality, a level, 16 health, 23, 200 magic points, 1, 700 physical attack, 560 physical defense, 420 magic defense, 210 movement speed. 90 Wu Shaochen charged forward with the Silver Wolf, effortlessly defeating 7 tiger-headed men with the Silver Wolf absorbing the blows from 2, thus acquiring a piece of black iron equipment. Goodness, the drop rate for this equipment is truly remarkable, Wu Shaochen mused. He continued on his journey, soon encountering another wave, this time 8 foes, which he dispatched with ease. Advancing further, he encountered 9 adversaries, consuming 2 medium red potions to prevail. Pressing onward, he faced 10 opponents, and after drinking 3 medium red potions, he emerged victorious once more, claiming another piece of black iron equipment. As he continued, he finally glimpsed the end of the passage, where a significantly larger tiger-headed man awaited. Phew, at last, it's over, Wu Shaochen exhaled, relieved. He had feared the escalation would continue indefinitely. No wonder this dungeon could accommodate up to 10 individuals. Observing the exceptionally large tiger-headed man, Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell. Tiger-headed leader, dungeon boss level, 20 health, 450, 000 physical attack, 1, 150 physical defense, 700 magic defense, 650 movement speed, 135 skill 1. Vertical chop. Strike the target directly with a massive cleaver, inflicting 175 physical damage, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal chop. Sweeps the cleaver horizontally, dealing 160 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3. Fury. Lets out a roar, increasing his own attack power by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Though the attributes are somewhat lower than those of the chief of the Blackwind Stronghold at the same level. This is merely designated as a dungeon boss without any indication of rank. However, even if it does not quite reach silver status, it cannot be far off. Let us regard it as pseudo-silver. It should be capable of dropping silver equipment, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Chapter 62. A relentless onslaught. The pressure of defeating this creature was not overwhelming, Wu Shaochen mused inwardly. He instructed the Silver Wolf to retreat slightly, then activated his swift movement and charged forward. He unleashed a series of skills to daze the beast, followed by a strike that applied 4 layers of poison, retreating gracefully. Although the confines of the passage limited his mobility, he could still maneuver from one end to the other and back again. If he could evade, there was no need for a direct confrontation. If this creature entered a state of rage, each basic attack could siphon away over 900 of his health points. Compounded by the damage from skills, he could not withstand that for the time being. 4 layers of poison could drain nearly 130,000 health points in a minute. The Tiger Head leader, with only 450,000 health, succumbed after 4 minutes, yielding 32,000 experience points for Wu Shaochen and 8,000 for Silver Wolf, who swiftly leveled up to 17. He gathered all the loot from the ground. 1 piece of silver, 1 of bronze, and 2 of black iron. Nothing more. Was it truly the case that only equipment dropped? Wu Shaochen found himself momentarily stunned. Was it not customary for bosses to drop additional items alongside gear? Why was it that this dungeon yielded only equipment? Never mind, he thought, glancing at the solitary silver item, a helmet. Its attributes were slightly inferior to his current black wind helmet, rendering it unnecessary to switch. He considered selling it instead, but wondered if it might be seen as providing the enemy with resources. What if the formidable faction purchased it to use against him later? Perhaps he would attempt another drop and then sell it. Wu Shaochen retraced his steps, returning to the fork in the path, this time opting for the right passage. He soon encountered the creatures inhabiting this route. Leopard heads, possessing the bodies of men, but the heads of leopards. Their attributes were comparable to those of the tiger heads, yet these beings wielded bows and arrows, employing 2 range skills. However, this was of little consequence. He intended to confront them head-on, as both ranged and melee attacks were inconsequential. After all, their basic attacks could not penetrate his defenses. Wu Shaochen pushed through relentlessly until he reached the end of the passage, acquiring another piece of bronze and 2 pieces of black iron equipment, all of which were unsuitable for his use. He directed an insight spell at the Leopard Head Leader at the terminus. Leopard Head Leader, Dungeon Boss Level, 20 Health, 400, 000 Physical Attack, 1, 200 Physical Defense, 650 Magical Defense, 600 Attack Speed, 50 Critical Hit Rate, 10 Movement Speed, 165 Skill 1. Armor-Piercing Arrow, deals 165 physical damage to the target while ignoring 50 of armor. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 2, Piercing Strike, inflicts 160 physical damage to targets in a straight line. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Skill 3, Swift Movement, increases movement and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown of 2 minutes. Upon observing this boss, Wu Shaochen finally felt a twinge of trepidation. Engaging this creature would be quite taxing. In the dungeon, ranged monsters could not be evaded. Their attack and aggro ranges were identical, meaning that stepping out of the attack range effectively removed him from their threat range. Upon losing aggro, their health would fully regenerate, and all poison effects would dissipate. This mechanic was certainly vexing. Unable to retreat, I must confront the challenge head-on. My current attack power exceeds 1,500, with a normal strike inflicting over 800 damage. With a rapid succession of 2 strikes per second, I can deal approximately 1,700 damage, while also recovering over 170 health points. With the aid of some potions, I can barely withstand the onslaught, though the consumption of potions is rather taxing. The only unpredictable factor is the 10% critical hit rate. Should I experience a few more critical strikes, it would surely prove insurmountable. Surely, I cannot be that unfortunate. Wu Shaochen mused. Regardless, I shall proceed with vigor. Activating my speed boost, I charged forward, only to find that my opponent had also unleashed a flurry of rapid arrows, complemented by a piercing shot. Before I even managed to gauge their health, I had already lost nearly 3,000 points. Damn it, are they mocking my short reach? Wu Shaochen cursed, hastily consuming a potion and finally closing the distance. With dagger in hand, I thrust forward, challenging the speed of their arrows against the swiftness of my blade. The leopard-headed creature retreated while attacking, but soon realized that its movement speed was no match for mine. It ceased retreating and stood its ground, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows where both it and I pushed our speed to the limit. Utilizing skills whenever available and relying on basic attacks otherwise, I managed to gain the upper hand through lifesteal and potions. Just as I reveled in my success, the leopard-headed creature unleashed a critical hit with a piercing shot, suddenly draining over 3,000 of my health. A subsequent critical strike from another attack caused over 2,000 more to vanish. I was taken aback. Having conservatively relied on lower-tier potions to maintain my health around 6,000, these 2 hits had nearly decimated me. "Wolf Cub, protect me!" I shouted, activating my Void skill to dash behind Silver Wolf, allowing it to take the brunt of the assault. I swiftly consumed a potion for instant healing, recovering 1,000 health, and then another larger potion to stabilize my health. In a selfless act, Silver Wolf bravely positioned itself before me, charging at the leopard-headed leader. Each arrow from the leader inflicted 780 damage upon Silver Wolf. Yet with over 20,000 health, it could endure for a time. Once my health restored to over 5,000, I surged forward once more, unleashing a series of slashes against the leopard-headed leader. My potent poison damage, combined with considerable attack power, caused the creature's health to plummet, ultimately bringing it down in under 3 minutes and granting me 32,000 experience points. I collected the spoils, a piece of silver gear, 2 bronze items, and 2 black iron pieces. Upon inspecting the silver item, I discovered it to be a bracelet, one that I could utilize. Leopard King Bracelet, silver grade, physical attack 180, attack speed 15, additional attributes, strength 24, agility 25, constitution 24. Required wearers, assassins, archers. I replaced my previous graphite bracelet with this new acquisition, boosting my attack by 52 points to a total of 1,570, increasing my attack speed by 10% to 138%. My health, augmented by the various creatures I had defeated and enhancements, rose by 464 points, culminating in a total of 9,306. I was on the cusp of reaching 5 digits. The remaining bronze and black iron gear held little interest for me. I simply stowed them in my backpack, planning to sell them all later. After dispatching the leopard head leader, Wu Shaochen returned to the crossroads, with only the central path remaining. Clearing this route should lead to the completion of his quest. Without further hesitation, he ventured into the middle passage, soon encountering the fiendish lion-head creatures, specifically a repulsive mage variant. However, Wu Shaochen's magical and physical defenses were well matched, and these lion heads posed no greater challenge than those from the previous paths. He pressed on, occasionally consuming potions, and when necessary, he allowed Silver Wolf to take the brunt of the attacks. The journey was fraught with minimal peril, and fortune smiled upon him, yielding 2 bronze items and 1 black iron piece. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he faced the lion-head leader, whose power was comparable to the silver war goddess Phantom he had encountered in the God of War secret realm. The leader's abilities bore no particular threats, prompting Wu Shaochen to engage directly. In a one-on-one confrontation, the mage held no advantage. After all, his skills required time to recharge, with the fireball spell necessitating a cooldown of 3 seconds, ample time for Wu Shaochen to recover 400 to 500 health points. Ultimately, the lion-head leader fell within 3 minutes, dropping a piece of silver, 2 bronze items, and 1 black iron piece, all of which were mage and priest equipment. After vanquishing the lion-head, Wu Shaochen expected a system notification signaling the end of his ordeal. Instead, he was met with a tremor beneath his feet. What was happening? Surely, the ground would collapse. He quickly steadied himself against the wall to prevent a fall. The tremor subsided, revealing that the very spot where he had slain the lion-head leader had caved in. The earth split open, creating a gaping chasm from which a colossal creature emerged. This beast boasted wings, horns adorning its head, a visage reminiscent of a bull, a body akin to that of a tiger, and a lion's tail. The creature's bizarre appearance left Wu Shaochen utterly bewildered. Chapter 63. The Linling Guardian. What on earth is this hideous creature? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, swiftly casting an insight spell. Linling Guardian, Dungeon Guardian boss level, 20 health, 700, 000 physical attack, 1. 800 physical defense, 900 magical defense, 800 movement speed, 320 skill 1. Rapid charge. The creature swiftly charges towards its target, using its horns to inflict 180 physical damage, while reducing the target's defense by 30 for 10 seconds. Attack range, 5 meters, cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2. Whiplash, strikes the target with its tail, inflicting 185 physical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Stomp, slams the ground, dealing 170 physical damage to targets within a 2-meter radius and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 4. Force field suppression, reduces the attack power, attack speed, and movement speed of all targets within a 10-meter radius by 20 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Are you serious, brain? Wu Shaochen cursed as he scrutinized the attributes of the monstrous entity before him. This creature undoubtedly belonged to the gold-tier category of bosses. Perhaps not quite reaching that standard, but certainly close. For a level 20 dungeon, unleashing such a formidable adversary was rather sinister. However, it was merely an obstacle for others. For him, it was manageable. Being a melee fighter, with a speed slower than his own, and despite its high attack power, it could not eliminate him in a single blow. With over 9,000 health and more than 700 defense, even if he absorbed all three of its skills, he would remain unscathed. Thus, evading it posed no significant challenge. He could simply maneuver through the three pathways. With determination, Wu Shaochen charged forward. The creature was far too unsightly to allow it to linger. It would surely diminish his appetite. However, as he entered its aggro range, he was unexpectedly gored by its horns, losing over 300 health and suffering a 30 reduction in defense. The rapid charge lived up to its name. Wu Shaochen barely registered the impact before he was struck. Just as he prepared to consume a potion, he was hit again by a stomp, losing nearly 400 health and stunned for a second. Immediately after, a tail lashed out toward him. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen activated his void ability, dispelling the stun while deftly avoiding the whiplash. Damn, this creature's skills are remarkably coordinated. Thank goodness I am resilient. Had I been any more fragile, I would have been finished. Wu Shaochen gritted his teeth in frustration, delivering 4 swift strikes that applied poison before making his retreat. The boss activated its force field suppression, diminishing Wu Shaochen's movement speed by 20. Yet his speed was so formidable that even with the reduction, the Linlang Guardian could not keep pace. As Wu Shaochen ambulated while consuming medicinal concoctions, he recognized the necessity of not being frugal with his healing potions at this juncture. Before long, his health was fully restored. He then guided the boss from the central corridor to the terminus of the right passage before retracing his steps. As he passed by the boss, he nonchalantly struck a heavy blow and a weaken, inflicting over 3,000 points of damage. The primary advantage of the heavy blow lay in its ability to silence the boss. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to a debilitating combination of skills that would prove quite bothersome. Although it could not dispatch him, the 10 pain threshold made any collision significantly uncomfortable. Thus, Wu Shaochen meandered back and forth for over 5 minutes until he finally vanquished the boss. Observing the colossal form collapse on the ground, he accrued an impressive 56,000 experience points. Elated, he rubbed his hands together and hurriedly glanced at the ground, excitement surging as he beheld a golden radiance. Golden equipment, he exclaimed, elated beyond measure. For golden gear was imbued with skills far superior to the mere silver or bronze counterparts. He hastily collected the items strewn about: 1 golden piece, 2 silver pieces, 2 bronze pieces, and a skill book. Just as Wu Shaochen finished gathering the loot and had yet to examine it, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You have received a silver treasure chest. As you're the first player to conquer the Linlang secret realm, the chest's quality has been elevated by 1 tier. Congratulations on receiving a golden treasure chest. Before him appeared a resplendent golden chest in his inventory. Upon inspecting its description, he found golden treasure chest may yield golden equipment of your class or items of equivalent value, including skill books, special scrolls, pet eggs, materials, etc., with an exceedingly slim chance of uncovering dark gold tier equipment or items. Delighted, Wu Shaochen's eyes gleamed with joy, and just as he prepared to open the chest, he was abruptly ejected from the dungeon, materializing at the entrance amid the gaze of countless onlookers. What the heck? Why kick me out without a word? Wu Shaochen fumed. Caught off guard. Did you clear it, God of Sealing? Was the dungeon challenging? Someone approached to inquire. Of course, with the God of Sealing in action, success was inevitable. Another flatterer chimed in. Wu Shaochen, somewhat speechless, noted that these individuals had yet to reach level 20 and couldn't enter the dungeon themselves. Instead, they loitered about aimlessly. Everyone look! The monument next to the dungeon is glowing. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Following his gaze, the others indeed observed that the monument stationed at the dungeon entrance had illuminated, revealing a line of text. First team to clear, team of Sealing, members, Sealing. Time taken, 36 minutes. Wow, the God of Sealing is truly impressive, clearing it solo, exclaimed one in awe. Even if the God of Sealing wanted to form a party, no one would join. as he is the only level 20 player in the entire realm. That's true, but the God of Sealing is remarkable. It's evident that a 10-person dungeon would be exceedingly challenging, yet he accomplished it alone. Truly formidable. At that moment, Wu Shaochen also beheld the words on the monument, his lips twitching several times. I genuinely do not wish to gain any more notoriety, he lamented, believing that the matter would pass without a formal announcement. I was taken aback to find a monument erected on the spot. How utterly frustrating. What could possibly lie within the sealed domain of the great deity? Soon enough, a crowd had gathered around Wu Shaochen, bombarding him with incessant questions. Best you hurry and level up. There is no point in inquiring now, since entry is barred. After leaving behind a parting remark, Wu Shaochen extricated himself from the throng and swiftly disappeared from sight. With a golden piece of equipment yet to be examined and a treasure chest still unopened, his curiosity was piqued, leaving no time for idle chatter. Upon finally returning to Jinling City, Wu Shaochen eagerly turned his attention to the spoils in his backpack. Naturally, the first item of interest was the golden equipment, a sight he had yet to behold. Glittering boots, golden grade, movement speed 125, physical defense 60, magical defense 60, additional attributes, agility 25, vitality 25, constitution 25. Additional skill, evasion. Upon activation, evade the next instance of attack damage and control effects, expiring after 1 second, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Wear requirements. All classes. What a splendid item. Truly usable, and the skill is quite appealing, albeit it demands a touch of finesse. Nevertheless, that slight challenge is not a deterrent. He possesses the requisite skill. Wu Shaochen happily donned the boots, replacing the graphite boots. Next, he examined the 2 pieces of silver equipment, one a garment, the other a ring. The garment, a Blackwing leather armor, was not needed, but the ring was indeed useful. Tiger King ring, silver grade, health 700, physical attack 200, additional attributes, constitution 24, strength 24, agility 22, wear requirements, physical class. The Tiger King series was looted from the Tiger Head leader, while the other garment, the Leopard King leather armor, was typically acquired from the Leopard Head leader. Guardians were likely to drop equipment from the 3 major dungeon bosses, and they themselves could yield the glittering series of golden gear. With no further ado, he swiftly equipped the ring, for he was enamored with the simplicity and raw power of its attributes. As for the remaining bronze items, he deemed them unworthy of inspection, as they would merely find their way to the auction house. The real excitement was yet to come. Chapter 64. The Blood Cow Belt. Wu Shaochen, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together, fervently wishing for the celestial blessings to grant him a dark gold treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Blood Cow Belt, dark gold grade. What? Has dark gold truly emerged? When did I become so fortunate? Could it be that the 15 points of luck have taken effect? Wu Shaochen, somewhat incredulous, hurriedly checked his inventory. Blood Cow Belt, dark gold grade, life 2000, physical defense 50, magic defense 50, additional attributes, constitution 25, bone 25, strength 25. Additional skill, recovery, instantly restores 50 of life upon use, cooldown time 5 minutes. Wearing requirement, all classes. These attributes, truly, this is the essence of a blood cow. The additional attributes even include 2 instances of constitution. However, I'm fond of it, especially the skill. Wu Shaochen exclaimed in delight, for this piece of equipment was a boon beyond his expectations. With this, perhaps he could even dare to touch the tail of that old tiger. He promptly equipped it, reveling in this unparalleled fortune. This dungeon is indeed enticing. As he donned the Blood Cow Belt, it instantly soared to the top of the equipment leaderboard, sparking fervent discussions among countless players. What? Am I seeing things? Dark gold equipment? Is this a joke? While I'm still struggling for bronze gear, dark gold equipment has emerged. I haven't even gathered all my black iron yet. This is utterly disheartening. Wu Shaochen remained oblivious to the uproar this equipment had caused throughout the Oracle region's channels and forums. At that moment, he received 3 private messages from 3 different women. Shuer, is that dark gold equipment yours? Ling Yue, is that dark gold equipment yours? Finjiner, brother, Is that dark gold equipment yours? How do they know about the dark gold equipment? Wu Shaochen was bewildered, then suddenly recalled something and hurriedly opened the equipment leaderboard. Seeing the blood cow belt perched at the top, he face-palmed, exclaiming internally, "Dear system, could you grant me a modicum of privacy?" He promptly replied to all three no. The responses came swiftly. Schwer, I wouldn't believe you. Lin Yue, I don't believe you. Finjiener, I certainly don't believe you. Who else could obtain dark gold equipment besides you? Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose, thinking whether you believe me or not is of no consequence. He then turned his attention to the skill book in his inventory. Utterly stunned by the unexpected find, Force Field Suppression consumes 200 mana points, suppressing all targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 20, lasting for 1 minute, cooldown time of 5 minutes, usage requirement, melee class. Have I stumbled upon a stroke of serendipity? How else could I be this fortunate? Unveiling dark gold from a treasure chest and acquiring a skill that is typically buried deep within a boss's loot? Should I learn it? Wu Shaochen found himself in a quandary. This skill was undoubtedly a divine technique for team battles. Its utility in guild wars was immense. Selling it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit, yet he yearned to learn it himself. Although it seemed somewhat wasteful, the imminent confrontation with that ferocious tiger lingered vividly in his memory, its overwhelming attack power still fresh. If he could reduce its attack power by 20, it might prove to be a decisive advantage. Alas, what was the point of such turmoil? Money was never enough, and encountering a skill he could actually learn was a rare opportunity. He resolved to learn it first. Investing in himself would ultimately lead to greater wealth. Wu Shaochen promptly clicked to learn the skill, and soon, a new entry appeared in his skill list. After mastering the skill, he reviewed his attributes after changing equipment. His health had increased significantly, reaching a total of 12,358 points. His physical attack stood at 1,712 points, physical defense at 836 points, magical defense at 825 points, movement speed at 683 points, and attack speed at 159. Experience, LV 20, 219, 570, 000. He still had 20 unallocated attribute points, with his health exceeding 10,000. He felt ready to test his mettle against the tiger. However, before that, he needed to manage his equipment. His backpack was overflowing with gear, all of which represented potential wealth. He had 3 pieces of silver equipment. 1 Tiger Head King helmet for melee classes, 1 Leopard Head King leather armor for archers and assassins, and 1 Lion Head King bracelet for mages and priests. In addition, he had amassed no fewer than 15 pieces of bronze equipment, most of which were dropped by level 20 monsters, boasting commendable attributes, except for the Silver Wolf King ring, which was rather subpar. He also possessed 10 pieces of black iron equipment. This dungeon run had truly filled Wu Shaochen's backpack to the brim with 28 pieces of equipment. Additionally, he had a magic orb, a treasure map, a medicinal bottle taking up 1 slot, a large healing potion occupying another, and 3 different scrolls taking up 3 more slots, along with a bloodline potion, which collectively consumed 8 slots. If he were to acquire any more equipment, he would be unable to pick it up, indicating that he needed to expand his backpack. Upon examining the auction house's transaction records, he noted that most black iron equipment sold for only a few thousand coins, while the prices of bronze equipment had begun to decline, generally ranging between 80,000 to 100,000 coins. Silver equipment, meanwhile, remained scarce in the market, with only his own sale of 260,000 coins recorded. He listed 10 pieces of black iron equipment for 8,000 each. As only 10 items could be listed at a time, he could only proceed once they had sold. Fortunately, due to their high attributes, they sold swiftly. He then listed another 10 pieces of bronze equipment, pricing the Silver Wolf King ring at 10,000 and the others at 100,000 each, as his gear warranted such pricing. The Silver Wolf King ring's attributes were comparable to those of level 20 black iron equipment, necessitating a lower price. Minutes later, all the equipment sold out once more, prompting Wu Shaochen to list the remaining 5 pieces at 100,000 each again. In the regional channel of Jinling City, someone exclaimed, "Who is so extravagant, purchasing bronze equipment in bulk?" Need I even ask? Aside from the enigmatic overlord, who else could there be? They already possess dark golden equipment. Is it problematic to wholesale some bronze? It seems to follow a certain logic. After selling 5 pieces of bronze, 3 silver items remained. Wu Shaochen pondered for a moment, deciding against listing them all at once, lest he provoke animosity once more. He then opened his friend list and sent the Leopard Head King's leather armor to Ling Yue and the Lion Head King's bracelet to Schwerer. Accompanying these gifts, he messaged both. "How about it? Want it?" Su Mushiwei replied almost instantaneously. Silver equipment at this stage is undoubtedly a coveted artifact. Who wouldn't desire it? "Schwerer, what's your asking price?" Ling Yue: "Although I yearn for it, my funds are limited. I can offer a maximum of 220,000. This item will certainly fetch a higher price at the auction house than the blue scale armor. I simply cannot afford it." Wu Shaochen contemplated Ling Yue's response and resolved to proceed with the trade. Even though the previous blue scale armor sold for 260,000, he ultimately received only 221,000. The difference was negligible, and since they were friends, there should be some privileges involved. At that moment, as Ling Yue battled monsters, a hint of reluctance crossed her face. This piece of equipment was crucial for her, yet the money she could muster was insufficient to acquire it. "Sister, should I ask Dad for some cash?" Cold Wind, standing nearby, suggested sympathetically. "No, you mustn't," Ling Yue retorted coldly. "All right, what a pity," Cold Wind murmured. Ling Yue glanced longingly at the chat window's screenshot, preparing to close it when suddenly a remote trade request appeared, the coveted item lying there before her. Stunned, Ling Yue quickly messaged, "What do you mean by this?" "Chenfeng, take it for 220,000. This Ling Yue found herself at a loss. How could such an item possibly be worth only 220,000? Why would he sell it to her at such a low price? "Sister, hurry and complete the trade. Why are you dawdling?" Cold Wind urged her on. "All right." Flustered, Ling Yue hurriedly entered the remaining 220,000 from her link card and clicked confirm, watching as the item lay peacefully in her backpack, finally convinced of its reality. She quickly sent a message. "Thank you." Chapter 65. Still unable to overcome after completing the transaction with Cold Moon, I casually replied in Schwer's chat window. 250,000. The attributes of the clothing and weapons are superior to those of other equipment. Although this bracelet dropped from a level 20 monster, its attributes are slightly inferior to those of the Azure Scale armor. Thus, the price of 250,000 is quite reasonable. Having interacted with Wu Shaochen multiple times, I have gleaned that this young lady is quite affluent and rather proud. There is no need to spare her any expense. As expected, the other party promptly initiated a remote trade, entering 250,000. Wu Shaochen placed the bracelet on the trading table, and the transaction was swiftly completed. With only the last item, the Tiger Head King helmet, remaining, Wu Shaochen listed it in the auction house, opting for a bidding mode for 30 minutes. If this piece of equipment sells, the total earnings would amount to nearly 2 million. Wu Shaochen then proceeded to the apothecary, selling the remaining 70-odd medium health potions and purchasing 50 large health potions instead. With over 10,000 health points, the medium potions had become insufficient. Preparing for the imminent challenge, it was prudent to stock up on provisions. After acquiring the potions, he visited the general store to purchase 10 return scrolls. The last 2 he had bought were already used up. It was wise to keep several on hand. Should he venture too far without a return scroll, it could lead to trouble. Although his speed was remarkable, he was not fond of running. After procuring the return scrolls, Wu Shaochen made his way to the warehouse, where he found the old man and spent 20 gold coins to expand his backpack to 60 slots, an exorbitant price at 1 gold coin per slot. He would wager that he was the only one in the entire realm of Oracle who had ever expanded their backpack. Were it not for the near inadequacy of space during the recent dungeon run, he would never have spent such a sum. With all preparations complete, Wu Shaochen set off towards Tiger Roar Forest. The journey was eerily quiet. The once dominant players seemed to have vanished, leaving him with little excitement. Ding. The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by another player for 260,000. After deducting a 39,000 transaction fee, a sum of 221,000 has been credited to your linked bank account. How splendid. Another 20,000 has been credited, meaning this dungeon run netted me 2 million. At this rate, if I repeat this daily for a few days, a house will be mine. Wu Shaochen exclaimed joyfully. Returning to Tiger Roar Forest, Wu Shaochen cautiously ventured deeper. The jungle tigers he had previously cleared had respawned, but he was too lethargic to engage them again. His current objective was to ascertain the attributes of the Tiger King and evaluate whether he might be able to defeat it. After traversing deeper into the forest, he failed to encounter the elusive Tiger King. Where could that creature have wandered off to? After a few more minutes of delving deeper, he came upon a vast cave. This must be the beast's lair, Wu Shaochen mused. After lingering at the entrance for 2 minutes, he finally steeled himself and slowly walked into the cave. Having come this far, he was determined to explore. The cave was shrouded in darkness, though it was not entirely devoid of visibility. It was merely dim. Wu Shaochen felt his way inside. The cave was quite spacious, befitting the size of the formidable tiger, if it were any smaller. The beast would not be able to enter. After spending 2 or 3 minutes, I finally reached the innermost part of the cave, where my eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal tiger resting deep within the darkness. Behind the tiger lay an immense seal array, from which tendrils of black magical energy seeped forth. My entrance startled the jungle Tiger King, who sprang to attention upon recognizing me, an unsuspecting human, and without a moment's hesitation, lunged towards me. What in the world? Why the sudden aggression? I merely came to observe. Let us refrain from combat for now. I hastily cast an insight spell and turned to flee. This tiger was utterly devoid of martial ethics, launching an attack upon our very first encounter. Fortunately, my speed now surpassed that of the tiger. Magic-infused Jungle Tiger King Gold Tier Boss Level, 30 health. 2,000,000 physical attack. 200 physical defense. 400 magical defense. 200 movement speed. 500 skill 1. Pounce. Leaps toward the target, inflicting 190 physical damage, capable of knocking down targets with lower attack power. Range, 5 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2. Bite. Rips at the target, dealing 200 physical damage while recovering 50 of the damage dealt as health. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3. Tail Whip. Strikes the target with its tail, causing 190 physical damage and knocking the target back. Range, 2 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 4. Tiger Roar. Emits a powerful roar that deals 150 physical damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius, stunning them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. What a monstrosity. How on earth am I supposed to fight this? I cursed under my breath while sprinting, not daring to look back until I had escaped the cave and retreated to a safe distance. This boss was far beyond my current capabilities. A single set of skills could easily spell my demise. I had previously experienced the pounce skill of the Jungle Tiger King. Keeping my distance allowed me to evade it, but I had yet to discover the consequences of being too close. The Tail Whip skill was particularly vexing, clearly designed for strong crowd control. If I were to be knocked back and subsequently struck by a pounce, it would undoubtedly lead to my downfall. Both of these skills shared the same cooldown, indicating a devastating combination. Damn it, even gold-tier bosses possess skill combinations? The guardians within the Linglong's secret realm were likely not yet at the gold tier. Yet I found their combination skills exceedingly troublesome. The Jungle Tiger King's combination was even more insidious. I felt a headache coming on. I cannot abandon this quest. But as a level 20, facing a level 30 gold-tier boss posed an insurmountable challenge. The primary issue was that this boss wielded 3 control skills. The Tail Whip would incapacitate me, leaving me vulnerable to the pounce, which would surely lead to a bite afterward. Who could withstand such a combination? Fortunately, the Tiger Roar, with its vast range and 3-second stun, was not overly concerning. Its cooldown matched that of the Void, allowing me to counter it effectively. Alas, the evasion skill provided by my boots had a 3-minute cooldown, Otherwise, I might stand a chance. Moreover, the heavy strike skill was far too short-ranged. I would surely be knocked back before getting close enough to use it. Never mind, there is still a little over a day left. I shall first maximize my talents and, in the process, bolster my vitality. Tomorrow, I will venture into the dungeon once more, striving to enhance my strength as much as possible. Perhaps there is still a chance. With this thought in mind, Wu Shaochen departed from the Tiger Roar Forest, preparing to journey once again to the abandoned mine. Although he had vowed to refrain from battling skeletons today, the ferocity of the jungle Tiger King had spurred him on to continue fortifying his abilities. The most effective means to achieve this is by honing his talents and cultivating the immortal body. The abandoned mine is undoubtedly the optimal choice, as it is teeming with monsters that are suitably leveled. The direction of the abandoned mine is precisely opposite that of the Tiger Roar Forest. Wu Shaochen promptly utilized a return scroll to teleport back to Jinling City, then hastily made his way to the abandoned mine. Chapter 66. Frantic grinding of passives once again arriving at the desolate mining area, Wu Shaochen adeptly navigated to the section he had previously left unfinished. There remained 400 to 500 skeletal warriors yet to be vanquished. While it was not possible to enhance his talents here, grinding through these foes to accumulate health points was still a commendable endeavor. Upon completing this task, he would likely be on the cusp of leveling up. Summoning Silver Wolf to stand in the passageway to share experience, he dashed forward to attract the enemies. The skeletal warriors possessed ranged skills that could inflict over 100 damage points, necessitating a strategy of drawing them out in batches to eliminate them. Despite his significantly enhanced attributes, the sheer number was overwhelming, yet dispatching 10 or so at a time posed no considerable challenge. As Wu Shaochen diligently engaged with the skeletons, a current of unrest began to ripple through the major cities. Each secondary city was bustling with millions of players, with countless ambitious individuals eager to carve out their success within the game. Numerous guilds began to emerge, leading to a fierce competition among the cities. It was evident that the top 10 guilds, being veterans in the field, had flourished in nearly all major cities, save for Jinling City. In Jinling City, a multitude of guilds had also formed, ranging from thousands of members to a few hundred, although none had yet surpassed the renowned A.O. Shaochen Xiong. The latter's reputation had taken a severe hit following their recent defeats against Wu Shaochen, significantly hindering their development. At that moment, within a private room of an inn in Jinling City, the core players of A.O. Shaochen Xiong convened. A.O. Shaochen occupied the seat of honor, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Once all were present, he inquired, "How many of our guild members now boast an attack power exceeding 1,000? There are over 3,000 whose attack has surpassed 1,000, all equipped with full sets of black iron gear, and some even possess 1 or 2 pieces of bronze," replied A.O. Shaochen. "Excellent. We have remained silent for too long. I believe the people of Jinling City must think that A.O. Shaochen Xiong has fallen from grace. It is time they recognize who truly rules Jinling City," declared A.O. Shaochen. "Boss, do you mean to take action against these emerging forces?" asked A.O. Shaochen. No. It is meaningless to deal with those insignificant ants. If we are to strike, we must first eliminate a certain stumbling block, A.O. Shaochen clarified. "Boss, do we really have to confront Chinfeng again?" A.O. Shaochen gulped nervously. Until I see him dispatched back to the novice village, I will not be satisfied. I'll shi Qiangxia hit door did coldly. A.O. Shaochen opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Based on their previous encounters, Chinfeng's defense was approximately 700, with health exceeding 6,000, and his attack power was not particularly high, around 1,500. A rogue attempting to play defensively was bound to falter. Previously, their team had struggled to break through his defenses due to their inferior equipment and skills, but with 3,000 members now boasting over 1,000 in attack power, they could easily overcome him. However, boss, that was then. His strength has likely improved at a faster rate than ours, and he possesses dark gold gear now. That piece of golden equipment should also belong to him. Moreover, Zihua mentioned that his talent is likely poison. We cannot underestimate him. A.O. Shaochen cautioned. Poison? It is merely a preliminary talent. When he later engaged with us, he exhibited no remarkable poison, suggesting that his gift has waned. Even if his poison were genuinely potent, with our numbers, how many could he possibly afflict? As for equipment, it is quite feasible to acquire it. I am particularly intrigued by that dark gold belt. The faction Pride of the World clearly harbors a resolute intent to confront Wu Shaochen. The others dared not utter another word, swiftly instructing their subordinates to investigate the location of the sealed area. In the abandoned mining zone, Wu Shaochen expended less than an hour to eradicate the remaining 465 skeletal warriors, earning him 143, 220 experience points, elevating his level to LV 21, 62, 79400, 000. He gained 80 health points, 40 mana points, 4 agility points, and 20 free attribute points, while Silver Wolf also ascended to level 18. After reaching level 20, each advancement grants 20 free attribute points. Coupled with his previously unallocated points, he now possesses a total of 40 points, which he devoted entirely to his constitution. His primary focus is on slaying that formidable tiger. While his speed is adequate, his defense still lags behind, for that beast boasts an overwhelming attack power of 200. After allocating his points, Wu Shaoqing's physical defense reached 893, bolstered by the enhancements from his medals and titles, while his magical defense stood at 882. His life force, augmented by the immortal body and the 80 points from leveling up, increased by a total of 545 points, with a 10 boost from his title, culminating in a total life force of 957 points. He procured 3 pieces of black iron equipment, listing them at 8,000 each in the auction house before continuing his journey through a lengthy corridor, encountering yet another mining area. In this new zone, a multitude of skeletal archers awaited him. Level 22 with an attack power of 580 and 48,000 health points. Their skill, the armor-piercing arrow, disregards 30 of defenses, inflicting 165 of physical attack damage. With a cooldown of merely 10 seconds, they could inflict over 300 points of damage on him, as long as he avoids aggroing too many at once. He should manage. He opts for a gradual approach. This time, he is primarily focused on enhancing his passive abilities to bolster his health, confident that he can withstand a full barrage of the tiger's skills. Considering testing a new skill, he ultimately decides against it. The skill's extensive range would likely attract more than half of the skeletal archers, leading to dire consequences. Instead, he resolves to proceed with a methodical strategy. It takes him over 2 hours to eliminate all 578 skeletal archers in the mining area, netting him 203 for 156 experience points. The immortal body ability grants him an additional 578 health points, and Silver Wolf levels up to 19. Upon reaching level 20, he anticipates unlocking a second skill, hoping it proves formidable rather than merely reliant on easier prey. After clearing this mining zone, Wu Shaochen presses onward, swiftly entering the next area, where he encounters 23 level skeletal mages, boasting a magical attack of 640 and 54,000 health points. Their skills include Fireball and Lightning Bolt. While the Fireball is inconsequential in terms of defense, the Lightning Bolt, with its 180 damage and a 1-second paralysis effect, becomes somewhat troublesome, especially with a cooldown of only 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen contemplated momentarily, deciding against engaging them for the time being. Otherwise, he might inadvertently attract more than a dozen, leading to his own demise. Activating stealth, he resolved to circumvent these mages and proceed to the next mining area. However, the concentration of skeleton mages was exceedingly dense, and despite several attempts, he found it impossible to navigate past them without confrontation. "This compels me to eliminate you," Wu Shaochen remarked with resignation. Observing the positioning of the skeleton mages caused him a mild headache, no matter how he attempted to lure them. At least 10 would inevitably emerge due to their sheer numbers. Casting a glance at the Silver Wolf trailing behind him, a smile crept onto Wu Shaochen's lips. "It is time for you to demonstrate your worth." With the Silver Wolf at level 19 boasting 38,000 health, withstanding a barrage of lightning spells would pose no significant challenge. Resolute, Wu Shaochen commanded the silver wolf to advance. As it entered the range of enemy aggro, the 13 skeleton mages on the periphery reacted instantaneously, unleashing a flurry of lightning and fireball spells towards the silver wolf. Observing the silver wolf, immobilized and bombarded by the relentless barrage of fireballs and lightning, its health plummeted dramatically, losing over 16,000 points in a single onslaught. Wu Shaochen hastily ordered the silver wolf to retreat. Fortunately, the skeletons lacked coordination. Had they unleashed their lightning spells in succession, the silver wolf would have been incapacitated. Seeing that the silver wolf had successfully drawn the mages out, Wu Shaochen swiftly rushed forward to take its place, allowing it to retreat to a safe distance to recover. With the skeleton mages demonstrating no understanding of skill synergy, he felt little trepidation moving forward. Chapter 67. The upgrade of Silver Wolf after tirelessly battling until just past noon. My stomach growled in hunger, signaling the completion of my conquest over the skeleton mages in this mining area. In total, I vanquished 542 skeleton mages, elevating my level to LV22, 92,038, 500,000. Once again, I was rewarded with 80 points of health, 40 points of mana, 4 points of agility, and 20 attribute points. I procured 3 pieces of black iron equipment, which I promptly placed on the auction house for sale. My immortal body further augmented by 542 points. My total health reached an impressive 14,277 points. Indeed, leveling up and enhancing my mortal body here was remarkably swift. However, the talent could not be upgraded so easily. That formidable tiger boasted a staggering 2 million health points. With my current poison damage of 540 points, even applying 4 layers of poison would only whittle down less than 130,000 health in a minute. Given my attack power, I might not even succeed in applying all 4 layers of poison. At this rate, slaying that tiger would likely take around 20 minutes, a rather protracted endeavor. I will need to focus on upgrading my talents, I thought to myself. Never mind, I will log off for a meal. Afterward, I shall see if I can directly venture in and battle the level 27 monsters, I murmured. Upon logging off, I removed my helmet and instinctively checked my bank account balance. Seeing a staggering 7 million, my eyes sparkled with the symbol of renminbi. Such an amount could easily procure a decent apartment in this city of SZ. Perhaps I should consider house hunting? Yet I decided against it, opting instead to focus on my development for the next few days. Once I had defeated that tiger, I could leisurely choose a suitable property. Upon returning to the restaurant, I noticed it was even quieter than before, almost desolate. I ordered an extravagant feast and thoroughly enjoyed my meal, also packing dinner to take home. So I wouldn't have to venture out again. Next, I stopped by the supermarket to purchase some snacks and instant noodles, ensuring I wouldn't find myself hungry late at night. Back at home, I donned my helmet once more and resumed my endeavors, reappearing in the abandoned mining area. Glancing at the leaderboard, I noted that my level 22 status still placed me far ahead, although others were closing in. Besides the second-place contender, a Divine King at level 19, the remaining players were all level 18. The pet leaderboard had seen the addition of 2 new pets. Yet my pampered silver wolf remained at the pinnacle. Continuing forward, I emerged into an open space devoid of skeletons. To my left and right were passageways, while centrally, a staircase led downward, presumably to the next level. Contemplating my next move, I resolutely descended the staircase, anticipating that the creatures on the lower level would be of a higher caliber, perfect for honing my talents. The second level was shrouded in dim light. I proceeded cautiously, but after only a short distance, a sudden shriek startled me. I quickly turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a white specter floating in the air, rolling its eyes and extending its tongue in a grotesque manner as it screamed at me. Goodness, must it be so frightening? My heart raced. Had I not spent the entire morning battling skeletons, I might have truly been terrified. Could this game not employ some pixelation? A heart condition would surely be exacerbated by such a fright. Who would be responsible then? As the specter drifted closer, I cast a spell of insight towards it. Ghost level, 28 health, 85. 000 physical attack, 900 physical defense, none magical defense, 610 movement speed, 180 passive, ignores physical attack skills. Soul capture. The ghost drifts before the target, fixating on it, inflicting a mental attack that deals 150 damage while ignoring defenses, with a casting range of 3 meters and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Indeed, as the level increases, the monsters grow more formidable. This Spectre's ability astonishingly bypasses defenses. 2 or 3 might be manageable, but any more would be insurmountable. Furthermore, it disregards physical attacks. One wonders if toxin attacks might also be ignored. Wu Shaochen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before him stood merely one Spectre, which was not particularly daunting. He swung his weapon multiple times. Immune. 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 Minus 2,160. 4 large immune notifications erupted above the ghost's head, followed promptly by 4 layers of toxin damage. Upon witnessing the toxin damage take effect, Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief. Had the toxin damage also been immune, he would have been at a loss. He distanced himself from the Spectre, as he typically would not bother to retreat when facing lesser foes, preferring to rely on his lifesteal. However, this situation demanded caution, as his attacks were failing to inflict damage. Before long, the Phantom succumbed to the toxins. Ding! Defeating Ghost awarded 896 experience points. Toxin damage increased by 1 point, and Immortal Body enhanced by 1 point. At last, he could enhance his talents, Wu Shaochen mused, noting that the experience gained from slaying monsters beyond level 6 was indeed substantial. Glancing at his Silver Wolf, he saw it was already at 96 experience, nearing level 20. He pondered what changes might occur upon reaching that milestone. Wu Shaochen continued his search for specters. The dim light obscured his understanding of the second level's actual expanse. All he discerned was that the corridor widened as he progressed. Occasionally, he heard the specter's wails, which he followed to locate his quarry. The frequency of the cries suggested a considerable number of specters dwelled in this subterranean layer, though thankfully not in overwhelming density. Otherwise, he might unwittingly lead himself into a throng of specters, risking his own demise. As he ventured forth, dispatching foes, he finally struck down the 9th specter when his Silver Wolf let out a triumphant cry, reaching level 20. The wolf's stature increased notably, now reaching Wu Shaochen's thigh. He affectionately patted the Silver Wolf, and an idea sparked in his mind as he swiftly mounted it. Indeed, the soft fur was quite pleasant. He no longer needed to traverse on foot. Although the Silver Wolf was not as swift as he was, the mere fact of not having to walk made everything trivial. He assessed the Silver Wolf's current attributes. Silver Wolf, pet quality, a level, 20 health, 42,000 mana, 2. 100 physical attack, 760 physical defense, 620 magical defense, 310 movement speed, 120 skill 1. Swift Strike, increases attack speed and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Skill 2, Inspire, lets out a roar, boosting its own and allies' damage and defense by 20 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Quite remarkable. Could it be that the daily indulgence in comfort has inspired the acquisition of a beneficial skill? Wu Shaochen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This skill was indeed impressive. Initially contemplating abandonment, he was pleasantly surprised by its potential. The ability to enhance the entire team was a remarkable asset. Observing the eager Silver Wolf, who had faithfully followed him for so long, he felt a pang of reluctance to let go. Its determination was commendable, yet remained an A-grade talent, which seemed somewhat unworthy of his own stature. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shaochen retrieved a vial of bloodline elixir obtained from the azure-scaled giant python from his backpack, his mind swirling with indecision. The vial explicitly stated that the higher the compatibility, the greater the success rate. Given that Silver Wolf and the python were worlds apart, their compatibility was likely negligible. If administered to Silver Wolf, the failure rate would undoubtedly exceed 90. However, refraining from using it would only leave him with the option to sell it, for the elixir could only elevate a creature's grade to S, while Silver Wolf currently stood at A. Should he truly decide to replace his companion, he would need a creature of S grade or higher. Thus, the elixir's fate rested on either being sold or consumed by Silver Wolf. The success rate was indeed worrisome. Losing a vial was trivial, but the fear of potential complications loomed large. Wu Shaochen shook his head, deciding against the risk. After such a long companionship, even if he did replace Silver Wolf, he would release it into the wild. It was best not to endanger it. Just as he prepared to return the elixir to his backpack, the ever-obedient Silver Wolf unexpectedly seized the vial from Wu Shaochen's hand and swallowed the bloodline elixir in one swift motion. Chapter 68, Awakening. The Howling Moon Wolf. The recent actions of the Silver Moon Wolf took Wu Shaochen completely by surprise. Until now, Silver Moon Wolf had always obediently followed his commands without question. Wu Shaochen had never encountered such a situation, nor had he even heard of it. Could it be that it had developed self-awareness after its upgrade? Wu Shaochen pondered, realizing that this was the only plausible explanation. He quickly turned his gaze towards Silver Moon Wolf, which, after consuming the bloodline potion, seemed to enter a unique state, surrounded by swirling orbs of light. What is this? Could it be that success has been achieved? Wu Shaochen's face lit up with joy, yet he found himself powerless to intervene, standing by in quiet anticipation. Soon, Silver Moon Wolf was enveloped by countless light orbs, obscuring Wu Shaochen's view of the inner workings, though he could hear the heart-wrenching howls emanating from within, as if the creature were enduring profound agony. Clenching his fists, Wu Shaochen silently urged, "Come on." The howling persisted for a full half-hour, but instead of receiving a notification of success from the system, Wu Shaochen was met with a bewildering message. Ding. Your pet Silver Moon Wolf has undergone an unknown mutation. The pet contract has been automatically dissolved. What the hell? Wu Shaochen was utterly perplexed. It could happen like this? He hastily opened the pet space, only to find it completely empty. Normally, after a battle, a pet silhouette would remain in the pet space, allowing for retrieval and summoning. Now it was barren, devoid of anything. Checking the pet leaderboard, he noted that the once first-ranked Silver Moon Wolf had vanished, leaving the second-ranked Gray as the new top pet. Many players soon noticed the absence of the top pet, igniting discussions in the regional chat. Hey, has anyone noticed that the pet ranked first has disappeared? Indeed, I heard that this was the pet of the renowned player Chun Feng. How could it suddenly be gone? Did it die? Even if it died, it would merely drop a level. It wouldn't vanish entirely. The disappearance suggests two possibilities. Either the player released it, or the pet betrayed them. What could have happened with Chun Feng? Did he release it? Perhaps he had acquired a superior pet? Who knows? Yet, if he had obtained a better pet, it would likely be on the leaderboard. Wu Shaochen stood bewildered, staring at the area still surrounded by countless light orbs, still trying to grasp the situation. I suppose I must wait a little longer to discern what is happening. After another half-hour, Wu Shaochen noticed the light orbs diminishing, slowly revealing a majestic little wolf before him. Yes, a little wolf, resembling the size of Silver Moon Wolf when it was newly born. As for why he described it as majestic, Wu Shaochen could not articulate. It was simply a feeling. This little wolf exuded an aura of regal aloofness. Its silvery fur appeared even softer than before, particularly around its head and neck, which gleamed with radiance. At this moment, the little wolf remained with its eyes closed, seemingly attuned to something. Out of curiosity, Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell, Awakening of the Howling Moon Wolf, due to the consumption of a bloodline potion. The bloodline of the Howling Moon Wolf within has been stimulated, and having endured the agony of ancestral return, it has awakened, reverting all stats to their initial values. Level, health, attack. Bloodline awakening cannot be viewed. What the heck? Is this even possible? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in astonishment. The Howling Moon Wolf appears to be quite formidable. This suddenly elevates the stakes. But what is the situation now? Should I treat it as a boss to be slain, or should I maintain my distance to avoid being killed? The creature before him was no longer just a pet. As Wu Shaochen pondered, the small wolf suddenly opened its eyes and gazed into the sky, exuding an air of dominion, its eyes reflecting solitude and desolation. Moments later, the light in the wolf's eyes faded, and it turned to look at Wu Shaochen, causing him to feel a surge of tension. Is it going to turn against me? Wu Shaochen tightened his grip on the dagger. Truthfully, he was reluctant to draw his weapon against the small wolf, as it had once been his companion. Just then, he heard a system prompt. Ding. The Howling Moon Wolf requests to become your pet. Do you agree? Huh. Taken aback by the system prompt, Wu Shaochen stared at the small wolf with delight and hastily clicked to agree. The sensation of regaining something lost was utterly exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the pet Howling Moon Wolf. Please name your pet Silver Moon Wolf. Let us stick with that name. After all, it's what I'm accustomed to. Ding! Naming successful. As the Howling Moon Wolf is still in the awakening phase, it requires a substantial amount of energy. Do you agree to allocate 40 of the experience gained to your pet? Experience will revert to 20 after complete awakening. Absolutely, Wu Shaochen exclaimed joyfully, raising both hands in approval. For him, leveling up was not particularly difficult. Enhancing his immortal physique and talents was the key. After confirming, he swiftly examined his pet's attributes. The Howling Moon Wolf must be impressive, right? Silver Moon Wolf, qualification, awakening. Level, 0 health, 400 mana, 200 physical attack, 50 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 20 speed, 20 exclusive talent of the Howling Moon Wolf. Increases attack damage by 30 and lifesteal by 30. Skill 1, Swift Strike. Enhances attack speed and movement speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Skill 2, Inspire. Lets out a roar, boosting its own and allies' damage and defense by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Is this the attributes of a level 0 creature? This must be a joke. With these stats, it is undoubtedly a boss. If it were to linger at the entrance of the novice village, it could take down anyone in an instant. Wu Shaochen was utterly astonished. This initial attribute far surpassed that of the previous Silver Taolang, and the innate skills it possessed were formidable. The gentle demeanor of the Xiaoye Tianlang contrasted starkly with its earlier ferocity, leaving Wu Shaochen hesitant to approach and embrace it. The gaze from the Xiaoye Tianlang had rendered him momentarily incapable of regarding it as merely a wolf cub. He patted the head of the Silver Taolang and boldly declared, "Come, brother, let us embark on a journey to level up." Thus, he continued his quest for the spirits alongside the awakened Silver Taolang. The dim lighting made the multitude of ghosts challenging to locate amidst the vast expanse of the map, necessitating a meticulous search that proved significantly less efficient than hunting skeletons. After an exhaustive 4 hours of relentless pursuit, having previously dispatched 9, he had vanquished a total of 341 spirits. At this juncture, Wu Shaochen paused, for upon slaying the 341st spirit, he noticed his innate talent was still on the rise. When he had arrived, his talent stood at 540 points. After defeating 341 spirits, it had ascended to 881 points. This was perplexing. At level 22 in the Silver Realm, his talent should have been multiplied by 40, yielding a maximum toxicity of 880 points, yet he had achieved 881 points. Could it be that the ascent to Silver did not merely augment his talent by tenfold? Wu Shaochen pondered. To validate his hypothesis, he persistently searched for more spirits. After another 3 hours and the elimination of 220 additional ghosts, Wu Shaochen's talent finally reached its zenith at 1,100 points. 50-fold. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. If his conjecture was correct, the elevation to Silver had indeed increased his talent by an additional 20-fold, indicating that the augmentation of talent at each realm was not a constant factor. With this realization, Wu Shaochen was filled with exhilaration. Who would ever bemoan an enhancement of their innate abilities? Chapter 69. The most ruthless assassin. Due to Silver Wolf's division of 40 of the experience, the 561 Phantoms yielded only 370, 944 points of experience for Wu Shaochen, leaving him at level 22 with 462, 982 out of 500, 000. Had it not been for the additional 20 taken by Silver Wolf, Wu Shaochen would have already leveled up. However, he remained indifferent, considering experience merely a triviality. What concerned him was that despite the substantial experience gained, Silver Wolf had only ascended to level 10, albeit with an alarming increase in power. Silver Wolf, talent, awakening in progress. Level, 10 health, 40, 400 mana, 200 physical attack, 550 physical defense, 330 magical defense, 220 speed, 220 the attributes at level 10 were significantly superior to Silver Wolf's previous state. And with the potential still awakening, further enhancements were likely. Most notably, Silver Wolf's speed had surged dramatically, reaching 220 points at level 10, enabling him to coordinate with Wu Shaochen in battles against bosses. Previously, Wu Shaochen had hesitated to let Silver Wolf face damage due to his inferior speed compared to the bosses, making it nearly impossible for him to return. Although a pet could be resummoned after an hour of death, losing a level each time, repeated deaths could diminish loyalty, leading to potential betrayal. Thus, Wu Shaochen had never entertained the thought of sending Silver Wolf to his demise. Perhaps this very reason was why Silver Wolf remained eager to serve as his companion post-awakening. At level 10, Silver Wolf had grown considerably, though he still stood only to Wu Shaochen's calf. With his talent maximized, it was prudent to return to the previous level to farm for health points, as the efficiency here was subpar. He decided to log off for a meal and then return to grind until midnight before tackling the dungeon, which would surely bolster his strength significantly. Finding a monster-free zone to log off, he reheated the lunch he had packed earlier and opened his phone to browse the forums. The most fervent topic of discussion remained that elusive dark gold equipment. At this stage, it was virtually impossible for dark gold level gear to emerge, nor could anyone contend with dark gold bosses. Subsequently, someone revealed that the dark gold equipment was only available after exiting dungeons, igniting a frenzy among players. Countless individuals dedicated themselves to leveling up tirelessly, striving to reach level 20 to access the dungeon sooner. Wu Shaochen chuckled to himself, knowing that they might as well abandon hopes of dark gold equipment. Typically, a successful challenge of a standard dungeon would only reward silver chests, with a mere chance of yielding a piece of gold equipment being a cause for celebration. After finishing his meal, Wu Shaochen logged back in, leading Silver Wolf to the first level, heading toward the left passage. Farming for health points on the first level was truly exhilarating. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he indeed encountered a densely populated mining area teeming with monsters. 24-level skeletons wielding skeletal shields, with 68,000 health, 620 defense, and a slightly lower attack of 610, inferior to the 23-level skeleton mages. Yet, their skill, Shield Bash, posed a significant nuisance. While the damage was only 150, the enforced stun for 1 second was quite troublesome. In retrospect, he mused, the skeleton warriors in the first mining area had been far easier to combat. Yet, regardless of the challenges faced, one must persevere, enhancing one's vitality while concurrently elevating the rank of Silver Wolf, striving to vanquish the tiger within 2 days, undoubtedly resulting in a significant boost in strength. Following this, the pursuit of the golden level war god's secret realm shall commence, which would be quite splendid. Wu Shaochen embarked once more on the arduous journey of monster farming, finding the shield strikes of the skeletal sentinels exceedingly vexing, necessitating the engagement of 4 or 5 at a time, for the shield strike possesses a mere 10-second cooldown. Attracting too many would lead to a dizzying defeat. In Jinling City, A.O. Shi Tianxia inquired, "Have we located Qinfeng?" "Not yet. It seems he has not appeared in Jinling for quite some time, likely occupied with monster hunting in high-level areas inaccessible to us," replied A.O. Shi Fengyu. "Umph. I wonder how long he can evade us," retorted A.O. Shi Tianxia, then continued, "Let them keep searching. We must hasten our efforts to reach level 20 today for the dungeon." In Jilu City, a flash of golden light signified an upgrade. Under the assistance of other experts from the Divine King Pavilion, the guild leader, Divine King, became the first to attain level 20 after Qinfeng. "Divine King, shall we delve into the dungeon?" inquired the left hand of God. "I shall investigate first. You likely will not reach level 20 today. I will enter solo to gauge the difficulty. If Qinfeng managed to clear it alone, it cannot be overly challenging. We must not waste our daily opportunity," Divine King affirmed. Soon, they arrived at the Linlang dungeon in Jilu City. Divine King gazed at the stone tablet, displaying the first team to clear it, Qinfeng's team, and smiled. Finally, a chance for an indirect confrontation. He then clicked to challenge. "Do you think Divine King will succeed in the challenge?" The gathered experts from the Divine King Pavilion began to speculate. Certainly, he is Divine King, after all. This Chun Feng appeared out of nowhere and cannot possibly compare, asserted the left hand of God confidently. Indeed, Chun Feng only had an initial advantage due to innate talent, but his true strength is lacking. Added the right hand of God. As they conversed, suddenly, a figure was teleported out, and they witnessed Divine King emerge from the dungeon with a grave expression. What happened? Divine King? They quickly inquired. This dungeon is exceedingly difficult. You must all reach level 20 before we can attempt it together, he replied, casting a lingering glance at the names inscribed on the stone tablet before departing. The others exchanged glances and promptly followed, refraining from uttering a word. It was evident that Divine King had failed, and it was not the time to exacerbate the wound. With the emergence of the first level 20 player, others steadily ascended to that level as well, and each expert's first action was to rush into the dungeon, only to be met with overwhelming defeat. Fortunately, death within the dungeon did not result in level loss or equipment penalties, merely teleportation. Otherwise, they would have regretted their decisions profoundly. Amidst his unwavering focus on passive farming, Wu Shaochen's private chat channel suddenly chimed. Schwerer, Chun Feng, do you have any strategies for the dungeon? Chun Feng, what strategies are needed? There are 3 paths. Just clear them one by one. Schwerer, but the number of monsters is increasing, and we simply cannot defeat them. Chun Feng, can't we form a team? Gathering 10 individuals should make it more manageable. You didn't attempt the dungeon alone, did you? Schwerer, Chun Feng, what a rookie, drinking to such excess and still daring to challenge the dungeon alone. At this moment, Su Mushua, standing at the entrance of the dungeon, felt a surge of irritation at Wu Shaochen's reply, tempted to retort, aren't you alone as well? Yet she held her tongue. That guy was hardly human. After finishing their private chat, Wu Shaochen opened the level leaderboard and was surprised to see that, apart from himself, everyone else had reached level 20. These players certainly level up quickly, he mused. I cannot afford to be idle. I must continue grinding. After dedicating over 3 hours to clearing the skeletal shield guards, he finally eradicated all 604 of them. Wu Shaochen's level ascended to LV 23, 165,396. Beyond level 20, the experience required for each level increased by 100,000, significantly raising the difficulty of leveling up. However, this posed no concern for Wu Shaochen, as he could still farm health points without leveling. His ambition was to become an exceptionally resilient assassin. The immortal body, combined with the previous 561 points, further augmented his health by 1165 points, along with an additional 80 points from leveling and a 10 bonus from his title, totaling an impressive increase of 1369 health points. His maximum health soared to 15,646, and he had yet to allocate any of his remaining 40 free attribute points, all of which he invested in vitality. Focusing on defeating that formidable tiger, his physical and magical defenses rose by 57 points, reaching 950 and 939 respectively, nearing the remarkable threshold of 1,000. With such formidable defense and health, he had undoubtedly become the most resilient assassin in the entire server. The elimination of over 600 skeletal shield guards also propelled Silver Wolf to level 14. However, Wu Shaochen frowned in concern, noting that the experience required for the awakened Silver Wolf was significantly greater than that of its predecessor. Now consuming 40 of the experience and battling monsters over level 20, it took an astounding 1,000 encounters to reach level 14. In the past, it would have likely surpassed level 20 by now. Chapter 70. Yet again, defeated after clearing this area, Wu Shaochen discovered there were no more passages left. He returned to the central position and proceeded to the right, soon entering another mining zone. There, he beheld a multitude of skeletons scattered throughout the expanse. Casting a discerning spell, he identified the presence of level 25 skeletal assassins, boasting an impressive attack power of 720, a health pool of 65,000, and a defense of 560. Their unique skill, Backstab, was evidently superior to Wu Shaochen's, as it bypassed 55 of the target's defense and inflicted 160 damage with a cooldown of 25 seconds. An upgraded version? Wu Shaochen pondered. noticing that the names and skills were identical while all attributes had been enhanced. Could it be that skills could evolve? However, he observed no upgrade button. Never mind. I shall discover the truth in due time. Resolute, Wu Shaochen dismissed his doubts. These assassins lack control skills. Although a single backstab could inflict over 700 damage, he could withstand the assault of more than 10. Moreover, Silver Wolf occasionally provided encouragement to bolster his attack and defense, making the grinding process rather manageable. He continued his endeavor until past midnight, finally vanquishing all 612 skeletal assassins. His experience surged to LV-23, 407, 742, 600, 000, with the immortal body enhancing his health by 612 points. His health now reached 16, 319, while Silver Wolf ascended to level 17, boasting a health total of 96. 400 points, physical defense of 750, magical defense of 500, an attack power of 1, 250, and an astonishing speed of 500. Except for health, these attributes rivaled those of a silver boss. All right, time to return to the dungeon. Perhaps I shall obtain some golden equipment, Wu Shaochen mused, promptly utilizing a return scroll to teleport back to Jinling City, then hastening towards the dungeon. Boss, Chen Feng has returned and is heading towards the dungeon. Wu Shaochen made his way to the Linlang dungeon, noticing it was less crowded now, likely due to the players' curiosity having waned upon realizing they needed to level up. He swiftly created a solo team at the dungeon entrance and was soon transported inside. Meanwhile, Jinling City was bustling with activity, as many players noted the return of the formidable players from AO Shikun Xiong, gathering at the city gates. Looks like AO Shikun Xiong is up to something big again. Something exciting is bound to happen. Jinling City has been too quiet lately, and I'm not accustomed to this tranquility. Indeed, but with such grand gestures, are they preparing for war against another guild? Who knows? Do you think they might target the great Chen Feng once more? Don't dismiss the possibility. Let us follow. We're in for a spectacle. Before long, a formidable force of over 3,000 players from AO Shikun Xiong marched resolutely towards the Linlang secret realm, swiftly encircling its entrance. Clad in silver armor, AO Tianxia stood at the center of the throng, gazing towards the Linlang secret realm with a glint of hatred in his eyes. Chen Feng, today marks your demise. After 2 days of rest and development, the overall strength of the members of the Proud World Alliance has significantly improved. This elite team of 3,000 boasts full sets of black iron gear and complete professional configurations, with over a dozen core guild members adorned in bronze equipment, marking a dramatic transformation compared to before. Wu Shaochen, once again navigating the dazzling secret realm, now ventures forth with enhanced prowess. His strength has notably increased since his last foray, and with the formidable Silver Wolf by his side, he finds himself empowered. Were it not for the unsettling nature of Silver Wolf's poison, he might have struggled against this powerful ally. At this moment, Silver Wolf, leveraging his innate abilities, enjoys a 30 boost in attack damage and lifesteal, weaving through the hordes of monsters with remarkable speed, relishing the chaos of battle, finally able to stand on his own. This time, thanks to the doubled toxin damage and Silver Wolf's assistance, Wu Shaochen completed the dungeon in a mere 16 minutes, setting a new personal record. After vanquishing the Guardian, he received a golden piece of equipment and was rewarded with a silver treasure chest upon completing the dungeon. However, before he could open it, he was abruptly transported out. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, yet he was unprepared for the onslaught that awaited him upon his arrival. As Wu Shaochen materialized, he had yet to regain his bearings when a barrage of damage struck him, causing his health to plummet rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his void ability, evading the remaining attacks. As he gazed ahead, he was met with a sea of players, among whom he recognized several familiar figures. He was relieved that his pet had automatically returned to its space during the dungeon transition. Otherwise, Silver Wolf could have potentially lost a level amid such crowd. On the side of the Proud World Alliance, witnessing their archers and mages inflict damage on the sealed adversary that was no longer -1, but rather reaching into the hundreds. Excitement surged among them. The shield warriors and fighters charged towards Wu Shaochen, Thankfully, they were not in a location capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Previously, at the city gate, thousands from the Proud World Alliance could line up to deliver coordinated attacks. But here, while the dazzling secret realm could host thousands, the space was too constrained for such a formation, limiting effective attackers to a few hundred. As Wu Shaochen's sudden appearance caught most members of the Proud World Alliance off guard, they did not react swiftly enough to launch a simultaneous assault. Otherwise, even 200 or 300 players could have overwhelmed him. Equipped players could not replicate the previous scenario of single-handedly facing thousands. Last time, a protective scroll had saved him. Without it, he would have faced a grim fate. Currently, regardless of individual strength, limitations exist, and numbers ultimately dictate the outcome. Soon, Wu Shaochen's void ability dissipated, and the shield warriors and fighters from the Proud World Alliance closed in, sealing off his escape route. Just as the next wave of ranged attacks was about to descend upon him, Wu Shaochen's figure vanished from sight, leaving others momentarily stunned, until they heard a resounding shout from the Proud World Alliance. Over here! At this moment, Wu Shaochen appeared behind Ao Shirtianxia, delivering a heavy blow followed by a deft strike that swiftly incapacitated him. Although Wu Shaochen did not exert additional force, his attack reached an impressive power of over 1,700, resulting in a loss of more than 5,700 health points from Ao Shirtianxia, whose vitality as a warrior evidently had not reached such a critical threshold. Upon falling, Ao Shirtianxia dropped 2 pieces of equipment, which Wu Shaochen promptly collected. Meanwhile, the rest of the Ao Shirtianxia team finally reacted, unleashing a flurry of skills toward Wu Shaochen. However, he deftly produced a scroll, shattered it, and vanished from sight, leaving the bewildered members of Ao Shirtianxia in disarray. In the aftermath, Ao Shirtianxia swallowed hard, at a loss for words. Thousands had surrounded a single individual, only to witness their leader slain with such elegance. What now? Inquired Ao Shigu Fengi, who had always opposed the plan to besiege Qinfeng, believing him to be far from easy prey, yet their leader had chosen to disregard his counsel. I relayed the situation to the leader, who instructed us to retreat, replied Ao Shifengyu. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Jinling City, Ao Shirtianxia's face darkened to the point of nearly dripping with frustration. His suspicions had proven correct. The thousands he had brought could indeed breach defenses, as a single point of strength and 2 points of attack overshadowed the meager defense gained from point of root. Yet, he had still underestimated Chun Feng's hidden capabilities. Once again, before the eyes of many, he had been slain by Chun Feng, and his resentment towards him had become utterly uncontainable. Chapter 71. Above all silver on the other side, Wu Shaochen scratched his head as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. After utilizing a random teleportation scroll, he found himself transported to this unknown location. Uncertain of where he was, he opened his map, only to find an expanse of darkness. After scaling the map down considerably, he finally spotted Jinling City, estimating that he was over several hundred kilometers away. Is this scroll really that potent? It teleported me hundreds of kilometers away? Wu Shaochen mused. Fortunately, he had purchased a considerable number of return scrolls beforehand. Otherwise, he would have surely perished from exhaustion. Given the circumstances he had just experienced, he had no choice but to employ a teleportation scroll, as the assailants had all exceeded 1,000 in attack power, capable of breaching his defenses. It seemed he needed to seek out more survival skills. Thankfully, I acquired something remarkable, he remarked, glancing at the exquisite necklace adorning his neck with a smile. Exquisite necklace, gold grade. Physical attack 200, critical hit rate 15, luck 8, additional attributes, strength 25, agility 25, vitality 25, additional skill, blink, teleport to a designated location. Maximum distance of 20 meters, cooldown time of 5 minutes. Wearing requirement, physical class. If it weren't for this necklace, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the fool from Ao Shirtianxia, he thought, eyeing the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Ao Shirtianxia. A smirk crossed his lips, It appeared that his oft-derided luck had proven effective this time, as he had procured 2 pieces of silver equipment from Shaochen, one of which was the tiger head helmet he had previously listed in the auction house. He had even casually remarked that if it were purchased by Shaochen, he would sell it again, never expecting it to materialize. Blessed be the god of wealth, Wu Shaochen sighed, then turned his attention to the other silver equipment, his eyes sparkling with delight. It was a silver ring, and, coincidentally, he only possessed 1 bronze ring, the tiger head ring. The rest were all silver or above. Shaochen truly resonates with my sentiments. What a good person! Azure pattern ring, silver grade. Life 600, physical attack 160, cooldown reduction 5, additional attributes, strength 17, constitution 18, agility 17, wearing requirement, physical class. He donned the ring, replacing the solitary bronze tiger head ring. The enhancement to his power was marginal, as both items were accessories that increased attack power. For Wu Shaochen, the improvement was not substantial, especially since he was already at level 23, which meant that engaging in dungeons with level 20 monsters would not trigger the immortal body, resulting in only a slight boost to his attributes. Life 16, 467, attack 1, 765, physical defense 983, magic defense 972, movement speed 724, attack speed 167, critical hit rate 15, luck 18, experience 562, 242 600, 000. Other attributes remained unchanged. During this expedition, he had actually obtained 5 pieces of silver equipment. It seemed the 3 dungeon bosses were guaranteed to drop silver, and the Guardian of Exquisite also yielded 2 pieces. However, none of the 5 silver items were of any use to him. Once again opening his backpack, only a silver treasure chest remained. Wu Shaochen rubbed his hands together. While it was merely a silver chest, there was still a chance it could yield golden equipment. Although the probability was low, he had previously obtained dark gold from a golden chest, indicating that he was indeed favored by fortune. He clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the skill Chisel Strike. A skill? This is promising. The items obtained from treasure chests correspond to the profession of the opener, and a skill must surely be for an assassin. Initially, Wu Shaochen did not hold high hopes for a silver chest, expecting it to yield silver equipment. To his surprise, it was a skill, which genuinely delighted him. Chisel Strike consumes 50 mana points, dealing 150 physical attack damage to the target and stunning them for 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Usage requirement, assassin. A skill that can stun. What a treasure. The more skills, the better. He quickly learned it. After mastering the skill, Wu Shaochen glanced at his backpack, which still contained 6 silver, 9 bronze, and 16 black iron pieces of equipment, including those dropped by the Skeleton Shield Guard and Skeleton Assassin. He had been too lazy to sort through them before, but now was the perfect time to handle all. He placed the equipment on the auction house, processing them one by one. Black iron equipment sold for 5,000 each, totaling 72,000. The bronze had also decreased in value, selling at 80,000 each and netting him 648,000 in total. As for the 6 silver pieces, 2 were mage equipment, which he decided to keep for his sister, who should soon be leaving the novice village. He placed the remaining 4 in bidding mode for 30 minutes. Having completed these tasks, Wu Shaochen looked around. The area resembled a valley, and the scenery was quite beautiful. Since he was there, he might as well explore. He mused and ventured deeper into the valley. Along the way, he encountered no monsters. The silence was eerie. After walking for quite a while, he reached the end of the valley, where he spotted a pool at the base of a cliff. The water in the pool was not clear, but rather a milky white liquid, with a faint steam rising above it. A hot spring? Wu Shaochen blinked in disbelief. There was even a hot spring in the game? He approached slowly, arriving at the edge of the pool, preparing to touch the water to gauge its temperature when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow beneath the surface. Due to the milky quality of the water, the shadow was quite prominent. Wu Shaochen's curiosity was piqued, and he attempted to cast a detection spell, but found he was too far away. Should I go in? He wondered. The outline of the shadow resembled a humanoid figure. He was unsure if it was a living creature. If it were alive, he could be in danger. However, if it were not, perhaps it would be a treasure. His curiosity, insatiable as a cat's, urged him on. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thought, what the hell? Even if I die, I'll just lose a level. It's not like I'll actually die. With that, he carefully stepped into the pool and began to swim downward. Ding! Absorbing the diluted spring water, life 1. Ding! Absorbing the diluted spring water, life 1. Ding! Absorbing the diluted spring water, life 1. Wu Shaochen, submerged, was momentarily stunned. Just by soaking, he was gaining life? What kind of miraculous spring water is this? At the moment Wu Shaochen plunged into the water, a shadow lurking at the bottom of the pool suddenly opened its eyes, gazing upwards. Immersed in the tranquil waters, Wu Shaochen was serenaded by the continuous notifications of the system, with each passing second augmenting his vitality, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. In a blissful reverie, he seemed to have forgotten the purpose of his descent. Just as he was relishing the experience, he felt an unsettling presence rising from below. He quickly glanced down, only to see a figure darting towards him at an astonishing speed. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened, and he instinctively activated his teleportation ability, emerging from the pool. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to escape the water, for combat was futile within its depths. However, to his astonishment, the figure followed closely behind and, before he could react, delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. How did you find this place? A chilling voice echoed in Wu Shaochen's ears. Chapter 72. Zio. At this moment, Wu Shaochen was still in a state of bewilderment, having just lost over 10,000 health points from a single kick. How outrageous was that? He quickly turned his gaze to the figure before him, a stunning woman clad in black, her eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. It seemed that any unsatisfactory response from Wu Shaochen would lead to his immediate demise. He discreetly cast an insight spell. Zio, Demon Clan level. Elf. Attack. Demon. Demon Clan? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in astonishment. Hadn't the Demon Clan already retreated to the Demon Realm? How could he encounter one here? Answer, or die. Zio's icy voice echoed once more. Would you believe me if I said I came here quite inexplicably? Wu Shaochen replied. Upon hearing this, Zio's gaze grew even colder, clearly unconvinced by his words. She extended her palm, a wisp of black demonic energy swirling from her hand as she coldly stated, "Since you refuse to speak the truth, there is no need to spare your life." Wait, killing me is pointless. I'm an adventurer. I can respawn, Wu Shaochen hurriedly retorted. This woman could even chase him through teleportation. Escaping from her was utterly impossible. Dying once was inconsequential, but he feared losing his precious equipment. He was currently adorned in exquisite gear, and the thought of losing even a single piece was heart-wrenching. An adventurer? A flicker of confusion crossed Zio's face, as if a thought had suddenly struck her. She looked at Wu Shaochen with a peculiar expression, and in an instant, her previously frigid demeanor vanished, replaced by an alluring charm as she addressed him. Since you are an adventurer, I shall spare your life and even present you with a task, complete with rewards. Wow, that was a swift change of heart, Wu Shaochen remarked, then inquired what task. What are the rewards? If the rewards were substantial, he would certainly accept. After all, he was merely a player. The conflicts among NPCs held no relevance for him. The task is quite simple. You just need to retrieve an item for me. As for the reward, how does a drop of life spring water sound? Zio enticed him. Life spring water? What use does it have? Wu Shaochen asked. For adventurers like you, consuming a drop of life spring water can permanently increase your maximum health by 10,000 points, Zio explained. Is that true? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in disbelief. With a wave of her hand, a droplet of liquid floated before Wu Shaochen, exuding a potent aura of life. He quickly examined it. Life spring water. Consuming it permanently increases maximum health by 10,000 points. Each individual may utilize a maximum of 3 drops. Wu Shaochen's breath quickened. The effects of this item were indeed remarkable. No wonder the diluted life spring water in the pond had restored health at a rate of 1 point per second. What do you need me to find? Wu Shaochen asked, realizing that refusing such a generous reward would be foolish. The nether fruit, Zio replied. What is the nether fruit? I have never even heard of it. How can I help you find it? Wu Shaochen inquired. There is an old man, Sun, in Jinling City. He is a master alchemist and happens to possess a nether fruit. If you can procure it for me, this drop of life spring water shall be yours, Zio stated. Ding! Zio has assigned you a task. Venture to Jinling City to locate the old man's son and procure the nether spirit fruit from him to deliver to Zio. The reward for this task is a drop of life spring water. Will you accept? Note, this task involves factional matters. Should the inhabitants of Jinling City become aware of your actions, you will be hunted throughout the city. Choose wisely. Alas, this is quite serious. Wu Shaochen hesitated to accept the task. Being hunted by an entire city was no trivial matter. Can I decline? Wu Shaochen asked timidly. What do you think? Ziyu's gaze turned icy once more. What purpose does the nether spirit fruit serve? Wu Shaochen inquired again. This fruit is effective solely for our demon kin. It holds no value for you. Ziyu assumed Wu Shaochen intended to hoard it for himself. What if I ask him for it, and he questions my intentions? What am I to say? Wu Shaochen expressed his frustration. That is for you to ponder, Ziyu replied. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower her, Wu Shaochen would have certainly considered administering a few layers of poison. However, he realized that declining the task would leave him with no means of escape. It was merely a level 1 task, after all. He thought to himself, I might as well agree for now. If the situation becomes untenable, I shall reconsider. Thus, he turned to Ziyu and said, Very well, I accept your request. A wise choice. However, to prevent any duplicity on your part, I must place a mark upon you, Ziyu declared, with a series of intricate hand seals. She waved her hand, sending a dark light towards Wu Shaochen's forehead, where it formed a symbol that swiftly vanished. What have you done to me? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, startled. He touched his forehead, feeling no immediate change, yet he sensed that something had indeed entered him. Nothing of consequence, merely a special technique of our demon race. As long as you remain silent, you shall be fine. Should you utter anything inappropriate, this curse will strike you down instantly. Even if you die and are revived, it will be of no use. The mark is etched upon your very soul. Unless I personally lift it, no matter how many times you are resurrected, it will remain. Ziyu smiled, her expression chilling. How could you? Wu Shaochen felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Was this not a matter of his life being entirely out of his hands? He regretted his curiosity and wished he had simply returned to the city. Enough. You have 5 days. Should you fail to procure the fruit within this time frame, I shall command the mark to kill you daily, Ziyu stated with a smile. And in an instant, she vanished from Wu Shaochen's sight. At that moment, Wu Shaochen was despondent, lamenting his earlier folly of wanting to see her. Sigh, I must return and devise a plan, he thought to himself, only to find that when he shattered the return scroll, he received a notification. Ding! Currently in a special map, return scroll cannot be used. Damn it! Wu Shaochen cursed under his breath, resigned to make his way toward the valley's edge. Damn it! This place doesn't even allow the use of city return scrolls. How could this random scroll have transported me here? If it hadn't I wouldn't be dealing with all this nonsense, Wu Shaochen lamented. After twisting and turning for over 10 minutes, he finally emerged from the valley, greeted by an expanse of primeval forest. After some contemplation, he decided to record the coordinates with the teleportation scroll, ensuring he could return directly next time. Otherwise, if he actually obtained the item, the long trek would surely exhaust him. Several hundred kilometers was no trivial matter. And I lost the teleportation scroll in the process. What a regrettable journey, he muttered in frustration. Ding! The item you have listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player for 250,000. After deducting the handling fee of 37,500, a total of 212,500 has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ding! 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 A series of 4 system notifications rang out, lifting Wu Shaochen's spirit somewhat. For pieces sold for silver, 2 at 250,000, 1 at 260,000, and another at 240,000, totaling exactly 1 million. After deducting the fees, his net income stood at 850,000. With the influx of wealth, Wu Shaochen's mood improved considerably. He took out a city return scroll and soon found himself back in Jinling City. It was already quite late, so he promptly logged off, removed his helmet, and collapsed onto his bed. He set an alarm for 6 hours, knowing he had a plethora of tasks awaiting him the next day. He hoped for a peaceful night's sleep, wishing to avoid nightmares after a day filled with battling skeletons and an encounter with a terrifying woman. Chapter 73. Are you still human? When Wu Shaocheng was roused from his slumber by the insistent beeping of the alarm clock, he found himself in a rather disheveled state, unmistakably having suffered from a nightmare. He rubbed his forehead, sensing an unfamiliar weight upon him, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle, realizing that he had been unnerved by that woman, blurring the lines between the game and reality. He resolved to assist her in retrieving her belongings to facilitate her release. Even if she refused, alternative solutions would surely present themselves. If she were truly as formidable as she claimed, she would not be lurking in the depths of the pond in secrecy. Gazing out at the pitch-black sky, Wu Shaocheng dismissed the alarm once more and succumbed to sleep, knowing that only with ample rest could he muster the strength to vanquish monsters. His next awakening was provoked by the ringing of his phone, and in a dazed state. He answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Brother, it's me." "Oh, Zine, what is up?" "Brother, I've reached level 10. Which main city are you in?" "I'm coming to find you." "Oh, level 10 already? Quite impressive," Wu Shaocheng remarked, finally shaking off the remnants of sleep. "Brother, it's already 10 o'clock. Aren't you worried about being overtaken?" It's 10 o'clock." Wu Shaocheng sprang up, suddenly aware of the urgency. Today was the day to confront the tiger. "I'm in Jinling City. Come over." He quickly informed Wu Ziyin before hanging up. Hastily freshening up and devouring some snacks he had left over from his last shopping trip before logging into the game. Upon his arrival in Jinling City, Wu Shaocheng made his way directly to the Lord's mansion, as he had devised a strategy for dealing with the tiger. It was imperative to inform the Lord, as this was a monumental quest with potentially splendid rewards. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, the guards recognized him, and he navigated through the familiar corridors to meet the Lord, who was still preoccupied with concerns over the tiger. "Sheng Feng, have you come up with a solution?" The Lord inquired eagerly upon seeing Wu Shaocheng. "Yes, I have formulated a plan to confront the demonized jungle tiger king." Wu Shaocheng responded straightforwardly. "Excellent. Please proceed to Lu Family Village and take a sealing master with you to completely seal off the demon realm passage in the depths of the Tiger Roar Forest." The Lord exclaimed with excitement. "Ding! The Lord of Jinling City has issued you a quest. Proceed to Lu Family Village with a sealing master to seal the demon realm passage in the depths of Tiger Roar Forest. The sealing master will require 10 minutes to seal the passage. Please do your utmost to withstand the onslaught of the demonized jungle tiger king for 10 minutes. Granting the sealing master sufficient time. Quest rewards are unknown." Wu Shaocheng mused to himself, "So the Lord merely expects me to stall the tiger for 10 minutes, rather than slaying it. He likely doesn't believe I can defeat the beast." However, he concluded that vanquishing the tiger would be considerably easier than merely holding it off for that duration. After accepting the quest, Wu Shaocheng had just exited the city gates when he received a private message from Wu Ziyin. "Phone brother, I completed my job transfer. Where are you?" "Wait for me in the job transfer hall. I'll be there shortly," he replied before heading towards the job transfer hall. Upon arriving, he soon spotted a girl clad in the basic white gear of a novice village, scanning her surroundings. The job transfer hall was relatively empty now, with only a handful of players yet to complete their job transfers. Wu Shaocheng walked directly up to Wu Ziyin, noticing her gaze wandering. He remarked, "What are you looking at? You don't even recognize me standing right in front of you." Startled, Wu Ziyin replied, "How can anyone recognize you with that mask on? Have you changed your profession to a priest?" Wu Shaocheng inquired, as one's occupation was unmistakable. "Yes, brother. Didn't you say my talent allows me to switch to either a mage or a priest? But being a mage requires great skill, and with my lack of experience, it would be a waste. Being a priest is much better. I only need to heal from the back. However, you must guide me, or I won't be able to level up," Wu Ziyin said, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "All right." Wu Shaocheng nodded, appreciating Wu Ziyin's self-awareness. if he were to accompany her. Being a priest was indeed more suitable, especially since the automatic stat points for priests were allocated to intelligence and spirit, which suited her well. He then handed her 2 pieces of silver gear he had previously saved, a robe and a ring. He had sold off his previous equipment, leaving only these 2 behind. However, it would be a difficult task for Wu Shaochen to help her acquire a full set of silver gear. Wow, silver gear! Wu Xin exclaimed with excitement. Although she had only been playing for 2 days, she understood that silver gear was currently the pinnacle of equipment. Brother, why don't we sell these 2 pieces? I heard a single piece of silver gear can sell for over 200,000. If we sell them, we could buy a house back in our hometown. Wu Xin said, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Just wear them. Do you think I'm someone who lacks money? Wu Shaochen retorted, slightly annoyed. True, brother. You are indeed a renowned figure. Wu Xin replied, her face filled with admiration. All right, enough chatter. Put on the gear quickly. I'll take you on a big adventure. Okay. Wu Xin's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of battling a boss alongside her brother. She wondered if it would be a bronze or silver one. By the way, hold on to this. Keep it in your backpack and don't lose it. Wu Shaochen handed her a magical orb from his bag, knowing it was perfectly suited for her. Wu Xin took the magical orb, glanced at it, and then placed it in her backpack, seemingly unaware of its true power. Observing her reaction, Wu Shaochen shook his head, confirming his earlier thoughts. He then spoke seriously, Xin. This orb must be kept with you at all times, and don't show it to anyone, understood? Okay, brother. Is this orb even better than silver gear? Wu Xin inquired. Wu Shaochen's lips twitched as he replied earnestly. For you, this orb is a divine artifact. Ah, Wu Xin responded, partially comprehending, but she decided to trust her brother's words. Wu Shaochen took Wu Xin to a clothing shop where they purchased several outfits, along with a veil for her to wear. Then they headed towards Lu family village. Wearing the actual gear was rather unappealing, and even if the effects of the silver gear were hidden, a discerning eye could easily recognize it. It was far better to don fashionable attire. As for the veil, it was imperative to wear it given that he would inevitably gain notoriety. Wu Xin accepted this without hesitation. Throughout the journey, Wu Shaochen endeavored to slow his pace. However, Wu Xin exhibited no agility whatsoever. Judging by her current footwear, it was likely that she was wearing second-tier goat boots, which would certainly limit her speed to no more than 2 points. Far too sluggish. After some time, unable to endure the slow pace any longer, Wu Shaochen glanced around and noticed the absence of passers-by. He summoned the silver wolf. Wow, brother, is this your pet? The once top-ranked silver wolf? How adorable! Wu Xin exclaimed, her affection overflowing as she moved to embrace the creature. Unfortunately, the proud howling moon wolf evaded her grasp with a swift movement, refusing to allow anyone but its master to hold it. Previously, Wu Shaochen was momentarily taken aback. Upon checking the leaderboard, he indeed found no trace of the silver wolf. Could it be that its potential was obscured during the awakening process? Wu Shaochen pondered. Nevertheless, this was a relief, as it meant there was finally a ranking that did not pertain to him. After completing a dungeon yesterday, the silver wolf had already reached level 18. But its height barely reached Wu Shaochen's knee. Observing Wu Xin's height of 168 meters and then the diminutive stature of the silver wolf, he felt a pang of guilt. Nonetheless, he crouched down and asked, Little wolf, would you allow my sister to ride you? At this, both the silver wolf and Wu Xin gazed at Wu Shaochen in shock. Brother, are you joking? It's far too small for that. I can walk perfectly well. I'm not tired at all, Wu Xin replied. The silver wolf also regarded Wu Shaochen with an expression of disbelief, as if to say, Are you even human? Is this a matter of fatigue? Wu Shaochen thought to himself, then firmly insisted, If I say she can ride, then she shall ride. Chapter 74. You call this a pet? Thus, an unusual pair emerged. Wu Shaochen walked ahead, followed closely by a small wolf measuring only a few dozen centimeters in height, upon which a young maiden was surprisingly perched. This peculiar combination inevitably drew countless comments from onlookers along their path. Goodness, what a creature! How can anyone bear to ride such a diminutive wolf? Indeed, the girl seems overly delicate. Does she truly think she might perish from merely walking? How could anyone be so audacious as to ride a mere pup? Alas, the fickleness of human nature. Hearing the multitude of remarks, Wu Xin buried her face in the fur of the silver-tailed wolf. Even with her veil, she felt utterly embarrassed. Brother, perhaps I should simply walk instead, Wu Xin suggested timidly. No, continue riding. We shall arrive shortly, Wu Shaochen asserted resolutely. The level 18 silver-tailed wolf boasted a speed of 540, rivaling Wu Shaochen's own pace, which was far superior to Wu Xin's modest movement speed. Soon, they reached Lu Family Village, where a crowd awaited them at the entrance. Upon Wu Shaochen's arrival, the villagers hastened toward him, only to reveal expressions of disappointment as they drew nearer. Are you the one sent by the city lord to assist us in sealing the demon realm passage? Inquired an elder. Indeed, replied Wu Shaochen. Then surely, besides the two of you, the city lord has dispatched other skilled individuals to await us? The elder's face lit with hope. Alas, it is just the two of us, Wu Shaochen stated plainly. At this declaration, nearly every villager's face fell with disillusionment. Wu Shaochen realized that these individuals looked down upon him. Come now, my presence alone suffices, he declared boldly. What arrogance! You, a mere child of level 23 in the Silver Realm, possess the audacity to contend with a level 30 golden jungle tiger king? Do not endanger us all, one elder retorted, unrelenting in his disdain. My confidence is my own affair. Whether you choose to accompany me or not is irrelevant. For I have arrived. If you find this unacceptable, take it up with your city lord, Wu Shaochen replied, turning away with Wu Xin in tow, leaving the villagers in stunned silence. Not much skill, yet an inflated ego. I truly wonder what the city lord was thinking in sending such a person. The elder continued. Enough of this. The city lord must have his reasons for sending him. We ought to follow, lest we be held accountable should things go awry, the leading elder advised. Wu Shaochen paid no heed to those behind him. His objective lay in vanquishing the demonized jungle tiger king. Once he achieved that, the villagers would surely understand their course of action. Observing that they ultimately chose to follow, Wu Shaochen smirked, bemused by their compliance. As they ventured into the tiger roar forest, Wu Shaochen's brow furrowed, for he noticed a party already engaged in battling jungle tigers. He knew that any commotion from his confrontation with the boss would undoubtedly attract their attention, and he harbored no desire for them to witness his struggle against the formidable foe. These individuals must be lacking in common sense. With so few tigers in the tiger roar forest, it takes ages to find even one. Is it truly efficient to come here to hunt monsters? Wu Shaochen remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. At that moment, this group also took notice of the peculiar pairing of the Wu siblings, their faces immediately betraying a glimmer of greed. In the wild, engaging in PvP for equipment is a commonplace occurrence. The leader of the group, accompanied by 4 teammates, approached the Wu siblings. Brother, your little wolf cub possesses quite the strength. Managing to ride a person at such a young age, the man jested. Not bad, Wu Shaochen replied with a smile, though inwardly he scoffed at their audacity. I wonder if it's possible to bargain. I'll offer 1 copper coin. Laughter erupted from the man and his companions. Wu Shaochen chuckled as well, turning to Wu Xin. Xin, you can dismount. If these gentlemen want the wolf cub, let them have it. Although Wu Xin appeared confused, she obediently climbed down from the silver wolf's back. The opposing group was momentarily taken aback. Was she really so compliant? Upon seeing Wu Xin dismount, Wu Shaochen addressed the silver wolf. They claim you're worth only 1 copper coin. Can you tolerate such an insult? The silver wolf seemed to understand Wu Shaochen's words and instantly activated its speed, lunging forward. Such a slight was intolerable. How dare they mock us? Attack! Let us take down this wolf cub first, the man shouted. Yet they soon found themselves engulfed in despair. The silver wolf's astonishing speed, terrifying damage, and impressive health were far beyond their capabilities to contend with. What do you mean this is a pet? This is more ferocious than a boss, one of the shield bearers exclaimed. Damn it, a casual strike deals me 800 or 900 damage. I've never endured such pain even while facing a boss. Boss, we've hit a brick wall this time. Let us retreat. Retreat, the leader commanded decisively. Unfortunately, their speed paled in comparison to that of the silver wolf. And soon enough, they were sent back to town. Wu Ziyin watched in astonishment the entire time. She had never anticipated that the small wolf cub she had been riding was so formidable. Wu Shaochen approached and collected the equipment that had fallen to the ground, 5 pieces of black iron and 2 pieces of bronze. Their gear was quite commendable. No wonder they dared to hunt tigers. He handed 2 pieces of black iron equipment suitable for Wu Ziyin and promptly placed the rest on the auction house. These were low-level items, and Wu Shaochen decided to sell them at a bargain, having acquired them for free. He priced the 3 pieces of black iron at 3,000 and the 2 pieces of bronze at 50,000. This was their true market value. All right, with that settled, let's continue our journey. You should get back on, Wu Shaochen said to Wu Ziyin. Wu Ziyin shook her head vigorously, recalling the fierce demeanor of the silver wolf. There was no way she would dare to ride again. Observing her reaction, Wu Shaochen did not press the matter further. She would adapt in due time. After all, they were not far from their destination. The silver wolf finally felt relieved, its steps considerably lighter. Though Wu Ziyin was not heavy, it was still a challenge for such a young creature to carry her. Had it not been for its exceptional lineage, it would have struggled under the burden. After walking for a few more minutes, Wu Shaochen came to a halt, realizing that venturing further could lead to an encounter with the formidable tiger. The two stood still for a considerable time before they finally spotted the sealers and the soldiers tasked with protecting them approaching. You all wait here. I shall deal with the great tiger before you enter. Ziyin, you should also remain here. Once I have vanquished the beast, I will call you in to share the experience, Wu Shaochen instructed. All right, Wu Ziyin obediently replied, then inquired, Brother, are you going to fight the boss? What level is it? Can I assist you? I can heal you. It's a golden boss. Your current equipment is inadequate, and the healing will be minimal. Once I help you acquire a full set of silver gray gear, then you will be of assistance to me, Wu Shaochen explained. Golden boss? Brother, can you truly defeat a golden boss? Wu Ziyin exclaimed in astonishment. It's manageable, about a 1 in 9 chance, Wu Shaochen replied. When I engage the boss, the commotion will be considerable. If anyone approaches, ensure these soldiers prevent them from entering and disrupting my battle with the boss. Understood? After all, this is merely a level 21 monster zone, and the average player level is around 18 now, with the more skilled ones reaching levels 19 to 20. I cannot guarantee that there won't be any other reckless individuals in the tiger-roaring forest hunting monsters. Chapter 75. Confrontation with the corrupted jungle tiger king. After giving instructions to Wu Ziyin, Wu Shaochen turned to the group following him and said, I will venture in shortly to eliminate the corrupted jungle tiger king, allowing you to seal the passage with peace of mind. However, I do not wish for anyone to interfere with my battle against the tiger king. You're responsible for detaining those who may attempt to disrupt me. Can you manage this? Indeed, the soldiers responded in unison. Although several elderly sealers regarded Wu Shaochen with disdain, the soldiers were different. Their duty was to obey orders. And since this individual was sent by the city lord, his commands were to be followed without question. Good, Wu Shaochen replied with a smile, before entering the depths of the tiger roar forest alongside Silver Wolf. While he knew he was not yet strong enough to face the Tiger King alone, the awakened Silver Wolf was now capable of fighting alongside him. Upon observing Silver Wolf's attributes, he felt assured that they stood a chance against the formidable beast. What did he just say? He intends to slay the Tiger King? One of the elderly men who had previously mocked Wu Shaochen spoke up again. Is he merely boasting? With his strength, how could he possibly defeat a Tiger King? Another elder chimed in. Surely he does not mean to abandon us here while he runs away. The most vociferous elder added, It is you who will flee. My brother has said he can kill it, so just wait here, Wu Ziyin retorted, displeased by their disparagement of her brother. What would a little girl like you know? That is a level 30 golden tiger king. How could a level 23 silver rank fighter like him stand a chance? Initially, I thought he might have some means to hold the Tiger King for 10 minutes. But to audaciously claim he would kill, it is utterly ridiculous, the elder scoffed. Regardless, my brother has stated he can kill it. You should remain here obediently. If you dare to flee, I will inform my brother to tell the city lord of your cowardice. Wu Ziyin shot back, her temper flaring. While she could tolerate their mockery of her, disparaging her brother was beyond her patience. You. The elder was left speechless by Wu Ziyin's retort. Enough of this bickering. Just wait here, the leading elder commanded. Wu Shaocheng, with Silver Wolf cautiously at his side, advanced carefully. The Tiger King was cunning. It had ambushed him before, necessitating utmost vigilance, as he was not yet capable of withstanding its full combination of attacks. Suddenly, Silver Wolf halted, fixating intently on the grass to the right. Recognizing the signs, Wu Shaocheng understood that the wily beast was likely lying in wait to ambush him again. Following Silver Wolf's gaze, he peered into the underbrush. Although he saw nothing, he trusted Silver Wolf's instincts and drew his dagger, preparing for battle. In an instant, a figure lunged out from the foliage, aiming directly for Wu Shaocheng. Anticipating the move, he swiftly dodged to the side and charged forward. The Jungle Tiger King's eyes flashed with confusion. This human typically fled at the sight of him. Why did he suddenly exhibit such audacity? Nevertheless, the Tiger King's reflexes were lightning quick, and, as the human approached, its tail lashed out with ferocity. Miss Wu Shaochen had long anticipated this maneuver, activating her evasion skill to deftly dodge the incoming strike. The evasion skill bore some resemblance to the void skill. However, while evasion could only elude the next blow, the void skill allowed one to escape all attacks within the subsequent second and could also dispel control effects. Thus, evasion paled in comparison to the void. After successfully dodging two crucial control skills, Wu Shaochen charged toward the Tiger King, delivering a strike that incapacitated him. Following this, she executed a heavy blow that silenced him, unleashing a series of skills that procured 4 layers of poison. With that, she swiftly turned and fled, simultaneously directing the exuberant Silver Wolf to run in another direction. With the current poison damage at 1,100 points, 4 layers would inflict over 260,000 life points in a minute, meaning that under normal circumstances, the 2 million health Tiger King would succumb in less than 10 minutes. Not far into her escape, a roar from the Tiger King echoed behind her, as anticipated. Wu Shaochen promptly activated the Void skill, evading the attack. Fortunately, the Silver Wolf ran in a separate direction, allowing the Tiger King's roar to target only one path and sparing the Silver Wolf from harm. Once the roar subsided, the Tiger King found himself at a loss against Wu Shaochen. Lacking sufficient speed, he could only trail behind her in circles. As the minute approached its end, the Tiger King's 3 skills had all cooled down. Wu Shaochen, cautious not to engage recklessly, commanded the Silver Wolf King to bait the skills, knowing that with its 100,000 health, it could withstand a full set of attacks. Indeed, just as the Silver Wolf charged forward, it was struck by the Tiger King's tail, followed swiftly by a pounce that knocked the Silver Wolf down, culminating in a bite that inflicted over 20,000 damage. Had Wu Shaochen been in its place, she would have certainly perished. Quickly, Wu Shaochen rushed to the rescue, delivering a strike that stunned the Tiger King, then unleashed a series of skills before retreating once more. With the Silver Wolf's assistance, defeating the Tiger King became remarkably effortless, as the Tiger King's health plummeted at a rate of 400 per second. At that moment, Wu Xin sent her a private message. Feng Yiner, brother, someone is coming. Chen Feng, are there many? Feng Yiner, over 10 people, but they seem to be calling for reinforcements. Chen Feng, you all hold them off. I'll finish up here shortly. Wu Shaochen paid little heed to the warning. After all, she was the one claiming the boss, and no one had ever snatched a boss from her grasp. The battle raged on, and just as the Tiger King's health was nearing its end, a throng of individuals suddenly surged into the fray, 600 to 700 in total. The leader, upon spotting Wu Shaochen single-handedly battling the boss, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon seeing the Tiger King's dwindling health, a gleam of excitement crossed his face. Send 10 or so to eliminate him. The rest surround the boss. In no time, the hundreds of players split into 2 groups, with over 10 advancing toward Wu Shaochen, while the remainder encircled the boss. Wu Shaochen was taken aback by their audacity. They were brazenly attempting to seize the kill, observing that the Jungle Tiger King still had 20 of its health remaining, over 400,000 points. She decided to withdraw from the fray. Cool, me. Let me see how you intend to take it. Seeing Wu Shaochen retreat, the middle-aged leader, known as Blood Sea Wuyo, the president of the Blood Sea Guild, smirked coldly. At least you know your place. Commanding his team, they launched an assault on the Jungle Tiger King. However, what commenced as a skirmish swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Although the Tiger King's roar was still on cooldown, its staggering attack power of 4,200, even with basic strikes, was overwhelmingly formidable. Coupled with its physical defense of 2,400 and magical defense of 2,200, these figures were insurmountable for players at their current level. "Boss, something seems amiss," one of the players observed, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. "Goodness, boss, this is a level 30 gold boss. There's no way we can defeat it." In a hurry, Bloodsea without bounds cast an insight spell, only to have his face darken in realization. He had initially assumed this boss was merely a bronze or silver level, given that he had witnessed it being reduced to near death by a single player. How formidable could it truly be? Yet, upon closer inspection, he was utterly flabbergasted. The concern had shifted from merely defeating the boss to pondering the identity of the individual capable of inflicting such damage. Initially, he had been informed of the boss's presence, but was deterred by a group of NPCs guarding the entrance. Gathering the elite members of his guild, a troop of 600 to 700 strong, they had boldly approached without fear of the NPCs. Upon entering, they witnessed someone engaged in battle, and the boss already on the brink of defeat, prompting their direct intervention. Yet now, he felt he had committed a grave error. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen leisurely leaned against a tree, arms crossed, a wicked grin playing on his lips. "You dare to claim my boss? Go ahead, if you possess the capability to slay it." Chapter 76: The Might of a Roar. While Bloodsea Wuyo suffered from a relentless headache, the battle raged on unabated. The team of 600 or 700 was ruthlessly scattered by the Jungle Tiger King, infuriated by Wu Shaochen's unscrupulous tactics. The Jungle Tiger King found its fury further ignited when these individuals unwittingly stumbled into its line of fire. "Retreat," Bloodsea Wuyo decisively commanded, recognizing that this boss was beyond their capability to defeat. However, their desire to withdraw was met with vehement disapproval from the Jungle Tiger King, which was not about to let a golden opportunity for retribution slip away. It opened its maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning a blinding flash of white light, followed by a scattering of equipment strewn across the ground. What a breathtaking spectacle! Leaning against a tree, Wu Shaochen reveled in the chaos. Observing that the 10 or so individuals at the front managed to escape unscathed, their faces painted with panic as they sprinted away. "Dare to snatch my boss and think you can flee? How naive," Wu Shaochen declared as he activated a speed boost and pursued them. In no time, he had collected over 10 more pieces of equipment from the ground. Gazing at the bounty before him, Wu Shaochen mused, what a generous offering from this throng of people. I almost feel guilty." He promptly messaged Wu Ziyin, inviting her to join in the equipment collection. As for the Tiger King, it had long since shed its poison, and its health would have likely replenished by now. They could always return to dispatch it later, as it wouldn't consume too much time. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Jinling City, the scene was a sight to behold, packed with 600 to 700 players. Bloodsea Wuyo, caught in the midst of it all, wore a face more dismal than tears could express, having fallen to Wu Shaochen's hand. He finally grasped the reality that they had ventured forth to seize a boss from the archives, only to fail, resulting in the elite members of their guild being utterly annihilated and incurring the ire of the archives. A futile endeavor had led to a grievous loss. In the Tiger Roar Forest, upon receiving her brother's message, Wu Ziyin rushed over, only to be taken aback by the sight of equipment littering the ground. "Brother, did you eliminate everyone who just entered?" "It wasn't me. It was the Tiger King," Wu Shaochen replied. "I warned them not to poke the tigress backside. Yet they chose to do so." Wu Ziyin stuck out her tongue. "But how are we to collect all this equipment?" "Pick selectively. Start with the bronze items, then the black iron. Equip what you can use, and sell the rest at the auction house. Black iron goes for 2,000, bronze for 30,000. We must act swiftly. Player-dropped equipment is only available for 10 minutes before it refreshes." Before long, the auction house in Jinling City was abuzz with a clearance sale. Black iron equipment, typically valued at 3,000 to 5,000, was being sold for just 2,000, while bronze gear, usually priced between 40,000 and 80,000, was marked down to 30,000. This prompted a frenzy among players, particularly the Bloodsea Guild, who were the most eager buyers, compelled to reclaim their lost items. Tears in their eyes as they made their purchases. Although Wu Shaochen and Wu Ziyin had already demonstrated considerable speed, most of their equipment was still refreshed. After all, listing items on the auction house requires time. Besides replacing all the whiteboard gear on Wu Ziyin with bronze equipment, they ultimately sold 45 pieces of bronze gear and 136 pieces of black iron gear. Although the prices were not exorbitant, the sheer quantity was impressive, netting them over 1.4 million. This windfall flushed Wu Ziyin's cheeks with excitement. What a delightful sensation it is to gather wealth, Wu Shaocheng remarked with a stretch. He then addressed the still ecstatic Wu Ziyin. You should return and soothe those NPCs. Otherwise, we might face unforeseen complications later. I will head off to confront the Tiger King. Oh, okay. As for the money from selling the gear, you can keep it for yourself, she replied. In the desolate expanse of the desert surrounding Mo Bay City, thousands of players were besieging a colossal desert scorpion. Due to the absence of obstacles on the map, their numerical advantage was effectively utilized. However, their lineup deviated from the norm, apart from the occasionally replaced shield bearers and a fixed output of archers and mages. The majority were assassins. In truth, assassins are typically the least effective against bosses, yet most of these were equipped with control skills. They stealthily engaged, unleashing a flurry of control abilities before retreating, significantly curtailing the boss's capabilities and easing the burden on their comrades. Although they seldom broke through the scorpion's defenses, its health was depleting at a rate of over 1,000 points per second. These players were none other than the members of the largest guild in Mo Bay City. The Gates of Hell. Boss, in about 5 minutes, this golden boss will be nearing its end. We will undoubtedly be the first guild to slay a golden boss. The guild leader exclaimed, brimming with excitement. They had fought valiantly for over an hour to achieve this. Indeed, while the losses are somewhat significant, securing a golden first kill is worth it. Not only do we gain golden equipment, but also attribute point rewards, the Hell Envoy nodded, his face reflecting his exhilaration. Just as the members of the Gates of Hell were basking in anticipation and excitement, a server-wide announcement erupted, inciting fury among them. Server announcement: congratulations to player Chun Feng for slaying the golden boss, demonic jungle Tiger King. As the first player to kill a golden boss on the server, the system rewards him with 2,000 reputation, 50 gold, and 40 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. Chun Feng. The Hell Envoy's face darkened ominously. Those familiar with him knew he was on the brink of an explosive reaction. Simultaneously, the reactions of all who heard the announcement varied dramatically. Chun Feng remains formidable. Indeed, it seems he has claimed every first kill. I've heard Chun Feng can solo these bosses. One can only wonder how powerful his equipment is. Here we are, a major guild struggling against a silver boss, yet facing a golden boss. It's truly unimaginable. The formidable champions from various main cities paused their activities, as every guild was fervently searching for the elusive golden boss, yearning to achieve the coveted first kill. However, much like the rarity of silver bosses below level 20, golden bosses under level 30 were equally scarce. The regions above level 30 remained inaccessible to players at this stage, leaving the first kill of the golden boss unclaimed, until it was unexpectedly seized by this mysterious figure known as Dust. The rewards for the first kill, particularly the attribute points, must surely exceed 100. Once the city's teleportation array is activated, I must make a point to connect with this individual the God King mused. In Jining City, Blood Siweo couldn't help but wear a bitter smile upon receiving the notification. Others might be unaware, but he understood the terrifying power of the Tiger King all too well. One skill could eliminate them all. How could such attributes possibly deal death? The prowess of this Dust transcended mere abnormality. Had he offended such a person? Was his mind truly befuddled? He questioned whether there was even a chance for redemption. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Proud World, the expression of Proud World Tianxia was grim. The escalating strength of Dust was anything but beneficial for him. In the Tiger Howl Forest, Wu Shaochen reveled in a torrent of system notifications. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Golden Boss, Demonic Jungle Tiger King, earning 1,000 prestige points, 60,000 experience points, and your pet, Silver Wolf, receiving 40,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 80, mana 40, and you have received 20 free attribute points. Current level, LV 24, 22, 242, 700, 000. Ding! Talent trait triggered, toxin damage increased by 1, and toxin stack limit raised by 1. Current toxin damage is 1,101 points, with a stack limit of 5. Ding! Undying body activated, maximum health increased by 1 point. Current enhancement of Undying Body has raised maximum health by 5149 points. Not far away, Wu Ziyin was enveloped in a shimmering golden light, ascending directly from level 10 to level 13. As the Tiger King approached death, Wu Shaochen had summoned Wu Ziyin to join him, as experience in parties was evenly distributed regardless of contribution. Thus, even without lifting a finger, she received a generous share of 100,000 experience points, propelling her up 3 levels and filling her with exhilaration. The speed of her advancement was astonishing. At this moment, Wu Shaochen, grinning with excitement, surveyed the bounty scattered across the ground. He relished this feeling, swiftly collecting the spoils. In total, he amassed 6 gold and 72 silver, alongside 2 pieces of golden equipment. For pieces of silver equipment and 5 pieces of bronze equipment, not a single piece of black iron was found, likely due to the high-level monster's disdain for low-tier loot. Additionally, he discovered a scroll, a bottle of special potion, a gem, a fruit of attributes, and a crystalline object. Overall, it was indeed a substantial haul, though he lamented the absence of a double drop rate scroll. Chapter 77, Skill Scroll. First, let us examine 2 pieces of golden equipment. Tiger Head Broadsword Golden Grade, Physical Attack 800, Defense Ignored 20, Additional Attributes, Strength 35, Constitution 35, Bone 35. Additional Skill, Damage Amplification, increases attack damage by 30 for 20 seconds, cooldown time, 2 minutes, wearing requirement, Warrior. Tiger Roar Bracelet Golden Grade, Physical Attack 350, Attack Speed 30, Defense Ignored 10, Additional Attributes, Strength 35, Agility 35, Constitution 35, Additional Skill, Speed Enhancement, increases attack speed by 30 for 20 seconds, cooldown time, 2 minutes. Wearing requirement, Physical Class. Upon gazing at the Tiger Head Broadsword, Wu Shaochen was utterly astonished. This weapon epitomizes what it means to inflict damage. He found it difficult to part with it, pondering why it wasn't designed for assassins. If a warrior were to wield it, their damage output would soar to unprecedented heights. Selling it would likely set a new record in the market. Fortunately, one of the 2 golden items was suitable for his use. Among the 4 pieces of silver equipment, 1 was usable by him, 2 by Wu Ziyin, and the last one would have to be auctioned off. Tiger Skin Leggings, Silver Grade, Health 800, Physical Defense 60, Magical Defense 60, Health Recovery Enhancement 10, Additional Attributes, Constitution 34, Bone 33, Strength 34, Wearing Requirement. Physical Class. Tiger Bone Necklace, Silver Grade, Magical Attack 300, Mana 300, Cooldown Reduction 10, Luck 5, Additional Attributes, Intelligence 33, Spirit 34, Constitution 32, Wearing Requirement. Mage, Priest. Tiger Skin Belt, Silver Grade, Health 900, Physical Defense 55, Magical Defense 55. Control Time Reduction 10, Additional Attributes, Constitution 34, Bone 33, Spirit 34, Wearing Requirement. All classes. Wu Shaochen could wear the leggings, while the belt, being overshadowed by the Blood Bowl belt, was not of interest to him. Fortuitously, it was suitable for Wu Ziyin. The remaining tiger skin armor was designated for shield guards and warriors, making it unusable for either of them. Among the 5 pieces of bronze equipment, 2 were also suitable for Wu Ziyin, which he handed over to her, with the rest to be sold. He decided to list the 3 bronze pieces at 100,000 each in the auction house. After all, This was level 30 equipment, with attributes nearly rivaling those of level 20 silver items. Undoubtedly, there would be buyers. The silver armor would be listed for a bidding period of 30 minutes. The novice village bidding mode lasts 10 minutes, while the main city allows for a maximum of 30 minutes. Exceeding this would incur additional fees. The remaining tiger head broadsword would be listed later. Doing so simultaneously might result in prices as low as last time, rendering the silver equipment unsellable. He took a moment to inspect the remaining items, beginning with the vial of potion. Regrettably, it was not the unsealing potion Wu Shaochen had hoped for, but rather a damage potion, which enhances damage by 50 for 10 minutes. This could be quite beneficial for others, yet for Wu Shaochen, it was somewhat inconsequential, as it did not amplify poison damage. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the scroll. Skill scroll enhances the quality of a specified skill, with each skill capable of being improved up to 3 times. Skill quality? Wu Shaochen was somewhat perplexed. Did the game skills truly possess different qualities? They seemed rather uniform. However, he quickly recalled his previous encounter with the skeletal assassin. Although it employed the same backstab technique, it was evidently more potent than his own. Could this be what was meant by varying skill qualities? Wu Shaochen mused. Yet, he remained uncertain as to how to discern quality. The only skill he had encountered that differed was the undying body, which was golden in hue, while all other skill books shared the same color. He pondered for a moment and decided to directly use the scroll for the undying body. Ding! The current skill quality has reached its peak. Usage is not permitted. Wu Shaochen had anticipated this outcome, as the other skills lacked color, and only this particular skill was golden. His intention was merely to test his hypothesis. Aside from the undying body, the most formidable skill he possessed was naturally nihility. He opted for nihility and used the scroll once more. Ding! Usage successful. Skill, nihility, quality has been enhanced. Eagerly, Wu Shaochen examined the skill. It remained colorless, yet its effectiveness had improved. Nihility eliminates all negative effects, allowing the body to enter a void space, rendering it untargetable for 5 seconds. Magic cost, 150. Cooldown for minutes. The duration had increased, the cooldown had decreased, and the magic cost had risen by 50. Overall, this constituted a significant enhancement, and Wu Shaochen felt quite satisfied. Continuing to inspect his inventory, he discovered a fruit of strength, which would augment his strength by 10 points. While this was somewhat inconsequential for Wu Shaochen, he decided to consume it nonetheless. He no longer required funds and saw no reason to sell it. Such attribute-enhancing fruits were always welcome. He also found a gem and a crystal remaining. The gem was intended for embedding into weapons, providing a boost of 100 strength, necessitating a visit to the weapon shop for an empty socket. The crystal, however, eluded Wu Shaochen's comprehension. Damaged source crystal, unknown item. This object must be significant, as even the system could not identify it. Wu Shaochen mused, before stowing it back in his inventory. Having perused all his items, Wu Shaochen felt quite content. Next, he intended to summon the sealers to seal the passage. Upon his return, he found the sealers debating whether to return to Lu family village, inciting Wu Shaochen's ire to the point where he nearly inflicted double poison upon each of them. Ultimately, under Wu Shaochen's firm demeanor, they obediently followed him to the sealing site. When they laid eyes upon the colossal corpse of the Tiger King sprawled on the ground, they finally settled down. Especially the sealer who had been the most boisterous, now rendered speechless in fear of Wu Shaochen's potential retribution, leading them deep into the cave. The moment they beheld the sealing array, the sealers, who had previously appeared ineffectual in Wu Shaochen's eyes, adopted serious expressions. Each stepped forward, retrieving various materials they had prepared beforehand to commence their work. It was rather impressive, Wu Shaochen thought with a hint of sarcasm, before turning to exit. After all, he could not comprehend their actions and would be of no assistance by remaining. As Wu Shaochen turned around, he suddenly felt as though something was watching him. He quickly glanced back, but found nothing. Was it merely an illusion? Wu Shaochen mused to himself, followed by a self-deprecating smile, pondering how he had become so paranoid. While waiting outside, the system notified him that the tiger skin armor had been auctioned off for 280 10,000, setting a new record for silver tier equipment. This was hardly surprising, as the attributes of level 30 silver gear were exceptionally formidable. Wu Shaochen waited outside for over 10 minutes before a group of sealing masters emerged, dragging their weary bodies. So how did it go? Was the sealing successful? Wu Shaochen inquired. It should be fine. There shouldn't be any issues, the lead sealing master replied. Should be? Wu Shaochen frowned, contemplating the gravity of the situation. How could they speak so casually about something so important? Internally frustrated, he reminded himself that as long as they confirmed the completion of the task, the specifics of the sealing were of little concern to him. Let's proceed, Wu Shaochen declared, preparing to use a return scroll. However, the elder leader interjected, we would appreciate it if you could escort us back to Jinling City. Aren't you capable of returning on your own? With so many soldiers to protect you, what are you afraid of? Wu Shaochen retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Then unhesitatingly activated the return scroll. Ding! Task in progress. Return scroll cannot be used. What the hell? How many times has this happened now? Do I not even get a profit from this return scroll? Despite having encountered this situation numerous times, Wu Shaochen remained indignant. He turned and handed the return scroll to Wu Ziyin. Ziyin, perhaps you could try using the return scroll. Of course, Wu Ziyin replied obediently. And to Wu Shaochen's immense frustration, she successfully returned while he stood there, feeling utterly imbalanced. System, are you targeting me because of my speed? Wu Shaochen grumbled, resigned to escorting the sealing masters slowly towards Jinling City. To his further dismay, the sealing masters moved at a pace that could only be described as tortoise-like, taking a full hour and a half to finally reach their destination. Chapter 78. The acknowledgement of the war god upon arriving at the city lord's mansion. The city lord finally felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing that the matter had been perfectly resolved. He expressed his gratitude to Wu Shaochen, saying, Chen Feng, I am truly thankful to you. This is the reward you deserve. Ding! Task completed. Reward. Reputation 10,000. Title, Demon Sealer, and a property in Jinling City. Property? Wu Shaochen's eyes widened in astonishment. Was it truly that property worth tens of thousands of gold coins? How generous! Previously, he had observed that players could purchase houses in the city, but the prices were exorbitant, with the lowest being several tens of thousands of gold coins. Given the current number of coins players possessed, it was nearly impossible to afford one. He never expected this task would bestow upon him a house directly, which was indeed worth several tens of thousands of gold coins. City Lord, where is the house located? Wu Shaochen inquired eagerly. The city lord produced a map and pointed to a specific area, stating, you may choose from this region. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up as he examined the map for a moment before selecting a house in a prime location. He realized that while he had yet to purchase a house in reality, he had already acquired one in the game, and by current conversion rates. The in-game property was not any cheaper than in real life. The city lord swiftly completed the necessary paperwork and handed Wu Shaochen a piece of parchment bearing the city lord's seal, saying, keep this safe. That house will be yours in the future. Great. Thank you, city lord. Wu Shaochen exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the parchment and departed from the city lord's mansion. As he walked along the street, Wu Shaochen sent his location to Wu Ziyin, inviting her to join him, and then he glanced at another reward. Title, Demon Sealer. Awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to sealing demons. Wearing it increases damage reduction by 30 and decreases crowd control duration by 30. What a splendid item. Wu Shaochen's eyes sparkled again. The attributes of this title were remarkable. He quickly equipped it. Before long, Wu Ziyin arrived, and together they approached the house. Brother, what are we doing here? She asked. This will soon become our home, Wu Shaochen replied with delight. As they stood at the entrance for a moment, the door swung open, revealing an NPC resembling a butler who inquired, May I ask whom you are looking for? A butler? Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened. This was quite promising. He presented the parchment for the butler to inspect, and the butler immediately welcomed both of them inside with great respect. Wu Shaochen began to explore with an astonished Wu Ziyin. Brother, is this truly our house in the game? Wu Ziyin asked, still unable to believe it. Yes, from now on, if we don't wish to venture out to battle. We can rest here. I've instructed the butler that you may come any time, Wu Shaochen replied. After a brief tour, he felt quite satisfied. The main hall, bedrooms, and study were all present, and there was even a small courtyard with a fish pond. It was a splendid environment. How wonderful! Wu Xin exclaimed as she excitedly wandered around. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen settled into a comfortable armchair in the main hall and dozed off. The chair was remarkably cozy. After an unknown duration, Wu Xin roused him. "Brother, it's past 1 o'clock. I need to log off for dinner," she said. "Ah, it is already a little past 1 o'clock." Wu Shaochen felt somewhat dazed. However, he had indeed risen at 10 this morning, and after spending nearly 2 hours on the road, it was understandable that it was already past 1. "Well, let me log off for a meal. I shall return shortly," Wu Shaochen declared. After some contemplation, he decided to list the tiger head broadsword at the auction house. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he had no use for it himself, and thus it was better to auction it off. Given the weapon's attributes, he believed it would yield substantial profits. After placing the tiger head broadsword on the auction, Wu Shaochen chose to log off. The emergence of the tiger head broadsword had caused an uproar throughout Jinling City. Good heavens, a golden weapon! My word, the attack power is terrifying. By the heavens, these attributes have finally shown me what true damage is. "Boss, this weapon must be from Qinfeng," A.O. Shi Jueqing remarked. "Regardless of who listed it, I must acquire this weapon. With it in my possession, I fear no one from Qinfeng." At that moment, A.O. Shi Tianxia's focus was solely on this weapon, his intellect seemingly diminishing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chaotic world's heroes gazed at the weapon, their breaths quickening. Even if it requires some sacrifice, I must obtain this weapon. In a region filled with level 25 monsters, a young man observed the auction house's weapon, a smile gracing his lips. At last, a piece of equipment worthy of my investment. The tiger head broadsword incited a frenzy of bidding. Although many were aware that they were unlikely to win it, they still participated in the bidding, hoping for a stroke of luck. The weapon's attributes were undoubtedly divine for players at this stage, and the price soared until it surpassed 500,000. Only then did the number of bidders begin to wane, as this price was sufficient to intimidate many. After Wu Shaochen finished his meal, he logged back in, once again appearing in the hall of his home. He glanced at the auction house, where the competition for the tiger head broadsword remained fierce. As the bidding time drew to a close, the weapon was ultimately sold for a staggering 880,000. There are indeed many wealthy individuals, Wu Shaochen marveled. He had not anticipated that a golden piece of equipment could fetch such a price. Silver equipment was only worth around 200,000, making this a several-fold increase. Yet it was indeed due to the exceptional attributes of the weapon, which many influential players coveted. At that moment, in a region filled with level 25 monsters, the young man gazed at the tiger head broadsword in his hands, his face alight with excitement. This weapon was perfectly suited for him. "Congratulations, Ling Xiao. With this weapon, it seems Qinfeng will no longer be your match," remarked a companion nearby. "It remains uncertain. One must fight to truly know," Ling Xiao replied. Despite his words, confidence radiated from his demeanor. His talent enhanced damage by 50, and with the weapon's skill damage potentially increasing to 80, equipping the tiger head broadsword would elevate his attack to 500. At that point, a single normal attack could deal 5,000 to 6,000 damage. Who could withstand such power at this stage? After waiting for over 10 minutes in the living room, Wu Xin finally logged on, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Why does it take so long just to have a meal?" Wu Xin stuck out her tongue and remarked, "The dormitory is quite distant from the dining hall, isn't it? You possess hundreds of thousands worth of equipment. Why bother with the cafeteria? Still not accustomed to it?" Wu Shaochen shook his head and responded, "Let's go. I will take you to the War God Temple. We haven't yet tackled the War God Temple today. We recently defeated the Golden Boss, and the talent level has been triggered, making it the perfect opportunity to challenge the Golden Level War God Secret Realm. Currently, Wu Xin possesses 3 pieces of silver equipment, while the rest are bronze. Conquering a Black Iron Level War God Secret Realm shouldn't pose much difficulty. As a priest, she can automatically summon a shadow to combat the War God's apparition, albeit with slightly diminished strength, requiring her to heal it. As long as her healing is exceptional and the shadow remains alive, they will succeed. Upon arriving at the war god temple, the two navigated through the crowd directly to the innermost part to select their challenge. Wu Shaochen, capable of defeating a level 30 golden boss, naturally found the war god apparition of the same level to be a mere formality. In less than 10 minutes, he vanquished the golden level war god apparition. Just as he awaited the teleportation, a system notification suddenly echoed. Ding! Your strength has been acknowledged by the war god Shadow, Seg, who will impart the renowned skill. Shadow, 7 kill. Do you accept? Wow. Finally a war god has taken notice of me. I knew my prowess wouldn't go unrecognized, Wu Shaochen exclaimed, promptly clicking accept. He then found himself in a forest, witnessing a middle-aged man engaged in combat with a massive tiger. In an instant, the man dashed before the tiger, his form transforming into a shadow as he darted around the beast. Terrifying damage erupted from the tiger's body, and a second later, the man halted, the tiger collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned to Wu Shaochen, their distance seeming vast and insurmountable. The man opened his mouth, uttering words unknown, before dissipating into fragments. Yet, a resonant voice echoed in Wu Shaochen's mind, declaring, "The Holy Light continent relies on your guardianship." Immediately, a surge of information flooded Wu Shaochen's consciousness, and the scene shifted once more, returning him to the war god's secret realm. Ding! Congratulations! You have comprehended the skill Shadow 7 kill. Chapter 79. Golden Tier. Wu Shaochen swiftly accessed his skill interface, discovering a new crimson skill following the illustrious golden immortal body. Shadow 7 kill. Upon activation, the user transforms into a shadowy form, darting around the target and inflicting damage 7 times within a single second. Each instance of damage accumulates, starting at 130 of physical damage, increasing to 140 on the second hit, 150 on the third, and so forth. During the skill's execution, the user cannot be interrupted or attacked. The skill requires 200 points of mana and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Wow, this skill is incredible. No wonder it was taught by the war god himself, Wu Shaochen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The damage accumulation is truly terrifying. And with this skill essentially granting 1 second of invulnerability, it could easily eliminate any foe within reach. This is splendid. As Wu Shaochen reveled in his newfound power, he was abruptly teleported away. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your rank has ascended to Golden Tier, granting you 40 to all attributes and an additional 40 free attribute points. The War God medal has upgraded from Silver to Golden Tier. As the first player to achieve Golden Tier, the system rewards you with 40 free attribute points. In that instant, Wu Shaochen felt a tremendous surge in his strength. With a total of 140 free attribute points at his disposal, bolstered by 40 points from slaying the Tiger King and an additional 20 points from reaching level 24, he was left with a staggering 80 points to allocate. Gazing at his status, Wu Shaochen invested 10 points into Constitution, elevating his defense above 1,000, while dedicating the remaining 130 points to Agility. Now he could stack 5 layers of his passive ability and aim to achieve 5 strikes within a second, maximizing the advantages of his toxin. After allocating his attribute points, he examined the Golden Tier War God medal, which indeed boasted remarkable enhancements, increasing all attributes by 40. Donning the medal, he looked once more at his attributes. Character, Dust Sealed rank, Golden Tier level, 24 health, 17, 809, 1019, 589 mana, 2, 530 physical attack, 2, 235 magical attack, 294 physical defense, 1, 0, 30, 10, 1, 133 magical defense, 1, 0, 30, 10, 1, 133 movement speed, 1, 0, 33 attack speed, 236 critical rate, 15 lifesteal, 10 damage reduction, 35 control duration reduction, 30 defense ignorance, 10 cooldown reduction, 5 health regeneration, 10 anti-critical, 8 luck, 18 experience, 22, 242, 700, 000 strength, 321, 40, 449 intelligence, 105, 40, 147 constitution, 387, 40, 541 root bone, 547-40, 765 spirit, 137-40, 191 agility, 649, 4908 talent, toxin damage 1, 101 points, stackable up to 5 layers immortal body, increases maximum health by 5, 149 points. Title: Novice Village Hero, 10 luck, Bandit Slayer, 10 life, 10 defense. Demon Sealer, 30 damage reduction, 30 control time reduction. Skills: Immortal Body, Void, Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weakness Break, Chisel Strike, Force Field Suppression, Shadow, 7 kill. Equipment: Soul Devouring Dagger, Silver, Black Wind Helm, Silver, Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver, Tiger Skin Leggings, Silver, Blood Bowl Belt, Dark Gold, Luminous Boots, Gold, Luminous Necklace, Gold. Tiger Roar Bracelet, Gold, Leopard Head King Bracelet, Silver, Tiger Head King Ring, Silver, Azure Pattern Ring, Silver. Gazing at his current attributes, Wu Shaochen felt a surge of pride swell within him. Who in the entire Divine Oracle could rival him? However, the sudden thought of that woman made him flinch. Perhaps it was best to remain humble. The road ahead was still long. After waiting in the War God Hall for a while, Wu Xin finally emerged, and, as expected, she had successfully completed her challenge. With her current gear and innate talent, it was likely that even the Phantom would find it challenging to defeat her. Xin, how much spell attack and mana do you have now? Wu Shaochen inquired. Spell attack, 1650, mana, 4280, Wu Xin replied. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Such a high figure. Yet considering that Wu Xin possessed 3 pieces of silver equipment while the rest were all bronze, he soon understood. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Can you check if your talent has changed?" Since his own talent could be enhanced through elevation, it stood to reason that others could as well. Wu Xin promptly checked and exclaimed in surprise, "It has changed. Now, for every bit of mana consumed, the skill effect increases by 0.06. Indeed, Wu Shaochen mused quietly. This meant that nearly everyone's talent could be enhanced. With such a vast population, many players with exceptional talents were undoubtedly lurking beneath the surface, merely waiting to be revealed. It seemed he would need to exercise more discretion in the future. Wu Shaochen calculated that Wu Xin must not have learned any other skills. She had 2 innate pre-skills: healing, single target healing with a 120 spell attack bonus, cooldown of 5 seconds, group healing, Voe healing with a 60 spell bonus, maximum of 5 targets. With Wu Xin's spell attack, a single healing spell could restore 1980 health points. At a critical moment, consuming 4,000 mana for 1 healing spell could recover over 6,700 health points, providing significant sustain. Unfortunately, her skills were a bit limited. After some contemplation, Wu Shaochen opened the auction house and searched for pre-skills. To his surprise, he found a skill book, Continuous Healing. Applies a buff to the target that restores health over time, recovering 60 of the caster's spell attack every second for 5 seconds. With a cooldown of 20 seconds, this skill had remained unsold due to its price set at 200 gold coins, a sum that few players could afford given the current economy. Nonetheless, Wu Shaochen purchased it. Enhancing Wu Xin's capabilities would ultimately provide him with greater assurance of survival. While 200 gold coins seemed substantial now, time would diminish their value, and future skill books would only increase in cost. Handing the skill book to Wu Xin, Wu Shaochen remarked, "Learn this skill, and I shall guide you in leveling up." Today being Sunday, and with Wu Xin having classes the following day, it was an opportune moment to assist her in advancing her character. After all, she was his sister, and her level could not be allowed to languish. "All right, thank you, brother," Wu Xin replied joyfully as she accepted the book and clicked to learn. Wu Shaochen opened the map and searched for an appropriate leveling spot, but to no avail. The illuminated areas on the map revealed that the monsters there were predominantly below level 20. Aside from the locations he had previously explored, taking Wu Xin to the abandoned mine was clearly unsuitable. Her timid nature would likely leave her in a state of fright. Consequently, Wu Shaochen arbitrarily chose a direction and led Wu Xin onward. As they ventured further, the monster levels would naturally increase. He summoned Silver Wolf, compelling the reluctant Wu Xin to mount it, and the trio, 2 humans and 1 wolf, swiftly made their way toward a forest in the east. The outskirts of this forest were populated by monsters ranging from levels 15 to 25, and many players were already forming parties to grind experience. With the enhancement of equipment, the players' capabilities had significantly escalated. Nearly all were equipped with black iron gear, and those slightly more formidable possessed several pieces of bronze equipment. They faced no difficulty in soloing monsters of equal level. Wu Shaocheng endeavored to steer clear of the throngs, guiding Wu Xin deeper into the woods. Although he had altered his mask and changed his attire, rendering him virtually unrecognizable, Wu Xin riding the conspicuous silver wolf was still a glaring sight. Chapter 80. Can we evade the attack? After walking for some time, the level of the monsters had escalated to 25 to 26, and the area was nearly devoid of players. At that moment, Wu Shaochen spotted a figure engaged in a one-on-one battle with a level 26 lion tiger beast. The figure exhibited remarkable speed and agility, wielding a bow and arrow, each shot inflicting nearly 3,000 damage on the beast. What astounded Wu Shaochen the most was that each arrow seemed to land a critical hit. Could it be a talent for 100 critical strikes? Wu Shaochen pondered. Such a talent, combined with the archer class, would render one a veritable damage-dealing machine. He watched with envy, thinking how delightful it would be if his own talent could trigger long-range attacks, allowing him to grind monsters effortlessly without wasting attributes on agility. Observing the figure further, he deduced it was a woman, though he could not ascertain her appearance due to the distance. However, her physique appeared commendable. Wu Shaochen opened the leaderboard and glanced at the third-ranked level 22 archer, Yu Fei, wondering if it could be her. At this stage, there were few players capable of soloing a level 26 monster, and among the top 10 archers, only 2 were present. The other, Jun Lin, was evidently male, though it was not impossible for others to be absent from the rankings. At that moment, the archer noticed Wu Shaochen and his companion, becoming vigilant and gradually drawing the lion-tiger beast away from them. Encounters like these in the wild, where players kill and loot, were commonplace. Wu Shaochen scratched his nose, reflecting that he wasn't a villain. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he guided Wu Xin in another direction to delve deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Yu Fei, observing the path taken by Wu Shaochen and his companion, bore a look of surprise on her exquisite face. The monsters further and boasted levels as high as 27 to 30. It was of no concern to her as she continued to dispatch the lion-tiger beast. Wu Shaochen and Wu Xin ventured deeper into the forest, eventually stumbling upon a vast grassland where formidable monsters awaited. Before them stood a pride of lions, each larger than a bull. Bloodthirsty mad lion